Me? Yep. Just making sure this thing is that. Oh boy. Hey, do you know what? Let's back to this thing.
He is dressed in casual clothes and has no resume. Moreover, his intention is just to show off to his family that he is job hunting. Masaru read a sudden job advertisement that asked him to come and try out a small garden in the world of Razgrad, with a monthly salary of 25,000 yen. Suddenly, someone opens the door and enters. Masaru says he is pleased to work with the person who just walked in. The person introduces himself as the person in charge, named I2, and tells Masaru not to be alarmed. Masaru apologizes for his casual attire and wants to ask what kind of job the trial is. I2 asks if Masaru has ever played RPG games before. Masaru says he really likes them. I2 says that will make their conversation easier. He explains that they want to test a new skill system being developed and asks Masaru to fill out a form. Masaru thinks to himself that this is a contract and the other paper is a questionnaire. After finishing, he puts down his pen and says he is done. I2 smiles, glances at him, and says he will let Masaru experience that world immediately. While Masaru is still confused, the surrounding space suddenly transforms. He has left the previous room and entered a new world. Under his feet is dense grass, and in front of
Step
him is a
from
majestic
beginning
natural
to
scenery.
fucking
After a moment of
yes.
bewilderment, he thinks this is the virtual reality technology everyone has been talking about. Suddenly, I2's voice echoes in his head, telling him that this is reality. He says that he can still hear I2's voice from somewhere, and looking down at the vast world below, he finally realizes in horror that this is real. Even though just a few minutes ago, he was still in the interview. The voice continues to echo, telling him that he is no longer on Earth, but in a completely different world. This is not a game. He will die if he is killed. Everything is entirely real. The bee will help him test skills here, and the only thing he needs to be aware of is that this world will be destroyed in 20 years from now. This
Yeah.
revelation shocks Masaru heavily. He asks if he has the right to refuse. The voice
Nope.
continues to echo, saying that since he signed the contract, it is not possible. Masaru then asks if he can return to his old world, to which the being replies that it is also not possible. If he meets the conditions for offset payment, he can return. In this world, Masaru does not need to do exhausting tasks like saving the world. He only needs to test skills and live a life as he wishes. It's very simple. He will also be provided with weapons. The voice instructs him to think menu in his mind. As he thinks about the menu, a screen suddenly appears in front of him. This menu helps him manage skills. Additionally, he can extract items from the menu using spatial magic. This is a farewell gift from the being. There are also a few basic items and skills. While Masaru is browsing the menu, the voice tells him he should go to Shaori Town and register at the guild. Completing quests will increase his skills, and he may encounter monsters along the way, even if they are just wild rabbits. Wild rabbits only attack weaker beings, so Masaru will be safe. He asks who I2 really is. I2 replies that he is the manager of this world, and that Masaru should think of him as a god. Finally, I2 wishes him good luck and leaves. Masaru sighs, thinking that he has no way out. He takes out a shirt from the menu and puts it on, optimistically thinking that if things have come to this, surviving for 20 years won't be an issue. Masaru decides to take a few skills from the menu. Suddenly, a wild rabbit appears out of nowhere and attacks. Masaru turns and slashes at the rabbit, suddenly realizing that even though he has never used a sword before, he now knows how to use it as if he has known all along. This skill system is actually a cheat, and he thinks that he might live quite comfortably in this world. Two more rabbits attack him, but then he realizes it is not just two, but an entire pack of rabbits. Suddenly, he remembers I2's words. Wild rabbits only attack things weaker than themselves. This means he is weaker than the rabbits. After a while, he realizes his body is becoming heavier. The system should have helped him use the sword, but he recalls that the skill he is using is swordsmanship level 2, which is equivalent to a soldier's level. He realizes that even though he can use the sword, he lacks mana, making his body unable to function properly. Searching the menu for something he can use, he eventually succeeds by using light magic. Light magic is a type of magic that illuminates, but this skill can also blind others. He then proceeds to cast fire magic, but the casting time is very long. He needs to release the skill before the rabbits find him. Finally, the spell is cast, and a huge explosion occurs. Soldiers in the town see the smoke rising and come to check, finding him injured and taking him to the church. When he wakes up, Masaru sees an unfamiliar ceiling and wonders where he is. Suddenly, a girl enters and says she is a nun. Her name is Angela. She reminds Masaru about losing consciousness after depleting both mana and stamina simultaneously, which is not good at all. Masaru says he will be more careful and asks her, "Where am I?" Angela says that Masaru is in Shiori Town at Church Bay. Here, the church's goal is to honor many gods and heal the sick and injured among the people. Masaru understands that he has arrived at Shiori Town, and for some reason, can communicate with her. Suddenly, Masaru remembers that the standard language skill of this world is active. Angela asks Masaru to tell her who he is. Masaru introduces himself as Yamano Masaru, an adventurer. She said she has never heard a name like that before. Masaru had lost consciousness outside the town, but perhaps he had been attacked by someone. Masaru thinks about the fierce monsters, the wild rabbits, that attacked him. He says that it was actually a terrible monster. Anyway, it's still a monster, so it's not a lie. Angela says that she thinks the area around the town should be safe, and they should report this to the guild. Masaru can also register as an adventurer. He thanks her for everything, and calls her by her first name in a familiar manner. Angela blushes and tells him not to call her that. Masaru finds Angela really cute, and she seems very easygoing. Angela says that she is older than Masaru, so he should show some respect. Masaru says he is 23 years old. Suddenly, Angela is surprised because she is only 20. He realizes that Eastern people look very young, and this seems quite true. He thanks her for taking care of him. She says that if anything happens, he should come back to the church, and she would appreciate it if he could show a bit of gratitude, as he still needs to pay. It seems that the blessing of God can be bought. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, everyone's attention is focused on Masaru. He will be interviewed to register as an adventurer. Deputy Guild Master David arrives and invites Masaru to sit. The girl next to him is Tilika, the third officer. She has magical eyes that can see through lies, and he wants Masaru to answer truthfully. Masaru thinks that she looks like a high school student but seems to hold a very important position. Suddenly, she blushes and looks away. The Deputy Guild Master says that Tilika is shy and avoids eye contact, so he shouldn't stare at her. He starts asking a few questions. He asks if Masaru has a criminal record or if he is a spy from another country. Does anyone want Masaru dead, or does Masaru want someone dead? Masaru says he just arrived in this world, so he can't have a criminal record, and answers that the response to all questions is no. Masaru looks at Tilika, uncertain if her magical eyes are activated or not. The Deputy Guild Master continues to ask why Masaru wants to become an adventurer. He says to make a living and to train himself. While Masaru is staring at him, he changes his thoughts to make it seem like a true statement as well as testing the skill system. The Deputy Guild Master says there are safer ways, but becoming an adventurer is the quickest path. The Deputy Guild Master asks what Masaru will do after making money. Blushing, he answers that he will buy a house and start a harem. The Deputy Guild Master laughs and says that it's not a bad idea. He explains that in this world, knights or swordsmen always have fierce battles. This shortens their lifespan, but women remain, which is why polygamy is allowed here. One can have multiple wives as long as they are reliable. He asks Masaru the final question, whether he will follow the guild's rules. Masaru answers yes, and the Deputy Guild Master tells him to collect his card at the reception desk with a fee of 100 gold. Then the Deputy Guild Master calls Masaru back and asks if he heard that Masaru was found unconscious outside the town. He asks who did this to him. After a moment of embarrassment, Masaru reluctantly says it was the wild rabbits. He was attacked by a pack of wild rabbits. The Deputy Guild Master looks at Tilika, who nods and says it is true. The Deputy Guild Master apologizes for laughing, but also informs Masaru that there will be a training course for newcomers, and Masaru will participate tomorrow. That night at the inn, Masaru lies down on his bed, and suddenly a mission appears. He must write a report, and the reward for the mission is skill points. He writes a report about what happened today. The next morning, the deputy guild master kicks open Masaru's door and drags him to the training grounds. He says that after the training course, Masaru will become a completely new adventurer. At the training ground, the deputy guild master throws Masaru in front of a man. Another person comes up and helps Masaru to his feet. The black-haired man orders them to line up and introduce themselves. He is Sergeant Vogt, an A-rank adventurer, and he will be responsible for training them from that day on. Everyone starts buzzing because Sergeant Vogt is A-rank, while Masaru doesn't quite understand. The person next to him is surprised that Masaru is an adventurer, but doesn't know that A-rank is the best of the best. Sergeant Vogt instructs them to put on a bracelet, a device that will help them throughout the training. After putting it on, they realize the bracelet cannot be removed. At this point, Sergeant Vogt calls them useless bastards. The thing on their necks is a dependency collar, equipment that can only be used in this training area. They won't be able to remove it until the training period ends, and they won't be able to escape. The training begins, and they have to wear sandbags and run 20 laps. On the first day, Masaru is looked down upon for running as if he were about to die. On the second day, Masaru faints and is revived by the nun. On the third day, Masaru shows significant progress. On the fourth day, Masaru can do push-ups without breaking a sweat. Sergeant Vogt says that he does not discriminate against anyone, and his job is to turn them into adventurers. By the seventh day, Sergeant Vogt orders them to line up. By this time, everyone has become tougher. A nun tells them to look at the light in her hand, and then the collars release. Sergeant Vogt pats their shoulders and says the training is over. They have done well with the tough training, and he is very proud of them. They have become true adventurers. Everyone smiles happily. Suddenly, Sergeant Vogt calls Masaru and says there is one more thing he needs to do. Deputy Guild Master David is waiting for him. Deputy Guild Master David asks Masaru if he is angry about being brought here. He replies no. Thanks to this, Masaru has changed and become tougher and stronger. Deputy Guild Master David says that his role as the bad guy has been worth it. He assigns Masaru a task to kill 5 wild rabbits and bring them back. Masaru goes to the desk to accept the mission and says he wants to take on the task. Everyone smirks, somewhat disdainfully. Masaru has earned the nickname Rabbit Kun because he was attacked by rabbits a few days ago. They say Masaru has to try not to get killed by the rabbits, which are dangerous creatures for him. Ignoring the comments, Masaru heads to the forest to kill the rabbits. Meanwhile, Deputy Guild Master David is talking to Sergeant Vogt. He asks why Sergeant Vogt thinks Masaru will accept the mission. Sergeant Vogt only replies that they will soon find out. Masaru opens the menu and thinks about the available skills. However, Masaru hasn't touched the system since starting the training. Despite this, Masaru has leveled up and learned some skills. This time, Masaru decides not to rely on the skill system's cheats anymore. He tells himself that he can do it. After a while of fighting, he successfully defeats the pack of rabbits. Returning to the guild, everyone laughs and assumes he only managed to get 2 or 3 rabbits. He calmly states that he has taken down 57 rabbits. No one believes him and thinks that in such a short time, it is impossible for him to have hunted that many rabbits. The guild card automatically records the number of monsters he has killed today, so they tell him not to pretend. While they are talking, he remains silent. He opens the menu and releases all the rabbits he has killed today. Everyone is astonished and starts applauding. No longer looking down on or mocking Masaru, the adventurers praise his feat, and to honor that, they call him the Rabbit Hunter. At this point, Masaru has reached level 4. Another new day at the Adventurers Guild. This time he has new equipment, a piece of armor. Everyone is no longer disdainful, but friendly with him. They wish him a great day at work, and tell him he can join their group anytime he wants. Masaru thinks that although he can now chat normally with everyone, some adventurers still look intimidating. He has learned valuable lessons in the training class. A few days ago, he was able to master skills without using tricks, just by hard training. He wants to learn as many skills as possible from everyone, and the first one he wants to learn is healing magic. At the church, Angela calls him the Wild Rabbit Guy, making him feel embarrassed as he doesn't want to be called that. Angela says that the rumor has spread throughout the town. She asks what brings him to the church, and he says he wants to learn healing magic, because he heard that if he contributes to the church, he will be taught this magic. Angela agrees to teach him, since he has previously donated to the church, so there is no need for money. She tells him to move to the training area. Meanwhile, she praises him for being very skilled because he managed to defeat the wild rabbits. Wild rabbits are troublesome creatures that destroy crops. She thinks people like Masaru, who can help the townsfolk, are wonderful. Listening to Angela's advice, Masaru blushes and thanks her. Angela says they will practice in a room to master healing magic. He has two options. The first option is a rigorous course lasting 2 to 3 days, and the second is a gentle course lasting about 2 weeks. Masaru says he wants to test his abilities with the 2 to 3 day course, because he thinks that instead of wasting 2 weeks, he would rather learn quickly, take on missions, and collect skills. Angela tells him to hold out his palm, and then stabs a sword into his palm. While he is still bewildered, Masaru screams, and she tells him to be quiet. She explains that to transmit healing magic, she first needs to examine his magic circuits closely. She holds his hand for a moment, and then Masaru notices the wound on his hand has disappeared. She says that creating a larger wound might reveal more magic circuits. Masaru is a bit reluctant because it seems he has already seen the magic circuits, even though it was through touch rather than sight. Angela says they will continue, and once again, she smiles menacingly, saying it will only take one more stab. After a while, Angela goes to check on the therapeutic treatment and tells Masaru to practice on his own. He thinks this is very difficult because the gathered magic initially scattered after Angela left. Fortunately, Atu had given him a ring. The daily report about the wild rabbits the previous day was very interesting, so Atu rewarded him with a magic ring that can accelerate recovery. The depletion of magic makes the body tired, so V has to use the ring while thinking. Angela returns and says that the work in the therapy room is busier than she thought. At this time in the room, Masaru is happily chatting with the children. The children look at him with eyes full of admiration. She smiles and finds the scene amusing. She tells the children that she needs to talk with Masaru, so they should disperse. She asks him if he has managed to use the healing art. He hesitates, so she understands that he hasn't. She explains that magic is like blood with power. He should imagine the body becoming healthy after receiving magic power, and in that way, he will be able to perform healing magic. Angela says that Masaru is a genius because it took her half a year to master this magic. Masaru thanks her and feels very happy, not only because he is mastering the magic, but also because Angela is smiling so happily. She looks at Masaru and says that he still has magic power left, so he can continue practicing. She asks him to come to the therapy room to help her and practice magic, partly because they are sure of healing wizards. He is a bit reluctant, but since he gets to be with Angela, it is not a problem. So they make plans. The next morning, Masaru looks up at the statue in the shrine, and the god on it looks a lot like Itu. He remembers that Itu claimed to be the god of this world, but he does not know if that is true. After that, he goes to the therapy room and realizes that there are many people who need healing. Masaru asks Angela why there are so many people needing treatment. She explains that the normal treatment room cannot accommodate so many people, so they have to come to the church. Since Masaru needs to practice healing magic, she had the children spread the rumor that they would provide free treatment to everyone. Angela blushes and says she didn't expect so many people to come. She says it will be valuable experience for him. Masaru says he doesn't want to practice in front of so many people and wants to go back to the inn, but it is too late to turn back. He changes into a cleric's robe and wears a mask because he doesn't want too many people to remember his face, and also doesn't want to stand out in the crowd. However, dressing like this makes him even more noticeable. He realizes that he can't run away with so many people there, and that he has already agreed with Angela, so he decides to do his best. People line up and enter one by one. The first woman says that her eyesight is poor, and even objects up close are difficult to see. Masaru says that she is farsighted due to age. The woman says that if healed, her symptoms might improve. Angela gives Masaru a look, indicating for him to use the healing magic. Masaru activates the magic, and after a moment, the woman says that her vision has cleared up as if the darkness of the world has been illuminated. Masaru thinks that the magic world is incredibly effective. The next person is a man over 40 years old who experiences severe pain every time he lifts his shoulder. The next person says that his hair is thinning, similar to his father and grandfather. Another woman says that her skin is dry because she stays up late. After a while, Masaru becomes frustrated and says that while he wants to practice, he is not pleased with using his energy for such things. Angela gives an awkward smile and says it's probably because the treatment was announced as free, so people just came. The next patient is a child who keeps coughing. Masaru thinks that he can heal a child, but it is not a long-term solution. The child is malnourished and too weak. In the normal world, people would blame the father for letting the child become like this. The father keeps thanking them for helping his child. They look very impoverished. Masaru opens the menu and gives the child a rabbit, telling them not to tell anyone else. They thank Masaru and leave. Masaru asks Angela if there are many people like that father and child. Angela says there are many at the church. Although the treatment fees are low, they also take care of many orphans. Due to economic difficulties, not many people can afford treatment. Masaru understands that the problem is not just about getting treatment. It's deeper than that. He says that he will treat those with severe symptoms and then return to the inn. Angela smiles and says she understands. Masaru continues to treat several other patients. Then, a baby is brought in. Despite using healing magic multiple times, the child is too weak. In the end, Masaru apologizes because he cannot do anything more. The father says that just having him see the child is already a great blessing, as there was no other way. Masaru feels a sense of hopelessness. He realizes that he has spent too much idle time reading web novels where the protagonists receive superpowers and become invincible in another world. But now, he is out of options. Even if he possesses cheat abilities, magic cannot cure poverty. Masaru sheds tears, saying that this is too harsh. Angela makes him a cup of concentrated magic tea for recovery, which is very bitter. The other patients leave because she had informed them from the beginning that the treatment session would end when the healer's magic power was exhausted. She thanks him for helping her a lot today. After that, he leaves. Angela calls Masaru back and says that he doesn't need to take all the blame. Many people were saved by Masaru today. Angela doesn't have as much magic as he does, so they were only treated because of Masaru. She asks if he can help her again sometime. Masaru thinks that his abundant magic power and healing magic are all thanks to cheating, not his own ability. But if these can help others, he will do it. He agrees and says that he won't try to do anything reckless. His magic is not infinite, and poverty cannot be cured by magic. Therefore, he will do his best within his capabilities. Angela smiles and says that although she intended to help him practice magic, she ended up worrying him with the harsh reality. He says that since Angela encouraged him, he will be okay next time. Angela is happy to be able to give Masaru more strength. In a forest, some adventurers see monsters gathering and moving in large packs. They think they need to report this to the guild. Masaru thinks that today he could hunt bigger monsters. Although hunting wild rabbits earns money, it's time to move on to the next step. Deputy Guild Master David is talking to Sergeant Vogt. He calls Masaru over. Masaru wants to escape and says that he has something to do. The Deputy Guild Master says not to lie at such a high speed, making Masaru feel that something is wrong. At the church, Masaru greets everyone. The orphans in the church call him Brother Wild Rabbit. He asks the children if Angela is here. The children chatter nonstop. They are innocently brutal. In the garden, he shows off to the children what he hunted this time, a giant wild boar. The children cry in fear. Angela comes out, wondering why the children are making such a fuss. She greets Masaru. He apologizes for making the children cry. Angela tells the kids to go bathe and not to cry, assuring them that everything is fine. Masaru admires her for being used to taking care of so many children, resembling a gentle nanny. She looks at him, sniffs, and says that he has a smell. Masaru says that he uses a purification spell every day. She explains that it only cleans surface dirt, so now he needs to purify the filth. She tells the children to take Masaru to the bath and allows him to use soap, telling him to wash thoroughly. He feels happy because it has been a long time since he smelled soap, which seems to be very rare in this world. At this moment, Angela has just finished bathing as well. She looks cute and beautiful. He apologizes for causing a commotion earlier and didn't expect the children to be so scared. She says it's fine because eventually, the children will have to see how dangerous the world is. Instead, she says that to apologize. The wild boar meat he hunted looks delicious. He gets the hint and says that he will bring some next time. Angela makes tea for him and prepares to tell him to continue the healing work. Masaru tells her that he won't be coming to the church for a while because he has to leave the town for a few days. He will be going with a group to check the northern area. His spatial magic is very convenient and can hold equipment, so he is responsible for carrying supplies for the group. He says that he is very popular because he can carry a lot of gear for the adventurers. Angela wants to laugh but holds back and asks if there is something in the northern forest. Masaru says that recently, a horde of monsters has been moving there. This trip includes Sergeant Vought, who trained him, and other high-level adventurers. He will just be following them, and not participating in the fight, but it still makes him very happy. Angela is a bit angry because there will be dangers, and she tells him to come back safely. Masaru smiles awkwardly and wonders if he is really that unreliable. Next, he goes to the Merchant Guild to sell the wild boar he just hunted, only asking to keep some of the good meat. He plans to keep the meat in the menu to give to Angela. If kept in the menu, the food won't spoil. After selling the boar meat, he goes to the weapon shop to buy some new equipment and thinks that the forest expedition will be a great success. In the Adventurers Gathering area, everyone is taking a head count and inventorying supplies. At this time, Masaru has enough equipment, but he is still very nervous because there are so many strangers. He meets Crook and Silver again, two people who have participated in the training with him. He is so happy he almost cries because he doesn't have to be alone. Sergeant Vought introduces himself, saying that he will be the commander of the expedition today. Others also introduce themselves, including Lazard, who, along with 3 other girls in silver, forms a group called Alibur, named after their village, Alibur. Vought tells Masaru that he will act with the Alibur group, then asks him to introduce himself. He introduces himself as Yamano Masaru, the wild rabbit hunter. After that, everyone continues with their introductions. The main force this time is Akatsuki no Senbu, led by Orba, with members Level, Turk, and Narnia. Finally, there is Elizabeth, the Wind Witch. Elizabeth approaches Masaru and says that she does not accept him as a great wind mage like herself. The journey this time will last for 5 days. The guide asked Masaru to stay alert, ensuring no one is left behind. His captain instructed him not to separate from the group. Masaru tried to ignore the continuous glances from Elizabeth. He wondered what he had done wrong to deserve such intense glares from Elizabeth. David suggested that it might be because of his face. Masaru pondered if his face was really that bad. Suddenly, someone from another team approached their captain to exchange information, informing them that there was a horde of monsters ahead. Their team's mission was reconnaissance, so they needed to avoid any confrontation. However, if they ignored the monsters, they might follow them, so they needed to be eliminated. The captain decided to engage, saying that they were just goblins and orcs, and whether there were 100 or 1,000 of them, it wouldn't make a difference. Sergeant Voig stated that they would attack in a pincer formation, using magic for a preemptive strike, followed by continuous archery from the rear. Depending on the situation, the remaining members would join the battle. Masaru and Elizabeth were ordered to deploy magic for the initial attack. Elizabeth glared at him, warning him not to hinder her. They then split up to take action. Elizabeth used summoning magic, and after chanting, they created a massive explosion. Next, the archers fired arrows, preventing the monsters from calling for reinforcements. As the number of enemies dwindled, the others began to engage. To avoid obstructing the other adventurers, Masaru used fire magic to attack the monsters. Elizabeth looked at him and remarked that it seemed to be a magic arm. She then reminded him not to let his guard down until the last monster was defeated. Suddenly, a goblin attempted to attack Elizabeth from behind. Masaru rushed in and took it down. He asked if she was okay, but realized he had done something unnecessary since Elizabeth had already noticed the goblin. She acknowledged that, despite everything, she had to thank him because she couldn't deny the fact that he had just saved her. Sergeant Voig ordered them to cease the attack and asked Masaru to retrieve the monster corpses. When they returned, they would compare them with the guild cards to determine who killed which monsters and sell them for rewards. Afterward, some members were assigned to set up tents. Masaru wondered why they couldn't set up the tents right there. The captain replied that the corpses would attract more monsters. While checking their weapons, Masaru noticed a gaze from afar. It was Elizabeth. Elizabeth approached and asked about his spatial magic, inquiring how he mastered it. She remarked that his spatial magic not only held a large amount of luggage, but also managed to store dozens of monster corpses with ease, without any strain. She mentioned that she could also use spatial magic, but her space was very limited, getting full quickly. She asked if there was a way to upgrade spatial magic. Masaru initially thought she suspected him of cheating, but he was relieved when she only asked normal questions. He apologized, saying he didn't know much because he hadn't practiced extensively. Masaru then asked Elizabeth why she disliked him so much. Elizabeth responded that, as a proud mage, he shouldn't be carrying stuff for others, and constantly calling himself a wild hare hunter, which lacked any honor. Masaru replied that it was just the truth. He then asked her if being a mage was such a special profession. Elizabeth confirmed it, explaining that without the talent to develop magic, one could never wield it. Some people could never use magic in their entire lives. An outstanding mage would be very popular among adventurers. Moreover, the kingdom they were in bordered the demon realm, the habitat of demons. Battles with monsters were frequent and offensive magic was necessary. But healing magic was even more valuable. A skilled healer mage would be immediately sent to the front lines. Masaru realized this was why Angela mentioned the shortage of healer mages. Masaru also asked about the incantation he recited during the battle today. Elizabeth explained that it was a method to officially unleash magic, although it was not commonly known. He asked how she knew about it. Elizabeth proudly stated that she was very confident in her abilities, because only those chosen could utter such incantations. The unique abilities they possessed were responsibilities they had to bear. Nonetheless, it was still very impressive. She insisted that Masaru should also take more pride in himself. Masaru thought to himself that his abilities were actually just a form of cheating. But then he remembered Angela's words. Thanks to Masaru, everyone was saved. Reflecting on the things only he could do, he said that he understood. He thanked Elizabeth for helping him feel more confident. The next day, a fellow trainee asked Masaru if he had a crush on anyone. Masaru wondered if the guy was feeling feverish due to stress. The trainee shared a story from the village about Mr. Boo, whose uncle went on an adventure and returned with a wife. They lived very happily, but in reality, the wife was a slave. Though a bit startled, Masaru realized he could buy a slave girl for himself. He was unsure if this destined purchase was the right thing to do. Masaru said that as long as two people are happy together, the reason doesn't matter, and he would support it. The trainee thanked Masaru and revealed his secret. Leeds, the person Silver has a crush on, is currently infatuated with Lazar. It was a heartbreaking story for Silver. Voig instructed them to maintain order during the mission. Another team returned and reported a dire situation. They had spotted a dragon. Dragons, legendary creatures, stood at the top of the food chain. It seemed this dragon intended to nest in the forest, being the strongest creature ever known. Masaru realized that dragons did exist in ancient times, so he wasn't too surprised. However, seeing a real flesh and blood dragon was something he had never experienced. This explained why the monsters were fleeing. If the dragon continued nesting here, it would need to go out and hunt for food. A scout mentioned that since yesterday's battle, the number of monsters they encountered had significantly decreased. They realized the dragon must be out hunting, and the nearest place to find food was Shirey Town. At its speed, it could reach the town in half a day, which was the worst-case scenario, horrifying everyone. The captain stated that they would have to take down the dragon right here. Masaru's group would be the vanguard, because they had previous experience in slaying dragons. He then asked Masaru, "What about you?" Leaving Masaru bewildered. The captain explained that Masaru's initial mission was just to carry luggage, so there was no reason for him to risk his life, and he wasn't obliged to participate in this event. The team captain also said that Masaru could participate because there were many experienced people here. The rewards would be substantial, and the reputation of an adventurer would increase significantly. Everyone else agreed to join. Then, Sergeant Void asked Masaru. Masaru honestly stated that he didn't want to risk his life at the moment. He could hunt wild hares more effectively than normal people. When he left the forest, he could still continue to make money and improve his skills daily. There was no reason to risk his life to fight a dragon that appeared out of nowhere. However, Masaru remembered Angela and the innocent people and decided to participate. He told everyone not to expect too much from him. The participants said that if they were defeated, they wanted everyone to quickly return to the town and inform the residents of Shirey. Captain Voig said that first, they had to lure the dragon out because they couldn't concentrate their firepower if it stayed in the cave. Everyone considered using Masaru's magic to bury the dragon alive, but that was impossible because it could still escape to another place. They couldn't be sure it would nest near Shirey, so the most feasible way now was to defeat it when it emerged from the cave. They had to cripple its wings with Masaru and Elizabeth's magic. If they succeeded in destroying its means of escape, the others would handle the rest. The two mages were trusted to do this. Captain Voig pulled out several scrolls and told them to write their wills, making Masaru begin to regret joining. He thought about storing his will in the menu and instructing someone to give it to his parents. In his will, He told them not to look at his computer and to throw away his hard drive. This was common among otakus. The blonde-haired boy said that when the time came, he would buy a slave girl and live with her for the rest of his life. After everyone finished writing their wills, they took up their weapons and headed towards the cave. Masaru checked his menu, used all his skill points, and uprated everything. He prioritized combat skills, leveling up all fire-related skills to level 4. He didn't know how strong the dragon was. Elizabeth approached Masaru and said that, although she didn't want to admit it, he was very talented in both magic and swordsmanship. She had heard from the guild members that Masaru had once soloed as a low-level adventurer, and his recent actions had nothing to do with any ambition or hidden agenda. Masaru told her not to tease him. She then asked why he agreed to join this mission despite there being no benefits. Masaru blushed and said he would tell her, but she mustn't laugh. Masaru confessed that when he heard the dragon would attack Shirey Town, he remembered the face of someone he wanted to protect. Elizabeth, with a blank expression, said that his story was ridiculously sappy. She then added that she was just joking, and that his reason was sufficient. Elizabeth mentioned that she too had someone she wanted, someone she once wanted to protect, and she spoke with an intensely angry look in her eyes. They began to prepare for battle. The dragon was enormous and ferocious. A team member warned them not to waver because dragons were very intelligent and would target those who showed weakness. Masaru thought the dragon was bigger than the apartment he used to live in. Suddenly, he lost focus, and Elizabeth turned to him, telling him not to stop chanting the spell because if he failed, he would have to start over, and they would miss their chance. Once the spell was successful, they would lure the dragon towards the mages. Masaru needed to constantly remember the critical situation he and his teammates were in. Elizabeth asserted that mages must never waver before a powerful enemy. Knights were the same. But the most important thing here was courage. Masaru, frightened, said that he had never needed it in his life. Elizabeth continued, saying that everyone has a first time, and today would be Masaru's first time showing courage. Elizabeth finished chanting her spell, and a bolt of lightning struck the dragon. However, it wasn't enough to deal significant damage. It was then Masaru's turn, but he couldn't complete his spell because it took too long to cast. Even with his level 5 spell acceleration, Elizabeth encouraged him, saying he could do it and to aim at the wings. Eventually, the spell was completed, causing a massive explosion. But unfortunately, it missed. Elizabeth told Captain Voigt to tie them together with a rope. Masaru asked Elizabeth what she intended to do. Elizabeth said they needed to catch the dragon before it escaped. Although she couldn't maintain this magic for long, they could still catch up with the dragon using her magic. Seeing Masaru trembling, she patted his head and told him to relax, assuring him that everything would be fine because the Great Seal Master was right there. She said they were in a heap of trouble again, but to be ready and prepare for takeoff. Elizabeth instructed that while she chanted the spell to make them fly, Masaru would attack the dragon. He didn't need to use powerful strikes, just continuous small spells. They took off and flew towards the dragon. Meanwhile, Elizabeth looked quite tired, mentioning that her strongest attack had just been used, consuming a large amount of mana. This meant Elizabeth only had enough mana left to return to the ground, and if they got closer to the dragon, it would have to use physical attacks instead of its breath. As they approached the dragon, Masaru prepared and unleashed his ultimate move, exploding the dragon's wings. After successfully destroying its wings and preparing to retreat, the dragon unleashed a dangerous breath attack. They couldn't avoid it. In a desperate moment, Elizabeth cast a spell to counter the attack. Masaru realized that Elizabeth had said she only had enough mana to return to the ground, but she had just used it up. They began to fall without any support. Masaru thought quickly, checking his menu to see if there were any useful skills left, but he had used up all his skill points. He considered Elizabeth's magic and tried to recreate a wind spell, but he realized it would only make them fall faster. He then chose a different method, releasing all the hares he had killed, holding Elizabeth tightly, and falling onto the pile of hares. But now, the dragon was right in front of them. At that moment, their teammates arrived. They said that if Masaru and Elizabeth could bring the dragon down, they would take care of the rest. Masaru was relieved as he saw his teammates defeat the dragon with just a sword and an axe. But Masaru realized that Elizabeth was not okay. She had collapsed. He shook her continuously, and then Elizabeth yelled that she was fine, just exhausted from the lack of mana. Masaru was relieved that she was still okay. She handed him a recovery potion and said that he was crazy for landing like that. Masaru replied that he had no other choice, and besides, Elizabeth had once said that mages are courageous people. She was surprised and then smiled happily. She admitted she was wrong to lecture him, and since he had saved her again, she offered him a sincere thank you. The dragon they had just slain was definitely a high-ranking one. Otherwise, her initial spells would have taken it down. Now that it had stopped breathing, they decided to check it again to confirm its death. Elizabeth remarked that because everyone called him the Hare Hunter, she thought he was very weak, but he wasn't so bad after all. Although he had courage, he still showed a bit of timidity. Masaru blushed, feeling embarrassed. Captain Void praised him for doing very well. After that, they packed up the dragon and headed home. The mission was completed. On the way back, Masaru and Elizabeth practiced magic together. He tried wrapping mana around his sword and throwing it, which then pierced right through a tree trunk. Masaru found it very cool. Elizabeth shared that she had become an adventurer at the age of 13 and was now 17. Skills were very important, but she reminded him not to forget that she was a great wind mage. Masaru said that he really liked wind mages. Elizabeth said that was only natural, as one of the heroes who defeated the Demon Lord was a wind mage. Masaru asked if she could tell him more about the subjugation of the Demon Lord. Elizabeth was delighted that Masaru seemed interested in becoming a fan of wind mages. She explained that it was a story from long ago, a few hundred years back, when a Demon Lord had conquered the world, but heroes had defeated him. This story could be found in books, and was read to children in this world many times. Masaru asked if the Demon Lord still existed. Elizabeth replied that the legend left by the heroes was proof of the Demon Lord's presence. However, since the heroes were the only ones to have faced the Demon Lord, there were still many unresolved points in the story, but she always believed in its existence. Once the Demon Lord resurrects, she would be the one to confront it and bring it back to the earth. Masaru felt a bit shocked hearing her say such terrifying things with such a gentle face. Masaru thought to himself that this world might be destroyed in 20 years, but he wasn't sure what would cause it. It could be the outbreak of a dangerous disease, the impact of a meteor, or perhaps the return of the Demon Lord. Masaru had been told that he didn't need to save the world and should just focus on checking his skills, but there were still many other issues to consider. Elizabeth told Masaru that if he had a plan for landing safely in danger, it meant he couldn't use flying magic. She said he seemed quite hasty in practicing magic, while he should still be focusing on the basics. After a while, they arrived back at Shirey Town. It was still peaceful and beautiful. At the guild, Vice Guild Master David asked Masaru to bring out the dragon. He opened his menu and retrieved the dragon from it. Everyone praised him for doing a great job. The business officer said they would handle the appraisal. Vice Guild Master David mentioned that normally they would wait a few days for the process to finish before giving out the rewards, but Masaru's portion would be given out first. Masaru thanked him, but then noticed that his reward was more than he expected. Vice Guild Master David explained that killing a dragon was extremely dangerous, so the amount he received was very reasonable. Then, Masaru was allowed to take a percentage of anything from the dragon because he had transported it there. Vice Guild Master David asked if he wanted a piece of its meat, suggesting around 100 kilograms, but Masaru said that was too much and only needed 50 kilograms. At this point, Tilika, who was standing next to the Vice Guild Master, seemed very eager. Masaru asked if she wanted to try some, since one person couldn't eat all 50 kilograms, and she could come by the inn to eat any time she wanted. Tilika said she didn't want to trouble him. Masaru reassured her that it was fine because eating alone was very lonely, and her presence would not trouble him. Tilika, slightly surprised, asked Masaru if he knew what it meant to be an officer who can see through the truth. He replied that it must be about exposing lies. Vice Guild Master David patted Tilika's head and interrupted Masaru. He thanked Masaru for inviting Tilika to eat with him. He then asked Tilika to take a book to the cashier before calling Masaru over to have a conversation. Masaru later managed to rent a house that matched his imagination. It was equipped with all the necessary amenities, and he still had plenty of money left from the dragon. It was perfect, an ideal life in another world. After a while, he lay down, feeling a bit contemplative, thinking about wanting a girlfriend. Having the harem was common in this world, but this was the first time Masaru lived in a place where men could have multiple wives. He couldn't quite imagine that scenario. Masaru reflected on the earlier conversation, when Vice Guild Master David told him that Shirey Town was very peaceful. Although the adventures were a bit frightening, everything here was orderly. This town was initially built in the territory of a royal family because of its strategic location. It was managed by the Guild of Adventurers and the business group. But before the guild was established, there was no order here because the rulers at the time only cared about their pleasures. Most officials were involved in activities like violence, smuggling, gambling, and many other things that Vice Guild Master David couldn't even remember. The current guild leader had tried to change this, but their efforts were limited without any backing. Therefore, the guild sought help from the royal family, who then sent an agent, Tilika. Before he could finish, Masaru asked if Tilika was indeed the agent. Vice Guild Master David confirmed Masaru's thoughts. Her magical eyes could identify liars, but as long as they could expose lies through questions, there were countless ways to make them tell the truth. The guild and Tilika had exposed most of the corrupt officials and their associates, but such individuals were still roaming outside the town. Masaru realized that this meant Tilika was in a dangerous situation. Vice Guild Master David said that there were countless scoundrels who wanted her dead, and of course, he would not let that happen. David had arranged for secret protection for Tilika, but the fact that a young girl couldn't enjoy happiness because of the danger was too harsh for her. He mentioned that Tilika had never asked for anything, never shown any desires or needs. Therefore, he asked Masaru to look out for her more because David was too busy. He knew it was irresponsible to say this, but he smiled and hoped Masaru would let Tilika have some dragon meat. Masaru thought that Tilika's situation was too complicated. However, as a responsible person and someone who had helped slay a dragon, he would never show fear. He decided they would prepare the dragon meat and invite her to enjoy it. But before that, he went to the church to greet the children. The children called for Angela and told her that Masaru had arrived. She came out and patted his head, checking for any injuries or weight loss, making him feel like Angela was a mother. The children said that every day he left, Angela would pray for his safety and worry constantly. Angela, feeling shy, said that she owed him a lot and praying was the only thing she could do. Angela asked Masaru if he wanted some tea because she wanted to hear everything that happened in the forest. Masaru also mentioned that he had brought her some gifts. First was wild boar meat, and second was dragon meat. She initially thanked him for keeping his promise to bring sugar for her, and then she was surprised to see the dragon meat. Masaru explained that there was a dragon living in the northern forest, and he had participated in slaying it. This was part of the reward from the mission. Angela was shocked that he had fought a dragon. Masaru said that his job was just to bring the dragon down to the ground. The swordsmen were the ones who actually faced the danger. Angela said that she knew he was an adventurer, and that one day he would take on dangerous tasks. But seeing him overcome those dangers to become a high-ranking adventurer made her worry. Angela clarified that it wasn't that she didn't trust him. It was just that, no matter how skilled he was in her eyes, she couldn't stand still watching him face danger. She then blushed and said she had said too much and hoped Masaru would forget what she had just said. Masaru thanked her for worrying about him, saying it made him very happy. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. The children outside whispered to themselves that the two of them were a good match. Then Masaru went to the store to buy cooking utensils. He thought that he would also invite Angela to the dragon meat feast, so he had to prepare some delicious dishes. He saw the guild and took the opportunity to check the mission board there. He saw Krupp wandering around in front of the guild. Krupp seemed quite anxious about having to go somewhere alone. Masaru asked where he was going. Krupp said it was the slave shop, as a new meeting was about to begin. At the slave shop, Krupp was so nervous that he was shaking. He then left to go to the restroom, leaving Masaru alone. An old man called him from behind the door, inviting him to sit down. Masaru said he was just accompanying a friend. The old man said he knew about Masaru's recent achievements, which had spread throughout Shirey Town. Masaru had made a leap from being a hare hunter to a dragon slayer. Masaru was surprised at his newfound fame, as all he did was break one of the dragon's wings with magic. The old man said that wasn't it wonderful? Having money and power gave one the ability to control others' lives. If Masaru wished, these girls would be happy to serve him. The old man rang a bell, and the girls appeared. He asked if Masaru liked any of them. Masaru felt confused as the old man suddenly showed him these girls, all of whom were very cute and stared at him intently. One girl, however, looked away. She had rabbit ears. Masaru asked the old man about her, and he said that her name was Sadi. She belonged to the Beastman tribe. Although Beastmen couldn't use magic, they possessed great physical strength and were excellent warriors. However, the problem was that Sadie had weak eyesight, which caused her to trip frequently and made her unable to do household chores. That was why no one wanted to buy her, not even those specifically looking for beastmen. The old man told Masaru that unsold beastmen would be sent to brothels, treated like toys, and subjected to dangerous tasks, much like animals. If sent to the mines, they would have to fight monsters and endure toxic fumes. Frail individuals like Sadie would certainly be sent there. Regardless of her physical condition, he couldn't guarantee her longevity. Sadie suddenly spoke up, saying she would definitely be useful, and pleaded with Masaru to buy her. The old man got angry at Sadie for speaking out of turn. He apologized to Masaru, explaining that beastmen had excellent hearing, so she might have overheard their conversation. The old man thought to himself that everything was unfolding as he had planned. Ultimately, Masaru decided to buy the girl Sadie. If not, he wouldn't be able to go home with a clear conscience. As he stepped out, he remembered that Krupp was still pondering and wondered if he had bought a slave. Suddenly, Sadie tripped and fell. Masaru turned back and asked if she was okay. She got up and said she was fine. She mentioned she could cook, clean, and do laundry, so she hoped Masaru wouldn't abandon her. Masaru thought she must be very scared to be so frantic. He told her not to worry and asked if she wanted to hold his hand. They then held hands and walked home together. Masaru felt very embarrassed, even though he was the one who made the suggestion. He noticed a mark on her hand, which was called the slave's brand. By performing the blood oath, Masaru was recognized as the master of the slave. This granted Masaru the power to command the slaves. However, if the slaves refused to obey, he couldn't force them, and the slaves still enjoyed minimal human rights. When they arrived home, Sadie asked Masaru what she should do. He told her to sit on the chair for a moment because he wanted to try a healing spell on her eyes. After using the healing spell, Sadie happily exclaimed that Masaru was a healer. Masaru asked if she could see clearly. She said that the healing spell didn't seem to work, but it was okay because she was very confident in her physical strength and wouldn't get tired easily. Masaru found her very endearing and said he wanted to try one more thing. When he made the pact with Sadie, a new interface window appeared in his menu. This window wasn't his, but Sadie's. Masaru didn't know why it appeared, but one of her skills caught his attention. In Sadie's menu, there was a skill called Vision Impairment, which had a negative effect on her. In this world, glasses didn't exist, and he couldn't find a reset button for her skills in her menu. The only option now was to use a skill related to vision. He asked Sadie to close her eyes, and then gave her the Eagle Eyes skill to positively adjust her vision. After a while, he told her to open her eyes. Suddenly, Sadie could see the surroundings clearly. She said that since childhood, she had been clumsy and accident-prone. Her parents called her useless. She was ostracized in her hometown and forced into slavery. She thought nothing would ever change until the day she died, but now she could see. Masaru told her that the house was too big for one person. He wanted her to work there, and it would be terrible if the house got dusty and dirty. Other places needed cleaning too, which was why he wanted her to stay. Sadie burst into tears and promised to do her best to help him. Masaru comforted her, saying that she would be very busy from now on, but many joys in life awaited her. He asked if she wanted to do anything in particular. Sadie said she didn't know. She was currently so excited about the new life that she felt a bit scared, but she would explore it together with Masaru. Masaru heard Itu's voice echoing in his head. Itu said that regarding the question Masaru had reported, it was not an issue. He had to survive for 20 years and meet certain conditions, and Itu hoped Masaru would continue to excel. Masaru thought that this was exactly like the last time, but he really wanted to know the cause of the world's destruction and the detailed conditions for completion. However, Itu ignored his questions. This world was destined to be destroyed in 20 years. Masaru wondered if there was a way to survive without having to save the world, such as forming alliances with neighboring regions and attacking demon territories, as he thought they wouldn't pay attention to him. But for now, what he needed to focus on was the dragon meat and the dish he would make, which was his favorite when he was in Japan. Knocking sounds came from the door. Masaru asked Sadie to open the door, but then remembered that he had asked her to chop wood. So he went to open the door himself, and before him stood Elizabeth and Angela. Both of them simultaneously asked who the other was. Elizabeth introduced herself as Masaru's magic instructor, whom she happened to meet at the guild. She explained that he had invited her to the feast today, and she needed to teach him magic today, so Angela was in the way. Angela retorted that she was older than Elizabeth, and was Masaru's healing instructor. Elizabeth was the one in the way. The two of them clearly didn't like each other. Suddenly, Tilika entered and asked if the meat was ready. Masaru greeted Tilika and told her they needed to wait a little longer. Vice Guild Master David had brought her here and asked Masaru to take care of her. Masaru invited everyone to sit down. Elizabeth asked Masaru if Angela was the person he mentioned wanting to protect during the dragon battle, causing both Angela and Masaru to blush. Masaru clarified that he meant it in general, not in any deep sense, and that everyone should not misunderstand the question. The people he wanted to protect included Angela and Elizabeth as well. Elizabeth thanked him for including her, turning her face away and blushing slightly. Then Masaru brought out the prepared meat. He had made katsu, a dish from his hometown. The dish was fried in oil, coated with egg and breadcrumbs. Everyone remarked that it was the first time they had heard of a dish fried in oil, as wood couldn't create a high enough temperature to do so. That's why Masaru had to use fire magic to raise the oil's temperature. They then enjoyed the meal together. The girls all said that the food was delicious, the crust was very crispy, and they had never eaten anything so tasty. Elizabeth asked Masaru about the slave mark on Sadie's hand, and if he had bought her. Angela said that it was surprising. Masaru confirmed it, and asked if there was a problem with that. He mentioned that he had heard unsold slaves would be sent to the mines, so he couldn't leave Sadie alone. Elizabeth understood the situation. She explained to Masaru that slaves also had human rights, and the slave trader had lied to exploit his kindness and trick him into buying the girl. She then took a sip of water and added that it wasn't harmful since Sadie was very hardworking. Many nobles used slaves as bodyguards depending on their strength, and she asked if Masaru regretted buying her. Masaru scratched his head and said that, of course, he didn't. Elizabeth continued to talk about Tilika, noting that with her eyes, she must be an excellent officer. Angela remarked that Masaru knew too many girls and greeted Tilika. Masaru introduced Tilika, saying she was an excellent officer of the guild. Since Tilika had expressed a desire to eat dragon meat, this feast had taken place. Elizabeth thanked Tilika for making the feast possible. After the meal, Elizabeth dragged Masaru off to practice magic. Sadie stayed behind to wash the dishes and clean up. Tilika tugged at Sadie's sleeve and said she wanted to help to show her gratitude for the meal. Angela said that she would also stay today. Elizabeth thought that she shouldn't do that. Compared to Sadie and Tilika, Angela and Elizabeth weren't close yet. During the training, Elizabeth showed Masaru how to use a skill that could make objects float in the air. He could do it immediately after just watching once, thanks to the system's cheating. Then Angela approached and said they should start the main lesson. She had a new spell to teach him. Angela used water magic to attack, apologizing for making the floor wet. The magic she used was called Water Whip. Masaru was interested in water magic and thought he could do it too. Elizabeth explained that, according to the principles of magic, when someone used magic, they couldn't use two elements at the same time. However, if you combine both elements into one, you can activate it as one. Elizabeth asked Masaru if he wanted to know how to do that. Angela said that water magic could be used for drinking water, which is essential, so he must learn it. Elizabeth then mentioned that Masaru had an item box to store things. He could even carry an entire lake if he wanted. The two of them then stopped arguing and asked Masaru which magic he would learn. Inside the house, Tilika was teaching Sadie how to read when Masaru walked in. He collapsed onto the bed, having learned both types of magic and exhausted all of his mana. Both girls apologized for pushing him too hard. Masaru woke up to the scent of soap. In front of him were 4 girls, all in their sleepwear. Tilika said she wanted to stay with Sadie to prevent any inappropriate actions. Everyone agreed to stay. After everyone explained their intentions, they went back to get their clothes and then went to take a bath. Sadie apologized for not asking his permission first. Masaru said it was fine, that there was enough room for everyone, and they should feel comfortable. That night, he angrily asked why the girls had come to his room. Sadie explained that it was a slave's duty to stay close to their master, so she wanted to be there. The others couldn't let Sadie sleep alone with Masaru, so they all came. Suddenly, during their conversation, a lightning bolt struck outside, causing Elizabeth to scream. Everyone turned to look at her. Masaru asked if Elizabeth was afraid of thunder. She replied that of course she wasn't. Elizabeth said that although she could use lightning magic, she was afraid of being struck by it. Angela comforted her, saying it wasn't a big deal, because she herself was terrified of spiders. Angela was afraid of small spiders, But if they were as big as monsters, they became normal to her. The legs of spiders scared her, and she didn't even dare to chase them away. Angela said that everyone had something they were afraid of. Hearing Angela's comforting words, Elizabeth blushed, turned away, and said she would help her whenever a spider appeared. Then, they all went to sleep in one bed, and Masaru lay there with his eyes open, unable to sleep. Masaru returns after a period of hunting wild rabbits. At this moment, Elizabeth is accompanying him. She says that she doesn't care to ask how, but he has done truly extraordinary things. She has been thinking about shifting from magic training to novice training, and believes that occasionally going hunting wild rabbits isn't a bad idea. However, she is still a bit worried about Masaru. Aside from the rabbit meat, the reward money each person receives is limited. She asks why they don't let Sadi join in. Then they head home. At this time, the other three girls are at home. Angela is copying the Bible. Masaru asks Tilika if she plans to continue staying here, because he is not sure if David allows her to stay. Tilika says that David was very happy to hear her say that she has an older sister. Suddenly, Masaru turns around, sensing the aura of an older sister emanating from Sadi. Sadi says that Tilika can ask her anything. Angela says that they get along very well and are like a real pair of sisters. Masaru continues to ask Angela and Elizabeth if the two of them will continue staying here. Elizabeth says that she has told her team that she is free to do what she wants because she is not a child. Angela says she can also stay because Masaru often helps her, and the church priest trusts Masaru very much. Angela initially thought the priest would scold her for going to a boy's house, but he didn't. At this moment, Sadi approaches and tugs on Masaru's shirt, asking if she could become an adventurer because she wants to help him more. Masaru says that he wants her to do things she likes but excludes overly dangerous things. Masaru thinks that his initial task was just an investigation, but in the end, it turned into a fight with a dragon. This confirms that danger occurs very frequently for adventurers. Masaru can earn money by himself, and if Sadi wants to do anything else, she is free to do so. Sadi is somewhat gloomy while Tilika beside her pats her head. Elizabeth says that he shields her too much. Masaru says that his cautious nature means he should not let things happen and then fix them. He asks if there are any places recently where Sadi can read books and learn letters because the guests here are quite expensive, and this house is a bit difficult for studying. Places like a library, for example. Angela says that the church has picture books for children and educational books that he can borrow if he asks for permission. Masaru says he will visit the church later and asks Sadi if she wants to come along. Sadi agrees and will go with him. Tilika says she will return to work, and Elizabeth also needs to leave for a while. After that, Masaru heads to the church. There are many soldiers here, and he feels that the place is well guarded. Priest Roberto greets Masaru and asks if he is free. He asks how he can help. Roberto says that today the direct operators of the church, the Holy Knights, are here, and on this occasion, he wants to introduce him to a few people. First is Tessian. He is a traveling priest. He says he has heard a lot about him from Roberto. He is the captain of the Vajira team from the Holy Knights Association, and has heard that he has treated many patients. Masaru says he does not want to stand out and is only just beginning to practice healing magic. Tessian says that he is very admirable. If he does good deeds, God will come to him. Masaru chuckles to himself, thinking that he has always been watching over him for a long time. Roberto continues, saying that Tessian will come here, along with the knights, to enter the Vanguard town in the Demon Territory. Vanguard town is a base for attacking the Demon Territory, a solid front line for humans. The Holy Knights and adventurers will protect the construction and say they should buy food for this trip, but they eat quite a lot, so they plan to ask the guild to prepare some money to buy it. Then he thinks and opens the menu, taking out all the rabbits. He says they should take them, apologizing that they have not been processed, but if they do not mind, they can take them for free. Everyone thanks him, and says that he is really kind. Angela asks why he does not sell them. Masaru says that the first time he came to Shirei Town, the church saved his life. These rabbits are just from a day of hunting, so she should not feel hesitant. The traveling priest says that he is very grateful to him. Everyone accompanying them says they are very grateful to him. Masaru is tired of their enthusiasm. They say they will never forget what he has done for them. After that, they go to pick out books, selecting those for Sadi. Suddenly, a child approaches and grabs Sadi's tail. Other children also come one by one and ask Angela to play with them today. Angela says that she is busy today, but they can play with Sadie until she finishes her work. The children say that Sadie is very cute, and her ears and tail are very soft. Sadie says that she has underestimated the endurance of the children, but she never thought she would experience so many things: cooking, laundry, treating wounds, and now taking care of children. Since leaving the slave shop, she has experienced so much. Suddenly, Sadie notices a boy sitting alone under a tree. She asks why he isn't playing with his friends. He replies that he actually wants to chop wood, but the nuns say he is too small and doesn't have enough strength. Sadie asks if he wants to help the nuns. The boy says yes. Sadie says that she feels the same way. She wants to help someone important to her, but that person doesn't let her do it. Even though she knows she can only help with other things, she still wants to help that person more. Sadie tells the boy that when he grows up, they will let him chop wood, so don't worry. The boy asks what about her. She says she doesn't know either. Meanwhile, Masaru and Angela are standing right outside the wall and have heard their entire conversation. Angela says that overprotecting someone isn't always good and asks why Masaru doesn't let Sadie protect him instead. Later, when they return home, while Masaru is taking a bath, Sadie enters and asks if she can help him wash his back. She asks if she has been helpful to him. When she was at the slave shop, there was a sister named Selma who treated her very well and taught her how to treat her master. But Masaru doesn't let her do that. Masaru explains that first of all, there are no slaves in his homeland, so he doesn't understand these things. That's why Masaru wants Sadie to cherish her freedom. Sadie says that she has been trying to do things she shouldn't have been and is very distressed. Masaru says it's not her fault, it's just a difference in customs. Then he blushes and says that regarding her wanting to become an adventurer, he doesn't intend to forbid her. He just didn't want her to face danger. But from now on, he will allow her to become an adventurer. It seems difficult for her, but she happily shouts, hugs him, and thanks him. Because she may not be able to help him initially, but she will become stronger and protect him. She remembers Selma's words at the shop, that people may not be the same from birth, but be happy because no one can take that away from you. She thinks that she is very happy now. The next day, Masaru buys Sadie a female version of armor, and it fits her very well. Everyone, including Elizabeth, Tilika, and Angela, compliments her on how well the armor suits her. At the training area this time, it's Sadie's turn to participate. Masaru advises her to do her best and asks Sir Samson to take care of Sadie. This instructor is quite manly, and he says to leave her to him. Samson asserts that Sadie is not just an ornamental beast person, she has high physical strength, and he thinks it's enough for Masaru to take her hunting wild rabbits right now. It's hard for him to wait. Masaru asks if he could lower his voice a bit because Sadie's ears are very sensitive due to her keen hearing. Masaru thinks that it's almost time to start, but before that, he wants her to learn some skills and improve her abilities. He doesn't know how to explain his cheating ability when healing her eyes. He said it was a magic technique. At this moment at home, Elizabeth is talking to another girl. Masaru thanks Elizabeth for taking care of everything. The girl introduces herself as Narnia. She thanks him for looking after Elizabeth. She says that Elizabeth should part ways with Masaru properly, and Elizabeth also says that Narnia should spend time with him. While Masaru is still confused, he and everyone go inside the house. Elizabeth says she is about to go to the Vanguard town in the demon territory. Masaru feels it's a bit sudden, but Elizabeth says it's natural for adventurers like her. Narnia seems worried about something. She asks if he remembers Orva, the captain of the Dawn Tide, a guy with an axe. The problem is that they are in love, and even though they are about to go to the battlefield, they still maintain that way, without any further progress. That sweet love, they are too old to do that. Masaru mentions Narnia, saying that she doesn't really look like an adventurer, and neither does Elizabeth. The two of them are always perfect, very well educated. Elizabeth says the reason is because they are nobles. Typically, nobles wouldn't become adventurers unless for fun, which is why they always look perfect. Masaru apologizes for being curious. Elizabeth doesn't mind, saying that they became adventurers to send money back to their family, as it is at risk of declining. And Narnia is a knight who has served Elizabeth since she was young. When she left the family, Narnia, followed despite knowing everything, was very dangerous. Elizabeth considers Narnia as family, but now she is 24 years old, and it is late for her to marry. Masaru thinks that in this world, being 20 is considered old, while he himself is 23. Elizabeth says now is the time to care about their loved ones more than her. while Masaru's face looks rather silly and shy. Elizabeth wonders why he has that silly face. Masaru replies that he feels she is amazing as a veteran adventurer. Even though she is very sad about parting, she still worries about her loved ones, and Masaru believes she is truly great. Elizabeth says he is too, when he fought the dragon. Elizabeth suggests, if he doesn't mind, would Masaru like to go with her? While talking, Tilithus suddenly appears behind Masaru, startling him. Masaru asks how long she has been standing there. Tilika says she has been there since he said, "I think you are amazing." A few days later, Elizabeth thanks everyone for caring so much about her. Angela tells Elizabeth to stay safe and not to be reckless. Sadi said she will miss her very much. Tilithus tells her to take care. Elizabeth looks at Masaru and asks if he would be lonely without her here. Masaru shyly scratches his chin. Elizabeth says she understands, even though she is not the type of girl to stay at a guy's house without a reason. She says he isn't very perceptive, then approaches and kisses Masaru. Masaru blushes. She says that it was her first kiss, and that he should consider it an honor. Angela says she is like a storm. Masaru recalls that in the past, he was in love with a close girl, but she only saw him as a friend. This made Masaru feel embarrassed, because everything was misunderstood and went beyond the limit. Since then, he has always been afraid of getting hurt, and no other feelings have come to him. He thought that no woman would ever love him. Angela says that it's undeniable that Elizabeth likes him. It's not a misunderstanding. She took all her courage, even though she was scared, to express her feelings to him, which is why he has to accept Elizabeth's feelings. Masaru says he thought Angela and Elizabeth didn't get along. Angela says that was only at first. From the moment they met, they knew they were rivals. When Masaru wonders why they were rivals, Angela blushes, looks up, and confesses her feelings to him as well. She says he shouldn't misunderstand her feelings either. Then, Masaru blushes and collapses under the pressure. Currently, Masaru, at 23 years old, is lying on the ground because he suddenly got confessed to by girls. In the treatment room, Masaru is healing a man. Masaru recently discovered that healing does not restore lost blood or strength, so he advises the man not to overexert himself. The man thanks him and leaves. As soon as the man leaves, the atmosphere between the two becomes very awkward. Suddenly, Masaru speaks up and says that regarding yesterday, he feels confused. Now that he has calmed down, he feels that he cannot answer that question yet, but he promises to answer it in the future and hopes Angela can give him some time to think. Angela says she will wait and asks if he wants some stomach medicine. Last time he couldn't handle it because too many people confessed to him, and then he fainted. Sadi is currently in the process of training newbies. She remembers yesterday when both Elizabeth and Angela confessed their feelings directly. She thinks that it would be great if she could be like that with Masaru, but suddenly she snaps out of it and thinks that she is just a slave. Then the training session continues. Suddenly, a bell rings, causing everyone to rush to the guild. At this moment, Sadi is also beside Masaru. Deputy Guild Master David is explaining the situation at the Black Horse Ranch located north of Shirey Town, which is being attacked by a horde of goblins. They are probably a small part of the monsters that fled from the northern forest the other day when the dragon was still alive. The soldiers are now assembled and heading there. Archers, mages, or anyone with long-range skills are needed right now to prevent any of them from reaching the town. Masaru tells Sadi that he will go with them. Sadi also says that she will go. She can use a bow, though only a little. It would be useless for her to stay here without being able to protect the ranch. Masaru thinks that Sadi leans towards speed. He wants her to have her first experience, but in the end, he understands Sadi's choice. Before that, he gives her a luck charm. He presses into the menu, and suddenly Sadi's skills in swordsmanship and archery are doubled. She asks what is happening to her. Masaru says he will explain later. What she needs to know now is that he has enhanced her swordsmanship and archery to the highest level possible. Although it might be hard to believe, this power will ensure her safety. Sadi says she believes him. Then they also go to protect the town. Upon arrival, everyone has already started fighting. Sadi continuously shoots arrows. Masaru tells her not to stop shooting, and he will get more arrows from his magical space. He also uses spells to eliminate the monsters. Masaru realizes that Sadi is very talented. Her arrows always hit the target she aims for. But the problem here is that there are too many monsters. Masaru thinks to himself that he will use a special skill that Elizabeth suggested last time when talking about combining two spells. She said it was simpler than he thought. Magic is nothing more than the eruption and movement of mana in a certain structure. In other words, depending on how it is used, magic can transform freely. He thinks that releasing this spell here might injure their own side, but if he adds a few other spells and focuses them into one active point, the range will be narrowed. He calls it Hellfire. The spell is released with an extremely strong burst, and everyone feels it is not bad. But the monsters were enraged at this point, emitting terrible screams. Suddenly, Sadi shouted to Masaru about the monster behind him, but it was too late. A monster lunged and attacked him. He couldn't sense the monster's presence because of the screams. Everyone then realized that the horde of monsters was targeting Masaru and they needed to help him. Masaru thought to himself that he couldn't use healing magic. Sadi also said that she had shot many arrows, but they didn't seem to be decreasing. At this point, Masaru was continuously getting injured. Everything was too terrible, and he couldn't escape, being surrounded. Sadi intended to help, but he told her to run. As she tried to approach, he ordered her to run immediately, using the slave seal to force Sadi to obey his command. This was the first, and would be the last time he used this spell. In the end, he thought he would die right now. He wondered if the items he placed in the menu would reach his parents. He also had many things he wanted to say to Elizabeth and Angela. Finally, he thought to himself that he didn't want to die in a place like this. At this moment, Sadi pulled out an arrow and stabbed it into the slave seal. She said that he had given her so many things. He had given her the light of hope, the warmth of family, the value of helping someone, and a reason to live. She said that she lived for his sake. Even if the monsters tore her apart, she would still protect him. She intended to attack the monsters, but due to their overwhelming numbers, she was defeated. Masaru looked and screamed her name in despair. In Masaru's subconscious, Sadi seemed to be walking into darkness. He wanted to chase after her, but a horde of monsters was piling on him. He shouted for Sadi not to go that way and told her to run. Suddenly, Masaru woke up. He was lying in bed. It was a dream he could never forget. Sadi entered and told Masaru that breakfast was ready. He greeted Sadi good morning and asked if the scratch from that day had healed. She said everything was fine, and she recently started training again at the training area. He said that everything was going well. Sadi asked Masaru what his plans were for today. He felt a bit melancholic and said he would stay home today. That day, Masaru collapsed and someone came and told him to wake up. As soon as Masaru opened his eyes, he told them to get out of the way. At this point, he was extremely panicked. A knight said that he was from the church, and they were on the same side. Masaru apologized profusely for his irrational behavior. The knight said they had treated his friend's injuries, but there were many others who needed support and urged Masaru to be careful. Masaru ran to Sadi and hugged her tightly. She apologized for not obeying his order, but he said he was very scared. Masaru said he thought he was going to die, but he was even more afraid of losing her. Back in the present, Sadi thought she was very helpful in being able to assist Masaru. She wondered what else she could do to help him. At this moment, the doorbell rang. She opened the door, and it was Angela. Angela brought green tea and asked how Masaru was doing. After apologizing for visiting many times, but still not being able to see him, Angela said that Masaru hadn't been to the church for a while and also hadn't gone to the guild. She asked if she could see him for a bit, but Sadi replied that Masaru had said not to let anyone in. Angela said she would come back again. At this moment, Masaru was in his room reading books. He smiled and thought he had become a NEET in another world. The heroes were amazing. His hometown was destroyed, but he ultimately defeated the Demon Lord. He thought he could never do something like that. He lacked confidence and courage, and didn't even dare to read volume 3 of the book. In the following days, Angela continued to visit, but she still couldn't meet him. Finally, Sadi thought that if she couldn't do anything to help Masaru, maybe Angela could. She let Angela in. Angela knocked on the door and asked if Masaru was okay. She told him not to blame Sadi because she had asked her to let her in. She mentioned the incident at the horse ranch and how bad the situation was. He had been in danger. Masaru said it had always been like that. Previously, he had been attacked by a horde of wild rabbits and had fought a dragon. But this time, Masaru thought he would really die and had dragged Sadi into it as well. He felt that he hadn't changed at all, since he performed magic at the church. He couldn't save anything, couldn't save anyone, and couldn't even save himself. Doing his best seemed like a naive notion to him. Angela shouted that it wasn't true. She had gone to the guild to ask if he could come there. Everyone said that from the moment Masaru used magic until he collapsed, he was very brave. They wanted to thank Masaru and apologize for not being able to help him. Angela said that even though he knew the danger, he fought to protect everyone. He did something that everyone was very grateful for, and that was the Masaru she loved from the bottom of her heart. Masaru said that what he did was meaningless, but Angela interrupted and hugged him, saying he did very well. After that, Masaru cried like a child. A while later, Angela asked Masaru if he had calmed down. He said he was a bit embarrassed to cry at his age. She said she was very happy to be able to help him, and, by the way, asked if he knew why she worried about him. Masaru thought that now he understood why Sadi let Angela see him. He gave Angela an answer to her previous question. He said that he liked her very much too. Finally, the two of them shared a kiss and became a real couple. The next morning, they had breakfast together. Sadi continued to ask Masaru about his plans for the day. He said that today he would bid farewell, supported by passionate feelings. Masaru had taken another step forward. In the treatment room, Masaru told Angela that it seemed his healing magic had improved. Angela thanked him for helping her today and left the magic on the table. When she went to pour tea, Masaru also reached out, and their hands accidentally touched. They awkwardly apologized. The sweetness between the two was evident to everyone, including the children and the old nun. The priest said that it was not good to pry into other people's business. The nun said it was a bad habit of old age and asked the priest to forgive her. The priest said he had taken care of Angela since she was a child. She was like a daughter to him, and if she found someone who treated her well, it was truly a blessing. He mentioned that Masaru was a good adventurer, and that he felt reassured in trusting Angela to him. Angela asked Masaru if he intended to go to the guild. He said that he definitely would, and that he would go hunting wild rabbits first. When hunting wild rabbits, his skills had improved significantly since the beginning. He quickly exterminated the rabbits and prepared to report to the ranch owner. Sadi approached and said that he was amazing, as she couldn't hit them because the rabbits moved too fast. Masaru asked if she was okay with her Hawkeye skill. Sadi said that initially, her vision was a bit blurry, but now she was fine and could freely adjust the focus. Masaru said there were quite a few monsters around this area, and her skill was very useful for spotting monsters. Sadi said there was an orc right ahead, seemingly lost from its herd. Masaru was surprised that she could see it while he couldn't see anything. Sadi tried to shoot it and actually hit. Sadi only needed one shot to finish it from that distance. This bow was ridiculous. Sadi said it was all thanks to the cheat skill he had told her about. Masaru said it was a power he received while working in his homeland, even though it sounded unbelievable. Sadi said it wasn't hard to believe because he had given her a strange power different from magic, and she trusted him, believing he wouldn't lie to her. However, Masaru said this power wasn't omnipotent. For instance, even if he maxed out his swordsmanship skill, he had never won against Sergeant Voig. Even increasing the level of her skills wouldn't give her enough experience and strength to execute them properly. In the end, experience and intuition would determine everything, like in a fighting game where a veteran player would win even using the same character. Therefore, all current results were due to Sadi's efforts, and he was confident she would become an excellent warrior. She blushed and thanked him very much. He told her to keep this matter a secret. Afterward, they both went to the Adventurers Guild. Sadi said that if he didn't want to go in, she could go in by herself. Then he walked in, and everyone looked at him without saying anything. The room was silent for a moment until someone approached, patted him on the back, and asked why he looked so gloomy. Masaru had helped everyone a lot by defeating the horde of monsters. Thanks to Hellfire, they had time to regroup and heal, but they couldn't help him when he needed it most, so they apologized. Another person mentioned that after that incident, Masaru continued to help the Holy Knights by healing many people. Masaru said that he wasn't that great. After all, 4 people had died in the battle, and he still thought about that. If he had killed more monsters at that time, those people might not have died. Sergeant Voig told him not to be conceited. He was just a kid who could use magic. He should say those words after he defeated Voig. He said that he had seen the way Masaru fought. He had done very well, very admirably. Not just him, but the survivors and those who heroically sacrificed themselves as well. Yes, there were casualties, which wasn't the best outcome for him, but it was the best result they could achieve. It was the highest fighting spirit of everyone. He said that Masaru's efforts were not meaningless, and that he should be proud of them. It was the greatest respect he could show to those who bravely sacrificed themselves. Masaru burst into tears, and everyone continued to console him. Sergeant Voigt continued, saying that Masaru had once said he wanted to become stronger and protect everyone. He liked that spirit. He asked if Masaru felt sad for not coming here often and bet that he had neglected his training. The way he moved now was like he was sleepwalking. He demanded that Masaru come to the training area, where he would personally straighten him out, whether he wanted to or not. Until he finished, he wouldn't be allowed to leave. Everyone advised him to take care. That evening, upon returning home, Masaru said that he had been injured. Even though he used healing magic immediately, he had to endure pain over and over again. It was both good and bad. Angela said that it was just training. Masaru wondered why Angela seemed so happy. She replied that it was because she could have him all to herself. At this moment, Elizabeth had returned to the Vanguard town and the demon territory after completing her mission. Masaru wondered if he should respond to her feelings. He asked Angela if she was okay with that. She replied that it would be a lie to say she wasn't jealous. But in these times, the number of men has been continuously decreasing due to wars. Therefore, polygamy was accepted, and Angela believed Elizabeth was a good girl. That's why Masaru could respond to her sincerely, but he should remember to love her just as much. At the border fortress Gorbaz, the soldiers discovered a group of injured people. They immediately sought healers and treated them. The surviving soldiers reported that the Vanguard town in the demon territory had completely fallen. The soldiers at the fortress wondered how many victims there were from Vanguard town. Another said he didn't know, but given the current situation, it seemed like a lot. Including the missing, the numbers would be even higher. Suddenly, they noticed monsters attacking from the sky. Arrows were fired to eliminate the monsters, but to no avail. They advanced and attacked those in the fortress. At this moment, Masaru was sitting in a carriage with others. Sadi asked if Elizabeth was safe. He said that Elizabeth and her team wouldn't fall that easily. A few days earlier, at the Adventurers Guild, they had received a mission to test the fortress. A few days ago, Vanguard Town, which was being built as a stronghold in the demon territory, had been attacked and destroyed by demons. Seti mentioned that Vanguard Town was where Elizabeth and her team had gone. The number and type of monsters were still unclear, but dragon had appeared. They came from the border of the Lizard Kingdom and the demon territory, and were now attacking the fortress. The royal army had been dispatched from the capital to assist, but their adventurers guild was closer and needed to protect the fortress before the royal army arrived. This was a matter concerning the safety of the kingdom, so all adventurers under their command had to participate. Elizabeth's situation was still unclear. Masaru hoped she would be safe. Suddenly, Sadi noticed a horde of monsters attacking. Masaru's team began to engage in battle. Voig said it was a wyvern, guessing it came from the fortress. Masaru and Sadi were shooting at the monsters. They struck the carriage, shattering it. Sergeant Voig ordered Masaru to heal them while he dealt with the monsters. The sergeant easily dispatched the monsters with light swings. A soldier told Masaru that Voig, despite retiring due to injury, had once been the second or third strongest swordsman in the world. Masaru felt relieved hearing that. With that kind of power being normal here, Masaru thought he was quite a novice. At this moment, they reached the Gorbaz fortress. Sergeant Voig asked Masaru to take charge of a certain area, but Masaru interrupted, saying he needed to find a friend to see if she was safe. She had gone to protect Vanguard Town. Sergeant Voig told him to go to the Adventurers Guild here. They handled all information related to those defending the town, and he would help Masaru inquire about her. Masaru thanked him. They then went to the guild, entered the adventurer's dormitory, and saw Elizabeth lying on a bed with Narnia beside her. Narnia said it was her fault. Masaru's face darkened, thinking that if he had arrived earlier, she wouldn't be in this state. She couldn't die and leave now. Suddenly, Elizabeth smiled and said she was still alive, making Masaru blush. She said she had been using magic continuously for 3 days, so she was just sleeping to recover her lost strength. Elizabeth thanked him, saying she had seen something nice just now. Masaru covered his face and told her to stop. He asked why Narnia was crying then. Elizabeth didn't explain and instead said that since Masaru knew healing methods, could he help her? Masaru said he would heal her. Narnia thanked him and said the healers at the fortress were busy with more severe injuries. Masaru used healing magic, and Narnia no longer had a scar. She confirmed that he was very talented. Masaru continued to activate his magic, saying he would use more energy on her legs. He was about to repeat the process to restore the partially lost feet when he was told to stop, as the wounds had already healed long ago. The man said that if Masaru knew about healing magic, he would understand that he couldn't restore parts that had been lost like blood, stamina, and the missing foot. Masaru confirmed that what he said was true. The man told him not to be sad, as it was something he brought upon himself. Narnia said it wasn't like that. When they were retreating from Vanguard Town, he had protected her when she wasn't paying attention, and his leg got injured as a result. He said that it was a choice he made. Losing a leg in exchange for her life was still a bargain. He always thought that they would retire and he would become a farmer in the town. He would use a prosthetic leg and walk normally. He still had a lot of savings. Although this situation came sooner than he expected, stopping a life of constant fighting wasn't bad. Masaru asked if their squad would disband. They said yes, because no one was suitable to take on the role of leader. One person would return to his hometown with his childhood friend. Another wanted to become a healer even though he wasn't very talented but had been taught by Elizabeth. Currently, his magic was still weak, like the flicker of a candle, but he would keep practicing. Masaru realized that everyone had their own plans and more things they wanted to do. They were still very united. In the shrine at Gorbis Fortress, Masaru said he came here to help the guild. He introduced himself as Yamano Masaru and hoped to receive guidance. Bishop Franco said he was glad to have another person to help with healing. The important people had been sent to preside outside the shrine, so he would guide Masaru. Currently, Sadi was acting as a protector of the fortress and was with Sergeant Voig, so he hoped she would be safe. Bishop Franco said many people were injured in the collapse of Vanguard Town a few days ago. Many adventurers and knights lost their lives, and the number of severely injured was also significant. Masaru asked if the church's Vajra Knight squad was still okay. Franco said they were still fine. The captain of the team, Tessian, is still okay, but some members have perished, and he must be very heartbroken. However, he remains strong, focusing on maintaining the numbers to form a new army. Masaru thought that a large number of knights had died in the battle against those wyverns. How strong were they? Bishop Franco led him to a treatment area. There were many healing mages and countless people lying down. The monster attacks wouldn't stop, and the number of injured kept rising. All the healers were doing their best, but magic had its limits. The atmosphere in the treatment room was extremely suffocating, and everything was hurried. Masaru thought he could even smell the scent of blood. He said he would use wide-area healing magic, which surprised the bishop. He said he had just learned it, and wasn't very confident. Bishop Franco said he could also use that magic, but only once a day, so if he could help Masaru, he would. Then, Masaru used wide-area healing magic. Numerous people were healed, their wounds mended. Everyone thought it was the embodiment of God. The bishop didn't dispel Masaru's lie, saying it was a miracle from God, and they should be grateful. Masaru said he didn't want to stand out. Bishop Franco said there were many adventurers out there seeking fame and fortune, so someone like Masaru was very rare. He said he wanted to focus on adventuring and training, so he would wear a mask while healing. He would be embarrassed if people remembered his face. Bishop Franco asked for his signature, making Masaru confused, because he didn't think he was worth much. The bishop said he was too modest, that he was the mysterious bishop celebrated in Shirey Town. He heard that thanks to him, everyone was so healthy that even death had trouble stopping him from saving lives. Death could do nothing but let him continue his work. Masaru panicked because the story had been exaggerated too much. It was a heroic story among the healers there, and Masaru always thought that while he did wear a mask and used healing magic, it was only because he had more magic than usual, not because he was the person in the story. The bishop said he understood, but Masaru wasn't sure if he really did. Everyone continued with their work. Masaru stayed with Bishop Franco at the shrine, treating the wounded. Sadi, Sergeant Voig, and others fought against the demons. There were still 4 days left until the royal army would arrive. While in the dining hall, Masaru asked Sadi if she was okay with the work. She said that in these days, she was grateful for her master guiding her in using the cheap magic. She thought she had done better. But fighting alongside Sergeant Voig, he could do everything without anyone's help. Masaru understood her point. Then, Bishop Franco approached and asked if he could join them for a meal. Masaru agreed. He introduced Bishop Franco to Sadi, and they ate together. Bishop Franco said that although the story about Masaru might be exaggerated, it was crafted to honor his talents. Masaru said that many times he felt useless. Just a few days ago, a friend of his lost a leg, and he couldn't help him. He wished he could do more. Bishop Franco then said there was something he wanted them to keep secret. In this world, there is a special kind of healing magic that can heal anything, even a crippled leg. His words left Masaru very surprised. Bishop Franco recounted that there once was an exceptionally skilled healer. When this person was still a priest, upon seeing the severe injuries of patients, he pondered if there was no other way to restore the lost body parts. This person was just like you, Masaru. That priest possessed extraordinary talent, worked tirelessly, and reached a realm that no one else could achieve. Ultimately, he devised a way to restore body parts using special magic. Many patients who had given up on their dreams were able to recover, and with the rumors about him spreading, many decided to become priests. However, that priest passed away within a month. Masaru didn't understand why, nor did Sadi. Bishop Franco explained that the magic consumed the user's lifespan, and after learning what had happened, the temple master banned the method and buried it at all costs. He said that when he learned you had mastered healing magic in just 1 month, such speed was truly astounding and crazy. Just like that priest, Masaru admitted he was still not as skilled as that priest. Bishop Franco advised that one day you would discover the forbidden magic on your own, and he urged you to heed his words. No matter how powerful you become, do not use it. Remember what he said today. Even though the magic reduces the user's lifespan, many patients still requested to be healed by it, but you must not follow this doomed path. After that, you bid farewell to him and Sadi and return to the inn at the fortress. You've thought about healing magic, certain that there must be a way to restore the body. Even if not immediately, you were very close. Your motto was to work hard, whether the task seemed feasible or not. However, if Masaru achieved the impossible through cheating, if he used it to heal more people, could he turn a blind eye? Or, like that priest, would he heal person after person, and then die? He wondered if Elizabeth asked him about it, but before he could finish his thought, Elizabeth was already sitting there, talking to him. She said she had exhausted her magical power, and as she were at the front lines now, the only thing she could do was wait to be protected. So she had yielded her position to another mage. She asked him why he was with Sadi. He replied that everything had settled down, so he was taking a short break, and Sadi had gone back to defend the fortress. Elizabeth remarked that if Masaru were there, things would have been easier. Masaru was silent for a moment, and then asked Elizabeth if she had to sacrifice her life to protect someone very important to her. What would she do? She set down the glass of water she was drinking and said that was ridiculous. She said life isn't something you can easily give away. Sacrificing it is just a way for the person being saved to justify their actions. For example, if someone has the ability to save others, they might feel that sacrificing themselves is acceptable. But Elizabeth thought that wasn't a heroic act because the ones left behind are the ones who suffer the most. Therefore, no matter how much respect one receives, never use oneself as a sacrificial pawn. And she was sure many people would be sad if he died. He blushed while she turned away. He thanked her and felt that being with Elizabeth eased his worries somewhat and made him feel better. Elizabeth said he only ever asked strange questions. After that, a support team arrived, including Angela, a priestess from Shirey, who also came to help. She said she had to go to the temple now, but first looked at Elizabeth and hugged her tightly. Angela mentioned hearing that the pioneer town had been severely damaged, but she hoped Elizabeth was all right. Elizabeth beamed and said that was obvious. A mage like her wouldn't die so easily. The two of them continued to embrace. After that, Angela left. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Regardless of what Elizabeth said that day, she still confessed her feelings and even kissed Masaru. Masaru said that because there was so much going on, he hadn't been able to discuss research with her and couldn't answer her question yet. Elizabeth said to wait, they had to win, and under such pressure, she couldn't accept his answer immediately. Furthermore, when it comes to such an important matter, wait until you are alone with Elizabeth to express your feelings. He said he understood. Angela glanced at Sadi with a somewhat pensive look. Suddenly, the sound of explosions rang out. He didn't know what the sound was from, but it was coming from the first wall of Gorbis fortress. The soldiers began to retreat. They requested everyone to gather at the second wall. All attacks on the first wall needed to pull back. At that moment, a sudden raid increased the tension to protect Gorbis fortress. On the front lines, a soldier reported that the defense teams from Gorbor Fortress, teams 8 through 12, were still holding out. The soldier suggested sending some mages from the guild to support without regard to rank. Angela told Masaru something, but he insisted he would stay and heal the patients. Typically, many injured would come to the temple. Angela reminded him to take care of himself. Elizabeth said they would head to the fortress wall and join the team there. She informed the soldiers that they were adventurers, including 2 mages, Masaru and herself, along with an archer, Sadi. She handed them their guild cards, and then everyone proceeded there. Upon reaching the second wall, they saw it was swarming with monsters. A soldier exclaimed that this was truly the apocalypse. He thought that the end of the world couldn't be happening so quickly. Perhaps it was a sign. Suddenly, a dragon attacked the fortress. Elizabeth said it was an earth dragon. This was the time to defeat that earth dragon. Elizabeth asked how many fire mages were there. She mentioned that many high-level mages had perished in Pioneer Town, and everyone here was gradually exhausting themselves from too much fighting. Things were getting worse. Suddenly, a group of people approached and said everything would be a completely different story if they were S-rank adventurers. Masaru thought about S-rank adventurers, the highest rank one could achieve. Sergeant Voig said it seemed everyone was here to help. He asked a man named Garcia, the leader of this group of adventurers, if he could take down the Earth Dragon. A soldier asked if they could really do it with just 3 people. Garcia replied that surely they had heard this saying, "If it bleeds, we can kill it." Garcia said they didn't have much time. He needed everyone to coordinate with the defense team and the mages. At this moment, everyone gathered to cast spells. The command rang out, and they began their attack. Large explosions occurred continuously, hitting some of the monsters. The frontline team was sending signals. Masaru noticed that some of the monsters were unscathed. Elizabeth remarked that at least they had cleared a path. Then they started their assault. A beastman used a hammer to attack the monster. With continuous strikes, it eventually died. Everyone was surprised that he could really defeat it on his own. He asked someone else to bring his spare hammer. A girl in the team thought Garcia often said silly things. Then their 3-person team continued to attack the monsters. Masaru thought that this was what was called a buff in games, those who received the most support. Everyone realized that the monsters were trying to cling to the wall, and they needed to prevent them from climbing up. They were even flying up here. At this moment, the church knights arrived and said they would support everyone. It was the duty left behind by their fallen comrades, and now was the time to reclaim the skies. Masaru said it looked like they had helped to deal with the ones in the sky, but there were still monsters sitting here. Then he tapped into the menu, and a stone fell, crushing the monsters and preventing them from climbing. Elizabeth marveled because it was earth magic, but Masaru denied it and said it was just a stone from his spatial magic. When he found out he couldn't use magic while floating, he came up with another way to attack. It seemed he could still take out tools with spatial magic, so he kept a stone to drop it. Sergeant Voig asked if that was the last stone. Masaru replied that he had 98 more stones. Elizabeth asked if he was crazy because the storage box had a limit, yet he kept those things in there. Masaru said that he still had plenty of space left in there. Elizabeth felt everything was crazy. Sergeant Voig thought they could still use that method and told everyone to make full use of Masaru. Sergeant Voigt introduced Masaru to Hakim, the protector of Gorvar Fortress, and asked him to follow Hakim's commands. Hakim, who appeared very gentle, hoped that Masaru would help. Then he directed Masaru to continuously drop the stones in various places, and Masaru felt this job suited him well. Finally, when they dropped the last stone, Hakim said it was the last one. By then, the S-rank adventurers had returned, successfully defeating the monsters. That night, Masaru asked Sergeant Voig if there had ever been a major battle like this before. Sergeant Voig said that calling it the apocalypse might be an exaggeration, but there was a similar battle 10 years ago, and the irresponsibility back then led to the tragedy in Pioneer Town. Elizabeth said she initially thought the monsters in Pioneer Town were easy to deal with, but they soon realized they were just the vanguard, and mysterious monsters suddenly emerged from the ground like swarms of insects. When they saw that from the observation platform, they realized that the monster territory was indeed the enemy, even though they had lived in peace for so long. The monsters shouldn't have been underestimated, and they had forgotten that. Masaru felt that this battle had caused many casualties. Was this the beginning of the end of the world? No matter what decision he made, whether to save the world or run away, it was still uncertain. Corpses were everywhere, and the atmosphere of death enveloped the entire place. After the fierce battle the night before, the royal army of Lishura had attacked the fortress, and the defense had been strengthened. When the battle ended, the countless monsters seemed to vanish without a trace, as if they left their burden behind where they had advanced. Everyone received news that a small country in the southeast, the Duchy of Herregis, had been destroyed by the monster invasion. On the night at the first fortress, Masaru called Elizabeth and asked if there were any suspicious individuals. She said everything was fine, as if a secret raid had never happened. He mentioned that he had hunted a large boar and gave her a coat made from its hide. Elizabeth praised the coat for being very warm and asked him to come closer. Elizabeth asked Masaru if he had heard about what happened to Herregis. The Gary Empire lay to the south of the Lishwara Kingdom, and the Duchy of Herregis was to the east. The three countries had cooperated to fight against the monster territories. However, the Gary Empire had been too hasty after the first victorious battle 10 years ago, and ended up mobilizing their eastern army to the fortress. When Herregis was attacked again, reinforcements from the Empire did not arrive in time, and eventually the Gary Empire collapsed. Masaru asked Elizabeth if she thought the monsters had orders like an army. He felt that way. Elizabeth said she understood that feeling, as if the raid on Gorber Fortress was to distract them. She explained that goblins did have kings and commanders, but the ability to command an army on a national scale had not been confirmed. Assuming there was a monster more intelligent than all the others, it would likely be a legendary demon or a demon king. Elizabeth said that in any case, it was only in human imagination. Gorwer Fortress was now protected, and adventurers like them would return to their free lives as before. She mentioned that Orba had invited Narnia to his homeland, and Elizabeth would continue adventuring with Masaru. How did he feel about that? Masaru said he couldn't refuse. Suddenly, Elizabeth blushed and looked at him, saying that he had feelings for her, didn't he? He smiled and said that she should have let him say it first. He confessed to her at dawn. Their faces reddened. Elizabeth retorted that it was just the sunlight shining on them. Thus, they confessed their feelings to each other and told Angela and Sadi. Angela asked Masaru what was going on. He said that in his homeland, only one wife was allowed, so he still couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt. Elizabeth said he needed to get used to it. They decided to go to a certain place because he had to tell her about his feelings. Elizabeth said that was one thing, but she also had to convince Narnia. Narnia said she understood that what Elizabeth said was a bit surprising, but she was happy that Elizabeth had found someone. She asked why that had to come with not wanting to be a knight anymore. Elizabeth asked if Narnia would go with Orba, and she would go with Masaru. Narnia said she hadn't decided whether to go with Orba or not, and no one should decide for her. Narnia asked if Elizabeth thought she was weak and didn't need her anymore, right? Elizabeth said she never said that, but suddenly clenched her fist and said she didn't need Narnia anymore, and that's why they had to part ways. Narnia slammed the table and said then they should duel. A weakling couldn't protect Elizabeth. If she defeated Masaru, she would never let Elizabeth go with him. Elizabeth agreed to this duel, while Masaru was still confused. In the hallway, Elizabeth clasped her hands and apologized to Masaru for causing him trouble. Masaru said it was just a bit complicated. Orba wondered if Narnia was still unsure about going with him. What would happen? Elizabeth said she was sure what Narnia wanted most was to be with Orba, but she just couldn't decide yet. Elizabeth and Narnia were really close. They first met 10 years ago and had been together since they were very young. To Elizabeth, Narnia was family. 10 years ago, Narnia was in a carriage heading to the Linsat family's home in the Gary Empire, where she would live from then on. The Blanzat Count's mansion was where Elizabeth's father asked the Count to take care of his daughter. Then they talked together, and she stood there, suddenly overhearing people gossiping that she was filthy, just a peasant noble from a lowly farming family with no lineage like theirs. It seemed Count Walt was useless, and Count Blanzat was his friend from the army, and they had become friends from then on. Being loved by the Count was beneficial, but a peasant like that being made a noble made them feel extremely contemptuous. They said the Count must be a veteran warrior, but wasn't. The Count should reconsider. Then, Elizabeth's father introduced her to Narnia. He told Narnia that he had heard she had defeated all her peers with her swordsmanship talent, and that she would become a knight to protect his daughter. Narnia thought that protective knight was just a euphemism. In reality, she would be just a loyal dog guarding the Blanzat family. While she vowed to willingly become a sword and shield for Elizabeth, she still thought that people like Elizabeth would definitely see her as a tool. Elizabeth asked if she could write. In reality, even though she was a peasant turned noble, she wouldn't be treated equally. Narnia said she was very sorry as she had only just begun to study seriously. Elizabeth said she couldn't read books, didn't know abbreviations, and knew nothing besides swordsmanship. Narnia apologized, but then Elizabeth sat down in front of her and said they would learn together. Elizabeth said she was also in the middle of learning, so they should become nobles together. She didn't want Narnia to be just like tools, such as shields and swords. She wanted Narnia to stand beside her as a knight. Elizabeth wanted someone as wonderful as Narnia to be her ideal knight and smiled very innocently. For that reason, now Narnia would have to face Elizabeth's future lover. At Gorwer Fortress, the training ground of the adventurer team was now crowded with people. Elizabeth said that because so many intense battles had taken place, they came here to have some fun. Angela asked Masaru if he had a chance of winning. Masaru said that if he had to answer honestly, he thought it would be very difficult. They had analyzed Orba and the others to find a suitable way to adapt, but Narnia was really strong. Elizabeth said she was ranked B, just like Sadi, and she could defeat a strong monster on her own. Angela asked about Masaru. Noting he was just a D-rank adventurer who hunted wild animals every day, Angela said it didn't matter, he just needed to focus on winning. Elizabeth apologized because it was all her fault from the beginning. Masaru explained that before coming to Shirey Town, he was called a lazy parasite who lounged around at home. Masaru felt that if he started working, his perception of himself and the world would change. Masaru thought that if he was just satisfied with what he had, he wouldn't feel troubled even if he had to part with anyone, and thus he had always been running away from reality, always afraid of change. Angela asked how it was now, and he clenched his fists with determination, saying that it was different now. He wanted to become the person he was now. There were things he didn't want to part with anymore. Sergeant Voig said he would be the referee, and the duel would be decided by a one-on-one match. The allowed magic included non-lethal spells and healing magic. Then they began to greet their opponents. Masaru said he felt a bit nervous since it was his first time doing this, so he forgot to check his weapons and asked for a bit of time. Sergeant Voig told him to hurry up. Everyone smiled and wondered if Masaru would be okay. Then he returned, they were both ready, and the fight began. Masaru used what Elizabeth had taught him, wind magic. Narnia quickly dodged it. Masaru wondered how she managed to block a nearly invisible wind bullet. Narnia said he was indeed formidable. He could predict the direction just by the wind currents and her movements, and she had learned how to deal with wind mages like Elizabeth. Then Masaru used multiple wind spells from different directions, but still couldn't defeat her. Her sword struck him, and it was very heavy. It was the attack power of a powerful swordsman. Moreover, Narnia was very agile. He worried that he wouldn't be able to resist. Then he realized she was shielding her body and sword behind her shield, making it difficult for him to see her attack direction. And he got injured. Masaru thought he needed to stay calm. By observing the shield's movements, even if he couldn't see the sword, he could still manage. Then he was continuously attacked and fell down. Narnia was overwhelmingly dominant. Masaru used healing magic. People wondered why she didn't take the opportunity to attack while her opponent was healing. At this moment, in Narnia's mind, it felt very strange. In martial arts, the feet are the key to both attack and defense. One must always control the distance between oneself and the opponent. All of this was controlled by the feet. But Masaru was hesitating. He wasn't a novice. His legs weren't injured, and there was no way his lower body was hurt. The movement of his right leg made Narnia feel uneasy. There was something there. Masaru thought she wasn't advancing, seemingly suspicious of something. He thought that if the opponent suspected he had a trump card, he should take advantage of that to put pressure on them. Then both advanced to attack. Masaru got close to Narnia, forcing her to retreat. Orba said it was time. After the evacuation from Pioneer Town, many members of the government extermination team had fought tirelessly to reach the fortress without a chance to rest until today. On the other hand, Masaru's task was to heal at the temple. He would use most of his magic and still preserve his stamina to use his trump cards to get close to the opponent. But with the prolonged match, he thought Narnia's stamina would soon deplete. Masaru thought that Orba had given him some specific strategies to deal with Narnia's metal shield, and Elizabeth had given him the trump card. They all had given him the strength to get through this battle. Suddenly, at that moment, Narnia seemed to be electrocuted. Masaru said he had used fake magic swords to channel energy into the metal plate under her heel. Low-level lightning magic wouldn't kill anyone, but it would incapacitate the opponent. Then Narnia's sword flew away. He thought he would win, but she punched him straight in the face, saying not to underestimate her. She was an honorable knight, and she would continue to fight for what she wanted to protect and would never lose to someone like him. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Masaru punched Narnia straight in the face, causing her to be thrown away. She said she hadn't lost yet, but Masaru said he also had someone he wanted to protect with all his heart. Then she shed tears and collapsed. Right after that, Masaru also collapsed. At this moment, on the grandstand, Angela and Elizabeth came down to the field together. Elizabeth told Angela to check on Masaru. Meanwhile, Elizabeth recalled her past with Narnia. Narnia had been with her throughout her childhood, from moments of joy to times of sorrow. She had always been Elizabeth's friend. In the past, there was a time when Elizabeth was crying, and Narnia told her not to cry. Elizabeth said that everyone at the party had made fun of her and called her a peasant noble. Narnia said that if Elizabeth tried to protect her honor, the honor of the Blanzat family would also be tarnished and that she shouldn't worry about her. Elizabeth cried and said it was natural to feel sad when someone teased your friend. Elizabeth's words made Narnia feel troubled. She was truly kind. But a day would come when Elizabeth would see the naked truth of the noble class. Yet she still wanted to protect her to have a peaceful life. To protect Elizabeth, Narnia had to become much stronger. At this moment, Elizabeth's tears fell. Narnia thought silently that whoever made Elizabeth cry would not be forgiven. Then she realized the person who made Elizabeth cry was herself. She opened her eyes and apologized to Elizabeth. She had once vowed to always protect her, so she would keep smiling and live the life she wanted. But she had failed. Elizabeth said that she hadn't lost. She could still continue to protect her. Elizabeth not only wanted Narnia to be happy, but also wanted her to always be by her side. Elizabeth said that since she came to the Blanza house, she felt overwhelmed by the noble class full of fame-seekers and decided to follow the path of a knight as her father had advised. But then Elizabeth came, bringing light to guide Narnia's life. She said she just wanted to protect her. This desire to protect had filled Narnia's empty heart, and becoming Elizabeth's knight was what she always strived for. She had always clung to that desire but ended up forcing Elizabeth. Narnia stood up, crying, then knelt down and said that from today she would relinquish her duty as a knight for Lady Elizabeth Blanzat. She wanted Elizabeth to be happy. From now on, they would walk different paths, but would Elizabeth always be her good friend? Elizabeth cried and hugged her tightly, thanking her. "Thank you for everything." They embraced each other and cried. Meanwhile, Angela asked Masaru if he was feeling better with his injuries. Angela approached the two of them, handing them a healing potion. Narnia told Masaru that she had seen his strength and determination. She believed that he would protect Elizabeth better than she ever could. Although it might be inappropriate after a match, she asked him to please take good care of Elizabeth. Masaru smiled and said that he definitely would. Suddenly, Sergeant Void clapped and said that the match was great, that both of them did very well, making Masaru blush. He had forgotten that there were spectators because he was so focused on the match. People said that both of them were excellent knights. He heard someone in the audience say that he was the one called the Wild Hare Hunter. The continuous praise made Masaru blush because he didn't want to be in the spotlight. He covered his face and ran away, and everyone said that he was a strange guy. Elizabeth said that sometimes he was a bit clumsy, but he always gave his best effort. That aspect of Masaru was very charming and lovable. Returning to Shirey Town, at the North Gate, a group of visitors arrived. The gate guard asked to check their papers. This was Clement O'Grain, the chief investigator. He said that she was here, right, Tilika? In Shirey Town. At Masaru's house, Elizabeth and Masaru had become a real couple. Elizabeth said that no matter what, she was very happy to be with him. Elizabeth told Masaru about the place where she used to live. Her father was tasked with overseeing Gorvar Fortress, located on the border between the Gary Empire and the Monster Territory. It was the greatest strength that her noble family had. One day, a royal soldier informed her father that one of the towns in the territory was under monster attack. Her father left the fortress with the royal soldiers and led his troops to that town. But there were no monsters there. Instead, the town had been raided, and the monsters and royal soldiers who were supposed to protect the fortress were nowhere to be found. Both her father and Narnia's father sacrificed their lives there. Elizabeth's family was held responsible for losing the fortress. Her family tried very hard to avoid the death penalty, but they were demoted from count to baron and lost all their lands. Elizabeth said that the strategy to reclaim the fortress required the cooperation of many people, and at the center of that strategy was Raoul, the head of the Count Pig's private army. Elizabeth wondered why people called him Pig. Elizabeth recounted that her father had a different mindset compared to the Empire. Throughout the Empire's history, there had always been prejudices against non-humans like elves and dwarves, and Elizabeth's father hated those prejudices. He believed in looking directly at their talents to be fair, rather than being concerned with who they were. He gave them important jobs regardless of their social status. Elizabeth always admired her father for giving her the opportunity to eat with the household servants without discrimination. However, those who disagreed with this approach were the long-standing noble families who coveted her family's assets, and Raoul was among them. Raoul harbored many prejudices against non-humans. He was a terrible man, always tormenting the beastmen he hated. As soon as her father fell in battle, his army conveniently was nearby and seized the responsibility of restoring the fortress. Massari said that it was deliberate, wasn't it? Elizabeth replied that it definitely was. She had tried to ask her brother to bring the truth before the court of justice to investigate the facts, but there was no evidence that any soldier had informed her father about the attack, and no one had seen the royal soldier's face. The court of justice had the power to disrupt the political balance of a nation, so it acted very cautiously, leaving no trace. Everything was shrouded in mystery, but she had vowed to take revenge on that Count Pig. Elizabeth said she still didn't know how to take revenge, but if she ever tried to kill someone, she asked Masaru to stop her. If he did, she would give up. Masaru said he swore to do so. Elizabeth asked where Tilika was. Masaru said she had gone to the market with Angela. Masaru said he didn't want Sadi to feel uncomfortable. Elizabeth asked if Masaru saw Sadi as a woman. At a certain gathering, Tilika had mentioned she liked dragon meat. Elizabeth said they should call it a process. Angela said it might not be a perfect method, but being able to marry the person you want was still important. Masaru said that from now on, the four of them would earn skill points. By the way, Elizabeth and Angela had received divine protection. Although Masaru still didn't know why, Elizabeth was surprised because now she could learn any magic she wanted as long as she had enough points. Angela felt great because she could improve her healing magic to help more people. Tilika was very surprised. She said that she had been thinking ever since she heard him talk about this. The two missions of the Court of Justice were to investigate justice and deal with criminals. Masaru thought it was like the police and the court combined. Tilika said that besides that, there was a hidden purpose, which she would explain to him later. But they could use that to persuade her teacher, the investigator Clement O'Grain. Tilika said that if God Itu really gave Masaru this ability, was there any other reason besides letting him cheat to experiment? At this moment, her eyes lit up, making Masaru feel a chill. He said that there wasn't. At this moment, Tilika said she understood. Masaru swallowed and thought that he wasn't lying. His purpose was only to experiment, not to protect the world. But in the end, he still couldn't tell them that this world would be destroyed in 20 years. He didn't know the reason or how to stop it, so he could only worry about them. He wanted to cherish the time spent with everyone. On one occasion, when they went to the market together, Angela asked why Sadi was buying so many things. Sadi said that it was a very important day for Masaru and Elizabeth, so she wanted to prepare something grand. Angela asked if Sadi liked anyone. Sadi said no, someone like her couldn't. Angela said she was sure that Sadi liked Masaru. In a panic, Sadi admitted and asked how she knew, but then she denied it. Angela told her to calm down. She had just denied it and then confirmed it. Sadi said she just admired him, and more than that, a slave could never have feelings for her master. Angela said there were many cases where slaves married their masters, and she didn't think Masaru saw Sadi as a slave. Sadi wondered what she was then. Angela said that Sadi was just a normal girl, a girl who became an adventurer, working hard and striving for the person she liked, and Sadi was that wonderful girl. Sadi said she wasn't. She was a slave and couldn't have feelings. Angela held Sadi's head and said that she had the right to be happy, making Sadi burst into tears. Sadi said she had never been so happy before, so she was very afraid it would fall apart. But she was also scared of being rejected. She feared the feeling of being loved, and that she would lose herself. Sadi was gradually becoming happier. Sadi had once talked about her past with Masaru. She was not loved by her family, and no one cared about her. Living in loneliness for so long, she had become accustomed to that solitude. She had replaced that loneliness with a big smile on her face. Angela patted Sadi's shoulder to comfort her and said that no matter how times change, she would remain the same. Sadi would still be liked by someone. It wasn't something to be afraid of. It was just that someone would fill her heart with sincerity. Sadi cried and admitted that she loved Masaru. Then they returned home. Masaru came out and said he had just learned that she had returned, but he had a place he wanted to go with her. They went together to the slave market. Seti bowed her head in dejection, thinking that Masaru wanted to return her. Masaru said that it wasn't bad. On the contrary, the slave mark on Sati's hand had bound them to a master. If it could be removed, he wanted to be with Sati, but she wouldn't be a slave. The owner of the place congratulated her, because this place was the end for many slaves and forgetfulness. But sometimes they were given more attention, and like Sati, many slaves had a new beginning. He was truly surprised when she regained her light and saw that confident look in her eyes. He thought that was truly her. He said that Sati should live for herself and not serve anyone. This farewell would be their final farewell, and he hoped she would never come back here again. After that, Masaru held her hand and led her home, saying he had something to tell her. Sati also held his hand and said she had something to say too, and hoped he would listen to what she had to say. When they returned home, Elizabeth asked if they had confessed everything to each other. It is not uncommon for two people to be in love, but three can be a bit challenging. Elizabeth asked if he could handle it. Masaru said he could. Sati said she would be fine as long as he kept her by his side. Elizabeth said Sati was very cute, the cutest. At the Adventurer Guild, since they planned to throw a party, they looked for a mission to find food. Masaru said he thought Angela would want to join too, so they would be a group of 4. Elizabeth agreed, saying it was much better to have someone to heal them. Now they just needed someone to act as a shield. Suddenly, they saw a crowd over there. An old man said that Tilika shouldn't forget her duty. Tilika said she had never forgotten, so she wanted to decide her own life. The old man said that the Court of Justice believed they had run out of patience with her slowness and lack of change, leaving Tilika speechless. Suddenly, Tilika saw Masaru over there and ran to him. She hugged him and said she would marry him. Tilika's words surprised everyone. The old man looked at her thoughtfully. He said that she wouldn't accept the person they had chosen. Tilika replied that the person only wanted her investigator position. Masaru said he didn't know what was going on. Deputy Guild Master David said that Tilika's marriage had finally come due. David introduced everyone to Senior Investigator Clement O'Grain, who had come to Shirey Town to tell Tilika about the Court of Justice's wishes. Masaru wondered about the marriage, since Tilika was younger than even Sati. Wasn't it a bit early? Sati said, "She's 20, she's already 20," leaving everyone astonished. Deputy Guild Master David confirmed it, saying Tilika's left eye was covered by magic, so she aged more slowly. Masaru suddenly realized this was a fantasy world. Sati's eyes lit up, saying she couldn't believe Tilika was her older sister. Tilika said she should just act normally. Clement O'Grain said, "The magic eye of an investigator has immense value. That is why an investigator's duty is to produce an heir to inherit that divine eye. Therefore, they must have children with someone who also possesses the magic eye." The person that the Court of Justice had chosen for her was Byram, a talented noble in both magic and swordsmanship, who had feelings for Tilika. To compare, Clement asked what Masaru's rank was. The Deputy Guild Master said, "Masaru is at C rank, but we are pushing him. He is a potential mage." Clement said, "The Court of Justice will not accept an ordinary adventurer," and demanded that the guild prove that he was better than the third-generation heir of the Byron family. Tilika clenched her fists and looked a bit sad, which made Masaru somewhat concerned. He said, "Wait a minute, even though I don't have outstanding achievements or noble lineage, I can prove my abilities as a mage." Clement used his magic eye and looked directly at him. At home, Masaru mentioned that the new outfits were well tailored for everyone. Masaru asked Angela if her new mace could be used as a weapon. Angela replied that since she was used to carrying babies, it would be no problem. Angela then suggested that Masaru seemed to have forgotten something, causing him to blush as she wanted him to address her more intimately. Elizabeth then asked Tilika if she was okay with giving up her position as an inspector. Tilika responded that she wanted to see the world with her own eyes and determine if her abilities were truly suitable for being a companion. Elizabeth remarked that just hunting rabbits wasn't enough. She needed to defeat at least 2 or 3 earth dragons. Masaru intervened, telling everyone not to demand the impossible. Suddenly, Masaru and Tilika glanced at each other, recalling the events of the previous day in a room at the Adventurers Guild. The previous day in the conference room, Clement O'Grain, Tilika, and Masaru were seated there. Tilika began by saying that what she wanted to discuss today was confidential, which was why she borrowed the conference room for ease of conversation. She mentioned that Masaru would become an exception, as specified in the third clause of the special handbook, and therefore she hoped that Lord Clement would take over her duties as an inspector in the town, while she accompanied Masaru. Lord Clement was momentarily stunned, interpreting Tilika's words as implying that Masaru was a hero, which somewhat shocked Masaru. Tilika clarified that she wanted to accompany Masaru to verify this. Lord Clement explained that the third clause of the special handbook was one of the top secret reasons for the existence and development of the Hall of Truth, and one of the laws they must adhere to in cases where the world's development is affected. An inspector must use all their strength to find and rectify the issue. Masaru, curious, asked what was meant by the development of the world. Tilika explained that it referred to the overall state of this world. An inspector was prohibited from using their magical eyes on other inspectors, as lying was an essential factor in relationships. Thus, if we deprived them of it, society would become chaotic. However, Clement stated that he did not need to use this magic to check on the two because he knew Tilika was not someone who would casually mention the third clause. Masaru said he wasn't a hero. He just happened to receive power from a god named Itu to test it. Clement said it was like divine protection, similar to an apostle receiving a mission. He understood why Masaru could prove his sorcerer abilities. He thought to himself that Tilika knew this, which meant this kid was indeed an apostle. The world seemed like it would face something in the future. At this moment at home, Masaru told Tilika that he was very embarrassed to talk about this, but he had no friends in the world he used to live in. So he was very happy that everyone could gather together every night, playing games until they got sleepy and sharing many different stories. Therefore, if Tilika had a problem and needed help, they were friends. Hearing this made Tilika very happy. She smiled and reaffirmed that they were friends. Angela said she would return to the church, and, if possible, she wanted both of them to tell Pastor Roberto that they were living together. Masaru agreed and suggested they go together. He told Sadi to stay home, and Tilika to make herself comfortable. Elizabeth assured that she wouldn't bother Sadi. After that, they left and went to the temple. The pastor was very pleased because they explained the situation to him. He had served the deity for a long time, so he would certainly be very happy to meet an apostle. Angela mentioned that he wouldn't tell anyone about this. She reassured Masaru not to worry about the situation getting exposed because she knew he didn't like making a big deal out of things. Despite Masaru's increased power, his quick learning of magic, and even his wide area healing magic, he had a plentiful source of magic. Angela meant that he should showcase himself more, but also be mentally prepared for the obvious attention due to his achievements. Masaru wished he had the ability to cheat to overcome his well-known fears. Then, the children came and said they wanted to play together. Angela apologized and said she was preparing to move to Masaru's house, but the children didn't seem sad. Instead, they smiled with the hope of playing with another sister. Masaru remarked that they should get married soon. Angela asked Masaru if he wanted to come into her room. While tidying up her belongings, Angela shared her past. She was an orphan, left wrapped in a laundry basket, and abandoned by a river amidst the snow. A cruel abandonment. She drifted ashore and was found by a merchant who brought her to the town of Shiori to a temple for care. The basket hadn't overturned, so she was lucky to survive the cold and monster attacks, and to be rescued by a merchant. After hearing this extraordinary story, Pastor Roberto believed she was a child loved by God. Angela grew up at this temple, and later went to the church academy in the capital, becoming a pastor. She did very well there, so they invited her to work there. However, she declined to thank the deity who saved her and the people in this world. Masaru remarked that this was what she had in the basket, pointing out a simple tag that read Angela. Perhaps her parents didn't know how to write or didn't have enough time. But Angela said at least they tried to let those who found her know her name. One day, she wanted to visit them, even if they were in the distant kingdom of Lishwara. Nonetheless, Angela had a father in Roberto and other pastors she could confide in about anything. The noisy children were adorable, so she never felt lonely. This church and the people here were her family. The next morning, everyone at the temple said goodbye to Angela, telling her to serve the deity as she always had, and not to worry about the temple. She thanked everyone, said goodbye to the children, and left. As soon as she left, the smiles faded, and tears began to fall. The children cried out and clung to the adults. They remarked that the children had held back very well. A little boy said if he cried, only Angela wouldn't be able to leave comfortably. Therefore, they didn't want to cry. Meanwhile, outside the wall, Angela was also crying. She said she was very happy to live with him and walk beside him. But just this once, she allowed herself to cry, saying goodbye to the past and believing that the future would always be happy. Now, the lives of those in this house were her concern. Next, they headed to the location they had discussed in the north. Masaru said that after they got used to the peaceful life in the town, they would move closer to the northern Gorbar fortress and encounter more monsters. He asked the 4 girls what their motto was. They smiled and said, "Do our best without overstepping our limits." On the way, they fought and coordinated together, defeating many monsters. Masaru used teleportation magic to take them to another place. He said they needed to go to the Adventurers Guild together and submit their report. Elizabeth remarked that she couldn't accept the teleportation magic, which only a few people in the world could use, and that Masaru learned it as if it were no big deal. He replied that it was because he had a cheat ability. Masaru mentioned that he heard teleportation consumed more magic based on the weight of the items being transported, but it seemed that some people weren't affected by that. Elizabeth said she was already surprised enough. Masaru continued, suggesting it would be better if the exit of their house was outside the town of Shiori. She said that if they did that, the comings and goings in the town and the number of monsters killed wouldn't match, so they shouldn't reveal that Masaru had teleportation magic. It would be very useful for moving and transporting items, but teleportation magic could be quite dangerous if used for espionage or moving troops from different regions. Therefore, this place always strictly monitored magic users. Masaru agreed, saying Elizabeth was right. If that happened, free movement would become more difficult, and there would be laws applied to his cheating ability. Yes, and there were inspectors here, so as long as Masaru didn't abuse it, it would be fine. Masaru mentioned that he almost forgot there were a few things to do at the guild. Elizabeth didn't understand because they had already made the report. He said he would be back before evening. The next day, while everyone was on a mission, Angela remarked that Masaru seemed very excited today. Elizabeth asked if this was the forest and if he was sure they were heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Angela noticed a peculiar scent. The scenery here was beautiful, and Angela was surprised to find a hot spring. Masaru explained that this was a secret hot spring that adventurers had found and described as a paradise. He had gone to the Adventurers Guild to ask about it. Then, Masaru took out some bikinis and said he wanted to see everyone wearing these. Swimwear, because you couldn't wear regular clothes in a hot spring. But it would be very embarrassing, so someone invented them. Elizabeth said they should just ignore Masaru and not overlook Sadi's effort. Then, he and the 4 girls soaked in the hot spring. Masaru sat silently and said that his eyes hurt more than usual. Elizabeth told him not to cry. Indeed, Masaru didn't realize the bath was divided between men and women. Masaru noted that although it was a secret hot spring, it was well maintained. Tilika mentioned that a guild had once repaired it and charged a fee, but they couldn't afford it, so they abandoned it. Sadi commented that Tilika knew about this place. Angela remarked that Masaru looked cute when he was desperate. Sadi didn't understand what they were talking about and wanted to try it too. Angela and Elizabeth told Sadi that she was a good girl and wouldn't be interested in this. Suddenly, Masaru sensed something unusual. He told Sadi, and she said they needed to leave. Masaru used his identification skill and noticed something huge was approaching, but it was slow. He needed to grab his weapon. Suddenly, tentacles shot out and grabbed the girls. It was a giant squid. Masaru felt panicked. Why was there a giant squid in a hot spring? He was distracted by its tentacles, which caught him off guard, but he needed to cut it down. Angela mentioned she wasn't proficient in water magic, but would use it to tame the creature. However, the black squid's tentacles kept swaying around her, making it impossible for her to aim accurately. Sadi asked Masaru to give her his bow, and she shot arrows into the squid's eyes. Masaru used teleportation magic to get them out of there. Elizabeth used lightning magic to attack the squid, but it was futile. Masaru realized the squid had skin that could insulate against electricity. He suddenly remembered one of the skills he often played with in his previous world. He told Elizabeth to attack with a strong electric pulse. He said that if they couldn't slice it into small pieces, they would have to crush it. Then, everyone fought against the squid while Elizabeth was chanting her spell. Finally, when the super lightning bolt struck, they defeated the squid. At Masaru's house that evening, he mentioned that the squid they defeated might be a new species, so they could sell it for a high price. Sadi said that the hot spring was closed because they didn't know if there were other mysterious creatures. Elizabeth had the duty of cooking today. She announced that dinner was ready, while Angela was stunned. Next to the dinner was a black mass that didn't resemble its original form. Misaru asked what it was, noting that it was even blacker than the future of Aunt Daw. She innocently said it was pasta. Everyone accused her of lying. Elizabeth said it was black because squid ink was black. But everyone noted that this pasta and its ink were completely different, incomparable. Angela, who was in charge of supervision, apologized for not reminding Elizabeth to be careful. She didn't think Elizabeth could burn an entire pot of pasta. Elizabeth defended herself, saying it might look bad but could taste good. Everyone hoped God would bless the meal. Sade was trying to put the food into her mouth. She said that Elizabeth had done her best. Masaru said that since it was her first time, it was okay, and he would cook something else. Sade went to help him. After their usual meal, Masaru thanked everyone for the meal. Angela said that this phrase from Masaru's hometown sounded really cute. They discussed plans for tomorrow, deciding to go further than the hot spring. Tilika suggested they could go to the town of Nara. Masaru wondered if they shouldn't go there. Tilika said that on the contrary, it was time for them to visit that town. At this point, Masaru's team had arrived in the town of Nara. Angela remarked that this place was very spacious. Elizabeth said it had to be as large as or larger than Shirey. Masaru suggested they find a place to eat because they had been training all morning. Sade said she was very hungry. At this moment, Tilika's eyes seemed a bit sad. Walking along the road, they saw many families who had starved to death, with corpses scattered everywhere. Angela commented that it seemed they had gone through a difficult time. Elizabeth pointed out a tavern and suggested they all go in. When they sat down at a table, Masaru noticed that this place was entirely different from the inn he had once stayed at in Shirey. Elizabeth wondered why this place was so strange, with many dishes made from birds. A little girl came out and asked if they had decided on their order. At that moment, soldiers kicked the door open and announced they were there to collect taxes, demanding immediate payment. The girl called for her father. He said they had already paid this month's taxes, so why were they collecting again? The soldier explained that some people in the town hadn't fulfilled their obligations, so the taxes had increased. The girl said they couldn't afford the raised taxes. The soldier struck the girl in the face, sending her flying. Masaru wanted to say something, but Tilika stopped him. The father handed over the remaining money and pleaded with them not to harm his daughter. The soldier said it wasn't enough and demanded all their valuable items and food be brought out by the next day for tax payment. The father, in despair, asked how they could survive, what their lives would be like. The soldiers scorned them, saying they were just food supplies for the Lord's lavish lifestyle. If they had nothing left to pay, they should offer their lives. This made everyone furious. Masaru approached the girl, used healing magic, and asked if she was okay. He questioned why the soldiers were so cruel. Elizabeth said she knew this would trouble him, but the people in this town looked so miserable. If there were any issues with the authorities, he could report them to the inspector in this town. The father insisted they were fine, urging them not to worry about them. The girl glanced up at a painting on the wall depicting a perfect family with both parents and her. Then she went to the well to fetch water, but stumbled because she was too hungry and tired. Tilika stepped in to help her up. Tilika said she had something to ask. She asked the girl if the local authorities were only interested in their own gain, to which the girl was too frightened to respond. She said if they filed any complaints, their lives would be even more affected. So no one dared to speak up. Friends, shop owners, and many others. The girl's mother was taken away along with other women to serve at the Dutro mansion. But just a few days later, her mother was so tormented that her face was disfigured. People said it was because her mother couldn't satisfy the Lord's needs. Others said she wasn't liked. Among these things, she had heard things she had never heard before. But one thing she was sure of: they trampled on her mother's dignity. Despite what happened, her father couldn't say a word to the inspector here because there were rumors that he was in league with Dutro. She choked out that when they couldn't pay enough taxes, they would be squeezed until they had nothing left and then abandoned. The frustration of not being able to speak out made her very distressed. Tilika clenched her fists and said she had heard enough. Tilika approached Masaru. She said that this town was being oppressed by Dutro. She shared some things about the past. The Hall of Truth was established in the Gary Empire, south of the Lishwara Kingdom. They resisted corrupt politicians, disregarding their positions. However, some nobles rebelled because they didn't want to share fairness and killed all the inspectors. Later, King Gary revived the Hall of Truth and rebuilt it. He had to acknowledge this because he knew these magical eyes had a significant effect on discerning lies. Tilika said, however, that they couldn't let that happen again. The nobles this time were protected by the Hall of Truth, forgiven for all minor infractions, and had to adhere to a new law that no investigation was allowed unless a testimony or evidence was submitted beforehand. Elizabeth was silent at this point. Masaru also remembered Elizabeth's story. Therefore, she was determined to find evidence to seek revenge. And now, here, the Lord Duke Dutro had a grandfather who was a famous and honest repairman in the government. He exploited his grandfather's reputation to do anything he wanted, even making the Hall of Truth cower before him and overlook the past, following the new laws. The voice of this place was forever buried in darkness because the Duke silenced the people here, instilling continuous fear. Tilika believed that a good politician was someone who could control lies. If we demanded that all must have good virtues, then the remaining politicians with patriotism and correct ideology would be left. She didn't care if they used flowery words or not, even if they didn't want to or made mistakes somewhere. As long as it was for the benefit of all people, it was acceptable. However, Tilika couldn't accept this after witnessing it. They couldn't let Dutro's crimes continue. She said she knew it was a bit selfish, but she wanted to ask everyone to help bring justice to Dutro's mansion. Tilika and the black-haired girl went in and asked to see the Lord. The soldiers thought they were just women, so there was no danger. They asked which way to the Duke's room. After the soldiers answered, the two knocked them out just as Sadi had said. The mansion's defense was very weak, because no one had ever resisted before. They told Sadi to take care of the guards. At this moment, the black-haired girl asked Tilika if there was a valid reason for Masaru to wear women's clothes. Masaru replied. Tilika answered that they needed to make the enemies let their guard down so they could rescue the town's finances by buying wigs and makeup. Masaru said Sadi could do it too, as she was very good at swordsmanship, and they could buy other things instead of wigs. Tilika said that only he looked good in them. She said he had a baby face, so he could easily disguise himself as a girl, and the soldiers wouldn't recognize him. Masaru felt both sad and happy hearing this. In the past, someone said they had completed eye surgery for Clement O'Grain, and fortunately, there were no side effects. They told him to bring Tilika in for a checkup as soon as possible. He went to the bedside, called Tilika's name, and said that from now on, she would be a valuable tool for the Hall of Truth. Her parents had sold her here, so she considered them dead. From now on, her magical eyes that discern lies, her life, and her words all belonged to the Hall of Truth, and this organization showed no mercy. Clement said they were tools, and Tilika accepted this truth. He said they had to follow certain paths. Once she accepted that, she would not be able to live any other way. She could not think for herself, only follow the path others had created. Even if she learned from him and worked hard to stand on her own, she would decide whether to continue that path under the control of the inspector or use that title to achieve the most for herself. Clement told her to think carefully about the path she wanted to take, and now she was on the path of self-affirmation. At this moment, Tilika and Masaru had reached Duke Dutro's room. When they opened the door and entered, Duke Dutro commented that the people of this town were so rude they didn't know how to knock. He told the black-haired girl that she wasn't bad, and if she satisfied his needs, he would forgive her rudeness. His words made Masaru shiver. Suddenly, Dutro noticed Tilika's left eye. She said she was an inspector and knew what was happening here. The responsibility of a noble was to ensure the well-being of the people, but he failed to fulfill that duty. Dutro asked if someone had filed a complaint and noted that it seemed no one had said anything. He said the inspector should understand that she could not investigate anything without testimony or evidence. He demanded her name and rank, threatening to decapitate her. Tilika, unable to speak further, said she was Tilika, a third-rank inspector. He acknowledged that inspectors must follow established rules, so there would be no issue unless they had a witness. At that moment, a group of people entered, led by Elizabeth. Dutro was furious that they had dared to intrude into his mansion. The people said that Elizabeth had told them to come. She explained that if she hadn't said so, no one would have come along. Elizabeth said that the guards here were too weak. They had no trouble evading them. Tilika declared that she was an inspector and asked everyone if Duke Dutro had taken away their equality. Dutro shouted that if they dared to speak up, they would face consequences. If they had any sense, they should understand that you wouldn't forgive them for the crime of illegal intrusion, and they all had to leave. He added that they didn't have to say anything, because the inspector was just someone breaking the law, trying to check this place. They had no obligation to respond. Tilika said that the Hall of Truth already knew about this, and an inspector willing to help wouldn't come again. This was their last chance to protect their lives and those of others. Dutro sneered, saying it was useless because the people here had shown loyalty, and no matter what, they wouldn't get a response. He told the inspector to wait and see, and that all her friends would be sent to the guillotine. Masaru felt desperate, because no one spoke up even though things had reached this point. Suddenly, the girl from the tavern screamed and spoke out about Dutro's crimes. Other townspeople began to voice what he had done, growing desperate and sharing their thoughts. The girl's father from the tavern said his daughter had been beaten by Dutro's soldiers after she tried to stand up to them, even though what she said was completely true. The girl smiled, proud that her father had finally dared to speak the truth. Tilika said that while the words of a child might not be reliable and one or two complaints could be ignored, when everyone spoke up, the Hall of Truth couldn't overlook it. Tilika used her eyes to judge Dutro, confirming his guilt. It seemed he knew his wrongful actions through the loyalty of the people here and the lies he just told. He would be condemned by the Hall of Truth. At this moment, Dutro ordered his soldiers to come in and kill them all. A large soldier approached Masaru, intending to slice him in half, but Masaru used magic to blow the soldier away. Dutro, furious, grabbed a knife and advanced to kill Masaru, but with a simple move, he was pinned down. Masaru said that Dutro had made everyone here serve his greed, even taking their lives, and he would no longer enjoy this. This would be the end of his life. Elizabeth told everyone that the struggle was now meaningless. A few days later, the Hall of Truth came to the place and escorted Dutro away. The head of the Hall of Truth remarked that he had thought it was their fault for having to come to this, but it seemed Dutro's luck had finally run out. The leader looked at Tilika, then turned and left without saying anything. Masaru commented that it was the high-ranking inspector. He had thought the inspector would scold him. Tilika explained that the truth was, while they had the power to clear the crime, she had almost broken the rules. Now she had the Hall of Truth's recognition, because they had tried to avoid conflict with the nobles as much as possible. What she did exceeded her own truth, but she didn't want anyone to be in danger anymore. Elizabeth smiled and said that as a servant of the deity, she couldn't ask for more than the opportunity to help someone. Seti smiled and said that Tilika was her little sister, and helping her was the right thing to do. Elizabeth stepped forward and said that protecting someone's life was the noble duty of a noble, and Dutro was truly a disgrace to the nobility. Therefore, they would lend a hand. Masaru concluded that Tilika had not dragged them into danger. They had chosen it themselves. He thought what she did was right. Elizabeth asked if anyone had seen whom she had just spoken with, mentioning that it was the new lord. He had experience managing territories, and wanted to merge the two lands to exploit and develop them together. Furthermore, since the previous inspector had been prosecuted, there would be a new one. Elizabeth said this would help him do his job well. As they prepared to leave through the city gates, the townspeople gathered there. The girl from the tavern thanked everyone. Tilika said she was the one who had to thank them because they saved everyone with their own courage, and the girl had moved the hearts of the older people. She told everyone not to forget this feeling of disappointment. They couldn't rely too much on the Hall of Truth, and there would be times when justice wasn't on their side, meaning they had to be their own protectors. Tilika said that justice wouldn't always be with them. The townspeople assured her that they would be fine because people would come to help them. Tilika remembered when Clement once told her that the Hall of Truth had started to rot, with more and more people colluding with the nobles and forgetting the duties of an inspector. They used the laws as an excuse and turned their backs on those they were supposed to protect. He said they were inspectors, not messengers of justice. Tilika clenched her fists and denied that. She said that Clement in particular had never colluded with the nobles. No matter how difficult it was, he always chose what was right. When she gained her magical eyes, he asked her if she would become a tool manipulated by this title or someone who used it. Tilika affirmed that she wanted to be a good inspector, someone who used this title to do what was right, just like him. Her words moved Clement deeply, and he smiled. He thought that now she had gained that confidence. Then, before the recognition of everyone, Tilika ran off. She wished everyone a more prosperous life and bid them farewell. The people turned back to her and thanked her again, wishing her safety and care on her journey. Masaru said that the town would be fine, as they could stand up against those who oppressed them. Tilika remarked that when Masaru got angry with Dutro, he looked really cool. This made him blush. Suddenly, Tiliva's menu appeared before Masaru, and as expected, he asked if she had any magic she wanted to learn. Somewhere else, a bizarre scene was taking place. A monster in the form of a girl was tearing apart a deer with a ferocious smile. At the dining table, Masaru was sweating bullets because, once again, Elizabeth was in charge of cooking dinner. She introduced that this time she was cooking a special dish, fresh seafood pasta. The dish looked so delicious that Masaru couldn't believe it because it actually seemed edible. Elizabeth said she didn't think he would underestimate her. It looked good and tasted great. Sadi sniffed it and showed a facial expression like a cat smelling something too strong. After the meal, Tilika mentioned that in the end, Masaru and Sadi had to cook another dish, while Elizabeth couldn't figure out what went wrong. Angela said, "Elizabeth, please stop seasoning the food behind her back." By the way, Angela asked Masaru about their plans for the next day. Masaru pointed to a spot and said they would complete the training session by fighting monsters. Everyone had been working together better. Elizabeth felt surprised because she had never had combat experience, and now she could defeat goblins after just half a month of training. Elizabeth realized that her speed, focus, and endurance had significantly improved, all thanks to Masaru's training. Masaru smiled and said that he was the one who should be thanked. Masaru mentioned that they had gained quite a bit of experience, so they needed to go home and train other skills. Suddenly, Sadi noticed something and told everyone to be quiet, pointing to the sky. Looking up, Masaru panicked. It was a flock of cranes. Tilika summoned a mouse and connected her vision to it. Whatever the mouse saw, she would see. The mouse kept going until it saw a cave with about 20 cranes guarding the entrance. There was definitely something secret inside. Elizabeth said there were many of them, and they had to eliminate the cranes. Masaru was still panicking at this point. Elizabeth said she had heard about the incident at the farm. After all, for adventurers, there were things called emergency quests that we had to do, like defending Vorvar Fortress. Previously, Masaru had never encountered cranes because they only fought at night, while cranes were daytime creatures. But at some point in the future, he wouldn't be able to avoid facing them. Of course, he could refuse to participate, but he would have to pay a large sum of money and lose the guild's trust. Masaru definitely didn't want that to happen, so they had to move forward and eliminate them. At that point, Masaru would be able to overcome his fear. Sergeant Void clenched his fist and said they would destroy the nest. After that, everyone divided up the work. Elizabeth told Angela that she was indeed a cold person, because that was the only way Elizabeth could think of to help someone overcome their fear, to the point that she hated her own coldness. She thought that Masaru would really like someone gentle like Angela. Angela laughed, making Elizabeth feel embarrassed because she was so serious. Angela said that even though Elizabeth didn't know how to express it, she actually cared a lot about everyone and was really kind. It's not just about saying warm things to keep the other person from feeling sad. There are times when you have to be tough because you truly care about them. Angela said that Elizabeth was very kind and that Masaru surely knew that. That was why Masaru was able to stand up in the past. Angela mentioned that she was new to this, so there were many things only Elizabeth could help with. The same went for Sadi and Tilika. They all had their own strengths and ways of supporting each other, so when they worked together, they could overcome many obstacles. Angela smiled and said that in the end, she was still sad that she couldn't keep Masaru to herself. Elizabeth agreed with that sentiment. Masaru called them over and said that Tilika had seen about 40 cranes, with a larger one protecting the eggs deeper inside. Elizabeth said that must be the queen. They had to take it down at all costs, or a new flock of cranes would be born. So the queen crane was now their target. Elizabeth said she would use her chanting to separate the cranes. Masaru would stand behind her as the trump card because he had mystical light magic. He would stand behind and provide magic to everyone, and they would chant spells to attack. They would kill each one after the initial attack. With their current abilities, they could fight it, but there was no room for mistakes. Elizabeth said this strategy would be named Attack Hard from the start and Worry Later. Elizabeth felt a bit happy because she finally got to use the magic she had just learned. Tilika said she would call the mouse back. Masaru thought to himself that right now their lives were in his hands. He couldn't let fear control him. He had to protect them and be more united. Suddenly, Angela took Masaru's hand and said that it was okay because they would protect him. Finally, Masaru understood that the way he protected them was the same as the way they protected him. Everyone was now encouraged and ready to fight. Elizabeth began chanting a spell to create lightning, a powerful strike aimed directly at the crane's nest. However, the queen crane was still alive because the other cranes were doing their best to protect it. The crane spotted Masaru and the others, and Elizabeth told them not to show any weaknesses. Sada used her arrows, Angela cast a blizzard, and Tilika used summoning magic. Thanks to his identification skill, Masaru could also pinpoint the location of each crane. Everything was different from before, and now he could do it. Suddenly, Sadi said there was something behind him. This time, without hesitation, Masaru was stronger than before. Masaru said that everyone could learn new skills without cheating, and so could the monsters. He guessed that the Queen Crane had the ability to hide, evading his identification skill. But fortunately, with Sadi's sound detection skill and his improved identification skill, he could locate it. He could defeat it. Angela asked if he was still afraid of them. Masaru said he knew he could defeat them if he was more careful, but more importantly, he wasn't alone anymore. On a carriage, a flashy man thought to himself about what she might like. Clement informed Tilika and Masaru that the palace had indeed sent a message. He had heard that even if they could uncover Duke Raoul's crimes, the resolution of the issue in the town was entirely the responsibility of those workers. Even if the truth officers committed crimes, their superiors would handle it, not Tilika. More importantly, despite having evidence, she still lacked witnesses. Tilika had not met the requirements to initiate an investigation due to numerous violations of palace regulations. Masaru said that thanks to Tilika, the town could be peaceful. Tilika stopped Masaru, saying she would accept any punishment given. Clement read the notice and said that Tilika would be suspended for 3 days. This statement left Masaru and Tilika bewildered. Tilika questioned why it was only a 3-day suspension. Clement asked if she wanted more and inquired if Masaru had any contact with the work in Narratown. Masaru said just enough to know that the town's truth officers were colluding. Clement said he would keep it a secret then. He explained that cleansing crimes was one of the primary duties of a truth officer, meaning that at the same time, one must adhere to the laws to prevent injustice. Therefore, they decided to show leniency within the scope of Tilika's violations. Clement said they were doing this to save face. In reality, they covered up the truth officers, including nobles, to get promoted, hence ending this work. He mentioned that senior officers in charge were already on their way to the capital and would pass through here. Clement said that after Tilika did what she did, he was able to convince himself that his guidance was correct. He told her she had to see the face of that senior officer. It was quite interesting. This made Tilika smile. Clement said anyway, she would be suspended for 3 days from now and prohibited from participating in any activities or using magic eyes. After that, they were done. Tomorrow morning, the noble Byron, who was introduced as Tilika's teammate, would come to this town to take her away. He said if Masaru wanted to take that position, he had to prove he was a better mage than Byron. Tilika honestly said she did not like that kind of test because it was not beneficial. Clement mentioned that a duel would be dangerous for both, and if they demanded to use skills without a target, it would be hard to select the enemy because magic had different properties. The test they chose would determine the winner as well as ensure safety. Masaru reassured her not to worry because, despite being a bit rushed, he had practiced thoroughly with the help of cheating, and he would definitely win. The next day, Byron arrived and commented that the welcoming was too terrible. He had traveled a long way and now had to fight with insignificant people. Deputy Chairman David said he didn't mind discussing Tilika's marriage here, but if Byron started causing trouble, he would have to leave immediately. Clement stated that finding a successor was most important for talent, not lineage. Byron twisted the truth, saying Clement didn't like working with nobles. Clement denied his words. After that, Byron agreed to the duel and challenged Masaru, but he looked down on him. They then went to the training ground of the Adventurers Guild at Shirey Town. Masaru felt a bit dejected, because the place was too crowded. Sir Samson would be the referee for the duel. He still spoke loudly as usual. Samson declared that the winner would be the one who caused the opponent's golem to malfunction, and they were not allowed to directly attack the golem, but had to use magical attacks. Byron thought about the horn of Masaru's golem. Byron believed that if it was a giant, it must have a horn. He mimicked Masaru by making his golem have a horn on its head. The duel began, and Byron's golem quickly advanced and attacked Masaru's golem. Angela wondered how a rock could move so quickly. Elizabeth said she had heard that Byron was good at this technique. And not only that, he used wind magic to make the golem faster. Elizabeth didn't expect that wind and earth, two separate skills, could be controlled so proficiently by him. For Byron, speed was strength. He wanted his golem to fight faster. At this moment, Masaru's golem began to attack by the book. Elizabeth mentioned that although Masaru had absorbed the earth into the golem's legs, it couldn't keep up with the speed of Byron's golem. Masaru wasn't very proficient in wind magic, so he intended to defend and use physical attacks to counter the golem's speed, but it had no effect. Byron stated that as a noble, they had a duty to strive for greatness, and he would uphold the honor as the Byron family amassed more and more wealth. That's why he always saw a capable teammate. That was the duty of the strong. At this point, Masaru's golem was slightly damaged. Masaru realized that political marriages were an age-old practice in Japan, and most places in the world. Considered normal by this world's standards, it became even more significant. Masaru couldn't understand their values based on the world he used to live in. At this moment, Tilika was in tears and called his name. Masaru realized he still had something more important, protecting everyone's hearts, especially Tilika's heart. That was his reason to strive. But while Masaru was talking about his determination, he accidentally exposed a flaw and Byron attacked. He could prepare the golem as he wished by absorbing the surrounding earth. But a golem was merely a form. If he destroyed the body of the golem, it would be unable to fight and collapse immediately. Then, he attacked directly at the body of Masaru's golem. He thought victory was within reach. But at this moment, Masaru's golem had caught the previous attack and successfully evaded. The battle continued, but Masaru's golem did not counterattack and only continuously dodged. Clement told Tilika that although she had said Byron would have the advantage in this battle, if only considering magical power, he accepted. However, even if Byron had won in the mock battle, he had no real-life experience. Comparatively, Masaru was a top adventurer. He had gone through many fierce battles with ferocious monsters and various complex combat scenarios. Clement said that power wasn't the only factor. The winner would be the one who could set traps for the opponent by predicting every move and using sharp senses. After a while of fighting, Masaru could finally counterattack. He began to predict Byron's movements and attacks. Byron realized he had to find a way to end the battle immediately, or he would be countered. At this moment, an opportunity came to Masaru. Keeping the golem balanced without falling was very difficult. While Masaru's golem was lifting its leg, Byron's golem advanced, ready to punch. Byron thought his golem, being both heavy and hard, would be difficult to unbalance, but Masaru was leading him into a trap. Masaru declared that he would cast magic into the golem's fist, compress it, and release all its power in a divine punch. Byron's golem completely shattered, and the winner was Masaru. He had done it. The girls noticed that Masaru's face looked slightly different at that moment. Byron realized he had lost, but the only thing he could focus on was Masaru's golem and his cool appearance. Clement stepped forward and admitted that Byron's magical power was indeed better. Byron said that wasn't the issue. This battle only determined who was the better mage to win the woman on the front lines. Byron had lost to Masaru, so he had no right to speak, but he wanted to say one last thing. Byron asked Tilika if she didn't want to be the wife of a great person like him, obviously handsome. Tilika said she had already decided who her heart belonged to, and more importantly, she didn't like his hairstyle. Tilika's words shocked Byron deeply because his super cool hairstyle was criticized like that. He turned away and told Masaru that what he said was not wrong. Those with power like them were forced to lead those without, and if Masaru intended to marry an officer, he needed to know the power of that. He asked Masaru to remember this well. Suddenly, Masaru called Byron back and said he felt that Byron's hair looked very attractive. This restored Byron's confidence. He combed his hair and smiled. Deputy Chairman David came up and patted Masaru on the shoulder, saying that the battle was quite good, but besides that, he was very angry and demanded that Masaru quickly repair the training ground immediately. Outside Shirei Town, Tilika talked to Clement about how God had given Masaru a power called cheating, and she wanted to show him what it could do. She then used magic to summon a mouse, a hawk, and even a tiger. These were magical beasts created by her magic. Clement asked if he could touch them, and Tilika replied that of course they weren't dangerous, and wouldn't do anything she didn't want them to. Clement remarked that indeed, summoning was very rare, but it wasn't much different from the taming skills that street performers did, not unique. As he spoke, he stroked the tiger. Masaru realized that Clement loved animals. Tilika said she knew he would say that. The reason she had waited until now was to show him a new power that would surely please him. She then summoned a dragon. An attendant beside Clement said he would attack. But Clemen stopped him and asked Tilika if this was also her summoned beast. Tilika affirmed. Clemen said he had never seen anyone able to summon a dragon and that it was only theoretical in books. Suddenly, the dragon opened its mouth and spoke. The dragon said it bet Clemen had never seen a dragon that could understand human language. It said it not only topped the food chain and possessed immense strength, but also had superior intelligence. It was all thanks to Tilika for creating such a powerful creature. Despite some luck, the power she wielded was undeniable. Thus, it believed destiny had brought it and Tilika together. It pledged to dedicate itself fully. Then, Tilika commanded the dragon to return, even though it regretted not finishing speaking. Tilika turned back, smiled, and said the dragon talked a bit too much, but she hoped Clemen could understand. She had magical eyes as an advantage, but no talent other than learning to summon a dragon in a few weeks. Clemen said he understood Masaru's protection and strength, so was Masaru the person she entrusted to marry. Clemen said he had thought earlier that she had just chosen randomly, but it turned out to be true. Tilika placed her hand on her heart and said Masaru was the person she respected immensely, and she wanted no one else but him. This moved Clemen. He remembered the past when his daughter couldn't withstand the eye surgery and passed away. His wife had been furious and called him a murderer. His superior expressed deep regret for the pain Clemen had endured, but he had to inquire about Clemen's next successor. Clemen stated that the one who had died was his only daughter. He and his wife had divorced, and the superior said that one of the duties of an officer was to leave behind a successor. If Clemen did not want to have more children, he would have to become a trainer for other truth officers. People constantly gossiped about Clemen's demotion, despite him having exposed many criminals. Clemen was not only a noble but also an officer, so many envied him. Then he met Tilika, a child born from tenant farmers with high-level magical eyes. His superior said Tilika had been sold to make money, but the child still needed an adult to guide her. Clemen finally agreed to take Tilika as his apprentice. His superior turned away and said he trusted Clemen, as the Hall of Justice could not maintain justice if it did not exist. He did not want Clemen to be a subordinate but to work with integrity. Initially, Clemen thought Tilika was like others, a tool to please the nobles. His only task was to refine that tool. He remembered his daughter, who had tried so hard to become a great officer. He had told his daughter that he was very happy, but he never pressured her to please him or follow in his footsteps. He just wanted his daughter to find the meaning of justice and keep it in her heart, not to impose it on others, and to be strong enough not to let others take it away. At this moment, he told Tilika that becoming a tool meant falling into a terrible narrow path, and once accepted, it would be difficult to find an easy way out. In his heart, he did not want Tilika to become a tool. Back to the present, Clemen took off his replica certification of being a first-class officer and handed it to Tilika. Although it was just a replica, it could prove that a truth officer was backing her, and she should use it whenever needed. Finally, he smiled and affirmed that Tilika was his disciple, his joy, and his pride. He asked Masaru if he could take care of her, and Masaru affirmed that he would. Clemen said goodbye and left. That evening, everyone was walking down the street and chatting happily with each other. Suddenly, Masaru turned around and said that he knew he had been relying on everyone without accomplishing anything on his own. However, he promised that one day he would be able to protect everyone, and they would live together and maintain this happiness. So he wanted their relationship to take another step forward. At that moment, Tilika burst into tears. Masaru was surprised by this, and said that Tilika had infinite kindness. Elizabeth was brave and reckless. Sadi was adorable and pure, and Tilika was the one who could uphold justice. He loved everyone, so he asked if he could marry them. At this moment, everyone was deeply moved. Elizabeth smiled and said that he didn't need to worry. She didn't think her own proposal would be this interesting. Sadi said she wanted to continue to stay by his side. Tilika also said that there was no way she could refuse. They all wanted to be with him forever. They hugged each other and smiled brightly. Masaru realized that just a month ago, while being attacked by a pack of wild rabbits, he had never thought about having a girlfriend. But now, it was their wedding. Walking down the aisle were 4 extremely beautiful girls. He had never thought he would have 4 wives. Friends were also there, the children, the priest, and everyone. At this moment, Clemen was standing outside on the street. Chairman Void handed him a bottle of wine and invited him in. They were lighting candles and making vows together, everyone throwing flowers and congratulating them. Masaru lay exhausted on the bed, saying that the wedding had truly drained his energy. Being the center of the universe was not fun at all. Elizabeth said he had done very well. Tilika also said that at least for them, becoming Masaru's bride would be the most beautiful memory. Elizabeth also said she was very happy, so she had prepared a special dish, rabbit apple, for everyone to enjoy. Elizabeth said she knew she wasn't good at cooking and was terrible with knives, so she made this dish. Everyone complimented it, saying it was very cute. Elizabeth said she had been practicing for a while and asked Masaru if he thought she had cooking skills now. Masaru said her skills had indeed improved. Elizabeth was very happy, but he added that it was actually her dagger skills that had reached level 2. Angela mentioned that this was because she had been constantly practicing by chopping vegetables recently. After the meal, Angela asked Masaru what they would do next. Masaru said he wanted to accept the mission that the gods had sent. The mission was to help Narnia overcome the hardships of living in the fields. Angela asked if this was a prophecy. Masaru replied that it could be considered as such. Angela responded that as a child of the gods, she had to accept this mission. Elizabeth also advised Masaru to accept it. She said Narnia had accompanied her on their adventure. Knowing how dangerous it was to become an adventurer, Narnia had helped the Flanslate family overcome financial burdens. She and Elizabeth had sent almost all their savings to the Flanslake family, leaving only what was necessary to survive. She had dedicated herself to Elizabeth since she was a child, and Elizabeth could never fully repay that kindness. Therefore, she told Masaru that when Narnia faced difficulties, they had to help her. Masaru smiled and agreed because there was no way he could refuse his wife's request. They would leave Shirey Town and head east to Lagano Village, where Narnia and Orba lived. The next day, Masaru left the city alone. The guards mentioned that he had a very nice armor today. He said he would try a new spell and would be back soon. He warned that the spell might be a bit large, so everyone should be careful. One gatekeeper remarked that it was Masaru. He was surprised to think that someone who once struggled with wild rabbits had become an adventurer and slain a dragon. Truly, the power of humans should not be underestimated. Looking at the list of people coming and going, the gatekeeper noticed that his surname was Yamanos, which had been changed to fit this world. As he walked, Masaru pondered the girls' reactions when they heard he was from another world. But in their eyes, no place mattered. He was still him, and their relationship would not change. Masaru always thought he wouldn't need to talk about this anymore. Then, he tried a new spell, a very large spell that exploded and destroyed a large area of land. He thought that he had understood the principle and would be able to shorten the spell. Masaru used his detection skill and sensed 3 entities in the forest beyond. He approached and saw a boy being chased by 2 monsters. He attacked the monsters and told the boy to run away. Masaru stepped forward and hugged the boy. They flew away to escape the dangerous area. Suddenly, Masaru felt a headache, which was a side effect of the flying skill, so they decided to walk to the town. Masaru told the boy to stay in the area he had just set up. While Masaru went to deal with a monster, he used earth magic to defeat the monster, summoning a giant arm to fight in his place. After the battle ended, Masaru approached and took the boy away from there. He said he was on his way back to Shirey and asked if the boy wanted to come along. The boy bowed his head and begged Masaru to take him as his master. Back in Shirey Town, the boy thanked Masaru for saving him, praising Masaru for not only being skilled with a sword, but also knowing how to use spells. The boy's name was Will, and he appeared to be younger than Masaru. He explained that he had been in the forest, but, as a newcomer, could not fight the monsters and was suddenly chased by them. Hearing the explosion, Will had rushed towards it. Masaru said there were many dangerous beasts in the forest, and even if it was feasible, it was still troublesome. Will agreed, saying he was extremely weak, but even wild rabbits couldn't attack him because they usually only attack children. Masaru recalled when he first arrived here, and retorted that although Will was right, one must also consider the situation of millions of rabbits appearing. One must prepare well for the future and consider all possibilities. Although Masaru had learned where Will came from, he did not intend to take Will as a disciple because he would soon leave this town. However, Byron begged Masaru to take him along. The boy said he had some money to rent a room, but still had more to pay for necessary and important things. The boy wanted to become a strong adventurer. Masaru didn't understand why he was so enthusiastic. Masaru did not criticize other adventurers, but in this world, life was always at risk, and becoming an adventurer increased the chances of losing one's life. Masaru had a proposal for Will. He brought Will to the adventurer's training area the next day. He asked Will to undergo the novice training course. Will asked how difficult it was. Masaru said he had fainted about 3 times, but there were healers here, and they would ensure he could continue. Will would be taught tactics, martial arts, archery, spear fighting, and other combat skills. He would be able to defeat monsters here. Masaru said it would be very difficult, but asked if Will could do it. Masaru was extremely afraid because of the trainer gear, a person Masaru both respected and feared, a fighter who was also a master. He was called Demon. Eventually, Will decided to join the novice training course and began special training with Masaru. On the 7th day, Samson praised the novices for doing very well. At this moment, Will and the 4 girls looked at Masaru, challenging Sergeant Voig once again. He asked Sergeant Voig how to defeat someone even stronger than him. Sergeant Voig said it was about constantly looking for opportunities to turn the tables. As long as Masaru didn't give up, a miracle could happen. Masaru thought he had been in a game like that before. They called it a miracle because it was something that couldn't happen, and Masaru couldn't rely on luck. He attacked Sergeant Voig, but Voig dodged. Everyone felt that things were not going well because Masaru was in danger, but he managed to hold himself back and evade the attack. Will thought that he had watched Masaru fight for 7 days straight. Usually he would try to fall back. Sergeant Voig wondered if it was due to Masaru's recklessness, or perhaps his tactics. Sergeant Voig attacked Masaru. Masaru thought that Voig was pushing him back, but now he couldn't use magic or armor to block, so he definitely couldn't take a single hit, as it would end everything. Masaru focused on finding weaknesses and vulnerabilities. If they were experts, they would always try to hide them, but because they were human, everyone had flaws. As Sergeant Voig continued to attack, Masaru saw his weakness lay in his side. Immediately, Masaru seized the opportunity and attacked. Samson, standing nearby, realized that Masaru had found Sergeant Voig's weakness. Sergeant Voig thought that Masaru was aiming for something, and all his previous hesitation had vanished. He then began attacking Masaru, but suddenly realized that Masaru was not retreating. At that moment, Sergeant Voig let his guard down. Everyone thought that Masaru could advance. Masaru attacked and broke a part of Sergeant Voig's armor. Sergeant Voig fell and declared that the training session was over and that Masaru could rest. Samson, standing by, explained to everyone that Sergeant Voig had once been injured in his right leg, making it difficult for him to put much weight on it or turn to the right easily. Although Sergeant Voig had hidden this for 7 days, it seemed Masaru had noticed this time. While Masaru was being treated for his injuries, Sergeant Voig approached, patted him on the shoulder, and said that he was a talented mage. However, magic couldn't bring the dead back to life. People died on the battlefield for various reasons, so one couldn't always rely on armor and healing magic. Sergeant Voig told Masaru that he could conquer his fear, but he should not discard it. Only by having fear could recklessness turn into true courage. Sergeant Voig said Masaru needed to become even stronger, and that one day he would surpass him. Masaru realized that during the fight, Sergeant Voig had always held back to give Masaru a chance to attack. He thought that surpassing him might be impossible, but he would always follow in his footsteps. Everyone said that this was a great match, very different, and praised Masaru for being very skilled. After the training session, Will thanked Masaru. He would become an adventurer once more and give his all. Masaru gave him a gift for completing the novice training course, a gold coin. Masaru said it should be enough to buy some healing potions. If Will became an adventurer, he would go through many pains, but as long as he didn't go beyond his limits, everything would be fine. And remember, there would always be people struggling to fight wild rabbits. Will wondered if such a person really existed. Masaru smiled and said goodbye. Will held the coin tightly in his hand and thought that he wouldn't use the money, but would keep it as a memento. In his mind, he wished Masaru to take care of himself, hoping that they would meet again someday. At this moment, on a mountain peak, a figure in a black cloak was looking into the distance with a grim smile. It seemed to be a new enemy, a suspicious figure.
A group named Silverwing Troop has only 10 members. Each member's level exceeds any ordinary person's highest level, which is 60. In other words, all the group members are exceptionally talented. A few months ago, the protagonist, Dennis, who is in charge of cooking, was banished from the group. The commander-in-chief, Vigor, blamed Dennis for the failure of their last adventure. Dennis was accused of using the terrorizing voice, but he defended himself by stating that he only followed the commander's orders. When Vigor denied Dennis's accusations, Dennis realized that Vigor was blaming others for his failures. The purpose of the last adventure was to subdue the elusive monster known as the Cave Dragon and collect valuable parts. However, for a specific reason, Dennis and the others couldn't continue fighting. After Dennis used the terrorizing voice, a highly oppressive skill, the cowardly Cave Dragon was chased away, resulting in the adventure's failure. But Dennis knew that if they had continued fighting the Cave Dragon, someone would have died. Vigor, asserting that their group was the most powerful guild in the world, reiterated that he had never given Dennis the order. When Vigor accused Dennis of being a spy trying to lower the Silverwing Troop's reputation, Dennis realized he was being framed. Observing the other members, Dennis could tell that they had already decided to agree with Vigor. When Vigor mocked Dennis for being a cook, Dennis was angry and asked if being a chef was strange. Vigor pointed out that their group should only consist of swordsmen or Shinto priests. He then told Dennis that a cook like him doesn't have a place in the Silverwing Troop. Ending the conversation, Dennis agreed to leave the guild. While packing his belongings, Katie, the vice commander, stormed into Dennis's room and demanded an explanation. She asked Dennis numerous questions, but he only replied that others also had his skills and that she would have to find someone else to cook her dinner. The Silverwing Troop is a vanguard with 2 swordsmen, Vigor, Blue Sword of Destruction, and Katie, Crimson Sword of Speed. Overwhelming force is their trademark. Katie agreed that others might have Dennis's skills, but noted that they lacked his combat experience. She added that their guild's fighting strength had increased only after Dennis joined. Katie was frightened, knowing that Dennis, who had supported every defender, was now gone. She tried persuading Dennis to return, promising to support him, but Dennis's decision was final. As he was about to leave, Katie grabbed his shirt, asking if he really never planned on coming back. Dennis had joined the Silverwing Troop because of Katie's invitation. In a tavern, Katie had praised Dennis's skill in medicine mixing and metallurgy. After their conversation, Katie had started following Dennis everywhere, and they eventually became friends. Dennis knew that Vigor had taken a liking to Katie, which he assumed was the reason Vigor found him displeasing. When Katie asked Dennis about his plans, she became angry when he told her he planned to open a restaurant. After apologizing and thanking Katie, Dennis reminded her to dress properly when she was at the headquarters. He made it clear to Katie that he was a chef, not an adventurer. Katie tried using her rank to order Dennis to stay, but he ignored her and left the guild. Out on the street, a little girl accidentally bumped into Dennis. As her balloon flew away, Dennis saw how sad she was and decided to retrieve it by jumping to the side of a building for support. After handing the balloon back to the girl, Dennis accepted that his journey as an adventurer had finally reached its end, and that his life as a chef was now beginning. At the guild's terrace, Vigor observed Dennis as he walked away. When Dennis arrived at a store, he was amazed by the equipment being sold. As he was about to purchase a piece of equipment, he reconsidered if it was really necessary. After turning down the merchant, Dennis followed a handbook for starting a restaurant to prepare for his restaurant opening. After purchasing an empty house, he became excited and forgot everything else. As Dennis was looking to employ a waiter, he saw a small girl being auctioned from a distance. The host kept enticing people by claiming the girl came from a noble family. Dennis became angry when he heard others planning to make money off her. Although he had no plans to save the girl, when he saw himself in her eyes, Dennis decided to purchase her for 100 coins. Thinking he had finally purchased the girl, Dennis was surprised when a fat man suddenly made a higher offer. Ready to move on with his business, Dennis couldn't help but give a much higher offer when he heard that the fat man was a pervert. Seeing Dennis upset, the girl asked why he bought her. Dennis told her it reminded him of something from a long time ago and then asked her name. When the girl responded that calling her slave would do, Dennis did not like it and insisted on knowing her name. After learning that her name was Atori, Dennis suggested they support each other moving forward. When Atori asked what she needed to do, Dennis responded, "Nothing," and told her she could use the second floor however she liked. When Atori's stomach unexpectedly growled, Dennis smiled and cooked her fried rice. Atori was surprised at how delicious it was. Dennis smiled at first, but when he saw Atori crying, he saw his younger self in her. When Dennis asked Atori if the food was good, he was surprised when she started choking. After their meal, the two spent time together fixing up the restaurant and buying a uniform for Atori. After some time, Dennis and Atori finally had the restaurant's grand opening. At the beginning of their grand opening, Dennis informed Atori that her mission was to welcome the customers to the store. Dennis checked the ingredients, menu, furniture, dinnerware, and Atori, whom Dennis still considered an unknown variable. Dennis was eager to serve his customers since he no longer had any money left. When a customer finally entered their restaurant, both Dennis and Atori were speechless. Regaining his senses, Dennis ordered Atori to serve their guests some water. Caught off guard by the adventurer's armor, Dennis was excited to know what the customer's order would be. Sensing a menacing aura from Dennis, the adventurer became frightened and pointed out the food he wanted to eat. Dennis was disappointed when the adventurer only wanted rice and pickled apricots. When Dennis asked if he wanted anything else, he did not receive a response, so he asked if the adventurer had no money. After the adventurer confirmed this, Dennis felt bad and offered him katsudon instead. The adventurer was surprised and explained that his money wasn't enough for katsudon. Dennis told him he just wanted him to eat and noticed the adventurer's voice, realizing she had been kicked out of her party for being a girl. The adventurer, whose name was Henrietta, vented her frustration about being kicked out because she was a swordswoman. She mentioned a strong swordswoman, Katie, and asked Dennis if he had heard of her. Dennis responded that he had, and even thought Katie was one dangerous creature. Henrietta decided to hide her gender to find another party but encountered problems since no one accepted a person who didn't speak. Seeing Henrietta cry, Dennis handed her the food and told her to eat and cheer up. Drooling over the katsudon, Henrietta asked if it was really okay to eat without paying. After receiving confirmation from Dennis, Henrietta took a bite and was blown away by how delicious it was. Chewing the food while praising it, Dennis suggested she become a patron of the restaurant. Henrietta said she could only do that if she found a party and made money. Dennis decided to help by asking other customers if they were looking for a swordswoman. Henrietta was surprised and asked if Dennis didn't mind helping her. Dennis said it was no big deal and told her she could visit the restaurant to eat in the meantime. Henrietta was touched and thanked him. When other customers started coming in, they were blown away by the food and how cute the waitress was. Seeing Atori's behavior, Dennis was relieved by the visible change in her. Remembering his promise to Henrietta, Dennis approached his customers and asked if they needed a swordswoman. After discussing Henrietta's skills and qualifications, the customers decided they wanted Henrietta to join them the next day. Dennis was surprised he could find a party for her so quickly and reassured the customers that Henrietta was the type of adventurer they were looking for. Later that day, Dennis informed Henrietta that he had found a party for her. Excited, Henrietta promised Dennis that she would use her first salary to thank him. Before handing Henrietta her meal, Dennis told her to take more time to choose carefully the people she could trust. After handing Henrietta her oyakodon, she chewed her food while reassuring Dennis that everything would work out fine. Dennis decided not to meddle any longer since Henrietta was happy. After serving many customers, Dennis told Atori to take down the curtain at the door since they only had a couple of customers left. While happily washing the dishes, Dennis was shocked when he overheard his customers talking about a rumor of a group that was recruiting female adventurers and then assaulting them in the dungeon. Dennis wondered if the customers he spoke to earlier were the rumored adventurers. The next day at the Adventurers Guild, Henrietta introduced herself to the party. A man named Style introduced himself and told Henrietta that their party did not have a hierarchy and to just be herself. As the party finally ventured out, Henrietta asked what kind of quest they were going to do. After being told that they would be gathering something unimportant, Henrietta decided to stop asking questions and follow along with the others. Inside a dungeon, Henrietta immediately showed off her swordsmanship skills. Henrietta felt happy after being trusted by others. She continued to kill off monsters with a single hit until she finally got exhausted. The party's healer, Marmok, received an order to heal Henrietta. However, he instead used a stun spell on her. Henrietta tried to reach for her weapon but was stopped by Style, who then revealed his true self. Realizing she was in deep trouble, Henrietta tried calling for help but could not speak properly. After having her armor stripped from her body, Henrietta became scared as the other members of the party tried to take off her underwear. All of a sudden, Style heard a clunking sound and ordered Handok to check it out. Everyone was surprised when Style was blown away by one punch from a mysterious person. Thinking of the man as a monster, everyone except for Henrietta ran for their lives when the man approached them. Henrietta found it strange that such a monster was inside the dungeon and noticed that the man's strike was performed like a chef's. After the incident, Henrietta went back to the restaurant and told Dennis everything that had happened. The ones who attacked Henrietta were tied up unconscious and left at the entrance of the dungeon. When the guild checked their identities, it turned out they were a wanted criminal party. Henrietta blamed herself for trusting others easily. Dennis also admitted he was at fault for not doing some research before introducing the criminals to Henrietta. When Henrietta's stomach suddenly growled, Dennis told her it was his treat and asked what she wanted to eat. Embarrassed, Henrietta asked for the steak special, which surprised Dennis since it was the most expensive dish on the menu. When two lady adventurers entered the restaurant, they asked Dennis why he had closed the restaurant the previous day. After telling the customers he had some errands to run, Henrietta saw the man who saved her and noticed his back resembled Dennis's. Hearing another customer coming in, Dennis smiled and welcomed them to the adventurers' restaurant. Eating the ramen and savoring its rich broth, Henrietta couldn't help but be impressed. Dennis then called Henrietta, telling her that he didn't mind her eating. Henrietta almost choked when Dennis asked her when she would join the party. Dennis then pointed out to Henrietta that her face already looked like a regular customer. However, the difference was that she hadn't paid for a single meal yet. Dennis was getting frustrated when Henrietta tried to put the blame on him for spoiling her. After the incident in the dungeon, Henrietta hadn't been thinking clearly. After explaining her doubts to Dennis, he told her that she should just be herself in whatever she does and be comfortable with it. Dennis's words struck Henrietta, which made her decide to choose a different path. When Henrietta entered the restaurant again, Dennis was surprised at first but then praised Henrietta for her decision. Staring at Dennis, Henrietta wished to be as comfortable as he was. She was then told by Dennis that staring at him would not earn her a second meal. Dennis then told Henrietta to eat and quickly find a job so she could pay her bill. When Dennis heard the door opening, he welcomed the customer. Everyone in the restaurant remained speechless when met by the customer's presence. Confused if the customer was male or female, Dennis told the customer that they would just be waiting for their order. When the customer asked what was delicious, Dennis suggested a katsudon. However, the customer mentioned that they were not in the mood for katsudon. When Henrietta suggested pasta, the customer also refused, mentioning that pasta was heavy for their stomach. When the customer refused Atori's suggestion, Dennis became frustrated and asked what they preferred to eat. Atori then approached the customer and suggested they eat fried rice. After being served ankake fried rice, the customer was hesitant at first to eat it. However, they did not expect the fried rice to be so delicious. After being asked by Dennis what happened to them, since the customer looked upset, Dennis, Henrietta, and Atori were speechless when the customer mentioned how disappointed he was that everyone around him was too weak. The customer explained that his colleagues were too low-leveled and just prioritized earning trivial stuff by fulfilling their mandate. Hearing the customer vent, Dennis called Henrietta out and told her that one can also find money by crawling on the ground. The customer then expressed his hatred towards adventurers who do not aim for higher goals. When the customer asked Dennis if he agreed with him, Dennis responded that he couldn't tell if the customer was either too enthusiastic or his mind just had a problem. When the customer mentioned that he got banished from his party after speaking his mind, Dennis began wondering why his restaurant attracted adventurers who were banished. As the customer shared his eagerness to join the Silverwing Troupe and become a legendary male magician, Dennis told him not to overdo it or he would easily be left behind. After thanking Dennis for the meal, the customer turned around and introduced himself as Vivia Strange, and told Dennis that he would stop by next time to eat ebi fried rice. As Dennis and the others were still speechless, he guessed that Vivia must have liked the fried rice. After a few days, Vivia visited the restaurant again. After being asked by Dennis how he was, Vivia shared how he found the strongest group and joined the Misty Knight. Since Vivia was still young, Dennis asked if his level was appropriate. Vivia was not worried, as he was sure that he could catch up to the others' level. After joining the Misty Knight, Vivia couldn't help but be excited to soon join the Silverwing Troupe. Dreaming of joining the famed guild, Vivia already assumed that he would be called the Dark Magician. Dennis was speechless since he was named Legendary Chahan by the guild that Vivia dreamed of joining. After handing the fried rice to Vivia, Dennis couldn't help but think that Viva was cute for enjoying the food. Although Vivia was a bit delusional, Dennis praised him for having the desire to rise up. Dennis knew that if Vivia joined a stable party, he would someday become a great adventurer. After being asked when his first mission was, Dennis was surprised when Vivia shared that he would have to collect rare minerals on the 5th floor. After checking Vivia's level, Dennis was shocked to learn that Vivia was only level 17. Adventurers who can counter creatures on the 5th floor must be at least level 30 or above. Dennis was afraid for Vivia since the 5th floor was not a place for his level. He then asked Vivia if he wouldn't be overwhelmed. Vivia, surprised that Dennis had some knowledge about the 5th floor, reassured that the best member in the party would support him carefully. The next day, Dennis still couldn't help but worry about Vivia, as the last words he heard from him were that he would tell Dennis about his victory. Realizing that it was already noon, Dennis wondered if he should have stopped Vivia from going. But Dennis then stood by his decision since the rule of adventurers was to take responsibility for themselves. Dennis was then approached by Atori, as he was informed that they ran out of eggs. Hearing Atori mention that Vivia would be fine, Dennis felt relieved. However, Dennis heard the members of Misty Knight that Vivia is participating in a ritual to join their party, which was going inside the 5th floor and coming back alive. The two members of Misty Knight were suddenly dragged by Dennis. Thinking that Dennis was trying to pick a fight with them, they unsheathed their weapons and tried to hurt Dennis. However, they ended up getting hurt themselves. Dennis apologized to Atori and told her that the restaurant would close in the afternoon. Realizing what Dennis's intentions were for closing the restaurant, Atori told him to be careful. After reassuring Atori that he would be safe, the two made a fist bump before separating. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the adventurer's dungeon, Vivia looked frightened and was running as fast as he could. Vivia's fear grew larger after hearing the goblin's footsteps behind him. Vivia had been informed by the members of Misty Knight that he would have to take a test first. Upon entering the dungeon, Vivia immediately encountered strong monsters. Using all his might, Vivia barely reached the 3rd floor of the adventurer's dungeon. When Vivia suddenly tripped, he noticed that his leg was wrapped in vines. Recognizing it as a magic trap, Vivia pulled out his wand to dispel it. However, his mind suddenly went blank, and he could no longer remember the counter for a textbook magic trap. All the techniques that Vivia had memorized suddenly vanished from his head. Seeing the goblins from a distance, Vivia started to panic. Imagining what the goblins would do to him, Vivia spiraled into despair. When the goblins finally arrived where Vivia was caught in the trap, they expected to find him, but all that remained was his torch. Hiding behind the rocks, it was revealed that Vivia had received help from an adventurer named Cynthia. When Vivia asked Cynthia if she was lost inside the dungeon, Cynthia hesitated at first, but then revealed that she had been left behind by her party. While running away from monsters, Cynthia had also been caught in the same trap, but unfortunately for her, nobody came to help. After countering the trap, Cynthia couldn't catch up with the others and had no other option but to hide. When Cynthia suggested they wait for Vivia's party, Vivia was ashamed to reveal that he had the same fate as her. Realizing that no one was going to save him, Vivia assumed it was because he had shown off too much and had a bad personality. The two comforted each other inside the dungeon. Hearing the goblins' footsteps, Vivia guessed that their hiding spot would soon be discovered. Vivia told Cynthia that he would act as bait to lure the goblins away. Cynthia protested Vivia's plan, saying there was no point if he couldn't survive. Because of Cynthia's help, Vivia found new courage, which motivated him to help her. Vivia despised others around him and thought he was unique. In the end, Vivia didn't want to do anything, he just wanted to be recognized as someone special. But after being saved and cheered up by Cynthia, Vivia genuinely wanted to save her. Although Cynthia did not want to go along with Vivia's plan, he insisted and came out of hiding. With one shout, the goblins immediately started running towards Vivia's location. As the goblins closed in on him, Vivia stood his ground. Out of nowhere, an alchemy spell summoned a large pan. Confused by its appearance, Vivia became frightened when he saw a scary figure. Assuming it was some kind of monster, Vivia was surprised when he heard a familiar voice. It was then revealed that the scary figure was Dennis, who took off his mask since his identity was already discovered. Hitting Vivia's head, Dennis asked why he had jumped out in front of the goblins alone. As Dennis was about to drag Vivia out, Vivia told him that his savior was still hiding nearby. When they called out for Cynthia, Dennis was shocked and asked Vivia if the person who helped him was the skeleton that was hiding. After getting out of the dungeon, Dennis and Vivia found out that Cynthia had gone missing 13 years ago on the 5th floor and was assumed dead. When they were asked if they were Cynthia's relatives, Dennis and Vivia couldn't give a proper answer. The two later went to Cynthia's grave and paid their respects. Holding a flower, Vivia still believed that Cynthia had saved him and given him courage. Dennis shared a rumor he had heard before, that the souls of adventurers who had died in the dungeon could save living adventurers. Dennis told Vivia that he believed Cynthia did save him. After thanking her and promising to visit Cynthia's grave again, Vivia vowed to become the best magician in the world. Feeling hungry, Dennis offered Vivia the crab-fried rice he had mentioned before. Seeing Vivia still feeling down, Dennis told him that Cynthia would be happy if he cheered up. Turning around and looking at Cynthia's grave, Vivia admitted that Cynthia was definitely a magician. Meanwhile, as the clock struck 5 o'clock, a woman stood at the top of the clock tower, curious. A girl named Bashel was regarded as the village's prodigy. The village pooled their money so that Bashel could enroll in the magic school at the capital. As a student, Bashel reached level 30, which was on par with a mid-level adventurer. Her achievements indicated she would surpass level 60, the limit for a normal person. Bashel then skipped a rank and became a sage. Overflowing with talent and a promising future, Bashel was recommended to become a professor at the magic school after graduating. However, she declined the invitation. Bashel eventually joined the adventurer party known throughout the kingdom as Misty Knight. She sent money and letters to her village, reassuring them that she was receiving help from her party members. However, Bashel's real situation was that she was constantly scolded by another member of her party. After rewriting a report multiple times, Bashel didn't realize she was already hungry. Wondering if there were any shops open at that time of night, Bashel decided to roam the city to find a place to eat. Seeing a closed diner, Bashel lamented her bad luck. On the entrance test day for her top choice party, Bashel had a high fever and couldn't go. Somehow, Misty Knight accepted her, but nobody else joined at the same time. Bashel became responsible for all of the party's errands. Her senior claimed every achievement for himself while blaming everything that went wrong on someone else. Reaching her breaking point, Bashel just wanted to cry but was surprised when Atori appeared in front of her. When Dennis saw Atori with someone else, he told her they were already closed. However, Atori insisted that Bashel be their last customer. Surprised that Atori begged for a favor, Dennis told Bashel to hurry up and choose her food. After choosing today's special, Bashel noticed that the restaurant had a nice atmosphere and wondered if the people in front of the cook were regular customers. Whenever Bashel had a day off, she just slept all day, as she had no friends to enjoy time with. When Bashel finally tasted her food, she was surprised at how delicious it was. She had never seen shrimp deep-fried like this, nor had she seen the sauce before. Henrietta boasted that everything on the menu tasted great and recommended the katsudon and other items. Surprised by Henrietta's knowledge, Bashel learned that Henrietta was the first customer. Dennis then pointed out that Henrietta was a freeloader from the beginning. Seeing Dennis and Henrietta argue, Bashel couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dennis was surprised to see Bashel crying. When Bashel realized she was crying, she became puzzled as to why. Eating delicious food in a pleasant place, Bashel thought there were so many wonderful things. However, she was curious as to why she was scolded unreasonably every day. Enduring harsh words directed at her, Bashel just wanted to die every morning when she woke up. Not wanting to worry anyone or betray expectations, Bashel ended up writing lies in her letters, unable to ask anyone for help. Feeling under the weather, Bashel tried to force herself to wake up. When she saw the time, she hurriedly followed her party. After being scolded by her party, they proceeded to go on their quest. When Bashel was instructed to take out the shine grass, her heart sank when she did not see it in her pouch. After informing her party that she forgot to bring the shine grass, Bashel once again received harsh words. Reaching her breaking point, Bashel was ready to take her life. She found it strange to make mistakes and wondered if she was really worthless, thinking it was pointless to keep living. After taking one step, Bashel fell from the clock tower. Meanwhile, Dennis couldn't help but worry about Bashel. When Dennis was about to talk to Atori, he was surprised to see Atori naked. After she explained that she took a shower, Dennis reminded her she still needed to wear a towel while walking around in public. As Dennis searched for a towel for Atori, Henrietta suddenly entered the restaurant carrying Bashel. When Vivia saw Atori naked, he wondered if she went nude when off duty. After giving Atori the towel, Dennis listened to Vivia and Henrietta's story about the incident. Henrietta and Vivia had seen Bashel walking around looking like the world had just ended. Sensing a bad vibe from Bashel, they decided to follow her. When they saw Bashel climb the clock tower and jump off without hesitation, Henrietta immediately jumped to catch her. Vivia, on the other hand, used the spell Gentle Palm to create a cushion underneath. Breaking through Vivia's Gentle Palm, Henrietta's armor ended up getting crushed, though the impact was lessened. Curious about Bashel, Dennis informed the two that he let her sleep on the second floor. Dennis revealed that Bashel was heartbroken and had chosen to take her life. Hardworking people have so many things to do that they are crushed by their work, which led to Bashel's spirit being broken. When Dennis saw Vivia teasing Henrietta, he was surprised at how quickly the two had become close. After Vivia mentioned that he heard Bashel mention Misty Knight, Dennis shared how he told Bashel to take a break. Dennis planned to give Bashel shelter for a little while. After some time, Dennis met with one of Misty Knight's captains named Hopper. After the two exchanged apologies, Dennis checked Hopper's level. Learning that Hopper was level 51 while the others were 37, Dennis was impressed but not surprised, since Misty Knight was the town's #1 guild. As they began to talk about Bashel's welfare, Dennis insisted that Bashel was in no state to continue working. When Dennis asked if Bashel could be removed from the party to recuperate, Hopper responded that Dennis's request was impossible. Hopper then showed Bashel's contract, which angered Dennis. Confronting Hopper about the ridiculous contract, Dennis saw no empathy from Hopper, whose only focus was exploiting Bashel. Seeing that Dennis was not backing down, Hopper reminded him that Misty Knight owned the region and portrayed themselves as the law. Hopper told Dennis that this would be the last time they would be civil. Meanwhile, Bashel couldn't stand the situation anymore and asked Atori why they didn't let her die. After telling Bashel she was free to die, Atori shared her past, where she wanted to die after being bought as a slave. Thinking that nothing good would ever happen, Atori had not expected something good to happen to her, which made her decide not to take her life. Atori told Bashel to first eat something tasty and then decide if she still wanted to die. Bashel thanked Atori for her advice and decided not to die. Outside the restaurant, a mysterious person was pleased after discovering Dennis's location. Seeing Hopper act as if he were the law, Dennis asked if he planned to become king. Hopper pointed out that in any dungeon town, the strongest party holds absolute power because no one can match the party's strength. An adventurer party with real combat experience surpasses the fighting potential of the Knights organization with their decorative swords. Hopper used the Silverwing Troop as an example, as they are considered the strongest party both in name and in practice, with several level 80 adventurers who have the power of tactical weapons. No one in the country would be foolish enough to go against the Silverwing Troop. When Dennis noted that Misty Knight was different from the troop, Hopper responded that they were the same, stating that the only difference was that Misty Knight happened to rule over a small countryside village. When Hopper insinuated that it would be a waste if Dennis's restaurant caught fire, Dennis became pissed and asked if Hopper was threatening him. Hopper stated that nobody would take it seriously if a single shop caught fire. Their conversation was suddenly cut off when a new customer arrived. When Dennis saw the customer, he immediately trembled as if seeing a ghost. All eyes focused on her, and it was revealed that the customer looking for Dennis was none other than Katie. After complimenting Dennis's restaurant, she asked if everything was going well. While Dennis talked to Katie, Hopper observed her and after seeing the embroidery on her cloak realized that the vice commander of the Silver Wing Troop was in front of him. When Hopper asked Katie why she visited the restaurant, Katie became annoyed and told Hopper not to call her name so easily. Listening to Dennis and Katie's conversation, Hopper started to wonder what kind of relationship the two had. Diverting his attention back to Hopper, Dennis asked if there was a way for Misty Knight to recognize Bashel's withdrawal. As Dennis was about to suggest banishing Bashel, he was interrupted by Katie, who asked who Vivia was and immediately claimed him. Recognizing Katie from the Silver Wing Troop, Vivia asked about her relationship with Dennis. Surprised, Katie did not expect Dennis to have mentioned her or his past. Dennis tried to stop Katie from revealing his past, but Katie was too excited and ended up telling everyone that Dennis was a former member of the Silver Wing Troop, which she also considered her partner. Everyone was shocked upon learning the truth. Both Henrietta and Vivia couldn't stop screaming, even after Dennis told them to be quiet. Realizing that Dennis was a former member of the Silver Wing Troop, Hopper knew that making an enemy out of Dennis was a bad choice. As Dennis apologized for the interruption, he was surprised when Hopper suddenly ordered Bashel's contract to be burned. Not willing to put Misty Knight at risk for one girl, Hopper approved Bashel's withdrawal from the party. After informing Dennis that Bashel was no longer their concern, Hopper and his colleagues hurriedly left the restaurant. Puzzled by what had just happened, Katie sensed that Hopper looked like trouble. Dennis clarified to Katie that the problem was settled. However, Katie did not see it that way and planned to banish Misty Knight for trying to harm Dennis. After a few exchanges of words, the mood between Dennis and Katie calmed down as if they had only seen each other yesterday. When Dennis asked Katie if she was fine with a hamburger special, she happily accepted, as she was in the mood for Dennis's burgers. Both Henrietta and Vivia immediately bombarded Katie with questions on how to join the troop and raise their levels. Katie explained that she was a special case and using her as a reference was not a good idea. Since the Silver Wing Troop was currently shorthanded, Katie told them they were looking for rearguards level 70 or higher. Seeing Henrietta and Vivia get discouraged, she tried to cheer them up by saying they also accept level 60. After answering a couple of questions, Dennis served Katie the hamburger special. As she dug in, Katie relished the deliciousness of the food, expressing her worry about the awful food she had been eating recently. When Vivia and Henrietta asked about the legendary Chahan, Dennis immediately told them to stop asking. When asked why she ended up in their village, Katie responded that she was just wondering. When Katie asked Dennis if she was a bother, he was confused and asked how she could be a bother. Dennis's words made Katie happy and she revealed that she had something important to say. After asking Dennis to come back to the Silver Wing Troop, Katie revealed that the troop had been on the verge of collapse since Dennis left. As the core of the rearguard, his absence had greatly affected many in the troop, especially those in the vanguard. Katie expressed that many wished for Dennis to return and informed him that Vigor was now being questioned for his ability as a leader. She pointed out that a leader being cornered could become very unpredictable, citing revenge for those who defied orders as an example. Although Katie was worried about Dennis, he made it clear that he had no thoughts of returning to the Silver Wing Troop. He told Katie that he was now happy with his life and his dunderheaded customers. Seeing the people who enjoy the food he makes, Dennis expressed his love for his shop. Katie asked if he really had no plans to return, even if she was the one asking. Dennis was grateful to Katie for giving him the opportunity to be part of the troop, but he emphasized that he was no longer an adventurer but a chef. Katie asked if this meant Dennis wouldn't be able to reach level 100. Seeing Dennis's smile, Katie put down her knife and thanked him for the meal. After thanking Katie for visiting, Dennis was happy to have seen her again. After praising Dennis's food, Katie left the restaurant with a bitter expression. Vivia and Henrietta saw Katie as a good person, which Dennis also agreed. Many customers once again ordered a variety of dishes at the adventurer's restaurant. After hearing all the orders, Dennis asked Atori if she had written everything down. After Atori confirmed the orders, Dennis proceeded to cook with passion. Henrietta and Vivia discussed how lively the restaurant had become due to the delicious food being served. When Vivia was offered water, he was surprised to see Bashel. After the incident where Bashel tried to take her life, she thanked Henrietta and Vivia for visiting her multiple times. Vivia then shared that, moving forward, she was going to help around the store. Vivia told Bashel that it was better if she didn't push herself. Bashel couldn't explain her restlessness, so she decided to help out in the store as a step forward in her life. She then told Henrietta and Vivia that starting tomorrow, she would do what she could. Bashel reassured the two that she was now fine since she had Atori to support her. As Dennis shared his opinion about Atori and Bashel, he served Vivia and Henrietta their orders, which were shrimp and sweet and sour pork. After taking a spoonful, the two couldn't help but close their eyes to enjoy the delicious food. As Henrietta explained in detail the texture of the shrimp, she foresaw an increase in regular customers. But when Dennis told her that she was more like a free food demon than a regular customer, Both Bashel and Vivia were shocked to learn that Henrietta hadn't paid her tab yet, even wondering if she would ever try to pay it off. Henrietta tried to explain herself, but Dennis had already heard the same excuse from her. Dennis understood that getting a job was difficult, but he also knew that it was about time for Henrietta to start paying her tab. After asking Henrietta if she felt sorry for the other customers who paid properly, Henrietta trembled and apologized to everyone. Later that night, Henrietta took a bath but hated using cold water. Wishing to live in a place with hot water, Henrietta wondered if Vivia had a hot shower. Wanting to bathe in a public bathhouse, Henrietta didn't have the money to enter such an establishment. Henrietta then started to worry that Dennis would hate her for taking advantage of him. Meanwhile, Dennis shared with Vivia his theory that Ettore had a boyfriend. Not expecting the topic to be Ettore's personal life, Vivia wondered about it since Dennis had asked for advice on his day off. Dennis told Vivia that Ettore had recently started using her allowance more frequently and going out for walks. Wondering what Ettore was doing on her walks, Dennis was surprised to see her walking with a man. Assuming the man was Ettore's boyfriend, Vivia suggested to Dennis that maybe the man was just Ettore's friend. Wearing a worried expression, Vivia suggested Dennis ask Ettore about it. However, Dennis didn't have the courage to ask Ettore, as he didn't know what to do if his assumptions were correct. Now acting more like a father, Dennis thought that if the man really was Ettore's boyfriend, he should first introduce himself and bring souvenirs. Dennis added that he would not accept the man if he was not at least level 80. When Bashel entered the shop, Dennis saw it as an opportunity to follow and observe Ettore while leaving the shop to Bashel. Not understanding what was going on, Bashel simply wished them a safe trip. When Henrietta arrived at the shop, Dennis explained that he and Vivia were involved in a small errand and asked if she could go shopping with Bashel. After Henrietta accepted Dennis's favor, Dennis, carrying Vivia, hurriedly left the restaurant. Wanting to be useful for once, Henrietta told Bashel that she would do her best. Hiding behind a wall, Vivia expressed his opinion that Dennis should stop following Ettore. When Ettore entered a jewelry store, Dennis became nervous, presuming that the man was planning to propose to Ettore. As Dennis started spiraling, wondering what he should do, Vivia then told Dennis that he had an idea. Asking Vivia what it was, Vivia shared his idea but was not sure if it was worth Dennis's praise. Meanwhile, Bashel noticed Henrietta sighing. When she asked Henrietta if there was a problem, Henrietta shared her worry that Dennis would hate her if she still couldn't pay him back. Bashel remembered that Henrietta was recently on a quest and asked why she was having a hard time saving money. Henrietta explained that the repair cost for her equipment was high. She added that she also needed money to buy potions, since she got a lot of injuries. Henrietta visited the shop, thinking she could at least repay Bashel for her services in a different way. Happy that Henrietta thought of her, Bashel told her that she would cheer for her tomorrow. The two then heard a group of adventurers talking about an incident at the adventurers' restaurant, where Dennis and Hopper had a bit of an argument. Upon learning that Dennis was a former member of the Silverwing Troop, the adventurers were glad to know that the Misty Knight had finally met their match, but they also couldn't help but worry for Dennis. The adventurers only hoped that Dennis and Misty Knight would not cause any more trouble. On the other side of town, Vivia and Dennis were now using a magical tool to eavesdrop on the conversation happening inside the store. As Dennis wondered what the topic of the conversation was, he and Vivia were surprised when they heard Ettore describing something familiar to them. When an older woman passed by the two, she accidentally had her belongings snatched. When Dennis heard that there was a thief, he immediately asked what happened. After learning that the thief took the grandmother's bag, the two decided to leave their task and pursue the thief instead. The thief was boasting to himself about how easy it was to steal the grandmother's bag and was eager to see how much money was inside. He was surprised to see Dennis following him at a really fast pace. The thief was curious about Dennis's identity, as he was able to catch up to his speed even though he was a level 30 adventurer. Holding onto Dennis's hair, Vivia wondered how a level 99 could run so fast. Seeing the thief jump to a roof, Dennis shared that he was not very skilled in pursuing people and asked Vivia to use some useful magic. Vivia then told Dennis that he could only think of one spell that was useful in their situation. After using the spell Soft Palm, Vivia teared up, seeing that they were now so high up. Realizing that they were about to land, Dennis told Vivia to cast the spell one more time. After casting the spell multiple times, Dennis was able to utilize it, almost reaching the thief. Unfortunately for the two, the thief created a distance between them after casting a blast near Dennis's face. Realizing that Vivia was no help at all, Dennis planned to put him down. While following the thief in a narrow path, Vivia recognized the silhouettes ahead of them. After calling Bashel and Henrietta's names, Vivia told the two to catch the man coming towards them. After bumping into Bashel, the thief realized that his decision was correct as he could easily blend into the crowd. Thinking that he had successfully escaped, his luck ran out when Henrietta finally caught him by using her great sword dance to subdue him. After Dennis and Vivia caught up with Henrietta, they praised her for her hard work. After safely returning the bag to the blacksmith's grandmother, everyone once again gathered at the adventurer's restaurant. When Dennis shared his suspicions of Atori having a boyfriend, the two ladies were surprised since they hadn't even noticed that Atori might have a boyfriend. As Dennis felt lonely and irritated, everyone welcomed Atori when she entered the store. Approaching Dennis right away, Atori explained that she had saved her money to buy Dennis a present. Not knowing what to buy, she had asked the jewelry shop owner's son for advice. Receiving a present that had a similar color to his eyes, Dennis cried as he thanked Atori for the gift. After realizing that the man was the owner's son and not Atori's boyfriend, Henrietta thought that she could have gotten Dennis a present, but Vivia then reminded her that she had better pay her bills first. Michelle then suggested to Henrietta that she could help around in the store, and after 3 days without sleep, she would be able to make it on her own. Henrietta was curious why having no sleep was a requirement. Atori was happy after seeing Dennis pleased with the gift he received. After a long day, Dennis was exhausted and could only put his head on the table. He had no choice but to activate multiple skills at once in order to make the orders on time. Due to Dennis's determination to deliver the food, the adventurer's restaurant became known for being quick, cheap, and tasty. After instructing Atori to close the store, an old man suddenly entered. The old man was trembling, thinking it was a miracle to find Atori in the store. Everyone was surprised when the old man knelt in front of Atori. Henrietta immediately drew her sword, assuming the old man was a threat to Atori. When Dennis heard the old man call Atori "lady," it was revealed that Atori and the old man, whose name was Stevens, knew each other. When the old man responded with Atori's full name, Atori Workstat, Vivia was shocked. Puzzled, Dennis asked Vivia if he knew them. Vivia was surprised that Dennis did not know the Workstat family, the kingdom's most influential household of magicians, the family that reigns over all magicians. Wanting Atori to redeem herself, Stevens did not expect her to be working in a filthy diner. Hearing an insult about his store, Dennis asked if he could hit Stevens. Convinced by Vivia to listen to Stevens first, Stevens introduced himself as the former head butler for the Workstat household. The Royal Courts of Justice had asked Stevens to look for Atori. Confused, Dennis told Stevens that he still couldn't completely understand the situation. Stevens tearfully explained that Atori was evicted from the household by Joseph, the younger brother of Atori's father. Joseph was the reason why they lost everything. Adding salt to an open wound, Joseph accused Atori of not having the blood of the Workstat family. Fortunately, Stevens and others discovered Atori's father's will. It stated that Atori was the rightful heir and should inherit all properties. The will had been officially accepted by the royal court, giving Atori a chance for a new trial to prove her legitimacy. Seeing it as a perfect chance for a comeback, Dennis couldn't wait to see Joseph fall once they revealed themselves. However, when Atori mentioned that she had no plans of going, Stevens was confused. When Dennis asked Atori if something was wrong, Atori responded that she really didn't care. Stevens was puzzled by Atori's decision, as he believed that she did not belong in a filthy doghouse. Suggesting that Atori return to where she belonged, Dennis became mad at his diner being insulted again. With Stevens' sudden appearance, Dennis wondered where Stevens was when Atori was sold as a slave. Knowing their status, Dennis told Atori that ignoring the issues about her future now isn't a problem. But someday Atori would have to settle those issues. When Dennis asked Atori if she was sure about not going, Atori responded that she would go as long as Dennis would be with her. Dennis smiled and told Atori that he would. As a result, the three of them, including Vivia, headed towards the royal capital. After dressing up in a suit, Vivia asked Dennis if it was really okay for him to tag along. Dennis needed Vivia with him since he didn't know much about the upper class. When Atori came out of the store wearing a nice dress, Dennis complimented her and asked if she would be fine. Atori stated that she would leave as soon as the matters were finished. Dennis then reassured Atori that everything would be alright since he was with her. When Stevens called for Atori, he also referred to Dennis and Vivia as her underlings, which did not sit well with Dennis. After entering the carriage, the group headed to the royal capital. After a long journey, Dennis, Atori, and Vivia finally arrived. Seeing how dazzling the city was, Vivia couldn't help but get excited. Seeing the entrance to the Silverwing troop, Dennis thought of trying to at least show his face but was worried about how the others would see him after greeting them. At the Royal Court of Justice, a man introduced himself as Justice Sestovich and explained that he would be the one to handle the will addressed to Atori and the deliberation to prove its legitimacy. After Dennis introduced himself as Atori's guardian, Justice then asked Stevens to inform the court of their arrival. Seeing Stevens nervous, Dennis asked if Stevens' behavior was natural. Justice then called for Atori as they were about to test her blood to confirm that she was indeed the daughter of the former head of the household. Atori became afraid after seeing the needle. Covered with sweat, Atori almost fainted after having her blood drawn. Seeing Atori being carried, Vivia was curious about how much blood was drawn from her. Dennis reassured Vivia that Atori was fine and that she was only overreacting. When Justice mentioned the next step, which was analyzing the blood through magic, Dennis handed Atori to Vivia and approached Justice. Dennis wanted to know more about Atori's situation so he could help her. Justice agreed and explained that Atori's father, Lord Famas, was a skilled magician with hypnotic and mind manipulation abilities and was regarded as the most elite magician in the kingdom. Dennis was amazed since the skills that Lord Famas had could only be acquired through bloodlines and special talents. One of Lord Famas's magic abilities was hypnosis, which is considered to be one of the rarest yet most powerful forms of magic. Although Lord Famas was considered to be a great man, he still wasn't able to escape the fate of being poisoned along with his wife. After Joseph had the head of the Workstat family killed, he then had Atori expelled from the household due to her legitimacy being questioned. Atori was still fortunate as Lord Famas was clever enough to hide his will. As a result, the royal government demanded Atori's blood to be examined. After showing Dennis the machine to analyze the blood, Justice poured Atori's blood and Lord Famas's blood into the machine to determine if they were related. If the crystal took the shape of a flower, it would indicate that both parties were directly related. After adding the blood of Lady Eliza, Lord Famas's wife, the crystal formed a flower shape, confirming that Atori was indeed their daughter. After confirming Atori's bloodline, Justice planned to take action to win the trial. He instructed Dennis and the others to rest at an inn reserved for them, but they decided to roam around the city first. While Dennis and Atori rested on a nearby bench, Vivia admired the clothes displayed in a store. Wishing to have the clothes he was staring at, Vivia felt discouraged, thinking they wouldn't look good on him. However, a man suddenly stood beside him and told Vivia that the suit would look good on him. Vivia smiled at first, but when he saw that the man had the same face and voice as Dennis, he froze. The man continued to talk, saying that having one good set of clothes was good enough. Curious about the man's identity, Vivia was surprised when the man asked him something, and he could only respond by agreeing with the man. After introducing himself, the man complimented Vivia's name. The man then introduced himself as Heath and suggested a good cafe for Vivia to visit. As Dennis called for Vivia, he excused himself and thanked Heath. Before leaving, Heath told Vivia that he was confident they would meet again. A woman kneeling beside Heath asked if there was a problem. Heath responded that he had just happened to come across his other half. The woman was puzzled by what Heath meant, but Heath was sure he would meet Dennis and his friends again. The next day at the Royal Court of Justice, the Royal Court was set to examine the legitimacy of the will left behind by Lord Famas and determine the rightful heir of the Workstat household. One by one, the names on Atori's side were called, starting with second-class Judge Savage, the former head butler of the Workstat, Tony Stevens, Atori Workstat, and her representative, former chef of the Silverwing Troop, and current restaurant manager Dennis Blacks. The court also called the members on Joseph's side, starting with first-class Judge Andrew, the current head butler of the Workstat household, Idrogo Cervantes, and the current head of the Workstat household, Joseph Workstat. Seeing Dennis on the other side, Joseph recognized him as the rumored chef of the Silver-Winged Cowards. Surprised that Joseph knew his name, Dennis responded, asking if he was a former customer, since he had no memory of him. As the two exchanged banter, they were eventually stopped by the council, which informed everyone that the hearing was now adjourned. The council stated the contents of the will left behind by Lord Famas. The will declared that Atori Workstat, the future successor, would inherit the blood, while Joseph, Lord Famas's younger brother, would inherit the knowledge. Judge Andrew immediately interjected, mentioning that in the previous trial, it was concluded that Atori was not the biological child of Lord Famas's wife. Judge Andrew added that Atori's bloodline wasn't worthy of inheriting the head of the magician's household. Judge Sestovich believed there was a mistake in the last trial. If Atori's blood were to be collected and proven to be from both Lord Famas and his wife, Judge Sestovich was sure no one would be able to disregard Lord Famas's will. Laughing at the opposing counsel's hard work, Joseph said they were just wasting time. As the medical officer approached Atori to take her blood, Atori couldn't help but close her eyes as she was afraid of needles. To ease her fear, Dennis held her hand to give her courage. Proceeding to the next part of the hearing, everyone inside the court was instructed to draw a lottery. It was later explained that the purpose of the lottery was to randomly select the person who would activate the magic tool as an arrangement to prevent fraud. When Stevens won the lottery, he proceeded to activate the magic tool, which resulted in a match. When it was time to test if Atori was the daughter of Eliza, both Dennis and Judge Sestovich were surprised when the crystal did not transform. Recognizing it as a mismatch, Judge Sestovich interjected and revealed that Atori and Lady Eliza were found to be related after testing their blood the previous day. Requesting a re-examination, Judge Sestovich believed that something must have gone wrong. Unfortunately, Judge Sestovich's appeal for a re-examination was dismissed. Now portrayed as the daughter from Lord Famas's affair, Joseph mocked and insulted Atori for trying to gain power in the Workstad household. After proving that the will of Lord Famous was false, the court concluded the legitimacy of the will to be invalid. However, since Atori still had the blood of Lord Famous, the court reinterpreted a portion of the will. The court gave the inheritance of the blood to Joseph while the knowledge was given to Atori as a compromise. Observing Stevens from a distance, Dennis saw the cloth that Stevens was holding. Leaving the table, Dennis approached Stevens. The court tried to warn Dennis, but to no avail. After grabbing Stevens by the collar, Dennis then grabbed Stevens' hand, revealing a cloth contaminated with his own blood. Dennis realized that Stevens had mixed his blood with the magic machine, resulting in a mismatch. Stevens apologized, revealing that he was ordered by Joseph in return for being reinstated as head butler. Suddenly, Stevens caught fire and was injured. The court gave Dennis a final warning before holding him in contempt of court. However, Dennis was now enraged after learning that the court was also part of the plan to sabotage the blood test. After finding Lord Famous's will, Dennis assumed that Joseph decided to stage a stunt. Dennis accused the court of receiving a bribe from Joseph to help prove Atori was not related to Lady Eliza. Not wanting to hear more of Dennis's accusations, the court ordered the guards to take Dennis into custody. Enraged, Dennis activated the spell Flame Hammer. Seeing Dennis's might, the court knights hesitated before trying to subdue him. Vivia eventually stepped in, trying to reason with Dennis. When Vivia asked Dennis who would take care of Atori if he were imprisoned, Dennis decided to stop to avoid further complications. Judge Sestovich informed Dennis that the court would not charge him for his conduct to avoid escalating the situation. Mad at himself, Dennis regretted bringing Atori to the royal capital. Although the hearing swayed in Joseph's favor, Judge Sestovich pointed out that Atori still inherited the Mansion of Knowledge and suggested they visit it. Arriving at the Mansion of Knowledge, Judge Sestovich assumed the place was originally a library. Atori suddenly fell into a hole, revealing a hidden room. After climbing down, Judge Sestovich noticed more books inside the room. When Judge Kestovich and Vivia read a book, they were shocked to learn that the books were all history books thought to be lost. Confused, Dennis asked if they found something valuable. Vivia explained that they had stumbled upon precious grimoires of World Heritage level. Checking the titles of other books, Judge Sestovich asked Vivia to calm down, planning to have the books appraised to verify their authenticity. Seeing their reactions, Dennis assumed Atori had inherited something amazing. Judge Sestovich theorized that Lord Famous intended for Atori to inherit the Mansion of Knowledge, predicting Joseph's greed for money and power. As they realized everything went according to Lord Famous's plan, Dennis asked Atori what she planned to do with the treasures inside the Mansion of Knowledge. Atori decided to put the books on a shelf in the restaurant so customers could read while waiting for their orders. Dennis praised Atori's idea, calling her a genius. Meanwhile, Vivia couldn't believe they would treat a World Heritage collection like a magazine rack, wondering what kind of restaurant they were running. Running happily in the city, Henrietta greets the people she passes by. When she finally saw Vivia, she called out to him. Greeting Henrietta, Vivia was surprised to see her carrying a huge backpack. Henrietta couldn't wait for the party and decided to bring lots of things with her. Since they still had some time, Vivia suggested that they wait a little at the diner. After turning a corner, the two were shocked to see that the line at the restaurant was so long it extended outside. In the past week, the guests at the restaurant have all been magicians and sages. Vivia guessed that the customers most likely heard the rumor that Atori brought all the books from the Mansion of Knowledge to the restaurant. The restaurant became more intense as the customers couldn't contain their excitement while reading the rarest of books. Dennis did not mind the customers eating while reading a book. However, since he was also running a business, Dennis only asked them to hurry once they were done. A customer pleaded with Dennis to give him some more time, but Dennis wanted everyone waiting outside his restaurant to get a chance to enter and eat. A man approached Dennis and begged to let him finish analyzing the page, as it would help cure his wife's sickness. Recognizing that the man's situation was serious, Dennis asked Atori what she wanted to do about it. The man thanked Atori after being given special permission to borrow the book. A few hours later, before going to the party, Henrietta and the others decided to take a bath. At the men's side of the public bath, Vivia couldn't help but admire Dennis's physique, which was as hard as steel. Bombarded with questions, Dennis asked Vivia why he looked so skinny and fragile, comparable to a little girl. As a mage, Vivia was content with his physique. After asking Dennis how he obtained his muscles, Vivia was no longer surprised when he learned that Dennis does 2,000 upside-down push-ups every day. Seeing that Vivia was still wearing a towel, Dennis ordered him to take it off since they would be naked inside the bath. As Vivia's voice reached the women's side, Bichelle laughed at them, thinking the boys were having fun. Redirecting her attention to Henrietta, Bichelle asked when her body became sexier. Henrietta was puzzled by Bichelle's question. Bichelle found Henrietta's level of sexiness very unusual. After cleaning themselves up, the group sat at a round table filled with food. Henrietta was surprised when Dennis told her to give a speech before they started eating. Ashamed at first, Henrietta ended up giving a long speech, which Dennis said was too formal. It was then revealed that Henrietta finally got a job and thanked everyone who helped her. Henrietta is not involved with an adventurer party, rather she has joined the Order of Knights. Henrietta expressed her worries and realized that she wanted a job where she could help others. Dennis then asked Vivia if he also had something to share. Vivia revealed that he had found a new party to join and plans to do his best with them. Henrietta happily shared that Vivia and she finally graduated from being NEETs. Vivia pointed out that he was not the same as her since he was able to pay for all of his meals. Everyone then grabbed a glass and cheered for their future. Eating the delicious food, everyone laughed and had their stomachs full. Vivia shared with Dennis that Bashel would be returning to her hometown. Bashel will most likely become an instructor at the Royal Capital Magic Institute. The professor from the magical school sent Bashel an invitation letter since she was an outstanding graduate from the school. Realizing that each of them was now going to take their own path, Vivia commented on how everything is just a part of life. Vivia remembered that the judge addressed Dennis as Dennis Blacks, which made him wonder if that was related to the chef who raised Dennis. The woman who raised Dennis allowed him to use the Blacks family name, however, after having an argument with each other, the two haven't spoken since, which made Dennis decide not to use the name. Dennis admitted it was his fault since he was being arrogant at the time. Dennis was almost at level 90 when he had a fight with the chef. After receiving praise from Vivia for his astounding achievement, Dennis shared how he thought reaching level 100 would be a piece of cake, which made him decide to leave the restaurant to blow the chef's mind. After joining the Silver Wing Troop, Dennis stayed a very long time. However, during his time in the troop, he still hasn't reached level 100. After having a lot to drink, Dennis ended up being carried by Vivia on the way home. Noticing a bright light near the diner, Henrietta wondered if something was going on there. Seeing that it was much brighter than normal, Dennis immediately sobered up and ran towards the diner. Reaching the restaurant, Dennis couldn't believe that it was on fire. Dennis froze after seeing his restaurant engulfed in flames. As the others tried to put the fire out, Dennis heard that the culprit had been caught. Dennis's regulars explained that they found the culprit when they visited the diner. Seeing the men up close, Vivia immediately recognized them as members of the Misty Knight. Accusing the people in the restaurant of being full of themselves, the man mentioned to Dennis and the others that it was their retribution. He then shared that Misty Knight was not the only group targeting Dennis and his friends, but also the Silver Wing Troop, the Workstat family, and others. After the fire was put out, Dennis and Atori stood at the entrance of the restaurant, reminiscing about the happy moments they had there. Henrietta and Vivia couldn't contain their emotions. It was revealed that Joseph issued an order to the Silver Wing Troop to have the restaurant burned down. The order was later carried out by Misty Knight. Vivia blamed himself for the incident since Dennis helped him and ended up becoming Misty Knight's target. Hearing Vivia's past relation to Misty Knight, Bashel also blamed herself since she was also being targeted by the leader of Misty Knight. Dennis told the two that they did nothing wrong and took full responsibility for meddling in their affairs. As the others suggested that they fight back together, Dennis asked them to stop and instructed them to hide in the countryside for a while. Dennis considered himself relatively strong, but the highest aristocrat in the kingdom was also cooperating with the strongest adventurer party. Learning that Misty Knight had increased their enemy's power, Dennis was sure they wouldn't be able to win if they ever confronted the enemy. After suggesting that they check upstairs and call it a day, Dennis thanked Henrietta, Vivia, and Bashel before leaving. Relieved that the money was safe, Dennis wondered if what he did was okay. Dennis was confident that if he got encouraged and made a move, the kids would most likely tag along. In case they did end up fighting, Dennis was also sure that some of them might end up dying. While picking up the things he could salvage, Atori asked Dennis if she could still follow him. Curious about Atori's sudden modesty, Dennis explained that the incident with the Workstat was because of his needless meddling. He then clarified to Atori that he should be the one apologizing since the fire burned some of Atori's books. Atori did not mind, since all she wanted was to see the customers happy. The two decided to visit the restaurant again after the situation had cooled down. As Dennis warned Atori where she was about to step, he was surprised when he saw many people standing outside the restaurant. Recognizing that Dennis was fleeing, Henrietta did not expect that Dennis would be an incompetent person. After spending time with Dennis, Vivia knew that Dennis would be indifferent when he was the one getting into trouble. Vivia told Dennis that the people standing beside them were there to lend a hand. Sympathizing with Dennis, the three asked him why he couldn't understand their feelings. Vivia made it clear to Dennis that he was needed in the town, and that the people wished for him to stay. Vivia gathered the adventurers to prove to Dennis that he still had friends, and that he would no longer be cast out. Among Dennis's regular customers, the perverted merchant also couldn't forgive the people who put their hands on Atori. Others also started to join, even though no one knew them. Encouraging Dennis to fight back, Dennis felt uncool, as he admitted that he was the one who couldn't let go of the things that were important. As Otori grabbed his pants, Dennis was left with no choice but to face his enemies along with his friends. As Dennis remembered being incompetent, Henrietta was embarrassed and explained that she was just desperate to stop Dennis. In order for them to get closer together, Henrietta suggested that they decide on a team name. When Otori suggested Outcast Diner, Dennis felt hurt at first, but since Vivia thought it was cool, Dennis ended up accepting it. After calling out the members of Outcast Diner and the people around them, Dennis announced his decision to crush the villains and stop evil from spreading throughout the world. Dennis encouraged those around him as it was time for them to fight back. 10 years ago in the royal capital, a young boy had no other option but to eat a rat to survive. Freezing to death, the boy could only get a little warmth from the coat covering him. Spotting something in the street, the boy went closer and realized it was a wallet. After some time, a woman passing by wondered where she had dropped her belongings. When the young boy handed her the wallet, the woman immediately recognized it. She asked the boy why he was willing to return it to her. The boy knew the woman would be in trouble without the wallet. Bringing the boy into a restaurant, the woman cooked him warm fried rice. The boy couldn't eat the food since he didn't have any money, but the woman told him it was fine and that he didn't have to hold back. Grabbing the spoon, the boy tried one spoonful and was immediately surprised by how delicious the food was. The boy shed tears, as it was the first time he had felt something so warm. Back in the present, Dennis and his friends were headed to the royal capital. Dennis was asked if he had a good dream, which he revealed he did, as he dreamt of the head chef. Vivia and Henrietta then remembered that Dennis was planning to see the head chef, and they couldn't imagine what type of person the chef was who had raised Dennis. They were surprised to learn that the head chef of Black's restaurant, Gene Black's, was a level 100 adventurer. Seeing the three imagining what type of person the head chef was, Dennis clarified that Gene Black's had only mastered the art of culinary skills, making Dennis much stronger than her in terms of fighting. However, in terms of cooking, Dennis admitted that there was no one better than his foster parent, Gene. Before meeting Gene, Dennis planned to meet someone else first. Meeting in a narrow path, Katie asked Dennis if he had only called her to know where Vigor was located. Katie became disappointed since she thought Dennis wanted to return to the Silverwing Troop. As Dennis apologized, Katie also apologized for the involvement of the guild in the arson incident. However, since Katie was still responsible for protecting her members as the vice leader, she apologized to Dennis, saying she wouldn't be able to help him. Understanding each other's situation, Dennis apologized for asking a difficult favor from Katie. Taking pity on Dennis, Katie informed him that some big shots were going to have dinner together in the near future. As the two separated, Dennis thanked her for the information. Meanwhile, at the clothing store in the royal capital, Vivia handed a piece of paper to the receptionist, asking her if she could prepare the items listed. After completing their task, Vivia then went to Bichelle to help her. Bichelle informed her subordinates that their task would be making contact with as many magicians and renowned sages as they could. Since Otori and the others were doing their best, Bichelle asked her subordinates to also do their best. The perverted merchant, along with Otori and others, were tasked with carrying heavy objects. Seeing Otori staring at something, the perverted merchant asked her what was wrong. When Otori told him that she had found something with an interesting shape, the merchant shared that it was a magical item to amplify one's voice. A man suddenly approached them, recognizing Otori as the owner of the magic book. Otori then remembered the man who had a sick wife. The man thanked Otori for lending the book, which helped him cure his wife. Wanting to repay his debt, the man mentioned that he could utilize most wind skills. Stretching out their hands, Otori and the perverted merchant asked for the man's help. At the courthouse, Henrietta spoke to Judge Sestovich, informing him of the arson incident. Henrietta asked if they would be able to make a case based on what happened. Judge Sestovich shared that, with a thorough investigation, they might be able to capture the leader of Misty Knight. However, they would not be able to touch the Silverwing Troop, as well as those who had strong connections to royalty and great nobles. When Henrietta mentioned that they had a plan for the others, Judge Sestovich was intrigued and asked to hear more about it. Outside the Black's restaurant, Dennis stood and stared at the restaurant's door. When Dennis entered the restaurant, the waitress was shocked and immediately informed everyone that sous chef Dennis was back. In just a matter of seconds, Dennis was surrounded by familiar faces. Wanting to see the head chef, Dennis was surprised to see Hesmuk. After welcoming Dennis, she guided him to where the head chef was. Seeing Jean, Dennis told her that he was finally home. Jean was caught off guard when Dennis informed her of a special dinner that was about to happen. The guests were the judge of the royal court, the leader of Misty Knight, the head of the Workstat household, and the leader of the Silverwing Troop. Dennis had no clue about his enemy's intentions, but knowing they would be gathering in one place, he wanted to take a chance and aim for that moment. Since Dennis had no idea where and when the dinner would take place, he asked Jean to provide him with some information from her connections, as she was the best chef in the capital. As a chef herself, Jean did not like how Dennis was trying to ruin someone's dinner. At first, she thought her foster son had finally returned to her. However, when she found out that Dennis was planning something outrageous, she felt let down. Dennis didn't like that their reunion would involve him asking for a favor. Jean had always known Dennis as someone who was compliant, eager to train others, while withdrawing from people and solving problems on his own. Jean was curious why Dennis was willing to go that far, thinking about the people he cherished. From his time as an adventurer to becoming a chef in his own restaurant, Dennis couldn't back down. Realizing that Dennis hadn't changed at all, Jean thought about how she had taught him everything from surviving to cooking. However, there was still one thing Jean hadn't taught Dennis, the last piece of becoming a level 100. A few days later, somewhere in the capital, a special dinner was happening. The head of the Workstat household, Joseph, mocked Tori for trying to outsmart him. As per Joseph's request, Vigor ordered to leave no trace of Dennis's restaurant. Joseph wasn't expecting the Mansion of Knowledge to contain valuable books, but nonetheless he requested the mansion be burnt as it gave him discomfort knowing it existed. After receiving praise from Vigor, Hopper, the leader of Misty Knight, was pleased to carry out the mission, since he also held a grudge against Dennis. Vigor reassured Hopper that if he ever got arrested, he would be safe since they had the chief judge of the royal court with them. Assuming they had secured their future, Joseph was not content with his current title and planned to take control of the kingdom from the shadows. Since they had the highest peak of law, power, and authority, Joseph was confident they could take on the Kingland household. Hearing a commotion outside, everyone wondered if there was a street performance happening. When Hopper was about to check what was happening, a boy entered the room and told everyone that the chef forgot to serve them one more dish. After serving the food, everyone was puzzled as they were served fried rice. While sharing with their esteemed guests about the cook's signature dish, Joseph did not expect to eat something so delicious. One by one, the esteemed individuals tasted the fried rice and were blown away by how delicious it was. Impressed by the food, Joseph instructed the young boy to inform the cook to give them a proper serving. He then asked to call for the cook as he planned to hire him. While the others were still enjoying the fried rice, Vigor, on the other hand, just observed everyone's behavior as he did not see the people around him as confidants, but just mere stepping stones. When the time came that Vigor would have no use for them, he planned to eliminate them and stand at the top. Vigor already had a plan in mind where he would save the king from the people he was sharing the table with, and end up becoming the king's right-hand man as the Knight Commander. Vigor could already see himself being given an official title and becoming a great noble that everyone respects. Coming from a low-class citizen, Vigor trained tirelessly and managed to reach level 99. Within his plans, Vigor would be the one getting everything. Seeing Vigor spacing out, the chief judge asked him if he didn't want to eat. Vigor responded that he did. After tasting the fried rice, he immediately recognized that it was Dennis who made it. Everyone was surprised when a man with a mask entered the room handing them the legendary fried rice. Taking off the mask, it was revealed that the chef was Dennis, who informed Joseph that he humbly declined the offer of being his personal chef. Furious at his restaurant being burned down, Dennis plans to return the favor against the culprits. Frightened for his life, Joseph ordered Vigor and Hopper to stop Dennis. After being told by Dennis that he would beat everyone up, Vigor tried reasoning with him since he had to fight the others to protect Dennis. Still trying to convince Dennis that beating them up would end in their favor, Vigor was surprised when Dennis responded that he didn't care. Seeing that it was unlike Dennis to be so uncomposed, Vigor guessed that Dennis was pretending to fight them. However, knowing Dennis, Vigor knew that Dennis would not dare initiate a losing fight. Dennis was so filled with anger that maintaining composure was not possible for him. As Dennis slowly approached the group, Joseph asked Dennis to calm down. But Dennis was not having it. Joseph tried compromising with Dennis by granting whatever his wish was. Joseph was then taken aback when Dennis asked him if he could return Tori's parents and the books he burned. Wishing to discuss the situation with Dennis, Joseph was speechless when Dennis asked him if he was admitting to burning down his restaurant. Forcing the truth out, Joseph eventually admitted to giving the order. However, not wanting to fall alone, Joseph revealed that it wasn't only him at fault. Dennis once again asked Joseph if he ordered his restaurant burned down with the help of the Silverwing Troop, Misty Knight, and the Chief Judge. Vigor realized what was happening and tried to stop Joseph. However, it was already too late as Joseph loudly admitted their crime to Dennis. Dennis's expression suddenly changed and he asked Vivia if he got the confession. Hiding behind the curtain, Vivia told Dennis that he got everything loud and clear. Vigor was surprised as he didn't notice Vivia and the man infiltrating the room. As Vigor was about to attack Vivia, he was stopped when an explosion distracted him, allowing Vivia and the man to run away. When the dust finally dispersed, Vigor was surprised to see a diner below. Dennis then welcomed Vigor to the temporarily opened Blue Sky Adventurers restaurant. Seeing many magicians gathering in one place, Vigor became more and more confused. However, when he heard the people below discussing what really happened to the rare books, Vigor assumed that Joseph's disclosure had leaked outside. Dennis was impressed with Vigor's profiling skills, as Vigor knew that Dennis would not dare fight all of them. Instead of Dennis handing the punishment to them, he decided to put their fates in the hands of all the magicians, magic researchers, and sages in the royal capital. Dennis understood that if he personally took care of them, nothing would be resolved. However, he still wanted Vigor to face something more special. Vivia, Henrietta, and Bashel cheered for their great victory. Since Joseph's confession was heard by all the judges, Judge Sitch told everyone that they would now handle the situation. Atori was surprised when something landed at the top of the Court of Justice, revealing that it was Dennis. He then warned everyone to stand back as Vigor was about to follow him. Landing in front of Dennis, Vigor thought that Dennis would someday hinder his plans. Realizing that banishment was not enough, Vigor decided to grant Dennis a miserable death. With a meat cleaver in his hand, Dennis was ready to take Vigor on. Drawing their swords against each other, the former friends began their long overdue fight. In a flashback to before the events that transpired, Dennis asked Jean why he couldn't reach level 100. Admitting that Dennis's growth was abnormally fast, Jean knew that Dennis's growth would only take him up to level 99. Dennis became curious about what he was lacking when Jean mentioned that he needed something else to reach level 100. As long as Dennis did not know, he wouldn't be able to reach level 100. Back in the intense fight, Dennis was forced to defend himself from Vigor's consecutive attacks. No longer able to sustain the heavy blows, Dennis's meat cleaver ended up breaking. Jumping away to create some distance, Dennis regenerated his broken meat cleaver. Dennis knew that he would not survive if he received a direct hit from Vigor's attack, which made him decide to use a different approach by charging towards Vigor. Casting multiple arrowheads behind him, Vigor also charged towards Dennis. After the two collided, it was revealed that Vigor won the clash. Covered with bruises, Dennis knew that if he didn't do something, he would be dead. Witnessing the fast-paced clash, Vivia was shocked since he could barely follow their movements. Both Bashel and Vivia were worried for Dennis since it looked like Dennis's overall strength was being overwhelmed by Vigor's combat skills. Meanwhile, Henrietta felt out of place since he couldn't see Dennis and Vigor's movements at all. When Henrietta noticed Atori holding onto the gift she gave to Dennis, Henrietta realized something. In the midst of their fight, Dennis ended up being blown away while covered with injuries. Dennis's sensory enhancement skill was still active, which helped him see everyone in slow motion. Wondering what his next step would be, Dennis hated to admit that Vigor was much stronger than him. He then wondered why he was so serious to begin with, helping everyone like an older brother, while cooking anything he wanted in his own restaurant. Dennis knew that those were enough for him to be happy. Seeing Dennis regaining his balance and standing back up again, Vigor became more enraged. No longer able to feel his hands, Dennis wondered if he could still survive. Wondering why he became a chef, Dennis then began asking himself the reason. Thinking that it was when he ate the most delicious fried rice, Dennis then realized that was not it. Pursuing the warm feeling he had when he ate the fried rice, Dennis remembered that he wanted to become someone who could serve the same kind of warm dish, serving so that people with difficult circumstances, sad people, and hungry people could have the strength to get through another day. As Dennis finally realized the reason why he became a chef, he opened his eyes after hearing his friends calling out his name. As Vigor's powerful attack caused an explosion, Dennis wondered what he had been doing after seeing his friends' faces. Jean spoke to Dennis, explaining that level 100 was not the final stop, nor something that Dennis should aim for or aspire to be. Reaching level 100 is something that happens before one realizes it. After Dennis informed Jean that he was troubled since he didn't know what that feeling was, Jean asked if he knew the story of the bluebird. The story is about a bluebird flying around the world trying to find happiness. But in the end, realizing that real happiness was actually close by. Knowing the story as a common moral tale, Jean explained that reaching level 100 is similar to the story. The only slight difference between level 99 and 100 is just a matter of whether something that was there from the beginning would show up. Jean then asked Dennis if he knew where the last piece was. Pointing at Dennis, Jean told him that the last piece was within him all along, and Dennis just didn't know it. Jean's words confused Dennis, prompting him to ask for more specific details from her. Back in the present, Vigor was about to end Dennis when Dennis blocked the attack with his meat cleaver. A big explosion then gave the two some distance to catch their breath. On his knees, Dennis didn't understand what Jean was talking about at first, but now he finally understood. Just being strong wasn't the answer, nor being a good chef. As powerful waves emitted from below Dennis, he finally realized what he wanted: to be the best chef who can protect everyone's smiles. As everyone witnessed a new power flowing through Dennis, they wondered if he had finally leveled up. With his newly increased power, Dennis charged at Vigor while summoning his meat cleaver. Dennis jumped high and landed an attack. Although Dennis's attack was blocked, it was still very powerful. With Dennis's swing, he was able to use a skill that could only be unlocked after reaching level 100, the Forced Customer Removal attack. Dennis's attack broke Vigor's stance. When Vigor tried to get back on his feet, he was surprised to find he couldn't move. After having his body slammed to the ground, Vigor was puzzled about what was happening. He later realized he was being sucked into the ground. After witnessing Dennis's unique skill, Michelle couldn't believe it as she had never heard of such a skill. Observing the fight, Jean explained that a level 100 skill is a manifestation of one's reason for existence in the world. In Dennis's case, his unique skill is a forced spatial movement that completely ignores the laws of physics. Experiencing such a messed up skill, Vigor still refused to lose, clinging to his dream of obtaining everything in the world. As a huge explosion ended the attack, Dennis stared at Vigor, wondering if it was finally over. With no more strength, Dennis ended up falling over. Fortunately for him, his friends were able to catch him. Exhausted from the fight, Dennis wished to eat fried rice, which everyone then suggested they have a fried rice party. Seeing Atori smiling, Dennis reciprocated, and the two then bumped their fists. After the showdown between two high-level adventurers, Joseph and all of his officials were detained by the government after the magic researchers published his evil deeds. As for Stevens, the former head butler of the Workstat household, he has been put on trial along with the members of the Misty Knight who were involved. Atori, who was supposed to succeed the Workstat household, declined the position, which left Judge Testovich and the magic researchers discussing the management of the Workstat house. Vivia learned that the researchers were trying to find a way to regenerate the burned books. After witnessing their passion, he was sure that the researchers could pull it off. Sharing that they managed to rebuild the restaurant, Vivia planned to visit right now since it was the grand opening. Since the date overlapped with the day of departure for Henrietta and Michelle, Vivia was glad that they were able to rebuild the restaurant on time. After witnessing impossible things being made possible, Vivia wondered what he could do now. He wondered if he could ever become a strong magician like he promised. Unsure what the future held for him, Vivia decided to believe that his dream was possible first. Moving forward on the path he chose, Vivia wanted to see it with his own eyes. In front of Cynthia's grave, Vivia was glad that he had made it there and promised Cynthia that he would come to visit her again. At the royal capital, Katie visited the Black's restaurant, asking Jean the reason for Dennis's level increase. When Jean finally met the vice commander of the Silverwing Troop, Katie told Jean that she was going to help Dennis if he was about to lose the fight. Jean then pointed out that there were occasions where Dennis almost lost. Since it was Katie's first time seeing Vigor fighting seriously, she ended up getting cold feet for a bit. However, she did admit that if she had tried getting in between the fight, she would have been split in half instantly. The peak of the human race is level 100. In history, only a few people have managed to reach it. Thus, necessary conditions must be fulfilled first, but such conditions are still unknown. Recognizing the large gap in levels, Katie asked Jean how Dennis was able to pass through it. As Katie requested Jean's opinion, Jean explained that level 100 is not like a skill or technique that is initially available in the world. The level is something that only oneself can find. It is the reason for one's existence in the world. Jean shared that in the current era, Dennis and she are the two level 100 chefs that were born. However, the two were walking completely different paths. Jean was aiming to become the best chef by pursuing the ultimate dish and reached level 100. But for Dennis, he realized that he wanted to become the strongest chef. What Dennis pursued was to protect the smiles of the people around him, which became his reason for existence. Dennis's skill can eliminate people who invade his restaurant as the manager. Forced customer removal attack is a type of coordinate shifting attack. Having trouble making sense of Dennis's skill, the two women laughed at Dennis, always exceeding their expectations. Meanwhile, at some local cafe, Heath asked Florenzia if she really didn't want to eat. Seeing Heath getting disappointed with her, Florenzia responded that her job was to protect him. Since Florenzia was too serious, Heath found her boring. After informing him of the defeat of Vigor and Joseph, Florenzia asked if the situation would pose a problem. As Florenzia assumed that Vigor and Joseph's plot was part of the plan, Heath asked Florenzia if she really thought he expected anything from them. Although Vigor showed promise in becoming Heath's pawn, he immediately dismissed the idea after learning that Vigor lost. When Florenzia mentioned that she did not expect Dennis to beat Vigor, Heath was confused by her words. Revealing Dennis as his brother, Heath was confident that he could defeat Vigor. Meanwhile, Dennis and his friends stood outside of the restaurant debating if the new name was good. After hearing the others' opinions, Dennis asked Atori about her thoughts. However, Dennis forgot that Atori was the one who had given the name. Dennis then realized that he just didn't have any talent in naming things. Entering the restaurant, Dennis asked the three what their last meals would be before leaving. After receiving their orders, Dennis heard a clanging sound. Seeing the people who helped him get justice for his restaurant, Dennis realized that he would be busy again, welcoming his friends to the reopening of his restaurant. A month has passed since the reopening of the restaurant of the Outcast. Polvo hired two adventurers to paint his store. Hearing horses nearby, Polvo and the others were greeted by Henrietta, whom they hadn't seen for some time. Arriving at the adventurer's restaurant, Vivia was shocked to see Henrietta paying her tab. Handing over a bag full of money, Henrietta explained that it covered all the food and drink she had put on her tab, including interest. Dennis was hesitant to accept the money since Henrietta was giving all her money for the month. Henrietta added that aside from her full salary, she also included the congratulatory money she received for joining the Knights. After learning how hard Henrietta worked for the money, Dennis decided not to accept it and told Henrietta to take it back. Henrietta was shocked, as she had saved that much money to repay Dennis. However, Dennis did not want Henrietta to be penniless after paying her tab. Since Henrietta had just started working, Dennis suggested she save the money first in case she needed it. After receiving a lecture from Dennis, Henrietta became annoyed. Vivia then pointed out that Dennis just didn't want to take her money. Dennis was restless, having heard that Henrietta was going to visit after a month. Vivia was sure the reason Dennis did not want to take Henrietta's money was so that Henrietta could visit the restaurant again. When Henrietta was asked about her life as a knight, she complained to Vivia about how every day was physically draining for her. Henrietta always vomited whenever she did long-distance running. Hearing these stories from Henrietta, Vivia was more impressed by how good she was at imitating vomiting. Henrietta was still thankful for her hard work as she was able to grow quickly. When Henrietta's order was finally served, she cried because she had been yearning for Dennis's fried rice set for so long. Liking the additional meat and other ingredients, Henrietta immediately took a spoonful. Seeing Henrietta's smile, Dennis was glad that she liked the dish. Vivia suddenly wondered what Bashel had been doing. Dennis revealed that Bashel sent letters from time to time informing Dennis that she had become so busy that she wouldn't be able to visit the restaurant for a while. Bashel's workload wasn't much, but she was asked to do many miscellaneous jobs since she was a newbie. Dennis wondered if Henrietta ever met up with Bashel, since the two were working in the capital. Unfortunately, Henrietta was stuck in the training camp for the whole month and was not able to see Bashel. Dennis only hoped that Bashel would not overexert herself again. Meanwhile, at the royal capital, Bashel was surrounded by piles of books. Realizing it was already lunchtime, Bashel decided to eat lunch while working since she still had tons of work to do. But Bashel later changed her mind and realized that she needed to take a rest. Thinking of Dennis's cooking, Bashel missed eating the restaurant's warm meals. A colleague Bashel called Professor F entered the room and asked if she was eating her lunch at work. Seeing Bashel forcing herself, Professor F knew everyone was trying to take advantage of Bashel since she was a newcomer. She then advised Bashel to learn to skip work from time to time. Before leaving, Professor F told Bashel to remember to work moderately, as she didn't have to accept everything her colleagues asked her to do. Bashel was surprised when the associate professor, Katnage, screamed at her from behind. When he asked for Bashel's help in preparing for his next lesson, Bashel was about to accept when she remembered Professor F's words. After refusing to help Katnage, Bashel opened her eyes and was surprised to see Katnage's angry expression. Katnage then tried to play the victim before using his mother's name to threaten Bashel. Before leaving, Katnage warned Bashel that nobody would live peacefully if they opposed him and his mother. Meanwhile, at the Black's restaurant, the staff were curious about the contents of the bag that Jean received. Jean explained that Dennis sent them cookies as appreciation for helping him a month ago. Tasting the delicious cookies, the staff commented that helping Dennis was worth it. After Jean offered a cookie to Hesmok, the other cooks then asked for Jean's opinion. Jean thought the food was delicious. However, she still thought that Dennis had many areas to improve. Although Jean was critical of Dennis's cooking, everyone knew how delighted she was when Dennis sent her a parcel. As the two staff laughed at Jean for being honest, their expressions immediately changed when Jean asked them to repeat their words. On the other hand, as Hesmok stared at the cookie, she remembered her first time meeting Dennis. Late at night, a woman named Delaney informed Epizondo that their king's health was not getting better. Understanding the situation, Epizondo and Delaney kneeled by the caravan that contained the princess. Unsure if the princess heard their conversation, they informed her that they would conduct the inspection themselves. Trying to explain the situation to the princess, Delaney was curious why she was so silent. Upon opening the carriage, they were surprised to find the princess was not inside. Meanwhile, Dennis received a response letter from Jean, informing him that she saw Atori as her granddaughter. Dennis then suggested to Atori that they visit the capital again to see how Bashel was doing. As Dennis was about to open the door, he remembered they needed to buy pepper. When Atori offered to buy it for him, Dennis handed her the money and asked her to buy the pepper. When Dennis opened the door, he was greeted by a crying Vivia, asking for help. Vivia was learning how to use bind magic but had accidentally bound himself. After freeing himself, Vivia wondered where he went wrong with the spell. Curious if Vivia was trying to learn new techniques, Dennis learned that Vivia was mastering a palm technique to catch an opponent by strengthening the magic power's layer. Seeing Vivia's dedication, Dennis advised him not to strain himself. As Dennis was about to make breakfast for Vivia before he headed out, he was surprised to see someone staring at him at the door. After calling the girl out, they had a small conversation where the young girl wished to try the restaurant's food. but Dennis hadn't opened the restaurant yet. The young girl then tried to drag Vivia into their conversation. Dennis defended Vivia by informing the customer that he was a regular. Feeling discriminated against, the girl kept hitting the restaurant floor out of frustration. Realizing the girl was serious about eating at the restaurant, Dennis had a change of heart and allowed her to eat. Overjoyed, the girl then asked to take it out. Dennis was puzzled by her request, as he had no idea what to bring out. He explained she first had to order. After Vivia gave her the menu, the girl was confused by the meal names. Not wanting to get more confused, she asked to be served a katsudon. Meanwhile, Dennis and Vivia assumed the girl was a princess based on her actions. They wondered what an inexperienced princess was doing in an adventurer's restaurant. After being served the katsudon set, the girl was shocked by its messy appearance. Dennis explained that a katsudon meal usually looks like that and offered to cook the boiled egg a little more. Seeing the katsudon, the girl was sure even Epizando would not eat it. Seeing her force herself to eat, Dennis suggested she didn't need to. Feeling ridiculed, the girl insisted she always ate what was served to her. Noticing the 2 sticks beside the food, she asked what they were. Vivia explained what chopsticks were. After understanding, the girl tried using them but couldn't manage. Crying out of frustration, Dennis pitied her and offered a spoon and fork instead. However, the girl stubbornly wanted to learn to use chopsticks. In the end, she accepted the spoon and fork, feeling depressed. Nervous about trying a new dish, she slowly ate the food. With her first bite, her eyes shined. Finding the katsudon delicious, she praised the food in her own way, but Dennis thought she should apologize to the food. After a detailed explanation of the meal, Dennis and Vivia wondered if she was some kind of food critic. Pleased with the meal, the girl was confused when Dennis informed her about the bill. Curious if she needed to pay, Dennis realized she had no money. He suggested she call her guardian. Promising to pay Dennis back, the girl asked if he could let her go for today. Dennis insisted she call her guardian. Even after informing Dennis that her father was ill and her mother deceased, he still wanted her to pay. Left with no choice but to pawn her mother's keepsake, the atmosphere became heavy. The girl then presented the option of suicide if Dennis wouldn't take the necklace. As Dennis and Vivia tried to stop her, she eventually put the chopstick down, unable to bear the thought of dying. As the girl cried for Delaney and Epizando, Vivia pitied her and told Dennis he would pay for her meal. After Dennis forgave her, she thanked him for the meal and promised to return the favor. The two were left clueless as to what had happened after she left. Meanwhile, Atori was following a stray cat into an alley. Observing Atori from a distance are the members of Misty Knight that are planning to make her pay for making a fool of them. Trapping Atori in an alley, the members of the Misty Knight asked her if she still remembered them. However, Atori had no clue who they were. After the incident in the royal capital, all major members of the Misty Knight were arrested, while the members who were lucky enough to avoid charges were expelled from the Adventurers Guild and left adrift in the streets. Upon hearing a rumor that Atori was the leader of the magicians from the Workstadt family household, the members of the Misty Knight planned to take Atori's fortune. They were speechless when Atori told them that she didn't inherit anything. The three thought that Atori was lying to them. In reality, Atori refused to take over her family household, leaving Sestavish and various others struggling to settle the inheritance issue. Disappointed that their plan had failed from the beginning, some suggested that they kidnap Atori. However, knowing Dennis as Atori's guardian, the three were sure they would die if they tried. Not wanting to do anything rash, one of the three insisted on bringing Atori with them. The situation was suddenly interrupted by a woman who sensed a bad vibe coming from the three. Seeing that the members of the Misty Knight were trying to exploit an innocent citizen, the girl couldn't overlook it. She promised to forgive them if they left and let go of Atori. The members of the Misty Knight were relieved upon seeing that it was just a kid. Seeing how nicely the girl was dressed, they guessed that she was an aristocrat. Laughing, the three warned the girl to leave before she got hurt. The young girl did not budge as she could not bear to see a city with delicious food being overrun by miserable scoundrels. Annoyed by the girl's presence, one of the three tried grabbing her but ended up being overthrown instead. As the other two froze at what they had witnessed, the girl told them not to underestimate her for being young. Unable to complete her sentence, the girl was mocked not just by the members of the Misty Knight but also by Atori. The rest of the Misty Knight charged toward the girl but met the same fate, with all three being subdued. After praising herself, the girl momentarily let her guard down. As one of the men was about to stab the girl with his knife, he stopped as he noticed something from above. After the woman with glasses saw the situation, she cut herself and then manifested some type of weapon, preventing harm to the young girl. The member of the Misty Knight was surprised to see a large blade made of blood. After stepping on the man's face, it was revealed that the woman in glasses was Delaney. Grabbing the man's robe, Delaney was furious with him for pointing his knife at the young girl. The girl then tried to calm Delaney down, as she was now showing her bad habit once again. As Epizando arrived along with the other knights, he asked Delaney if the princess was safe. After securing the princess, the members of the Misty Knight asked who they were. The young girl revealed that she was Esther Kingland, the daughter of the king and first in line to the throne. Atori, Esther, and her guards returned to the adventurer's restaurant. As Vivia and Dennis were still shocked after seeing Esther again, they learned how Esther helped Atori deal with the Misty Night. After excusing herself, Esther then bragged about what she had done to Delaney and Epizondo. However, she received a scolding from the two. Princess Esther forgot that she had slipped away from the carriage. To ensure a smooth succession to the throne, Esther was on her way to Minister Isabella's territory before running away. Esther explained how it was her first time going outside and she didn't want to be stuck inside a small carriage continuously. Delaney understood Esther's plea, but since she left them with no choice, they decided to chain her at all times until they returned to the capital. As Delaney's hidden desire toward Esther was showing, Esther begged for Epizondo's help. However, seeing how Esther behaved, Epizondo eventually agreed to have her chained. Meanwhile, Dennis noticed something in Atori's hands, and upon learning that it was a cat, he asked her to return it. Not wanting to be chained down, Esther was left with no choice. After approaching Dennis, she told her guards that her true aim was the owner of the restaurant, Dennis. When asked by Epizondo what she meant, Esther explained how she got hold of information that a unique chef was in town and decided to visit to confirm the truth with her own eyes. As Epizondo could clearly see the lies that Esther made up, it was a different case with Delaney, who believed that Esther had finally matured. Esther mentioned how Dennis was a legendary Katsudon culinarian, and if they brought him along, their visit to Minister Isabella's territory would end in great success. She promised that with Dennis around her, her succession to the throne would be as good as settled. Surprised at what Esther announced, Vivia asked Dennis if he was really going with the princess. Dennis immediately clarified that he wouldn't be going. Not wanting Dennis to refuse, Esther told Dennis that moving forward, he would be her private chef. Headed towards Minister Isabella's territory, Dennis and Atori ended up being brought by Esther. Calling for Esther's attention, Delaney briefed her about Isabella, who was in charge of managing the food supply for the entire kingdom, promoting agriculture and supplying food to the army. Isabella came from a minor noble family and held a low rank as a minister, yet she wielded more authority than her rank suggested. This was because food, an essential factor that affects the power of a country, was under her control. Isabella also had a say in the succession of the throne, which Delaney advised Esther not to offer their host. Dennis was puzzled as to why the princess was leaving her territory, assuming that a minister should be living in the capital. Seeing Dennis speaking informally with the princess, Epizondo asked Delaney to hold her anger and overlook what Dennis had done. Epizondo revealed that Minister Isabella had returned to her territory to research some ingredients. Minister Isabella is a brilliant chef who single-handedly solved the kingdom's food problems, but she is also known for being crafty. As Epizondo asked Esther to be cautious with the minister in the future, Esther told Epizondo that he worried too much. She reassured them that with Dennis by her side, she was not afraid of Minister Isabella. Upon arriving at the estate, Esther and everyone were greeted by Minister Isabella herself. Delaney started showing her menacing aura again after seeing the minister doting on Esther and getting too close to her. Minister Isabella was previously known for being cold toward everyone and was not the type to fawn over anyone. Her behavior made Epizondo vigilant, wondering what her plans were. As the minister noticed Dennis, she asked who he was. Esther then enthusiastically introduced Dennis as a genius chef. After announcing that Dennis would make food for them, Dennis was surprised when he saw the minister coldly staring at him. Wondering what kind of food Dennis would be making for them, Minister Isabella asked her staff, Oliver, to lead Dennis to their second kitchen. After seeing such high-quality ingredients, Dennis was impressed, as he expected no less from a noble's kitchen. He then shared with Atori that he did not regret tagging along since they could use such a fine kitchen. Seeing new types of seasoning, Dennis explained that the seasoning Atori pointed to was called umami seasoning. It's a seasoning made by extracting and crystallizing kelp broth. Adding umami seasoning would make any food taste more delicious. When Atori tasted it, she immediately had an opposite opinion about the umami, finding the taste very weird. After checking through all the other ingredients, Dennis was amazed to see a type of meat that he didn't recognize. As he was about to look for the staff to ask which ingredients he shouldn't use, he ordered Atori to prepare the utensils for the time being. While looking for the chef of the mansion, he suddenly heard Isabella's voice speaking with someone. When Dennis was about to ask Isabella a question, he was surprised to hear the people inside the room talking about him. Listening to the conversation, Dennis heard how Isabella and the others were planning to take advantage of the princess and gain control of the country. After some time, Dennis finally finished his cooking and served it to the nobles. As both the princess and the minister looked forward to the food, Minister Isabella had a hidden agenda as she grinned. After tasting the food that Dennis made, Esther was very impressed with his cooking skills. After observing Esther, Minister Isabella then proceeded to eat the food. Hearing compliments from Minister Isabella, Esther unconsciously shared how she had just found Dennis by chance. Realizing what she had just revealed, Esther then tried to cover it up with more lies. Although the minister agreed on how delicious the food was, she also mentioned that there were more suitable foods for Esther to eat. With just a snap of the minister's fingers, several plates containing various foods were served. Surprised at what she was seeing, Esther asked what type of food they were serving. Minister Isabella explained that the foods were made using the finest ingredients that she had gathered in her territory. With just a taste of the meat, Esther was impressed at how it melted in her mouth before chewing. As Minister Isabella answered all of the princess's questions about the ingredients, Esther cried as she did not expect to eat such delicious foods, even as a princess. As a minister, Isabella was proficient at researching and gathering high-quality ingredients. She commented that no matter how good a chef's skills are, if the ingredients are bad, then the taste will lack richness. Indirectly mocking Dennis for supposedly being the princess's chef, Minister Isabella shared how she is far more suited to becoming Esther's chef. Bribing the princess with the delicious food, Minister Isabella promised that if she became Esther's chef, then Esther would always eat the delicious food that the minister made. Both Epizondo and Delaney realized what the minister's aim was: to become the palace chef. The future ruler's chef is a position entrusted with the complete control of the king's food service management, including testing food for poison. Due to the position's nature of following the king everywhere, it could be said that it serves as the king's right-hand man. Knowing that a palace chef would be trusted wholly by the king, they would also have enough power to steer the country. Almost taking in Minister Isabella's bribe, Esther regained her senses and declined the minister's offer. As the future queen regnant, Esther wished to be frugal and avoid indulging in luxury. Minister Isabella stood up, surprising the princess. She then explained that Esther must have the best food and goods. In doing so, the culture and values of the country would surpass those of other countries, and lead to prosperity within their own. Dennis was getting more annoyed when the minister mocked his food, mentioning that the food Dennis made would make their citizens miserable. After apologizing for overstepping her boundaries, Minister Isabella pointed out that the meals she made were best for their country's sake. As Dennis was about to leave, Esther was worried that Dennis's feelings were hurt. However, the minister asked Esther to leave Dennis be, commenting that bad-tempered people aren't suitable to become chefs. Seeing the minister giving the princess more food, Delaney's veins began showing as she held off her anger. As the minister tried to sway Esther to her side, her true plans of taking control of the country from the shadows were slowly revealed. As the minister insisted that Esther have all the food, Esther finally took the courage to respond. Not wanting to hog all the delicious food to herself, Esther asked if it was possible to give the meat to their citizens as well. Wanting to share the same food she eats with everyone, Esther asked the minister if she had any good ideas on how to make her wish possible. Curious if the princess really listened to her, Minister Isabella informed Esther that they wouldn't have enough budget to distribute their high-class meat. Adamant in persuading the princess, Minister Isabella pointed out that if they distribute the meat once, they will have to keep on distributing it for a long time. Coaxing the princess to keep the meat all to herself to ensure the prosperity of the country, they were suddenly interrupted by Dennis. When the minister asked Dennis why he had returned, Dennis, mad at the minister for mocking his peasant food, proclaimed as the peasant's representative that he planned to show the princess what real delicious food tastes like. After Dennis's brief introduction as the representative of the peasants, he proceeded to present Esther with a bowl of rice topped with an egg. Esther, confused about the dish, listened as Dennis introduced it as common peasant food, raw egg on rice. Minister Isabella lashed out at Dennis for serving the princess such a simple dish, accusing him of disrespecting her. However, as Dennis boldly presented the meal to the princess, Minister Isabella accused him of disrespecting her. But when the princess showed interest in the food, Minister Isabella could only stare at them unpleasantly. As the princess of the kingdom broke the yolk of the egg, the minister was not afraid of the result. Confident that her dishes were far superior to Dennis's egg on rice, the minister was surprised when the princess loved the meal, complimenting how delicious it was. Chewing pleasantly over the peasant's common food, Minister Isabella was confused why the princess would still say how delicious the food was after eating all of the delicious food she presented. The minister became curious as to what Dennis may have done to the food. Revealing the secret of the dish, Dennis asked Atori if she brought the secret ingredient. As Atori revealed the seasoning, Minister Isabella was shocked to learn that they used MSG. Dennis explained that although the method was simple, a raw egg on rice with MSG was considered the best combination. In total disbelief that Dennis would use a seasoning favored by lowly cooks, Minister Isabella told Dennis that he was a disgrace to the chef profession. Dennis did not back down, telling the minister that he didn't want to hear anything from someone who would only use luxurious ingredients. After finishing the meal, Esther was full of praise. Dennis explained that it was natural for food made with good ingredients and time and effort to result in something delicious. However, Dennis, who represented the peasants, expressed how they had been eating what they could make with what they had, which included seasonings to compensate for the lack of flavor. Approaching Minister Isabella, Dennis told her that if she really cared about the princess, it would be best for her to learn about the food of the poor people. As the minister persuaded the princess not to listen to the nonsense that Dennis was talking about, Esther suddenly had a bright idea. After learning of the secret ingredient that makes any food delicious, she decided that when she became the ruler, she would distribute the seasoning to every household in the kingdom. Praising herself for thinking that she had solved the problem of food inequality, Esther didn't realize how shocked everyone was, thinking that her idea was stupid. Both Dennis and the minister then tried to change Esther's mind, explaining that not all residents like the flavor of MSG, and that pursuing the idea might cause a national crisis. However, Esther was no longer listening to the two, as she decided to go through with her plan once she took over as the ruler. Although the result was not what Epizondo expected, he was still somewhat relieved that everything worked out. As the princess conversed with the minister before leaving her estate, Delaney told Dennis that the minister had abandoned her plans thanks to him. Delaney thought that the princess had brought Dennis with her just for fun, but after seeing the result, she admitted that she had underestimated Dennis. As Delaney thanked Dennis for keeping the princess away from danger, Dennis responded that he didn't mind, as he was annoyed as well. Praising Dennis's cooking skills, Epizondo asked Dennis where he had learned to cook. After revealing that he had been taught by the head chef Jean, both Delaney and Epizondo were caught off guard. The two then asked Dennis if he was the son of the living legend of the culinary world. Hearing the ruckus behind her, Esther became curious about what was going on. Not wanting to know more about the details, Esther just cared that Dennis had an outstanding talent. After hearing the name Jean, Minister Isabella suddenly remembered her past as if it were just yesterday. The chef with overwhelming talent who had stood in her way when the minister was still young. The chef whom the minister could never overcome. The woman whom the minister would never forget, portraying Jean as her arch-enemy. Minister Isabella glared at Dennis as if she were looking at Jean. Meanwhile, Hesmuk, who had just arrived in the city, visited Dennis's restaurant. The next day, after visiting Isabella's mansion, the princess once again visited Dennis at his restaurant. Dennis asked Esther to do something about the situation since she brought too many bodyguards, making regular customers reluctant to enter. Esther told Dennis that his customers should come inside without worry, but no one could eat peacefully with the stuffy atmosphere created by Esther and her bodyguards. Esther changed the topic and asked Dennis if he had decided to become the palace chef. Dennis told the princess again that he was not interested. Seeing how stubborn Dennis was, Esther tried persuading him by offering more chances to see her cute face. Unfortunately for Esther, Dennis still refused her offer. Shocked, Esther then resorted to making Dennis feel guilty for not repaying the debt of personally dropping him off at his diner. Dennis angrily told Esther that he was just forced to go along with her in the first place. Ashamed of the princess's actions, Epizondo apologized to Dennis on Esther's behalf, promising that the princess would leave as soon as she calmed down. Feeling pity for Epizondo, Dennis commented on how tough he had it. The princess asked Dennis to stop insinuating that she was a pain in the neck. But when Epizondo suddenly agreed with Dennis, Esther was shocked by Epizondo's words, adding to the conversation that being a pain in the neck could also be considered one of Esther's good traits. Delaney made Esther unsure whether to thank her for the comment. A few hours later, Vivia asked the exhausted Dennis how the visit had gone. Dennis thought of confronting the minister with his forced expulsion but managed to hold back. Vivia pleaded with Dennis not to use his unique skill on mundane things. Although things had finally calmed down, Dennis was still not relieved since Esther had decided to stay nearby for a while, causing him more pain. Hearing the door open, Dennis was about to welcome another customer but was surprised when he saw Hesmuk. After offering Hesmuk a warm drink, she called Dennis sous-chef and mentioned that the last time they saw each other was when Dennis was at the capital. Dennis asked Hesmuk to stop calling him by his previous title, but she was unable to do so and felt compelled to call him sous-chef. Awkward with the silence between the two, Vivia remembered that Hesmuk was Dennis's disciple sister from the same school, and the current sous-chef of the Black's restaurant. Vivia had only taken a glance at Hesmuk when they were fighting against Vigor, wondering what had happened to her. Hesmuk wanted to be direct and asked Dennis to teach her the secret of his cooking. Surprised, Dennis asked Hesmuk if she was referring to his muscles. After a moment of silence, Hesmuk, with a disappointed look, told Dennis that she was not referring to his muscles. As Dennis kept repeating about his muscles, Hesmuk shared how she always wondered why her cooking wasn't perfect. Hesmuk graduated with first-class honors in culinary arts from a magic school. While many people are related to famous guilds, Hesmuk grew up as the daughter of a humble coffee shop owner. After making painstaking efforts, Hesmuk believed that her cooking technique was better than Dennis's, except when it came to making fried rice. Knowing that she was superior in cooking, Hesmuk was still puzzled as Dennis's cooking always made everyone smile. Meanwhile, the people that Hesmok served would only say that the food was delicious. As Hesmok was confused about what Dennis had that she didn't, Dennis asked her if she wasn't just overthinking. Hesmok was sure that she wasn't overthinking as Jean had already reprimanded her about her issue. Dennis was surprised as it was quite rare for Hesmok to be scolded. Hesmok shared that it was when everyone in the diner ate the cookies Dennis sent. Jean criticized Dennis's cookies while the others liked them, commenting that Dennis should learn more from Hesmok. Slamming her fists on the table, Hesmok told Dennis that Jean was ridiculing her indirectly, believing that her cooking tasted the same to everyone and was mass-produced without any feelings in it. Shocked by Hesmok's conclusion, Dennis explained that Jean's comment had no negative meaning but was rather praising Hesmok. However, Hesmok's mind could no longer be persuaded, wanting to make a perfect dish, otherwise her struggles would be meaningless. Pointing at Dennis, Hesmok informed him that she would have him teach her his secret no matter what it takes. After declaring to Dennis that she would learn his secret, Dennis explained that he would still be unable to help her without knowing the problem unless someone tasted her food. For Hesmok's cooking, Dennis asked the people he trusted to be the testers. Shocked, Hesmok asked Dennis why the princess was in the restaurant. Dennis didn't have a clear explanation and just told Hesmok that Esther happened to be there. When Vivia asked if he could also eat, Dennis saw no problem with it since it was almost dinner time. Slapping herself to be more focused, Hesmok started with boiling and proceeded to cut the ingredients intricately. Seeing Hesmok's craftsmanship, the food testers were truly amazed. Each of Hesmok's gestures was beautiful, as if the ingredients were being reborn into what they should be. Each of the testers commented on how amazing Hesmok's cooking was. Her way of cooking was so different from Dennis's, even though they were both chefs. After thanking everyone for waiting, Hesmok presented them with a full-course meal for starters. As the three began to taste the meals, they could not hold back their emotions because the food Hesmok made was too delicious. The acidity of the food was like a fresh breeze blowing through one's nose, and the true flavor of the meat overflowed as one chewed. As Esther's soul was about to leave her body, she didn't expect to witness and taste cooking as such a fine art. Vivia couldn't compare the cooking to Dennis's but also felt uncomfortable expressing what he tasted with common words like delicious. As everyone commented on how perfect the food was, Dennis pointed out to Hesmok that she was just overthinking things. However, Hesmok was not pleased by the tester's criticism as she despised people who could only say, delicious. Dennis asked Hesmok to calm down and reminded her that one of the testers was the princess of the kingdom. All Hesmok ever wanted was to make the perfect dish, but in her belief, whatever she made was nowhere near perfect. Dennis pointed out that Hesmok had always been a perfectionist and that she was simply being overzealous, adding that there's nothing perfect in the world. Seeing Hesmok clenching her clothes, Dennis suspected that something had happened to her. Wondering if Hesmok's father had said something to her, Dennis told her that she could always talk to him. Dennis was shocked when Hesmok revealed that her father had died a month ago. When asked if she was fine, Hesmok shared that she had been estranged from her father from the beginning. Apologizing to Dennis for mentioning something weird, Hesmok then asked if she could take a break as she felt exhausted from the trip. Dennis understood and offered her one of the guest rooms. After some time, Dennis was speaking to Vivia, sharing how Hesmok's father was also a chef. Just like Minister Isabella, Hesmok's father also aimed to become a palace chef. However, he failed and settled on being the owner of a small coffee shop in front of the royal castle. Curious, Vivia asked if the reason Hesmok became a chef was because she admired her father. However, that was not the case, as her relationship with her father was much more complicated. Hesmok was forced to fulfill her father's dream by being trained ruthlessly ever since she was a kid. He hovered over her, stopping her from playing and directing her focus on making the perfect dish. Hesmok wasn't obedient enough to continue doing what her father told her. She later joined a chef's guild department as if she was trying to run away from her father. Hesmok never returned to her father's side and became Chef Jean's apprentice, which was also when she became Dennis's disciple sister. Desperate to become a perfectionist because of her past, Dennis admitted that Hesmok was very talented in cooking, but she always thought she lacked something. Vivia wondered if there was anything he could do for her. Dennis commented that it was normal for Hesmok to act like that, and he was confident that Hesmok would find the answer by herself eventually. Remembering their first encounter, Dennis couldn't forget the empty expression Hesmok wore. The next day, Hesmok was observing the restaurant's environment. Seeing the customers' happy faces, Hesmok confirmed that Dennis's restaurant was really the best. Seeing everyone smiling and enjoying their time, Hesmok realized that nothing much had changed as people would always become happy when they ate Dennis's food. Dennis would talk to everyone cheerfully, including the staff. At times, Dennis would also chat with the customers and laugh together. Hesmok believed that she was different from Dennis. Although Dennis's food looked plain, she could still feel the sincerity put into every dish. Hesmok's food looked beautiful and delicate, but lacked something. Curious as to what she was lacking, Hesmok wondered if it was talent or personality. Seeing Dennis's back while cooking, Hesmok remembered her father. Dennis's regulars initiated a conversation with Vivia, asking him if Hesmok was Dennis's sister. After clarifying that Dennis and Hesmok were both disciples under one master, the two ladies immediately associated Hesmok as Dennis's stepsister. As the two thought of something that could be done, Vivia was left speechless watching them. Meanwhile, Atori was also establishing her relationship with Dennis, wondering if she was his sister or daughter. Thinking that her connection to Dennis was more like a sister, Atori suddenly realized that Hesmok was her older sister. Approaching Hesmok slowly, Atori called her Big Sister. Confused by what was happening, Dennis explained to Hesmok that Atori had gotten attached to her. As the two ladies told Dennis that he had a new sister disciple, they were surprised when Dennis shared that Atori couldn't cook. Curious as to why Dennis would not teach instead to lessen the workload, Dennis admitted that he was just cooking with instinct, which made him unsuitable to be a cooking teacher. Hesmok was surprised when Atori suddenly asked her to teach her cooking. Agreeing to Atori's request, Dennis informed Hesmok that she could use the kitchen since it was currently lunchtime. As the two started, Atori informed Hesmok that she had finished washing the rice. Hesmok then taught Atori a step-by-step procedure in cooking the rice. Seeing how good Atori's progress was, Hesmok then told her that after the water boiled, Atori would have to lower the temperature, put a lid on it, and wait for 30 minutes. Seeing Atori just stare at the pot, Hesmok asked if Atori would just wait in front of the pot. After 30 minutes had passed, Atori was then instructed to open the lid, stir the rice, and sprinkle some salt. After finishing all of the steps, the porridge would be ready to serve. After making her first porridge, Dennis and Vivia both praised her. When Atori asked for Dennis to be the first one to taste the porridge, Dennis happily accepted and ate a spoonful. Dennis was amazed at how delicious the porridge was. Hearing Dennis's reaction, the others immediately hogged the food, wanting to also taste Atori's porridge. Wanting to cook porridge one more time, Hesmok told Atori that she could try doing it by herself. Seeing Hesmok staring at Atori, Dennis expressed that he felt like Hesmok had fixated on pronouncing delicious food and had lost sight of something important. Curious as to what the important thing was, Dennis asked Hesmok if she wanted a hint. Accepting Dennis's hint, Hesmok was surprised when the hint was Atori, who wanted to become her student. As Hesmok became confused, she asked Dennis what he meant. Dennis advised Hesmok to take it easy and cook without feeling pressured. It would then be up to her to figure out the rest. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted as the mailman entered the restaurant, informing Dennis that he had mail. After telling Hesmok that she would have to figure things out on her own, Dennis was surprised when the letter he received came from Bashel. While the others were eager to hear what Bashel wrote to Dennis, they asked for Dennis to hurriedly open the letter and read the contents. After opening the letter, Dennis was shocked after reading the content. Seeing Dennis's reaction after reading the letter, everyone in the diner immediately became worried. Upon learning that Bashel was working at a company with terrible working conditions again, everyone was disappointed and couldn't believe that Bashel had returned to her previous problem. Since the letter was written for everyone to read, Dennis suggested that the others read it instead. After reading the letter themselves, Bashel's friends began to worry because she had previously tried to take her own life due to the same problem. Bashel is the type who would put up with everything and accumulate stress. Vivia then pointed out that Bashel had been cornered to the point of sending the letter to consult with them, insinuating that Bashel might once again try to take her life. Vivia immediately apologized after Dennis told her to stop jinxing the situation. Everyone wondered what they could do since Bashel was in the capital and they couldn't stop her this time around. As everyone discussed possible situations that might happen to Bashel, Dennis saw Atori's worried expression and remembered that she was the most concerned about Bashel. As Dennis was about to call for Atori, he was suddenly interrupted by Esther, who informed him that she was confident she could bring Dennis to the capital. Frustrated, Dennis told Esther to shut up since he didn't have time to deal with her. Dennis's words enraged Delaney, who felt he was disrespecting the princess. Calling Atori's attention, Dennis told her that they would be going to the capital. Wondering if it was okay for Atori, Dennis shared that he had a hard time deciding to leave the restaurant empty since they had reopened recently. But since they were worried about Bashel, Dennis knew they would have to check up on her. As everyone supported Dennis's decision, Esther, who had just arrived, was clueless about what was happening. However, upon hearing that Dennis was headed to the capital, Esther assumed that Dennis was finally going to the capital with her. Hesmok wanted to remind Dennis that she still had some business with him, but after seeing that Dennis could not be interrupted, Hesmok kept to herself. As Hesmok was packing up her things, she was startled when she heard her father shout. Hesmok's father couldn't believe that the genius head chef Jean didn't become the palace chef. Wondering if there was some conspiracy, Hesmok saw her father spiral into madness, accusing the government of plotting against him. As everything went pitch black, Hesmok woke up gasping for air. Remembering that she was currently staying at Dennis's restaurant, Hesmok realized that she had just had a nightmare. Getting out of her room, Hesmok was about to greet everyone with a good morning, but then saw that Dennis and Atori were preparing for their departure. Wondering if there was anything else they needed to bring, Atori showed Dennis the cat, which he immediately told her to return. After greeting Hesmok with a good morning, Vivia asked if she would also return to the capital with Dennis. After responding to Vivia that she would also return, Hesmok asked him if it was always so lively around Dennis. Unsure of how to answer Hesmok's question, Vivia instead asked her what Dennis was like as a sous chef. Seeing Dennis smiling, she told Vivia that Dennis was exactly the same 5 years ago. Knowing that Dennis's cooking could make people smile, Hesmok thought she could never replicate the same effect, believing she was not perfect. Remembering her father, Hesmok was reminded of her need to become a perfect chef. 5 years ago, Hesmok knocked on the door of Black's restaurant and became a member of the team. After being welcomed by Jean, Hesmok was told they would now be working together. Seeing head chef Jean up close, the most talented chef since the inception of the Chef Guild and the youngest guildmaster, Hesmok was in awe. Jean was also a person who had failed to become a palace chef. After hearing her father claim there were conspiracies against Jean, Hesmok immediately assumed there were better chefs than Jean, creating the idea that she could surpass Jean. Planning to lean on Jean and surpass her, Hesmok thought her plan of becoming the palace chef was now starting. Hesmok suddenly stopped, reminding herself that her dream had nothing to do with her father, as it was every chef's dream to be the best. Hesmok immediately regained her senses when she heard the staff talking about her. Hesmok was pleased to hear that the staff was impressed by her achievements. However, she immediately stopped upon hearing that the staff believed sous chef Dennis was still better than her. When Jean called out for Dennis, Hesmok was frightened just seeing Dennis's silhouette. After Jean told Dennis that Hesmok would be his junior, Dennis smiled and asked Hesmok if she was the rumored newcomer. After apologizing for being preoccupied, Dennis then stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Hesmok was hesitant to shake Dennis's hand since there was cabbage residue sticking out, but she eventually shook Dennis's hand. Dennis was known to be fearless in Black's restaurant, as he would talk to the customers without knowing their backgrounds. Dennis was suddenly pulled from behind and told that the customer he was speaking to was a big shot and needed to be treated with respect. However, Dennis just continued speaking to the customer without fear of repercussions. The others were very impressed by Dennis's bravery as they could not compare Dennis to Hesmok, who was more well-mannered. Hearing the others talk about her, Hesmok thought Dennis was someone who was carefree and only thought of pleasing the customers and his fellow employees. Knowing that she was better than Dennis, Hesmok was confused as to why nobody understood that fact. Startled after hearing Dennis being called, Hesmok turned and saw how the other waiters just laughed along with Dennis. When Dennis asked Hesmok how the soup was, he was surprised when she told him to leave her alone. She then pointed out to Dennis that she didn't join the restaurant to make friends. After some time, Jean told Dennis and Hesmok that the Chef's Guild examiner would be examining their food. Jean wished for Dennis and Hesmok to cook the meal. Wondering if the guest was somewhat important, Jean asked Dennis if he even knew what the Chef Guild examiner was. Laughing, Dennis told Jean that he had no idea, while Hesmok told Jean the correct answer. The Chef Guild is a prestigious organization that has been producing palace chefs for generations. Among them, the examiner plays an important role in rating the chefs and recommending candidates for the position of palace chef directly to the royal palace. As the master of the Chef Guild, Jean wished to personally attend to the examiner and entrusted the two to work together and do the cooking. Dennis was not fazed, as it didn't matter to him who he would be serving, as he would display his ability. On the other hand, Hesmok bowed to Jean and showed respect. The identity of the examiner is confidential information known only to the top brass of the guild. For Hesmok, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have her food eaten by the examiner. Smiling happily, Hesmok was eager to impress the examiner with her food. As the door opened, Jean told the man in the robe that she had been expecting him. After guiding the man to his table, Jean asked him to take off the robe. It was then revealed that the examiner was the former guildmaster, Zoe Zhen, the big shot that Dennis kept having conversations with. 5 years had passed since Zoe Zhen handed down the guildmaster position to Jean. In the past, the Chef Guild had a great deal of influence and could recommend candidates for the position of palace chef. But that was now in the past, as Zoe Zhen didn't know what to do without Jean under his wing. Grabbing Jean's wrist, Zoe Zhen told her that she was supposed to be the palace chef. It was also the reason why Zoe Zhen stepped down from his former position and became an examiner. However, Jean didn't intend to become the palace chef. The title of palace chef is a position that involves the roots of the country. The responsibility of being the palace chef was great, which is why Zoe Zhen knew that Jean should have been the one to hold the title, whether she wanted it or not. With Jean's talent and personality, Zoe Zhen truly believed she was the best fit for the position. However, Zoe Zhen couldn't believe that the position of palace chef had been handed to a greenhorn. Meanwhile, Dennis was now ready to prepare his meal. Noticing something beside him, Dennis was surprised to see Hesmok with a box containing a puffer slime. The puffer slime is a jelly-like creature from the dungeon that has a special body structure that assimilates with its surroundings. Because of its nature, it harmonizes with the surrounding taste components, resulting in unique flavors. The puffer slime can also be used in soups and desserts and is considered an ultra-premium ingredient. Hesmok paid 10 gold coins to Vigor to hunt the creature for her. When Dennis assumed that it was illegal, Hesmok explained that it was not, but one must be certified first to cook the puffer slime since it is a dangerous ingredient. Hesmok also shared that she had already obtained the certification to cook the puffer slime when she was still a freshman in the Chef Guild, proving that her status as a top graduate was well-deserved. Hesmok pointed her sharp knife at the puffer slime. Speed is crucial when cooking a puffer slime. Hesmok needed to freeze it first and put it into a state of suspended animation before removing its acid-producing organ. No average chef can cook the puffer slime. However, Hesmok was different, as she had learned and trained to cook such dangerous ingredients. After opening the slime, Hesmok grabbed the organ and placed it inside a crate. When Dennis learned that the food was difficult to cook, he offered to help Hesmok. However, she responded with hostility, telling him that she wouldn't accept any help from him. Dennis became confused when Hesmok said that she didn't want Dennis stealing her credit. He tried explaining to Hesmok that they were not competing with each other, but Hesmok was only disgusted by Dennis's naivety. Knowing that Dennis was Jean's adopted son, Hesmok boasted about how she was also raised by a gifted genius. Claiming herself different from those who hadn't experienced hardships, Hesmok planned to show the examiner that she was better than Dennis and proclaim herself the next palace chef. All of a sudden, the puffer slime went out of control. Realizing that she hadn't frozen the puffer slime enough, Hesmok was still not worried since she had already removed the puffer slime's dangerous organ. However, Hesmok froze after seeing the crate had a hole, fearing that the slime now had its organ back. Wondering if the box was severed by the enchanted knife, Hesmok closed her eyes as the puffer slime spewed slime on her. Luckily for Hesmok, Dennis shielded her from the slime. Trying to subdue the puffer slime, Dennis was surprised when it suddenly wrapped around his arm and spewed more slime. Holding the slime tightly, Dennis looked for ways to contain the puffer slime. Seeing a boiling pot, Dennis threw the puffer slime into it. After closing the pot, Dennis finally managed to catch his breath. Worried about the acid from the puffer slime, Hesmok asked Dennis to wash it off before it got worse. However, she was surprised to see that Dennis was not harmed. Rather, he only felt a tingling sensation. Trembling, Hesmok was thankful that Dennis was not harmed. Although Dennis was safe, he wondered what they were going to do about the mess. After turning around, Hesmok felt devastated, as the kitchen was totally ruined. Seeing the kitchen all messed up, Hesmok wondered what her next move should be. She then asked herself why she was getting desperate. Was it because she wanted to be acknowledged by the examiner, or because she dreamed of becoming the palace chef? Going out of her way to create a perfect dish, Hesmok's mental state was spiraling downward, afraid of getting scolded. Dennis grabbed both of her arms and told her that the important thing was the reason why she was cooking. Although they didn't have much time, Dennis pointed out that they still had the strongest ingredient, which was sincerity. He then reminded Hesmok that as long as they were cooking the food with heart, everything would taste delicious. As Dennis told Hesmok to mold wholeheartedly, she became confused about what she would be molding. When Dennis mentioned that she would be molding onigiri, Hesmok was shocked. After some time, Hesmok was sitting on the steps, feeling disappointed in herself. Dennis then came out and asked her how long she had been sitting outside. Asking Dennis about the result of what they made, she was surprised when Dennis told her that the examiner was surprised. In reality, Dennis didn't really see the examiner eat the food, but since Jean wasn't really mad at Dennis, he just assumed that everything went well. Guessing that Hesmok was hungry, Dennis offered her some onigiri. Trying to cheer Hesmok up, Dennis shared that he himself also messed up many times. When Dennis tried to use magic by imitating others, he almost burned down the whole restaurant. Such a mess was no big deal for Dennis anymore. As Hesmok cried, she sincerely apologized for what had happened. Commenting on how Hesmok is one handful sister disciple, Dennis suggested that they just do better next time. Although only salt was added to the onigiri, Dennis and Hesmok admitted that it was still delicious. Hesmok wondered why Dennis could create delicious food so easily, and she couldn't. After that incident, Hesmok had not been able to beat Dennis. Thinking of Dennis as her own brother, Hesmok also disliked him because he represented the wall that she couldn't overcome. After hearing Hesmok's story, Vivia shared that he had felt the same way in the past. Vivia saw himself as the best and thought others were just idiots, but he then realized that it was wrong to compare oneself to others. After his first experience inside the higher level floor, Vivia realized that what's important is how he feels. Hesmok agreed with Vivia. However, when she sees someone who has the things she lacks, she can't help but feel pain. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Esther, who called out for Dennis, asking him if they were ready. After Dennis checked with Hesmok if she was ready, he was once again headed to the capital. Meanwhile, an old man was speaking to Jean while coughing. It was revealed that it was Zoizen, as he reminisced about the simple onigiri that Jean's students made 5 years ago. Zoizen then told Jean that the era of traditional aristocratic rule would come to an end. The seed that was sown was about to sprout and blossom by the hands of someone who wanted to shake up the country, even if it caused a civil war. Zoizen then asked Jean if the Chef Guild would be able to overcome such a crisis. Bowing down to show respect to her predecessor, Jean reassured Zoizen that they would overcome the crisis. The next day after Dennis and the others left, some of Dennis's regulars were disappointed since they wouldn't be able to eat the restaurant's delicious food. Meanwhile, 2 female regulars of Dennis were lacking motivation while eating the lunchbox that Polvo had prepared for them. One of the ladies didn't expect that Esther was a princess since she doesn't act like one. As some of the people eating were not familiar with the structure of the country, Vivia explained to them that the kingdom is under a monarchy ruled by the Kingland royal family. With the royal capital as the center of the kingdom, influential people and guilds in various places have jurisdiction over each region. Bombarding everyone with so much information, Vivia ended the lecture by informing everyone that after the king's reign ends, it will be Princess Esther's turn to rule them all. The adventurers then realized that they missed their chance to gain favor from the princess. Meanwhile, Esther wanted no part in the state's affairs as she only wanted to rest and have Dennis make her a meal. As Esther was finally moved away from the others, Epizondo apologized to Dennis for involving him once again in Esther's selfishness. Both Dennis and Hesmok didn't mind since they too had a reason for returning to the capital. As Dennis finished preparing the ingredients for Esther's dinner, he then informed Epizondo that he was about to head out. Before leaving, Epizondo told the 3 that he had already informed the Yuzuto Magic School about their visit. If Dennis mentioned Epizondo's name, they would get in immediately. Arriving at the school, Dennis was shocked at how huge it was. Walking through the halls, Dennis was amazed that Bashel was working at such a great place. As someone who is able to teach in the Yuzuto Magic School, Hesmok guessed that Bashel is an excellent person. Dennis wondered if Bashel was really amazing, as she was recommended by her teacher when she was just a student. As a fellow student who graduated from Yuzuto Magic School, Hesmok was shocked to hear that Bashel was recommended since the school is known for being the best in the kingdom. As Atori was wondering where Bashel was currently, Dennis reassured her that he would find Bashel in no time. Dennis then approached Professor F and asked if she knew Bashel's whereabouts. After informing Atori of Bashel's location, they were suddenly interrupted by Katie. Not having seen each other for a while, Katie asked Dennis when he arrived. Katie then proceeded to greet both Atori and Hesmok. Seeing Katie in the magic school, Dennis asked her if she was going to become a student. Katie then clarified that she was just working as security. With Vigor gone, the Silverwing Troop was no longer functioning as an adventurer's party. Despite his actions, Katie admitted that Vigor was really powerful, as he also had extensive connections with the upper class. Seeing Katie getting busy feeding the people she hired, Dennis asked her if there was news about Vigor's trial. Dennis was surprised when Katie told him that Vigor was banished. When Dennis asked why Vigor was banished and not imprisoned, Katie pointed out that imprisoning someone as powerful as Vigor was useless, as he would just bend the steel bars with his hands. Criminals that can't be imprisoned or supervised will be banished into a deep dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the criminal would either wait for a powerful monster to kill them or die from hunger. Vigor will be released when he serves his sentence, but Katie is not sure if Vigor will be able to complete his sentence since no one has ever returned alive from the place Vigor was sent. Changing her attitude, Katie told Dennis that the Silverwing has now changed to an adventurer party-style security company. Katie is marketing to rich people and various organizations while their brand is still a little viable. As Dennis commented that Katie also has it tough, Katie asked Dennis if he really has no plans to come back to the guild. When Dennis apologized and explained that he has a restaurant to manage, Katie smiled and then excused herself. Judging from what she witnessed, Hesmok also guessed that Katie is currently having a tough time. Although there are capable people in Silverwing, Katie is the only one left to manage the party. Dennis hopes that Katie doesn't feel a strange sense of responsibility and tries to shoulder all the burden. As Katie entered the door, she then greeted her client, Minister Isabella. After the minister greeted her back, they then began to talk business. After finally meeting with Bashel, Dennis and everyone else had worried expressions on their faces. Bashel apologized to Dennis and Atori for not being able to attend to them since she was very busy. Mumbling to herself, Bashel looked exhaustingly happy as she could now finish some of her work quickly without breaking a sweat. Seeing how Bashel was in a dire situation, Dennis gave Atori the signal. Atori then grabbed a sandwich and shoved it inside Bashel's mouth. After chewing the food, Bashel finally calmed down as she enjoyed the sandwich. Bashel apologized for looking distraught and thanked Dennis and Atori for visiting. When Dennis mentioned that they visited Bashel immediately after receiving her letter, Bashel was curious if she had written something weird. Dennis interpreted Bashel's letter as a cry for help, as she wrote multiple times that she would be very happy if Dennis and the others visited her. Bashel felt a little ashamed as she did not remember writing the letter. Dennis asked Bashel if she had something to share, as they were willing to listen. Bashel shared that she recently made someone angry. The person has been harassing Bashel, often changing the orders. When they were supposed to discuss something, the man would preach to her. Atori turned her head, looking the other way after Bashel shared that the man once made her eat raw meat. Since Bashel doesn't have the heart to ignore the man nor the energy to object to him, Bashel doesn't know what to do anymore. Seeing that Bashel once again attracted bad people, Dennis praised her for making progress, as Bashel now asked for help. Eager to confront the man, Bashel shared that the man's name was Katnaj, the son of Minister Isabella. Hearing the familiar name, Dennis shared that he already thoroughly defeated her with Atori's help. As Dennis reassured Bashel, Hesmok was getting more scared hearing Dennis taking on the minister. After ordering Atori to take out what they brought, Bashel was surprised to receive a lunchbox from Dennis and Atori. Dennis figured that Bashel had probably been eating inadequately. Bashel happily accepted the food. When Dennis shared that Bashel could spend a week energetically without eating or drinking, Hesmok became worried as it didn't sound safe to be consumed by humans. As Dennis and Hesmok exchanged banter, Bashel smiled as she became happy because of Dennis and the others. Since Bashel had a class soon, she decided to eat the food on her break. Dennis then asked Hesmok if they could spectate, to which Hesmok believed that they were free to do so. When Dennis told Bashel that they would be spectating her class, Bashel asked Dennis not to do that as she was embarrassed. After Bashel left her study, Dennis then decided to start his infiltration. Hesmok didn't expect that Dennis was really serious about his plans. Other than being worried about Bashel, Dennis had never been to a school and wished to try taking a class. Hesmok understood Dennis, which is why she then asked him not to be violent in the classroom. After sitting in one of the class chairs, Dennis praised the place so loudly that Hesmok had to inform him that he was now standing out too much. As Bashel entered the room, she was shocked to see Dennis in one of the chairs. After waving at them, Bashel and Katnaj began the class about the basics of magic history. In the primordial age, the first king of the kingdom, Jungfrey, discovered skills in the world. Hundreds of years later, King Yuzoth discovered that some of these skills could be developed into a learnable technology. He then systematized this technology, which he called magic. For that reason, King Yuzoth became known as the father of magic in the modern age. As Katnaj asked if anyone had any questions, a student raised his hand asking if magic and skills were the same thing. Katnaj responded that the two used to be the same thing but now are different. As the class had just begun, Dennis had already dozed off in his chair. Driven into a corner, Katnaj had a hard time answering the student, especially after being told that Professor F had said something different. Bashel was surprised when the student called her name, asking for her thoughts. Seeing that Katnaj still couldn't find the answer, Bashel told the student that both magic and skills were originally the same thing. Technically, magic is a form of skill. However, in the modern age, magic is highly systematized, and education and training methods have been developed. It has long been distinguished from skills that rely heavily on talent. Thus, magic is generally treated as a separate thing. After hearing Bashel's explanation, the student was very pleased and finally understood. As Bashel was thanked for the explanation, Katnaj held on to his anger, feeling that Bashel was showing off. As Hesmok realized it was finally break time, Dennis decided to pick Atori up. Opening the lunchbox that Dennis brought, Bashel couldn't help but smile, eager to eat the food. Seeing Bashel wave at them, Hesmok thought that Bashel was happy about the food. Dennis expected no less since he put his heart into making everything inside the lunchbox. After hearing Dennis, Hesmok wondered what she lacked, admitting to herself that she did not have an upright personality. As Bashel was about to eat, her food was suddenly slapped away by Katnaj. With everyone as witnesses, Katnaj pretended to apologize and told Bashel it was her punishment for butting in. Looking down on Bashel, Katnaj told her to know her place. Listening to Katnaj, the student even thought to himself that he should have prepared things himself. Trembling, Bashel asked Katnaj to apologize, as the lunchbox was made by Dennis and the others for her. However, Katnaj continued to mock Bashel. But after Katnaj trampled the food, Bashel reached her breaking point and shouted at Katnaj demanding an apology. Bashel could handle all the insults from Katnaj, but she could never forgive him for trampling the food. Katnaj told Bashel to calm down, saying it was just a lunchbox and no big deal. Thinking of all the memories she had with her friends, Bashel became enraged that Katnaj called it just a lunchbox. Pointing her wand at Katnaj, the students immediately recognized the stance as a duel challenge. Falling on his butt, Katnaj asked Bashel to think about her actions. The students didn't expect the gentle Bashel to get mad. As the others tried to explain to Bashel the gravity of her actions, she was no longer listening and asked Katnaj to draw his wand. Katnaj asked Bashel if she was sure about her decision. trying to intimidate her using his mother's name. Bashel told Katnage she was not talking to the minister but to Katnage himself. Feeling insulted, Katnage drew his wand and launched a surprise attack on Bashel. However, the attack was too slow, and Bashel countered it with the spell Petite Storm. Katnage was shocked, seeing his spell swallowed and Bashel's spell turning into a giant swirl of flame. Katnage then noticed Dennis from above. Before he could make a move, it was already too late, as Dennis used the forced customer removal attack on him. Shocked, Bashel asked Dennis why he interfered. Smacking Bashel on the head, Dennis asked her what she was doing, unleashing a dangerous spell. Bashel talked back, telling Dennis he would have done the same if he were in her situation. While Dennis and Bashel were still talking, Katnage regained consciousness and asked Dennis his identity. Dennis introduced himself to everyone, asking if they had a problem. The students immediately recognized Dennis after hearing his name, seeing him as their hero. Although Bashel was wrong for pulling out her wand, Katnage was also not any better. Katnage defended himself, explaining that his self-defense was justified. As Dennis was explaining the situation, he was abruptly stopped by someone who entered the room. The person was none other than Katie, who was surprised to see Dennis. At that time, Dennis had no way of knowing that he would end up being imprisoned. Inside the Security Night Corps headquarters, Dennis was tied up in the interrogation room. A few hours earlier, Dennis had been questioning Katie when she mentioned a security guard. He was surprised to see Minister Isabella behind Katie. Katnage was also surprised to see his own mother. When Isabella asked Katnage about the situation, Katnage informed her that Bashel and Dennis had tried to kill him. Although Dennis tried to clarify, explaining that he was only stopping the fight, Minister Isabella saw an opportunity and praised her son for setting up the situation for her. Seeing it as a perfect chance to accomplish her mission and make up for her mistake, she ordered the guards to capture Dennis and Bashel. As they were being subdued, Dennis tried to explain the situation to the minister, but she insisted on listening only when he was in jail. Inside the interrogation room, the minister asked Dennis if he knew how famous he was after defeating Vigor. Dennis, who had never heard of the rumors, told the minister that he didn't keep up with the trends. Showing a piece of paper, Minister Isabella asked Dennis to sign a letter of confession stating that Dennis enticed the princess to make him the palace chef, despite being a commoner, and that he tried to threaten the minister's son, a strong candidate for the palace chef. When Dennis asked for a pen, the minister was surprised at how obedient he seemed. However, she was shocked when Dennis responded that he would sign the confession letter after using the pen to stab the minister's eye. Annoyed by Dennis's supposed joke, Minister Isabella used the spell Electric Shock Shutdown on Dennis to teach him a lesson. This spell is an electric shock skill used for slaughtering large livestock. Dennis laughed at the minister, telling her that he wouldn't sign the confession even if he had 10 arms. However, when the minister tried to use Bashel to threaten Dennis, he warned her that he wouldn't let her get away with it if something happened to Bashel. Minister Isabella was unfazed by Dennis's threats. Knowing that they were in the headquarters of the strongest security force in the capital, it didn't matter how strong Dennis was. Minister Isabella was confident that he wouldn't be able to fight all the veteran security knights. Dennis didn't care if the people he would be facing were knights, but he was surprised when Katie suddenly drew her sword and pointed it at his neck. As the minister laughed at Dennis, Katie told him not to take her action personally. Katie decided to side with Minister Isabella, as the members of the Silverwing troops were relying on her. After Dennis refused Katie's request, she no longer viewed him as a friend. Threatening to imprison Bashel indefinitely, the minister proposed that if Dennis signed the confession, she would guarantee Bashel's safety. Dennis's silence irritated the minister, who then shared that she had been bestowed with a grand mission. Electrocuting Dennis again, Minister Isabella ordered him to hurriedly sign the confession. Seeing no difficulty in writing one's name, the minister wondered if Dennis was unable to write his own name due to his low educational background. When Esther finally learned of Dennis's imprisonment, she was far more concerned about who would cook her meals. Curious about what happened, Esther was given the report from the knights. After reading the report of Dennis's malicious acts, Esther couldn't believe that Dennis could have done such a thing. Hearing Esther's reaction, Delaney advised her not to fully believe what was written in the reports. Barging into the princess's room, Epizondo informed her that they had a big problem. After informing everyone of the knight's report, Esther still wondered why the minister would do such a thing. Delaney guessed that Minister Isabella hadn't fully given up on being the palace chef. By staining Dennis's reputation, the minister's chances of becoming the palace chef would increase. Although Esther's decision is vital for choosing the palace chef, it still didn't matter since Minister Isabella, a former chef, is considered a strong candidate. When Esther brought up the other candidate, the legendary head chef Jean, Epizondo explained that Jean is Dennis's foster mother. If Dennis is convicted, Jean will also lose her reputation. Once Dennis signs a confession letter, he won't get away unscathed. To help Dennis, they will also need the help of the members of the Supreme Council or someone with a high standing, like the head of the Workstat family. Suggesting they reach out to the Workstat family, Esther was informed that the only legitimate successor of the Workstadt household refused to succeed the family. Currently, the Workstadt family doesn't have a leader. After receiving a lot of reports every day, Esther forgot about the issues of the Workstadt family. Seeing the situation as unforgivable, Esther plans to take Dennis under their protection. As Hesmok was grateful for the princess, Delaney reminded her to think carefully about saving Dennis since Isabella is still a minister. Warning Esther of her decision to publicly declare hostility towards the minister, Delaney cautioned that she did not want to do such things, as she believed that her words were the law. However, Esther was then reminded that she was still not the ruler of the kingdom. If Esther issued an order without justification before her coronation, she would be accused of disrespecting the authority of the current king and every organization. Learning the consequences if she acted rashly, Esther wished that she could speak with her father, who was not allowed visitation from anyone after becoming bedridden. While everyone was busy creating a plan to save Dennis, Atori was just silent, remembering her fond memories with Dennis. Walking away from everyone, Hesmok asked Atori what she was planning. Seeing that there was no time to waste in order to save Dennis, Atori decided to take up the role of the head of the Workstadt family. Using her title as the head of the Workstadt family, Atori planned to defeat Minister Isabella with the help of the magic faction. Confused, Esther asked Atori to wait for a moment as she still couldn't follow what they were talking about. Atori then revealed to everyone that her name was Atori Workstadt, promising to save Dennis as the head of the Workstadt family. Planning to protest as the head of the Workstadt family, Atori vowed to save Dennis. Hearing Atori's full name, Esther became nervous and confirmed with Delaney if Atori was indeed talking about the Workstadt family they knew. After a moment of silence, Esther broke down, puzzled as to why the legitimate successor of the Workstadt family was in her room. If Minister Isabella and the Workstadt family were to oppose each other, the confrontation could escalate. The kingdom might be split into 2 or 3 factions, potentially leading to a civil war if the sides did not unify and continued to fight. Nervous, Esther wondered if she was currently being put in a tight spot. Atori informed Esther that she would save Dennis if Esther wouldn't. Atori did not care if the kingdom or the world were destroyed as long as she could save Dennis. Frightened after hearing Atori's words, Esther asked her to calm down, promising to think of a way to resolve the issue quickly. When Esther couldn't provide a solution, Atori asked Hesmok to leave with her. Seeing Hesmok hesitate, Atori remained unfazed, resolved to solve the problem even if it meant doing it alone. Realizing that no one could stop Atori, Epizando spoke up, revealing that he knew someone who could resolve the issue. This person was the closest aide to the king, and even though others were not allowed to visit, this person could still meet the king. The only person allowed to meet the king was the current palace chef. Epizando suggested that if they could talk to the palace chef, they might have a chance of getting help. Impressed with Epizando's idea, Esther suggested that they call the palace chef immediately. Unfortunately, they were forbidden from contacting the palace chef, as the chef also worked as the king's poison taster. Having the palace chef meet with the heir to the throne might raise suspicions. For the safety of the current king, even the people working for the princess did not know the face or name of the palace chef. Discovering the palace chef's identity was considered treason and could lead to execution. Epizando agreed with Atori when she volunteered to talk to the palace chef directly. Curious about how they would find the chef, Epizando shared that there was a secret passage in the castle. The palace chef used this secret passage to come and go daily. Knowing the place was forbidden, Atori still asked for the location. Looking into Atori's eyes, Hesmok remembered how she had once been like her. Worried about Atori's welfare if the situation turned bad, Hesmok suddenly approached Atori and introduced herself to Esther. Having her own reasons to save Dennis, Hesmok volunteered to go with Atori to find the palace chef. Esther was left speechless as the two women adamantly pursued a resolution to the issue. Inside the interrogation room, Dennis was still being tortured by the minister. Exhausted, Minister Isabella ordered Katie to watch over Dennis while she took a rest. Before leaving, Minister Isabella warned Katie not to try any funny business with them. Minister Isabella clarified to Katie that she was not threatening her, explaining that the person she received orders from would give Katie an important position if she just obeyed. Touching Katie with her finger, Minister Isabella informed Katie that if they worked together, Katie's self-esteem, hidden behind her armor, wouldn't be hurt. Thinking they were in a bad situation, Katie asked how they would act if the princess started to involve herself. Minister Isabella pointed out that getting the princess involved would be more beneficial to them. If the princess carelessly interfered, Minister Isabella and her faction could use that as leverage to create a political issue. If the princess continued to interfere, Minister Isabella could easily pull her out of the race for the throne. Unable to follow the minister's words, Katie wanted the minister to clarify. However, the minister told Katie that all she needed to do was follow orders. Minister Isabella called the princess stupid for not listening to her during a visit to her estate. All of a sudden, the whole building started to shake. Hearing the knights trying to stop someone, Katie wondered who in their right mind would break into the Security Night Corps headquarters. As the wall of the interrogation room broke down, it was revealed that the intruder was head chef Jean. Apologizing for the commotion, Jean explained that she had heard the lowest member of the Chef Guild was imprisoned. She pointed out to the minister that they should have asked for her cooperation since she is the guild master of the Chef Guild. Katie guessed that Jean most likely had a skill that controlled and transformed the materials of her surroundings, like Dennis. Greeting Minister Isabella once again, Jean recalled that the last time they met was back in culinary magic school. When Minister Isabella asked Jean to leave, Jean pointed out the rule that the guild would conduct the investigation, and the Knights of the Kingdom would have to cooperate. When asked what right she had to use the Knights' prison, Minister Isabella revealed that she was the Knight Captain's substitute, ordered directly by the Knights' captain. After pointing out that she had full authority over the prison, Jean summoned her weapon and told the minister that she would cooperate in the investigation, not as a substitute but as the guild master of the Chef Guild in person. Katie got between the two and asked Jean to leave. When Jean refused, Katie was left with no choice but to kick Jean out by force. Knowing that her opponent was a level 100 adventurer, Katie admitted that the 10-level difference between her and Jean was a wall she could never overcome. However, confident in her combat skills and experience, Katie did not plan to fall behind Jean, who specialized in cooking. Enticed, Jean told the two that she would cook them simultaneously. As the two high-level adventurers drew their weapons, Jean initiated the attack. Closing the gap with one step, she then swung her spear. Knowing the disadvantage in terms of weapon length, Katie dodged Jean's attack and dove forward. Not wanting to lose in terms of speed, Katie targeted Jean's neck. Cutting something, Katie thought it was Jean's neck, but instead it was Jean's hat. Katie was so focused on facing Jean that she didn't realize Jean's true target was Minister Isabella from the beginning. As the spear was about to hit Minister Isabella's face, Dennis suddenly spoke, telling Jean to stop. After making a fuss on her own, Dennis made it clear to Jean that she had no role to play in the situation. Not wanting to see Dennis imprisoned, Jean responded that it was also her fight. Thankful for Jean's help throughout his life, Dennis did not want Jean solving all of his problems. Wanting to solve the problem on his own, Dennis begged his mother to stop. Surprised, Jean's weapon slowly turned to dust. Walking towards Minister Isabella, Jean told her that since her guild member had refused her assistance, she would quietly withdraw. Apologizing to everyone, Jean then left the Knights' headquarters. Laughing hysterically, Minister Isabella found it hilarious when Jean was asked to leave by her own son, after appearing so dashingly. Leaving the Knights' headquarters so pathetically, Minister Isabella was very much satisfied. Thinking back, the minister remembered how Jean would always act like she knew everything. Seeing all the people worship Jean like she was some kind of god, Minister Isabella made Jean the reason for her giving up the path of cooking. Recognizing that it was now time for her to surpass Jean, Minister Isabella now plans to overwrite her stained past. With the help of the person she follows, Minister Isabella aims to become the palace chef who can overthrow even the royalty's authority. While Minister Isabella continued to laugh, Dennis remained silent, thinking how he couldn't let his mother be involved in his mess. Jean has too many people to protect, and if she acts for the sole purpose of saving Dennis, then war would be inevitable. Having no plans of giving up, Dennis only hoped that he would get the opportunity to get Michelle out and return to his friend's side. Returning to the Black's restaurant, the staff asked Jean about Dennis's situation. Everyone was caught by surprise when Jean suddenly told them that she was quitting. She announced that she would leave the Chef Guild and resign from the Guildmaster position. Meeting Dennis for the first time, Jean acted on a whim and took him home for no reason. With so many poor kids on the streets, Jean knew that saving one kid wouldn't change anything. But after teaching Dennis how to cook and live, Jean only had one wish: to be Dennis's family. After being called by Dennis's mother, Jean returned to the restaurant and announced to her staff that she was going to leave the Chef Guild and resign from her position as Guildmaster. Shocked by the sudden news, the employees asked Jean what happened at the Knights' headquarters that made her resign her position. Dismissing their questions, Jean told the staff that they could decide who the successor of the restaurant would be. However, Jean recommended that they pick Hesmok as the next Guildmaster. Surprised by Jean's chosen candidate, the staff shared her opinion that they would understand if Jean recommended Dennis as the next head. Jean was sure that everyone in the restaurant would eventually know the reason why she was recommending Hesmok. If everyone decided to vote for Hesmok, Jean asked that they support her as best they could. Knowing that Hesmok was still inexperienced, Jean left everything in the hands of her staff. Hesmok found it very ironic that she aimed to become the palace chef because of her admiration for her father. And now, she was about to meet the palace chef in such a dishonest way. Noticing Hesmok's facial expression, Atori informed her that she didn't have to force herself. Realizing that Atori noticed her behavior, Hesmok explained that she just had lots of things to think about the palace chef, which made her nervous. Erasing the feeling of indebtedness towards Dennis by saving him, Hesmok thought that she might be able to create food that is close to perfect once her mind is clear. Although Hesmok was nervous, she made it clear to Atori that her feeling of wanting to save Dennis was not fake, and it's something that she also wished. Surprised, Atori remembered Dennis's smile, which made her stretch out her fist. Surprised, Hesmok realized what Atori was trying to do. After bumping their fists, Atori asked Hesmok to move quickly. At the Security Night Corps headquarters, Minister Isabella asked if there had been any movements by Princess Esther. Minister Isabella was not expecting the princess to remain silent, as she thought Esther would act immediately. Minister Isabella then ordered Katnaj to torture Bashel. Minister Isabella guessed that Dennis was misunderstanding the situation, thinking that he would endure the torture long enough for the situation to be resolved. She ordered Katnaj to do anything to Bashel except kill her. Minister Isabella smiled menacingly, wishing for Katnaj to put Bashel into misery. Holding back his emotion, Katnaj asked his mother if it was really okay. After receiving confirmation, Katnaj left the room and headed to Bashel. Recognizing the trainees from the knights outside her window, Minister Isabella was confused by their actions. Admitting that their latest intruder was someone who could not be taken lightly, Minister Isabella still thought that the knights' headquarters was a palace that held the highest level of security. Calling Katie's attention, Minister Isabella ordered her to put Dennis in solitary confinement, just in case something happened. As Katie headed to the interrogation room, one of the minister's staff asked if the Silverwing Troop's vice captain could really be trusted. Minister Isabella was not worried, as she knew that Katie was a smart girl. The minister was confident that Katie would never think of betraying them. Outside the Knights' headquarters, Henrietta was admiring how marvelous the place and the Knights were. The kingdom's government, commercial, and military affairs were in turmoil, as a series of conspiracies could no longer be avoided. Meanwhile, both Hesmok and Atori were in the process of infiltrating the kingdom's palace. The palace chef is the only person allowed to meet the king. Even if the reason for their actions was Dennis's safety, Hesmok still couldn't believe that she was going to have a face-to-face discussion with the palace chef. Finding their actions crazy, Hesmok remembered Epizondo's direction. The secret passage was the second door on the first floor. The room was supposed to be a storage room rumored to have a hidden passage leading to the private room of the palace chef. After locating the door that Epizondo mentioned, Hesmok recognized the type of lock used on the door and easily unlocked it. Checking the room out, Hesmok guessed that it hadn't been used for decades. Thinking that no one must have visited the place, Hesmok's attention was called by Atori, informing her that she had found 2 sets of footprints. All of a sudden, the bookshelf moved, alarming Atori and Hesmok. Realizing that the bookshelf was a hidden door, Hesmok immediately moved in front of Atori to protect her. When a man came out of the hidden room, Hesmok froze as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Revealing the person's identity as none other than Heath, he then asked the two if they needed something from him. Hesmok and Atori were surprised to see a man who had the same face as Dennis. Entering the royal palace kitchen, Heath welcomed the two and apologized since he didn't have a desk. Heath asked the two what type of refreshments they wanted, as well as if they needed some sweets. When Hesmok refused, Heath found it unacceptable, as it would portray poor manners for not serving the guests. As Heath asked Hesmok if she liked to add sugar or milk to her tea, confused by what she was feeling, Hesmok responded she was fine. Clenching his fist suddenly, Heath told Hesmok that black tea is the best. Nervous, Hesmok could feel something wrong about Heath. As Heath shared his opinion towards people who prefer to add sweeteners to their drinks, Hesmok nervously agreed, scared that she might offend Heath. Observing Heath from top to bottom, aside from the outfit and tone, Heath's face, voice, and atmosphere were similar to Dennis. Wondering if the person in front of her was Dennis's twin, Hesmok still couldn't wrap her head around it since Dennis never mentioned that he had a twin. When Heath's eyes met with Hesmok, he immediately apologized for scaring her. Forgetting to introduce himself, Heath then told the two his name. Hesmok was surprised when Heath called the two by their names. Curious as to how much Heath knew, Hesmok wondered if they should speak with Heath more truthfully. After informing him of the situation with Minister Isabella, Hesmok and Atori knew they were being disrespectful by visiting all of a sudden. However, since the problem was a matter of importance, the two begged Heath to save Dennis. Although Hesmok did not reveal who told them about the secret passage, Heath was able to accurately guess that it was Epizondo. Heath was not mad about the secret passage being leaked, as he was confident that Delaney and Epizondo knew their boundaries. Commenting on how stupid Esther was, Heath was not mad, as he also knew that Esther had a kind heart. Wishing for Dennis to be saved, Heath showed an expression that made Hesmok think that saving Dennis would not be easy. However, the two were surprised when Heath agreed to their favor. After gaining the cooperation of the palace chef, Hesmok and Atori were now more optimistic about successfully saving Dennis. Commenting on how a low-ranking minister would do such a reckless thing, Heath mentioned how people who just obtained a bit of authority begin to think of themselves as big shots. Realizing that he had been talking to himself, Heath digressed. Jokingly sharing how talkative he was, Heath noticed that Hesmok wasn't drinking her black tea. When Hesmok apologized, Heath was curious as to why she apologized. Confirming that Hesmok indeed apologized, Heath told her that she shouldn't apologize without any reason. Heath expressed how he hates people who do that. Nervous, Hesmok remained silent and just ducked her head. As Hesmok wondered if she could really trust Heath, Atori suddenly spoke up, asking Heath if he wanted something from them in exchange for his help. Surprised, Heath forgot that Atori could speak. Heath had heard that Atori grew up mute because her mental aptitude was too high. Atori remembered how people used to be afraid of her. Apologizing for his words, Heath explained that he knew a bit about Atori because of her father, Famus Workstat. If someone asks who is the strongest magician, the answer would be none other than Famus Workstat. Heath shared how he found Famus's hypnosis magic really amazing. The hypnosis magic was so powerful that the targets wouldn't even realize they were under hypnosis. Commenting on how Atori's father had a cheat magic, Heath then asked Atori if she wished to know how her father got killed so easily. Surprised, Atori was silent for a moment before responding to Heath that she didn't want to know at the moment. Heath told Atori that she didn't need to worry. Praising their courage for risking their lives just to meet him, Heath mentioned that he would find it very boring if he just helped them. When Heath suggested that they play a game, Atori didn't hesitate and accepted the challenge. Although Atori had no idea of the type of game they would be playing, she was adamant as she would do anything to save Dennis. Amazed by Atori's words, Heath then told Hesmok that she would have to cook dinner for the king. Hesmok was caught by surprise, as she didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to cook for the king. Heath then informed them that if the king commented that the food was delicious, he would help them. Normally, Heath would have to cook dinner for the king as the palace chef. However, since he had unexpected guests, he was not able to prepare anything. Finding it bothersome to cook meals every day, Heath asked Hesmok to replace him for just one day. Hesmok understood the request and accepted the conditions. She felt nervous as she was now about to take on the role of palace chef for a day, the position she longed for. Heath then informed them of one more condition. They needed to bet on one of their precious things. Curious, Hesmok asked Heath what she should bet. Since Hesmok is a chef, Heath suggested that she bet her right arm. When Heath asked Florencia if they had a guillotine, Florencia responded that she would bring it out. Seeing Hesmok's confused look, Heath clarified that he would cut off Hesmok's arm if she lost. Despite his appearance, Heath reminded them that he was still a very important person, and that the two ladies at least needed to bet that much to get his help. Standing beside the guillotine, Heath announced that their game would now begin. After testing the guillotine and confirming that it worked, Heath then announced that they were now going to start the game. As for their deal, Heath reminded Hesmok that she would lose her arm if she failed. Although Heath spoke of the conditions as if he were joking, Hesmok knew he was serious. Before starting their game, Heath let the two inspect their target first. Guiding them to the king's bedroom, Hesmok and Atori were introduced to the 53rd king, who was lying in bed. Although Esther's father had only ruled for 6 years, he had already weakened because he was crowned at an old age. Finding the king's condition strange, Hesmok asked Heath if he had been feeding the king properly. Heath responded that he had been giving the king a luxurious full course of the highest quality, but the moment the king tried to eat the food, he would throw it all up like a bucket with a hole. Even though the king had such a condition, Heath shared that the king still had an appetite. Heath was caught off guard when Hesmok asked him if the food he was cooking was made wholeheartedly. Heath told Hesmok that there was no way he would put his heart into his cooking. After hearing from others how putting their heart into cooking was important, Heath found it useless as the food's taste would be the same either way. Although Heath liked stupid things, he expressed that he hated pointless things. In Heath's point of view, he just had to make the food quickly and feed the king quickly. The king sat on the throne that he had long awaited, but his heart became corrupted and overwhelmed with doubt. The king didn't trust anyone to cook his meal aside from Heath and only allowed him to visit. After listening to Heath's words, Hesmok thought it would be bad for her if the king knew she cooked the food. Heath reassured her that it was not a problem, as he would simply say to the king that he was the one who made the food. Getting bored with his job, Heath was thankful to Hesmok for giving him entertainment. He then informed Hesmok that she had 30 minutes until dinner time and that she could create anything she wanted. Shocked, Hesmok was surprised to learn that she would have to finish the food in 30 minutes, finding the time given impossible to work with. Hesmok wondered if Heath had been cooking a full-course meal every day for the king. Knowing that the king had already eaten the meals cooked by the palace every day, Hesmok wondered what type of food she needed to make in order for the king to say it was delicious. Thinking that her cooking was still far from perfection, Hesmok was able to calm down when Atori suddenly grabbed her, wishing to help with cooking. Realizing that she needed to get a grip, Hesmuk asked Atori to wash the vegetables as she planned to go with her specialty. Planning to fight with her own specialty, Hesmuk was sure that Dennis would also cook his very own specialty. With her techniques, Hesmuk was confident that even the king would compliment her food. Although Atori was bombarded with orders from Hesmuk, she still followed all of them. Finding her rhythm, Hesmuk wondered if the palace chef could create a perfect dish, the most delicious and perfect dish that everyone yearns to achieve. Thinking that Heath had enough power to make the perfect dish possible, Hesmuk realized something. Although the king had the most delicious dishes, he still didn't look happy, but rather looked pitiful. When Hesmuk ordered Atori to serve the food on a plate, Atori was surprised as she had no idea how. Left to do an important job, Atori did not complain and just accepted the order. Hesmuk knew that techniques were not enough to make the food delicious. Staring at the food she was cooking, Hesmuk asked herself if the dish she was cooking was the food that she really wanted to cook for the king. Hesmuk realized that what she was doing was exactly what Heath was doing to the king. While Atori was trying to simmer down the food, she accidentally lost her balance, which resulted in her throwing the food towards herself. After saving Atori, Hesmuk asked if she was fine. Although she was able to save Atori, it came at the cost of the food being thrown. Atori cried, apologizing to Hesmuk for her mistake. Hesmuk tried to calm Atori down, praising her hard work. Realizing that she didn't have much time to start over, Hesmuk thought of her arm getting cut off. Losing her confidence, Hesmuk believed there was nothing left for her to do, and that her life as a chef was over. Sitting in the kitchen, giving up on herself, Hesmuk noticed that Atori was doing something. Atori told Hesmuk she would make porridge, but Hesmuk told her it was okay since they had already lost. Atori was adamant about making the porridge because everyone praised her food, telling her how delicious it was. Shocked by Atori's words, Hesmuk remembered Atori making her first porridge. Finally standing up, Hesmuk approached Atori and told her she was making the porridge wrong. Grabbing the ladle from Atori, Hesmuk told her to watch while she made the porridge. The first step in making porridge was to make the texture smooth and remove the stickiness so it would be easy to eat. Hesmuk then heated the pot and let the porridge thicken. Hesmuk had been cooking a full course a while ago, but now she was making porridge to be served to the king. There were many delicious foods she could make, but for Hesmuk the most delicious food was the food she had with her father. Thoughts about the palace chef, perfection, techniques, winning and losing. Hesmuk realized those weren't important from the beginning. While cooking the porridge, Hesmuk kept repeating for the food to be delicious. She wondered how she had forgotten the most important thing to her, which had always existed within her. Hesmuk finally realized that she really wanted to cook with all her heart and have people think that her cooking was delicious from the bottom of their hearts. While cooking the porridge, Hesmuk unlocked her unique skill called sincerity. Bringing the food to the king, Hesmuk only wished for her feelings to be conveyed. When the king saw Hesmuk, he asked for her identity. After introducing herself and informing the king that she was just under Heath's instructions, Heath reassured the king and told him that he had already tested the food for poison. Cooking the food with all her heart, Hesmuk then handed the porridge to the king. Closing her eyes, Hesmuk was surprised when she heard the king praising her food, finding it delicious. Tearing up, Hesmuk thanked the king. After losing the bet, Heath called for Florencia. After Heath learned that the princess had also entered the fray, he heard that the situation was quite favorable for them. Although Heath's father had been preparing for so long, Heath couldn't help it since it was the deal he made with Hesmuk. No longer wanting to argue with Heath, Florencia decided to follow his orders. Heath then commented on how things were now more interesting. That is the end of the recap for now. Please read the pinned comment about the next part.
On a cruise ship, the best student in school, Gao Chenyu, confesses to Ellen, the school goddess. Everyone cheers them on. Meanwhile, an uninterested student, Qin Tian, watches Master Talk's wilderness adventure vlogs. Just then, the weather turns stormy, and everyone panics and goes back to the cabins. Qin Tian wonders who mentioned Titanic before. He knows it is too late to go back to the cabins and runs off somewhere. He tries to grab a float, and the ship capsizes. Everything turns dark and the wilderness system activates. Qin Tian got washed up on the shore and woke up. He survived, but he can't see anyone on the island. There might be a rescue team, but he must hold out first. He discovers coconuts in the area, and he is glad that he can use the knife now that he bought after falling in love with Master Talk's vlogs. As he drinks coconut water, he remembers hearing a system when he was unconscious. Just then, the system presents the novice package. He gets surprised by the system window and clicks on the package. He acquired 2 books about common plants and animals. The books got absorbed in his head, and Shin Tian gained some weird knowledge. He notices that he can see the information on the coconuts. Just then, he hears a loud scream and realizes that there is someone else on the island. Shin Tian runs in the direction of the scream and discovers Ellen being attacked by a venomous snake. Ellen screams for help. Shin Tian grabs the snake and slams it against a tree. He then tells Ellen to cover herself first. Ellen gets embarrassed. She feels thankful to Shin Tian but wonders if she is not attractive because he didn't even look at her. They both introduce themselves to each other, and Ellen is glad she got to meet a companion from the shipwreck. Later, they eat coconuts and drink the water. Shin Tian asks if Ellen has a phone, but she claims that all her stuff is gone. However, Ellen is optimistic that rescue teams will come. Shin Tian tells her first to prepare a fire to drive away insects and snakes. Ellen wonders how they can start a fire, and Shin Tian suggests looking for something useful on the beach. They have been walking for an hour, but the beach is too clean. While Shin Tian is thinking, Ellen finds something. She discovers a plastic bottle and plans to throw it away. Shin Tian stops her. Ellen wonders how it will be useful. Shin Tian gathers some wood and grass. He uses the bottle with water like a magnifying glass, and he successfully starts a fire. Later at night, Ellen wonders if they are going to starve to death while waiting for rescue. Shin Tian reassures her that rescue will come in a few days, and they can survive for a week with the resources they have. He needs to lie in order to calm Ellen's mind. Shin Tian then brings out the snake and starts butchering it. Ellen asks if it is their dinner, and Shin Tian confirms. Ellen swears not to eat it. Shin Tian cooks the snake meat and later eats it while exclaiming that it is delicious. Ellen tries to ignore her, but Shin Tian keeps saying that it is delicious. Ellen stops him and grabs a stick of snake meat. She happily eats it. Shin Tian is glad to encounter the snake and wonders what happened to the system. Just then, the system grants him points for lighting a bonfire, surprising Shin Tian in the process. He notices that only he can see the system. Ellen worries, and Shin Tian wonders if he can tell her about the system. He thinks he might be dissected and experimented on once people find out about the system. He checks more details and sees that the system is like those in games. He wonders where to use the points, and an exchange store appears. As he scrolls, he notices something that might be useful. Almost everything is expensive, and he doesn't have that many points yet. He closes the exchange store and lies down on the ground. He plans to collect stranded fish and shrimp to give their bodies nutrients. He then notices that Ellen is already sleeping and plans to talk about it tomorrow. Few hours later, Shin Tian wakes up due to the cold weather. He sees Erin shivering and he wakes her up. Shin Tian is glad that she's fine. Erin gets surprised and panics. Shin Tian tries to explain, but Erin keeps shouting about her misunderstandings. Shin Tian turns around and tells her to get near the fire to avoid freezing to death. Erin feels the coldness and gets near the fire. Shin Tian finds the temperature between day and night weird. The two only got thin clothes considering they were cruising near the equator. The shivering Shin Tian then suggests that Erin and she hug each other to survive the night. However, she disagrees. Even with the campfire, Erin still feels cold and almost numb. She worries about getting close to a boy. However, she sees Shin Tian, her savior, shivering. She stands up and tells Shin Tian to close his eyes. Shin Tian wonders why she is undressing, and Erin embarrassingly mentions the scenes she saw in movies. Shin Tian claims it only happens when you have thick clothes. They have thin clothes that are enough to transfer heat to each other. Shin Tian then wraps his arms around Erin and they find it warmer now. The next day, Erin wakes up and sees that it is already daybreak. She finds the scenery beautiful. Seeing that it is low tide, Shin Tian runs to find stranded crabs and shrimp. Despite Erin struggling to catch crabs, they manage to acquire breakfast. Later, Shin Tian starts preparing the crabs. Erin wonders why he throws away the carapace with meat and roe. Shin Tian explains that crabs are cold, which can make your stomach uncomfortable. While grilling their catch, Chin Tian suggests building a refuge in the forest. The beach is colder at night and they are at risk. Chin Tian also mentions that the forest has more resources. Before leaving for the forest, they need to have some water and leave a signal for help. They look up at some coconuts and Chin Tian removes his belt. He turns it into a bipedal rope and uses it to climb the tree. He tells Ellen to get away and starts plucking out the coconuts. He is glad the fresh coconuts got more water and pours it into the bottle they found. Chin Tian tells Ellen to throw away the coconuts she is carrying. Ellen finds it a waste and Chin Tian tells her that she will vomit if she drinks too much coconut water and has diarrhea. They left the beach with a help signal. The two traverse the forest and take a break afterward. While replenishing their liquids, Ellen asks Chin Tian why he keeps observing small bushes along the way. Chin Tian then mentions that the snake from yesterday usually lives in freshwater. Erin gets excited knowing that there is freshwater nearby. She wonders how they can find one, and Chin Tian points out a path free of grasses and branches. Ellen realizes that animals are like humans, so the animals might have taken the path to get water. As they continue traveling, Ellen asks if Chin Tian is a person who loves outside activities. Chin Tian claims he is someone who loves outside activities without practical experience. Just then, Ellen hears something. Chin Tian hears it too and drags Ellen somewhere. They find a free-flowing body of fresh water. Ellen gets excited and Chin Tian washes his face with the water. Ellen also picks up the water and Chin Tian stops her. The two later move a bit further and Ellen suggests taking refuge on the riverbank. However, Chin Tian reminds her that wild animals will bump into them. They find a flat area, and Chin Tian tells Erin to collect large leaves and branches while he finds wood for the campfire and tent building. Chin Tian finds some dried wood and quickly makes a campfire. He remembers passing by some trees that he can use for a tent. However, he only got a knife. He remembers something and goes to the riverbank to find a rock, which he turns into an axe later. He uses the stone axe to cut down a small tree. Later he ties up the small trees he cut and returns to their refuge. Ellen greets him with some banana leaves she found. She claims there is a banana field near the riverbank. They now have materials so they start constructing their tent. Chin Tian plans to make a one-sided tent. He sharpens a tree branch and sticks it to the ground. He finishes building the tent but Ellen looks disappointed. Chin Tian claims it is helpful to expose the fire's warmth in their direction. Just then the system rewards him points for building a trash tent. He laughs, seeing the system laugh at his work. Now that they have a tent, the next problem is food. The seafood and coconuts are quite far from their current location. He then plans to visit the banana field Ellen discovered. However, their new problem is jungle mosquitoes that can cause fever if bitten too much. Ellen asks for help and Chin Tian attracts the mosquitoes with a whistle. He burns some leaves so he can smoke out the mosquitoes. Their condition is better now and Chin Tian suggests keeping watch on wild animals. However, Ellen is already fast asleep. She lays her down and decides to keep watch instead. He uses the time to make some rope using tree bark. Morning comes and Ellen wakes up from her refreshing sleep. She finds the rope Chin Tian made and the latter threatens her to do the night watch next. She apologizes and offers to do the night watch but Chin Tian doesn't trust her after seeing that she can easily sleep while sitting. He then asks where the banana field is and she points out the direction. Chin Tian notices the nearby bushes and discovers raspberries. Ellen tastes them but they are too sour. It seems like they are not ripe yet. They later find the banana field and Chin Tian ties a rope to a rock. He throws it at the banana stalk and tries to pull it down. The banana tree breaks instead and falls on Chin Tian. He pulls out a banana and offers it to Ellen. Because Ellen refused, he peeled the banana and ate it himself. However, the banana is hard and Ellen mentions that it might be raw. Chin Tian claims that they can't eat it because it is a wild banana with huge seeds. Seeing as the tree hasn't gone into mutation, the bananas are inedible. Chin Tian then suggests eating meat instead. Ellen wonders what it is and Chin Tian shows the banana leaf with a worm. He claims that the banana worm has 6 times the protein content of a buffalo's meat. They return to their camp and they grill the worms. They ate them and Ellen enjoyed them. She finds it more satisfying than the snake meat. She then discovers Chin Tian changing the bottle's shape. He claims it is for catching fish. He saw some fish in the stream and he can use the bottle to trap them. He explains how the trap works. The system awards him some points for creating the trap. Ellen wonders what to use now to drink water and Chin Tian suggests using coconut shells. Ellen worries that the coconut shell will break when boiled. Chin Tian suggests using heated stones in it. He plans to leave the trap first before setting out to the seashore. They leave the trap with banana worms in a shady area. Ellen suddenly smells something and walks away while Chin Tian finds the smell familiar. Ellen finds something and they are bushes of mint. Chin Tian decides to get some to repel the mosquitoes in their camp. Ellen gets surprised by the new knowledge and starts collecting a bunch of them. After getting a lot of mints, they return to their camp and plan the mints around the camp. The two sat down and Chin Tian told Ellen to take her time to rest. Chin Tian creates a stone hammer and gets system points. He realizes he can get more points by making survival tools. Ellen wonders why he is happy. Later they discover the coconuts they left on the seashore have been opened. He notices how the coconuts are broken by a strong force not belonging to a human being. Ellen gets scared thinking it might be tigers, but Chin Tian confirms that they don't eat coconut. He sees a trail and thinks of other coconut-eating creatures present. Ellen remembers the coconut crabs. He points out the small trail that a crab can leave. They follow the trail and discover the coconut crab climbing another coconut tree. Ellen drools at the massive claws of the crab. They prepare to catch it and Ellen notices that it has already come down. Ellen hurries but Chin Tian tells her not to worry because it has nowhere to go. Ellen gets scared seeing Chin Tian's expression. Ellen can't believe a coconut crab can crack open the coconut like a banana. Chin Tian menacingly approaches it and grabs the opened coconut. The crab angrily opens another coconut and Chin Tian grabs the coconut again. The crab gets mad and Ellen realizes Chin Tian's real motive. Chin Tian then easily ties down the coconut crab. They later walk back but Ellen requests a break. She mentions that it is already the 3rd day and there are still no rescue teams. Chin Tian gets worried. However, Ellen reassures herself that it might take them a week instead. She walks again and Chin Tian also worries. They return to the stream and discover that their fish trap worked. He tells Ellen to return to the camp while he prepares the fish. He plans to place the trap again and the system rewards him with points for catching fish. He already had enough points to buy something from the shop. He returns to the camp and discovers Ellen building a stove with rocks to cook the coconut crab. They cook the crab and eat it satisfyingly. Chin Tian goes to sleep first and he will change to night watch with Ellen at midnight. Ellen nervously does her night watch and suddenly a hand taps her. Surprised, she tries to hit Chin Tian with the hammer. She claims that she hasn't called him yet. However, Chin Tian tells her to get some sleep already. Ellen goes to sleep and Chin Tian wants to use this chance to check the shop. But first Chin Tian tries to boil water using a heated stone. However, the ashes make the water unclear. Still, boiling it will remove the bacteria and the mint is also helpful to keep him awake. Just then, Ellen screams in her dream. She dreams of the rescue team rescuing them. It looks like she is really not a positive person at all. Chin Tian thinks Ellen hypnotized herself to get over the tragic accident. If no one comes within a few days, then she will despair. Chin Tian then checks the shop and discovers books that he can buy with his current points. He chooses the book about manufacturing tools and the knowledge is immediately delivered to his head. Chin Tian quickly learns things and he can use them to live on the island longer. He then notices the lucky wheel and gets a free spin for his first purchase. The wheel doesn't have a free space and a prize is guaranteed. He spins the wheel and wins a prize that is worth 10,000 points in the shop. He gets to choose to use it now and is scared that he is lucky today despite being an unlucky person. He chooses to use the prize later. Morning comes and Ellen wakes up. She looks for Chin Tian and the latter arrives with freshly caught fish. Ellen tells him to tell her the next time he leaves. While the fish are being cooked, Ellen shyly tells Chin Tian not to go to the stream. Chin Tian then advises her not to pollute the water. Ellen shouts that she will only take a shower. Chin Tian realizes that they haven't taken a bath since being stranded on the island and he can smell himself. He then shouts at Ellen that he will go look for other resources. Chin Tian looks around and finds wild oyster mushrooms. He is glad that he has the system to identify resources around him. However, some resources don't appear in the book he bought from the store, so he is not sure if they are edible. Chin Tian finds a rabbit. He uses his hammer as a distraction and tries to catch it. However, the rabbit is so fast. He remembers Ellen and goes back to the campsite. Just then he hears Ellen scream. He quickly runs over and Ellen claims that there is a snake. Chin Tian runs and grabs the creature, which turns out to be an eel. Ellen then tells him to get out. Chin Tian is more focused on getting a new type of food to eat. Ellen finishes her bath and sees Chin Tian waiting for her. She tells him to stop staring and Chin Tian blushing claims that she looks beautiful. Ellen gets embarrassed and returns first to their camp. She gets mad at herself for getting shy over Chin Tian's words. Chin Tian also didn't expect to utter such words. Chin Tian then removes his clothes and plans to check for more eels. He finds holes in the wet mud and covers one of them. He can't use his bare hands because some crabs or poisonous snakes might also live in the holes. He remembers grabbing a water snake instead of an eel when he was young. Eels are attracted to water grass. So Chin Tian uses a water grass stalk to lure out the eel. He feels a bite and pulls out the eel. He later returns to the camp with more eels. Ellen worries that they can't do everything at once. Chin Tian suggests smoking the meat to preserve it. He smokes the eel so the meat can last for weeks or months. Ellen asks if she can help with anything because Chin Tian is the one who does almost everything. Chin Tian will teach Ellen how to make ropes out of tree bark so they can finish the windshield. He leaves Ellen to check the trap in the stream. The trap can only catch 2 or 3 fish each time. He makes a small lake beside the stream to store the fish he catches so they won't worry about food. Night comes and the two cook the eel meat with berries. Ellen takes a bite and drowns in the appetizing taste. Chin Tian finds her weird now. 2 days later Chin Tian returns to where he got the mushrooms. They already ran out of eels and he needs to catch some wild rabbits today. In a flashback, Chin Tian breaks the old windshield to create a bigger one. With Ellen's help they made a better version that feels safer to live in. Chin Tian tries to recall the path where the wild rabbit ran. He tries to find a place with less grass and finds trees with burrows. He covers the holes he found and leaves 2 open. He places burning horseshoe fungi near the holes to smoke the rabbits out. Just then a rabbit comes out and Chin Tian easily catches it. However, it is an offspring. Another rabbit runs out and Chin Tian recalls that rabbits live in herds. He checks the hole and discovers more small rabbits. He catches everything and brings them back to their camp. Ellen gets excited over the rabbits. Chin Tian is impressed that Ellen made a lot of ropes. He then claims to butcher them, but Ellen disagrees because they are too cute to eat. However, Ellen claims it is better to fatten them up first before they get eaten. Chin Tian didn't expect that side of Ellen. She knows that they don't have a choice but to kill them for survival. Chin Tian later butchers the biggest one and sets aside the fur for future use. The two eat dinner and find the rabbit meat stinky. Chin Tian asks Ellen why she is cheerful and Ellen claims that the next day is the 7th day. She still thinks that a rescue team will come and Chin Tian tries to act happy too. They are done eating and Ellen wonders what Chin Tian is doing. Chin Tian plans to start a fire using a different method. Based on the camping book he got from the store, there are various ways of starting a fire. He tries using a wooden bow and he is successful in starting a fire. The next morning they leave the camp and arrive at the shore. Chin Tian knows they will be waiting until night so he starts preparing. Dust comes and Ellen asks Chin Tian why the rescue team is not yet here. She starts despairing and Chin Tian gets worried. Ellen grabs his hand and cries out that they will die on the island by themselves. She continues to cry as she despairs. Chin Tian slaps her and Ellen asks why he did that. Chin Tian tells her to cry everything out. Ellen hugs her while crying out loud. Chin Tian tells her not to worry because he is with her. The night passes by. The next morning Ellen slaps Chin Tian as revenge for the previous night. She also thanked Chin Tian but Chin Tian didn't hear her. She then tries to change the topic and asks him to check the low tide. Chin Tian corrects her saying that it is not yet time. They have a meal first while waiting. Ellen read in a book that a person missing for 2 years is considered legally dead. Chin Tian mentions that a rescue team will give up after a month of no results. Ellen gets mad at him for being negative. Chin Tian then suggests creating a boat and escaping the island themselves. Ellen thinks Chin Tian is cool right now. Chin Tian then tells her to get some seafood now that it is low tide. They later return to the camp and Chin Tian is glad that the rabbits didn't run away. They cooked the seafood they collected. Chin Tian tells Ellen to eat first but she must not throw away the shells because they will be useful later. The seafood is only temporary and Chin Tian must find another source of food. Ellen can notice Chin Tian's darkened eye bags. Chin Tian later takes a nap and asks Ellen to wake him up at midnight to switch to night watching. Ellen thinks it is her fault that Chin Tian didn't get enough sleep last night. The morning comes and Chin Tian is surprised. He gets mad at Ellen for not waking her up. But Ellen just wants him to fully recover from his sleep. Chin Tian then tells the sleep-deprived Ellen to rest for the day. Chin Tian sets out to find more resources. Chin Tian has been searching for 2 hours but he finds nothing. He then decides to go to the shore instead to get seafood again. Just then he notices something. He runs and comes across a bamboo forest. Bamboo is a multifunctional plant. Chin Tian has a hard time cutting down a bamboo tree. He brings one down and remembers that there might be bamboo shoots nearby. He cuts the bamboo into pieces and loads them up. He returns to the camp and Ellen tells him to eat what she cooked. Chin Tian stares at a burnt fish and Ellen asks how it is. It doesn't taste good but Chin Tian says otherwise. Ellen tries it and she complains about how hard and bitter it is. Ellen apologizes for wasting food and Chin Tian claims that it is still edible. Chin Tian tells her to eat the oysters instead but Ellen keeps eating the burnt fish. The night deepens and Ellen asks what Chin Tian is doing with the bamboo. He plans to make a fish trap to replace the plastic bottle. Ellen then helps cut some bamboo to create water bottles. Chin Tian is glad that Ellen is willing to work and finish it on her own. Based on the survival book, Chin Tian creates a fish trap and he gets points for it. Ellen shows what she made and Chin Tian compliments her work. She asks if Chin Tian has anything to do tomorrow and she plans to go with him to help. Chin Tian is impressed with how Ellen changed and plans to make good use of her. The next day the two go to the bamboo forest. Ellen finds the place next to the bamboo forest more suitable for a camp. However, Chin Tian points out that food is their priority right now. Ellen is tasked with looking for bamboo shoots and she finds a bunch of them. After she collected bundles of them, she discovered a herd of wild boars. She stays silent and runs over to Chin Tian. Chin Tian gets surprised and Ellen points in the direction of the boars. Chin Tian grabs Ellen's hands and tells her to run and leave the place quickly. Though they are carnivores, wild boars can attack ferociously. However, more wild boars appear on the side where they came out. Chin Tian signals Ellen to be quiet but the wild boars smell them. The two then quickly ran away. However, the boars are fast. Ellen is tired but she can't hold back Chin Tian. Ellen tells Chin Tian to go and leave her. Chin Tian gets mad at the movie glitch /U00E9. He then faces the herd of boars and shouts out loud. The boars freeze in place and Chin Tian continues making loud noises. It works well and he throws his stone axe at the herd of boars. The herd runs away and Chin Tian falls to the ground in relief. Ellen gets worried and Chin Tian tells her that he is fine and they need to move now. Shin Tian notices a boar left alone and notices that it is wounded. A boar left alone will feel terrified and become more aggressive. Shin Tian throws his axe at the boar and baits it. He tells Ellen to go back to their camp. Shin Tian then activates his skill and he gets faster like a leopard. He gets far away but the skill drains too much of his energy. He falls to the ground thinking that he escaped from the boar already. Just then, birds create a ruckus nearby. Shin Tian wonders if it is the boar, and yes it is. Shin Tian gets surprised and climbs a nearby tree. As he feels lucky that the boar can't climb, the boar starts striking the tree. Shin Tian grabs properly at the tree until the boar gets tired and stops. As it walks away, Shin Tian remembers how precious pork is. He jumps off the tree and confronts the boar. The boar charges at him, which Shin Tian quickly dodges. The boar hits the tree, making it unconscious. Shin Tian finishes it off, but the boar had too much vitality. Shin Tian continues attacking it until it falls dead. He receives points for hunting the wild boar. The wild boar is too heavy, so he plans to get it back the next day after resting and recovering. He hopes that no other predators will find the boar. Meanwhile, Ellen is in a hurry to make a stone axe to help Shin Tian. She rips her dress and collects ashes. Shin Tian asks what she is doing and Ellen claims that ashes can blind the boars so they can escape. Ellen then realizes that she has been talking to Shin Tian and he appears with a fish in hand. Ellen looks glad and hugs Shin Tian. She was afraid that she wouldn't see him again. She notices that he is wet and he claims it is a long story. It got awkward when Shin Tian started stripping. Ellen tells him that they are not kids anymore and reminds him to dry his clothes first. Just then, Shin Tian flashes himself to Ellen. Ellen quickly covers her eyes and Shin Tian claims he was wearing underpants. That night Ellen feels bad about leaving the bamboo shoots behind. Shin Tian tells her that he killed the boar. Ellen worries about encountering the boars again and Shin Tian can only think of making a bow and arrow to fight back. The next morning Shin Tian quickly returns to the boar he killed and discovers that other animals found it. Luckily, there are more parts left. He notices a scratch mark from another animal. He starts butchering the boar and brings it back to the camp with bamboo. Meanwhile, Ellen is making a needle from a rabbit's bone and Shin Tian surprises her. Ellen gets mad and notices the meat Shin Tian brought back. Ellen wonders how he will use the fat and Shin Tian claims that it can be used to make a fat-based oil. However, they don't have a container. Shin Tian then asks Ellen for help making one. He plans to do pottery and he feels lucky that the clay nearby is usable. He remembers the steps from the survival book. He tries to make one but it looks like something unusable. He throws it away. He then makes a small bowl and discovers Ellen made better looking ones. He then asks her to make one big enough for cooking. Shin Tian makes a kiln for drying the clay until it gets dark. During dinner Shin Tian feels glad that they won't have food problems for the next month. Ellen notices Shin Tian smiling and claims that he is just happy to be alive. Shin Tian compliments Ellen's ability to mend. Ellen claims she must learn how because they don't have any clothes to change into. Shin Tian then tells her not to worry because they can change their clothes soon. The next day Ellen wonders if they can actually brush their teeth with the wood ash. Shin Tian mentions some science shit stating that it's a good substitute for real toothpaste. Later they begin preparing the pottery bowls and Shin Tian mentions that it will take 5 hours to harden. This surprises Ellen and Shin Tian tells her that they must control the heat properly. Otherwise the pottery will develop cracks. After the first batch of bowls is completed the success rate is disappointingly low, prompting Shin Tian to think of new techniques they could try instead. Later that night during Ellen's shift the success rate gradually improves, indicating that they could make more if they could control the heat. The next day as rain is approaching Shin Tian cooks the pork fat while Ellen wonders why he is adding water to it. Shin Tian explains that water helps reduce the risk of the fat getting overburned. They also prepare by grinding clam shells into powder to make soap. Shin Tian emphasizes the importance of making soap since there are no drugs on the island and if they get sick it could be life-threatening. Using soap reduces that risk. As they let the soap formulate throughout the day, they prepare for the impending downpour. Luckily, the duo has finished building the tents, otherwise they wouldn't have anywhere to stay. Qin Tian opens the system, and with the pottery and soap he made, he now has over 6,000 points. However, he still needs another 500 points to buy the power of any creatures. Ellen appears and questions Qin Tian about what he's thinking, but he reflects on the situation and asks her what took her so long. He also asks if the soap works. Ellen calmly mentions that it does the job and expresses their luck in having the soap. Qin Tian prepares to make the bamboo bow and attempts to create a multi-layered structured bow to improve efficiency. He places some stumps in the ground as a makeshift mold since he has no other options. Suddenly the sky begins to thunder and the duo quickly rushes into the tent together and goes to sleep. During the night, Qin Tian wakes up upon hearing a sound and quickly wakes up Ellen. He tells her that they have to disband the tent and urges her to climb up the tree. Ellen wonders what's going on when suddenly a group of wild boars run through their campsite. Ellen wonders if a few of the boars are dead. As it appears they are wounded, but it turns out they are just taking a nap. The rain continues to pour and the boars are not leaving yet. Qin Tian uses his shoe to distract the boars and they run away. Qin Tian tells Ellen to get down and the girl slips down. She falls on Qin Tian. Look at Qin Tian blushing. Morning comes and Qin Tian is surprised to get 3,000 points for surviving the rainy night. The two start fixing their camp. Ellen is glad that the rabbits are still caged. Qin Tian hopes the wood sticks they have will dry sooner. Later, Qin Tian asks Ellen to remove her underwear. He plans to wash clothes and bathe at the same time, but Ellen refuses. Qin Tian notices the stream's water is higher than before. Luckily, the first trap is still usable. As the clothes must first dry, Qin Tian wears leaves in the meantime. That night, Ellen worries that the boars will return and Qin Tian offers to do night watch first. Seeing Ellen feel unsafe, Qin Tian wants to make more weapons to fight the boars. He creates the bow and uses a boar's muscle as a string. Qin Tian proceeds to make arrows. He burns the tips of wood sticks and sharpens them. He can also use sharp stones as arrowheads. He gets points as he finishes the bow and arrows. Qin Tian now has enough points for a new skill. Between speed and strength, he chooses the former and he now feels stronger than before. The next day, Qin Tian suggests working on the ceramics after the boars destroyed them. Qin Tian and Ellen remake the ceramics and their skills have improved. Qin Tian practices using the bow, but his aiming skills stink. He keeps training until his skills improve. Following that, Qin Tian goes deep into the woods. He notices some tadpoles and he finds the ecosystem interesting. He later picks up some bamboo shoots. He hears bird sounds and discovers wild chickens. He shoots an arrow but he misses. He notices that the chickens are not afraid of him and don't move. He swears not to miss a shot, but he didn't hit them even once. He tries one more time and finally hits one. He hits two more, but he has already used all of his arrows. The other chickens ran away after that. That night the two had chicken soup. Ellen is overjoyed with the new menu. Qin Tian also finds it tasty with bamboo shoots, however he claims that it will be better with salt. Ellen gets excited and suddenly remembers that they are in the middle of nowhere. Qin Tian then tells her that they will go to the beach the next day to make some. They went to the beach and prepared to boil seawater. While the water is boiling, the two make a sundial so they can keep track of their time. They successfully created one and Qin Tian asked Ellen to watch the shadow while he checked the seawater. Seeing the salt still wet, Qin Tian dries it out under the blazing sun. They made enough for half a month, but it is full of impurities. Qin Tian prepares another pot of seawater to boil and Ellen calls for his attention. Qin Tian asks for another bamboo. He knows that crude salt is not meant for consumption. He plans to saturate and purify the salt. Using his survival knowledge, Qin Tian made a filtration device. However, it took a long time. Ellen feels overjoyed with the dinner again. Qin Tian comments on how Chinese cuisine should have seasonings. He laughs at Ellen for overreacting. They also realize that it had been 20 days since they came to the island. Ellen wonders what kind of boat Qin Tian is planning to make. He needs a fishing boat that will help sustain them during the trip. Ellen suggests making a better tent first, and Qin Tian claims it is better to find another place to camp. 4 days later, Qin Tian finds a meadow with a nearby cave. He stays alert, thinking that something is living inside. He fires an arrow, but nothing reacts. He goes inside and discovers animal remains. Just then, Qin Tian senses an attack and dodges it using his cheetah speed. A panda attacked him, and Qin Tian wondered why it looked a bit strange. He tries to distract it with a bamboo branch, but the panda just crushes it. Qin Tian wonders what is happening and why it looks different compared to a normal panda. Qin Tian runs away and climbs a tree. As a Chinese, he hesitates to attack it, but he needs to take over the cave. The fired arrow just bounces off its fur, and the panda discovers Qin Tian. He quickly keeps his distance and uses a rock arrow this time. It works, but the panda is still fine despite the bleeding. It confronts a surprised Qin Tian. Qin Tian dodges its attack and runs away again. That night, Ellen suggests ignoring the panda and the cave and looking for another area to move to. Qin Tian plans to use his arrow belt's tie to make an arrowhead. They need a furnace to melt the iron, so they start to plan to make one. They created a wind fan, and the two started blowing air into the furnace to melt the iron. They manage to melt the iron, and Ellen falls out of fatigue. Qin Tian pours the melted iron into Ellen's molds, and he immediately cools them down. That night, Qin Tian sharpens the arrowheads and hopes that they work. He puts it on the arrow, and he is now confident in beating the panda. He tries to buy the animal encyclopedia, but the system offers a better option for a bargain. He buys books about animals and how to tame them. The books also give tips on how to fight different animals. However, Qin Tian finds them ridiculous. Ellen wakes up to see Qin Tian making breakfast. Ellen insists on seeing the panda, but Qin Tian refuses. Qin Tian can see that Ellen is getting used to living on the island. Later, Qin Tian goes back to the cave and fires arrows inside. He notices that the panda is not there. He climbs a tree to wait for it, and it appears after some time. The system shows that it is an ancient panda. It further explains that pandas started as carnivores which humans domesticated until they turned into bamboo-loving pandas. In 2 months, Qin Tian can tame it. He plans to herd it to the point that it can't find food by itself. Qin Tian injures it, retrieves the arrow, and runs away. He kept repeating the process for many days. On the 4th day, Qin Tian can't find the panda. It ambushed him, and Qin Tian noticed that the panda was learning. It breaks an arrow, and Qin Tian runs away. On the way back to the camp, Qin Tian discovers poison dart frogs. He now had a solution to his problem. He captures one and plans to use its toxin for his arrows. He goes back to the camp, and Ellen rushes to hug him. Qin Tian apologizes for making her worry, but Ellen denies being worried. Ellen notices the poison frog, and Qin Tian plans to use it against the panda. The next morning, Qin Tian heats the frog until bubbles form on its skin. Qin Tian applies the toxins to the arrowheads. Ellen gives him the grass balls he asked for, and she wonders what their uses are. Qin Tian claims they got their use. Qin Tian later returns to the cave. Seeing the footprints, he knows that the panda is inside. He burns the grass balls and throws them in the cave. The panda gets smoked out and roars. It chases Qin Tian, and the latter plans to tire the panda out. Inside the forest, the panda looks for Qin Tian. Qin Tian finds a chance and fires an arrow with the toxins. However, the stone arrowheads are ineffective. Qin Tian dodges the panda's attack. Qin Tian fires an iron arrow this time. The toxin should take effect soon. Qin Tian shoots again, and the panda attacks him. However, the panda falls. Qin Tian is glad that the toxins have already kicked in. He observes the panda for 3 hours, and the panda wakes up. The next morning, Qin Tian prepares fish and bamboo. He goes to the cave and sees the exhausted panda. He inserts a bamboo shoot into a fish and throws it at the panda. The panda growls and notices the fish. It hastily eats, and Qin Tian shows it more food. It eats the remaining fish with bamboo shoots. Qin Tian wonders what name fits the panda. He notices how idiotic it is to relax knowing that it is poisoned. He then decides to call the panda Sean, by which means dumbass. Night comes and Qin Tian and Ellen eat dinner. Ellen finds out the name of the panda and she gets worried about whether to compliment his naming sense or not. Ellen puts down her food and claims that she is not in the mood. Qin Tian guessed that it was that time of the month. Ellen tells him to be quiet. She claims it should have started days ago, but it is kind of late for her. It must be because of stress and a lack of rest. Qin Tian then thinks about making paper. However, making a good quality product needs a lot of processes. The next morning Ellen wakes up due to the smell of urine. Qin Tian claims it is needed to make paper and Ellen calls him crazy. Qin Tian asks Ellen to make square-shaped meshes and they easily create some. Things suddenly go to chemistry class and Ellen is impressed that Qin Tian is doing it on an isolated island. The two continue with more steps and processes to make sodium hydroxide. Ellen comments that it is better to work on it with electricity. Qin Tian claims it is possible with lightning strikes. The two later collected wild grasses to make paper. The grasses are soaked in sodium hydroxide for hours to obtain pure white cellulose. Qin Tian washes it next to the stream and washes it with clear water to get the paper powder. The powder is then put into the mesh frames. They dry the mesh with paper powder and they successfully create paper. Qin Tian is glad that his bottom is not at ease with paper. Ellen says not to mention it during meals. She finds Qin Tian talented at making paper. Days later Qin Tian sees Shanbai looking comfortable. It wakes up after smelling the food that Qin Tian brought. It looks tame now and Qin Tian is feeding Shanbai. Domesticating Shanbai won't take long anymore. Qin Tian leaves Shanbai and walks along the stream. He finds wild gingers and brings them back to the camp. Ellen is experiencing cramps and claims that it didn't hurt like that before. She also had heating pads and a cup of yolk with red sugar to calm her cramps. Qin Tian then shows the ginger tea he just made. He claims he just accidentally discovered them. But Ellen can see proof that Qin Tian made an effort to do so. Ellen drinks warm ginger tea. The next day Qin Tian visits Shanbai again. Shanbai now considers Qin Tian as a friend. A month later she starts feeding Shanbai with pure bamboo shoots. Seeing Qin Tian's menacing aura, it accepts and eats the bamboo shoots. However, Shanbai is liking it. The system gives Qin Tian points for domesticating a panda. He gets an animal training seal that he can use on Shanbai. He applies the seal to Shanbai and Qin Tian can now see Shanbai's status using the system. That night Qin Tian tells Ellen that she can meet Shanbai now. He brings her to Shanbai the next day and the two easily become friends. Shanbai also changed its diet to regular bamboo. Two later decide to leave the camp with Shanbai. They made a new camp in the field with the cave where Shanbai lives. Ellen enjoys looking at the starry night sky. Qin Tian tells her to continue watching while he sleeps, but Ellen suggests sleeping together because there's no need for night watch with Shanbai with them. Qin Tian gets surprised and asks Ellen to be his girlfriend. Ellen gets flustered as Qin Tian approaches her. Qin Tian teases her and Ellen gets mad. The two do some cleanup before sleeping. The next day comes and the two dig for nearby clay to make more ceramic. Qin Tian leaves with Shanbai to retrieve the fish traps in the stream. On the third day they collect bamboo easily with Shanbai's help. However, the pet is distracted by eating. The fourth day comes and the two start to build a bamboo house kitchen. After a week they have now finished the kitchen. All the effort is worth it because Qin Tian got so many points and bought a new book about plants. They go to the stream to take a break. Qin Tian is happy to see Ellen having fun now after some time. Ellen steps on something. She checks her foot and discovers a rock crystal. Qin Tian checks on it and claims that it is quartz, an ingredient in making glass. On closer inspection it is of high purity. The two go upstream to look for more resources. They later discover a tree of honey locusts and Qin Tian claims that the pulp is an ingredient in making shampoo. Ellen hopes they can make one. However, the tree is full of thorns and Ellen doesn't want to put Chin Tian in danger. Chin Tian activates his power and jumps onto the tree. Ellen tells him not to put himself in danger for her. However, Chin Tian claims he is only procuring food, making Ellen embarrassed for overthinking. Chin Tian cuts some pulp and notices something from afar. He immediately goes down and asks Ellen if they can make shampoo now. Ellen gets embarrassed and tries to act like she is not interested. Chin Tian then decides not to make shampoo, making Ellen flinch in shock. Ellen tells him to be decisive, but Chin Tian wants to think about it later after going to the sugarcane field. Ellen is surprised to see a field of sugarcane. However, Chin Tian notices that it looks like someone has grown the field. Ellen gets fascinated and Chin Tian stops her from touching them. However, Ellen gets hurt by the sharp leaves of the sugarcane. Chin Tian cuts down one cane and the three of them savor the sweet taste of it despite it being hard. Ellen notices a sour taste and Chin Tian explains that it is not the right season for its harvest. Chin Tian plans to take some cane home so he can make brown sugar. They go back home and start to process the honey locust's pulp. Chin Tian uses the extracts to make porridge which Ellen enjoys eating. Chin Tian later finished squeezing the sugarcane stalks. Ellen surprises him with a basket full of mushrooms. Chin Tian pats her head. However, most of the harvest is poisonous. Ellen is discouraged that only a few are edible. Chin Tian tells Ellen to collect the resources listed on the blackboard to create shampoo and toothpaste. Chin Tian later proceeded to process the collected resources and in the end, he successfully created shampoo. Ellen is sad that she can only try it tomorrow because it is already dark outside. In the middle of the night, Chin Tian wakes up hearing weird giggles thinking it was a ghost, but it was Ellen who was sleep-talking about the shampoo. As thunder rumbles in the distance, Ellen wakes up and realizes that it's also raining heavily. Shanbai, the panda, starts growling and Chin Tian uses his skill on the panda. He wonders if it's wild pigs again and instructs Ellen to stay inside while he goes to investigate. His prediction proves correct, as it turns out to be wild pigs. Shanbai lunges at them, attacking one of the pigs before getting attacked in return. While Shanbai distracts all the pigs, Chin Tian remains unnoticed. Shanbai rages on as he bites one of the pigs, just as another pig is about to attack him from behind. Chin Tian protects Shanbai and defends him by using his poison arrows to attack the rest of the pigs. However, a few of the pigs notice Chin Tian's presence. As he is spotted by the pigs, Chin Tian quickly devises a plan to lead them away from Shanbai. He utilizes his skill, dashing away from the pigs and finding refuge in a tree. While hiding, he wonders how Shanbai is holding up. Shanbai roars fiercely, causing the pigs to scatter in fear. Chin Tian reunites with Shan by giving him some reassuring headpads. Together they make their way back to the camp. Upon their return, Ellen expresses concern over the scratches on Shanbai's body. However, Chin Tian reassures her that Shanbai has endured worse. They store the wild pigs in their shed for future food. Chin Tian mentions that he will find some bamboo for Shanbai as a reward for his bravery. Continuing through the forest, Chin Tian collects sprouts along the way. As he ventures deeper into the woods, he suddenly panics upon noticing tracks on the ground. He is certain that it couldn't be from a steamroller and decides it's best to retreat for safety. However, his panic intensifies when he hears a noise and catches sight of a titanoboa, the largest snake ever known to exist and believed to be extinct. As Chin Tian flees, he is shocked by the sight of the titanoboa and wonders if he will encounter a dinosaur tomorrow. Seeking guidance, he turns to the system for information. Surprisingly, the system advises him to jump directly into the titanoboa's mouth, make his way down its throat and use a small knife to kill it from the inside. Chin Tian is taken aback by the absurdity of the suggestion and continues running away, dismissing the idea entirely. In his desperate escape, he spots a slope and slides down, successfully evading the titanoboa's line of sight. However, panic sets in as Chin Tian contemplates his next course of action. Suddenly, the titanoboa catches his scent and closes in on him. Chin Tian instinctively uses his dagger to stab the snake, but he realizes that the dagger is too short to reach the heart. In a thrilling turn of events, he finds himself being taken for a ride by the Titanoboa. Desperate to survive, he considers staying silent in hopes of escaping. Then a foul odor reaches his nostrils and he realizes he has stumbled into the boar territory. The snake notices a boar nearby. As the Titanoboa engulfs the boar, Qin Tian seizes the opportunity to escape, lunging away from the chaotic scene. However, the encounter ends sooner than he anticipated. He stumbles and continues running, desperately hoping to find something useful in the system to aid his survival. Qin Tian realizes that the available rewards have changed and he regrets missing out on an option. Nonetheless, he decides to give the horse superpowers option a try. Unfortunately, the system malfunctions, granting him an animal charm feature instead. Panic sets in as he turns around and spots a group of boars, hoping they won't notice him. Qin Tian's anxiety intensifies as the boars draw nearer, and eventually, he is spotted. In a moment of desperation, he activates the superpowers bestowed upon him by the system, experiencing a sensational burn in his legs as he utilizes them to run. Worried that his legs might give out soon, he notices a pile of feces and decides to dive into it, hoping to lose his scent and evade the boars. As the day progresses, the boars begin to rest in front of Qin Tian. He ponders why the pile of feces is warm and realizes that the released carbohydrates are preventing the heat from escaping. Slowly, he loses sensation in his arms and legs, but he fights to keep his mind alert. Fainting in this situation would spell the end for him. Since they are in the territory of the boars, Qin Tian doesn't have to worry about other animals. However, he remains concerned about the potential reappearance of the snake. Suddenly, he spots a flame and hears someone calling his name. At first, he wonders if he's hallucinating and hearing Ellen's voice, but to his shock, he discovers that it's actually her, accompanied by Shanbai the panda. Ellen notices the herd of boars and questions why Qin Tian is among them before scaring the boars away. Ellen inquires about Qin Tian's well-being and he assures her that he is fine but very dirty at the moment. He advises her not to approach him. However, Qin Tian's legs give way, but Ellen catches him just in time. Blushing, she insists that they must move quickly. They both climb onto the panda and Ellen tells Qin Tian to hold onto her, causing them both to blush. They return to camp and Qin Tian washes himself while Ellen does the same, playfully instructing him not to peek as she stands behind the panda. After drying off, Ellen goes to bed while Qin Tian checks their food storage and notices signs of an attack. He wonders if there is a wild animal nearby, but it turns out that Ellen used pig fat to make a torch. Qin Tian attempts to crouch down but feels pain in his bruised knees from using the cheetah superpower to escape the boars and Titanoboa earlier. The system rewards him with 7,000 points for successfully evading the Titanoboa. Qin Tian offers Ellen some porridge but she is still asleep. He is shocked that Ellen saved him and never expected her to do so. As they both rest and wake up later to eat, Qin Tian informs her that the tracks she saw belonged to a Titanoboa, which frightens her. She wonders if they need to relocate from their hideout. Qin Tian assures her that if they stick to the forest edge while walking, they will be safe. He also expresses his gratitude for her saving him, which brings a smile to Ellen's face. Later in the day, Qin Tian begins slicing the meat in preparation. They set it up on the smoking rack as Ellen asks if it's safe to leave the meat outside. Qin Tian explains that they have no other space available. The following day, Ellen screams Qin Tian's name, informing him that their bacon has disappeared. Shocked, Qin Tian wonders what could have stolen the meat, especially since Shanbai didn't react to it. He prepares to guard the meat that night and catch the culprit. As he rests during the day to prepare for the night shift, Ellen offers him some mint tea, urging him to quickly figure out the situation before they face serious trouble. As dawn approaches, the thief has yet to make an appearance. Suddenly Qin Tian spots a golden eagle swooping down towards the meat. He attempts to protect the meat but is unsuccessful. Later in the day, Qin Tian informs Ellen that the thief is a golden eagle. He shares his plan to trap and tame the eagle, explaining that they need to keep things normal and hang the meat outside so the eagle won't suspect anything. Qin Tian prepares a basic trap, but when they test it, it doesn't seem to work. Determined, Qin Tian exerts more force on the trap, causing the bamboo shoot to smack him in the face. He then instructs Shanbai to test the trap, as the panda's thick skin will protect him. As Shanbai pushes on the trap, it breaks, making Qin Tian realize that he needs to make a few more adjustments before it's ready. Later in the day, as Ellen wakes up from her nap, she questions whether Qin Tian is certain the eagle will return. Suddenly, the eagle appears above them. As the eagle swoops down toward the trap, the rope manages to catch onto its leg. Ellen wonders why Qin Tian isn't approaching the trapped eagle, and he explains that it's not the right time yet. The golden eagle has a deadly beak, and if they get too close, it will attack them. So they decide to wait until the eagle becomes exhausted. They discuss what to name it, and Qin Tian suggests the name Desert Eagle. The eagle looks like it doesn't like the name Sand Eagle. However, Qin Tian thinks otherwise. Ellen wonders how they can domesticate the eagle. Qin Tian then asks if Ellen knows what a night owl is. Ellen exclaims that staying up all night is unhealthy. Qin Tian suggests taking turns watching the eagle and making it awake all the time until it gets tamed within the week. He tells Ellen to keep watch during the day while he does the night shift. The afternoon of day 1 comes, and the eagle tries to escape. However, Ellen is keeping watch, so it won't have a chance to escape. Day 2's night comes, and Qin Tian finishes creating a toothbrush during his night shift. He tries to ask the eagle's opinion, but it ignores him. Day 3 comes, and the eagle is tired. Shanbai also helps keep it awake while Ellen is making a shirt for Qin Tian. Day 4 night comes, and Qin Tian is cooking glue. He smacks Shanbai for neglecting his task. Shanbai gets mad at the eagle instead. Day 5's morning comes, and look at this dead, tired eagle. It gawks out loud out of frustration. Qin Tian tells it to surrender already. The eagle then willingly surrenders to Qin Tian. Using the pet seal, Qin Tian tames the eagle and successfully domesticates it. He then sees its memories and discovers that there is a chick back in its nest. The eagle recovers its health, and Ellen is surprised to see it domesticated already. Qin Tian claims that the eagle has a child. Ellen wonders how he knew, but Qin Tian claims it was just a hunch. It is also the eagle's mating season in the spring. Ellen then suggests raising the young eagles. Qin Tian agrees and tells her that he will set out the next day. The eagle lands on Qin Tian's arm protector, and Ellen is fascinated by how cool the sight is. However, the eagle doesn't like Ellen yet. She cries and wonders why it behaved differently toward her when the two of them domesticated it. She walks out telling them to watch her. Just then, the eagle notices something. It walks like a chicken after seeing the fish on Ellen's hands. Qin Tian and Ellen took the day off to refresh their energy. They then set out to look for the young eagle in the mountains. After some walking, they set up camp because it was getting dark outside. During dinner, Ellen wonders if they can find the young eagle. The forest is too wide, and it might take them some time. Seeing that the forest is wide, Qin Tian wonders if it stretches more and if the island is really an undiscovered island. Ellen wonders what he was thinking, and Qin Tian makes up a story of wild animals attacking them during the night. The group later sleeps, and in the middle of the night Qin Tian senses something. Ellen also wakes up and notices Shanbai on guard. From the nearby bushes, wolves come out to attack them. Qin Tian tells Ellen not to panic because Shanbai is with them. Shanbai roars at them, but Qin Tian reminds him not to be aggressive. Qin Tian assesses the situation and says that if Shanbai loses, he and Ellen will be attacked for sure. Just when Qin Tian thought that they were really unfortunate, the wolves got scared of the nearby flame. Qin Tian totally forgot about wild animals being scared of fire and asked Ellen to light up a torch. He tells her to move forward. Qin Tian throws his torch and scares off the wolves a bit. He orders Shanbai to attack. Shanbai then scares off the wolves. Knowing the wolves' deviousness, Qin Tian claims that the wolves might still be nearby. The morning comes, and the group hurriedly gets out of the forest. They can see the eagle acting up. It seems like they are nearing their destination. The group climbs up the mountains and Ellen feels like giving up. Qin Tian lets Ellen rest while he looks for the young eagle. He climbed the mountain and almost fell. He reaches the top and gasps for air. He enjoys the scene as if he is on top of a skyscraper. He then notices a volcano where plants are growing along the foothills. He plans to look for resources in that area later. The eagle then gets his attention after Qin Tian forgets their initial purpose. Qin Tian then drops a rope on a steep hill to let the baby eagle perch on it. Using the pet seal, Qin Tian communicates with the eagle, and it relays the instructions to the baby eagle. Qin Tian was able to pull up the baby eagle. The two birds reunite. Qin Tian immediately grabs the bird and brings it down with him until they reach the bottom. He sighs as Qin Tian swears not to do some climbing again. He then looks for Ellen. Qin Tian discovers writings on the ground that Ellen left to look for resources. The weather gets bad and Ellen arrives while riding Shanbai. Qin Tian suggests moving fast because the weather might cause landslides. Just then, Ellen notices something. An airplane passes by. An airplane passes by. Qin Tian thinks something happened. Ellen panics because she heard an explosion, but Qin Tian tells her to calm down. Qin Tian wonders how an airplane comes to a deserted island. They come out of the forest and arrive at a dead end. Qin Tian suggests stopping first and planning what to do next. Qin Tian mentions how they don't have enough food if they go to the plane's crash site and get back to their campsite. Ellen then suggests replenishing in the camp first and returning. However, Qin Tian disagrees and claims one person will do. Ellen realizes that she can return to the camp alone while Qin Tian will have enough food if he goes alone. Qin Tian worries, but Ellen is confident that she can go back alone. That night, Ellen plays with the baby eagle. She wonders what to name it. Qin Tian suggests an absurd name again. Ellen sweetly calls it Xiaobai, but names like Shanbai and Sand Eagle are better for Qin Tian. The next morning, Qin Tian discovers that Ellen procured some pine oil. He claims it can be useful for many things. Ellen tells him to take care. While alone, Qin Tian uses his superpower every hour, heading to the north. He suddenly arrives in a wetland and orders Sand Eagle to scout the area. He synchronizes his eyesight with that eagle and sees a body of water. He then prepares to head out and check. Qin Tian later arrives at a swamp. He tries to go around it, but the swamp covers a lot of the area. There are also a lot of mosquitoes in the area, making Qin Tian worried about infections. He also can't step into the swamp, seeing that it is unmoving, meaning it is an area for bacterial development. In the end, Qin Tian traverses the swamp. He starts running again to find the plane. He suddenly got caught in quicksand. He changes his position to limit the speed of drowning. He orders Sand Eagle to look for a branch. He brings out ropes and Sand Eagle starts dropping branches. Qin Tian asks for more and starts tying up the branches until he creates a frame of them. He forces himself to climb on the frame of the branches. It took him an hour to escape, and he decides to be more careful in this kind of swamp. He recalls the main character of a movie he has seen before. He disassembles the frame and chooses the driest branches. He bundles them and places each bundle on his feet. Seeing that it works on the swamp, Qin Tian starts moving again on top of the swamp. As he gets near the landing area, he wonders if there are crews on the plane. Meanwhile, on the plane, a blonde-haired woman wonders where she landed. She recalls encountering a storm, losing control, and getting stuck in the turbulence. She was lucky enough to adjust her landing route before crashing. She is glad enough not to have been injured after her accident. She thinks she is in South America because of the swamps. She wonders if someone is living in the area. She starts calling for anyone, but no one is answering. She realizes no one will live on this deserted island. Just when she decided to sleep for the night, she hears some rustling nearby. Not far away, Qin Tian is shouting and looking for someone. Thinking that the crew might be injured, Qin Tian is in a hurry to check on them. Just then, Sand Eagle sees a big white bird and Qin Tian asks her to lead him there. Qin Tian finally finds the aircraft and shouts out loud for anyone. He hopes nothing scary happened. Upon checking, he doesn't see any bleeding signs. The plane looks brand new, but it is an old model. Just then, Qin Tian hears someone shouting and sees the blonde-haired woman running away from something. She exclaims that there are crocodiles. Qin Tian can see some mugger crocodiles chasing her. He goes inside the plane and extends his arm. The woman grabs his hand and climbs the plane. They stumble down inside the cockpit and Qin Tian can't help but blush in front of a beauty with her cushion stuck on him. The crocodiles shake the plane with their tails and Qin Tian feels the woman's cushions again. They look at the ground and see the crocodiles attacking the plane. Qin Tian wonders why they are so aggressive. He tries to attack them but rock arrows are ineffective against their hides. Qin Tian then tries to target their eyes but they are too small as a target. His attack just made the crocodile angry and it won't take long for the plane to get destroyed. Just then Qin Tian uses the system. He got tons of points now and looks for a suitable power for the current situation. Just when he decided to buy the Sagittarius talent, the woman suggests burning the crocodiles. Seeing alcohol, Qin Tian stops her and claims that alcohol is extremely important. Qin Tian asks for the lighter and the woman willingly gives it away. Qin Tian then proceeds to buy a superpower. He activates it but he can't feel anything compared to the cheetah skill. The crocodiles are getting rowdy again. Qin Tian applies pine oil to the arrowhead and lights it up. He uses his skill and it looks like he is in a FPS game. He also got a sight marker and a ruler. He adjusts his position and fires the arrow, hitting the crocodile's eye. Qin Tian continues shooting as the woman helps him with the arrows. He shoots the rest of the crocodiles and the beasts scamper away. The woman shouts that Qin Tian is her hero. Qin Tian introduces himself and asks for the woman's name. She introduces herself as Jessica Hathaway. She asks where they are. Qin Tian asks her to slow down because his English is not good. Jessica wonders what kind of Asian Qin Tian is and thinks he might be Chinese but all she met before got long braids. Qin Tian if Jessica has a mobile phone but Jessica only knows the telephone. The two just realize that communication is hard. Night comes and Qin Tian finds canned food on the plane. Jessica opens it in an old manner. Qin Tian discovers the expiration date goes back to 1928. Jessica wonders if there is anything wrong and Qin Tian hopes he can tell that it is expired. Jessica tells him not to worry because it is beef. Qin Tian can taste that the food is okay. The two got full with a spoonful. Feeling tired, they retire for the night. The morning comes and Qin Tian notices Jessica boiling water. He can't believe she has a lot of things in her bag like Doraemon. Qin Tian brings out meat and suggests cooking pork soup. After their meal, the two try to converse but a language barrier exists. Qin Tian can only show Jessica the rough mapping of the island. Qin Tian thought of having Ellen talk to Jessica so he invited her to their camp. He feels bad leaving usable parts of the plan out. Just then Jessica notices the sand eagle and panics. Qin Tian tells her not to worry because it is his pet. They start traveling but encounter thick smoke midday. Even Sand Eagle doesn't have any idea. Jessica then asks for a break. While Qin Tian wonders when the smoke will go away, Jessica falls unconscious. Qin Tian can also feel that he is getting tired. There might be something in the smoke. Qin Tian crawls toward Jessica. Jessica's symptoms are quite severe while Qin Tian can still move his hands. He grabs Jessica's lighter and rummages through her bag. A medicine box is among the things in the bag. However, Qin Tian can't read English. He then notices an electric box. He also brings out some other things along with his bamboo tube. Qin Tian connected everything and came up with an electrolysis apparatus. The oxygen produced from the process is then passed to Jessica through a tube. Jessica soon regains consciousness and Qin Tian mentions that the smoke is methane. The two alternately use the oxygen tube as they traverse the methane fog. They see the end point and finally get out of it. They finally get to breathe fresh air. It is getting late and the two are still not fully recovered so they set up camp. Meanwhile at the camp Ellen is having trouble with the raccoons. Fish for Xiaobai's meal is now less plentiful. Xiaobai chirps and Ellen gives it a fish. Ellen worries for Qin Tian and decides to look for him the next day. Just then Xiaobai chirps as it sees its parents. Seeing Sand Eagle, Qin Tian is back for sure. Ellen gets excited to see Qin Tian but seeing Jessica surprises her more. Qin Tian wonders if Ellen misses him after 3 days. Qin Tian introduces Jessica to Ellen and asks her to communicate with the foreigner. The two immediately kick off a conversation in Chinese. The confused Qin Tian wonders why Jessica is speaking in Chinese now. Jessica blames Qin Tian for trying to speak in broken English and not revealing his nationality. We all agree that Qin Tian is at fault. That night the three had a long discussion. The two Chinese learn that Jessica is a paleontologist who travels around the world. She heard of a nose-walking beast and immediately flew off toward the South Pacific. However, she encountered a storm and crashed on this island. It turns out Jessica is not from a rescue team. At least Qin Tian can now pinpoint their current location with Jessica's information and they can start making a boat. Ellen wonders why Jessica is not worried about crashing on a deserted island. Well, the paleontologist's spirit is burning with passion and excitement. Her scary eyes are enough to cut open Shanbai and study him. Qin Tian asks this time if Jessica is not worried. She claims not because the two mention making a boat to escape the island and the discovery of how Nung cats and individuals on this island is one of the greatest discoveries of the 20th century. Ellen corrects her, saying that it is the 21st century. Jessica claims that would be 70 years ahead of them and wonders if the Republic of China is using a different calendar. Qin Tian claims that it is now the People's Republic of China. Jessica wonders if it is a change of regime again. The two Chinese get offended. Jessica apologizes and asks to be corrected instead. Qin Tian then tells her about the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. Jessica claims that it is still 1927. Qin Tian and Ellen are shocked. Qin Tian can see that Jessica is not lying, taking into account the old plane and the canned foods manufacturing date. Jessica then asks what year it is and Qin Tian surprises her by telling her that it is 2020 for them. Jessica then elaborates on what happened until she encountered the storm. Ellen claims that they also encountered a storm. Qin Tian thinks the storm might be a passage of time and space. The topic of time travel is heavy for them because they won't know the way back. Knowing that there are prehistoric and dangerous animals out there, Qin Tian suggests focusing on protecting themselves and improving their quality of life. Jessica wonders if Shanbai can also time travel, but Qin Tian finds it impossible since he has also seen a Titan python. As a paleontologist, Jessica knows that such creatures should have lived in a different era and couldn't live in the forest's refreshing temperature and conditions. Ellen then explains that they have encountered 2 heavy rains, which can explain how a Titan python can live in the area. Qin Tian and Ellen just hope it won't come through their front door. Ellen then tells Qin Tian and Jessica to rest while she does the night watch. Jessica wants to make it clear if Qin Tian and Ellen are lovers. The two shyly deny and Jessica asks if Ellen is pursuing Qin Tian because she is interested in sleeping in the same bed as Qin Tian, while Ellen also sleeps on a separate bed. Jessica claims she already likes Qin Tian after seeing his heroic acts during her rescue. Ellen is clearly jealous and frustrated. Qin Tian then tells Jessica to calm down and explains how everything should start purely with getting to know each other based on Chinese culture. Jessica then starts flirting with him. A flustered Qin Tian then retires for the night and encloses himself in a sleeping bag. Ellen feels glad but suddenly gets threatened by Jessica's stripping. She is surprised at how open Americans are. She then checks on something and sees Qin Tian watching everything. Jessica says hi to her audience. Ellen scolds Qin Tian while the pets know how their master should be punished. Morning comes and Ellen gives Qin Tian a humble breakfast. Jessica wonders if Qin Tian upset her, but Ellen is only teasing our poor boy. Jessica can see that Ellen also likes him. Jessica knows that Chinese people are polygamous and she offers the first wife's seat in big room to Ellen. Jessica feels this is a bit tricky. Ellen goes to Qin Tian and asks for a big room. She gets flustered after saying that. The three later discuss their future plans. The first stage is they need to explore and learn about the whole island. With Qin Tian's talent, he made barricades against the feisty boars. He also intends to capture some boars and raise them in captivity to ensure food for winter. They also need more resources, especially iron, to create nails to hold the boat in place. The second stage is shipbuilding, which might take years to achieve. Jessica then brings out the contents of his bag to check if there is something useful. Ellen notices a dress and Jessica tells her to try it on. Jessica also has iron tools that are useful. The next day Chin Tian checks the bamboo forest with Sean Bai. Just then Sand Eagle discovers something. Jean arrives at the dung hill side and still can't believe he dove into it before. He tests it out and discovers soil nitrate. He collects some dung to make black powder in the future. He goes back to the camp where Jessica prepared a container for the nitrate soil. While preparing things, Chin Tian tells Ellen to guide Jessica around the camp. With a lot of nitrate soil prepared, Chin Tian starts cooking them and the evaporated water and viscous nitrate start precipitating on the bottom. They filter out what is needed until they obtain potassium nitrate. It was a tiring day, so they had their fill first. After that, Chin Tian now obtains potassium nitrate, charcoal and sulfur powders. He estimated the amount for each component and mixed them together. Ellen wonders what Chin Tian is doing. Chin Tian lights up the mixed powder and it explodes. They succeeded in making black powder. Jessica then suggests making a bomb immediately. They start preparing dried soil and dried bamboo for the bomb. Black powder is wrapped in a slightly damped paper and Chin Tian starts making layers in the bamboo. Here is the anatomy of their homemade bomb. The girls are surprised at how Chin Tian can easily make a bomb. He laughs as he recalls the pranks that he was a part of when he was still a kid. Unbearable memories indeed. Soon after, Chin Tian tells the girls to back off and he throws a lighted bomb outside of the camp area. It explodes and Chin Tian gains points for successfully creating a bomb. Seeing that the explosion is not powerful, they wonder how much black powder should be put into the bomb. Chin Tian claims he just needs a bomb that can scare off wild animals. Just in case they later made more lethal bombs but were limited to only 3. Days later, the group starts cooking bricks and kilns. Seeing that it takes a day to dry one, they gave up. They then decided to use wood and bamboo instead. The summer heat arrives and it is getting into the hard-working Chin Tian. He takes a break and drinks some water. He realizes he hasn't moved the potassium nitrate for a while now. He then decides to use it to make ice. He puts a pot of drinkable water in a pool of water with dissolved potassium nitrate. He then starts preparing some raspberries. He pours out the water from the pot and discovers the accumulated thin ice. He tops it with crushed raspberries and the dessert is done. Ellen and Jessica come back and Ellen happily presents a grape to Chin Tian. Jessica claims that Ellen wants to surprise Chin Tian. Chin Tian then presents them with their reward. The girls are excited to see an ice smoothie. The girls enjoy the dessert, making Ellen feel like surfing in the ocean waves. Jessica wonders if Chin Tian used some Chinese sorcery to make it, but Chin Tian explains that he only used potassium nitrate. Embarrassed by the compliment, Chin Tian suggests putting in some grapes too. However, the glutton is already eating the ice smoothie as it is. In order to make better ice, Chin Tian and Ellen make some pottery similar to a matryoshka doll. The new tools can be used to greatly improve the cooling, and creating the ice will be more efficient. Meanwhile, Jessica is focused on making wine using the grapes they foraged. They make sure to cover it in tight containers or it will turn into vinegar instead. Jessica then checks on what Chin Tian is doing. He claims he is making fan blades, not the fan itself. However, he claims that it will be automatic. He will put it on a long stick and the other end will be pushed by steam from boiling water. Ellen suggests adding a condenser and Chin Tian agrees. Midsummer arrived and the group managed to improve their steam-powered fan. They made it to reuse the water being condensed. They also created raspberry popsicles. Sean Bai also got addicted to it. Ellen worries for Xiao Bai and Sand Eagle. Chin Tian suggests giving them iced water. A storm suddenly comes and Ellen is worried that the boars will topple down their incomplete fence. Chin Tian assures her that it will be different this time because they have the bombs. Rain continues pouring down and the boars come out of the forest. Jessica has wanted to see this scene since she heard about it. Ellen wants to help too. Chin Tian can't believe how much the rain pours. He starts shooting arrows at the rampaging boars. Seeing that the boars are divided, Qin Tian asks Shanbai and Sand Eagle to take care of the ones on the left. The two pets start obliterating the boars. Qin Tian and Jessica start taking care of the boars on their side and find out that they are increasing. Ellen suddenly shouts to move away. She tells the other two to be careful as she tosses a bomb. The bomb lands in front of the boars and the explosion is enough to make them panic. The boars on the other side are also escaping. Qin Tian doesn't want to let them get away and starts firing arrows again. Shanbai and Sand Eagle are also doing their jobs very well. They come out victorious as the rest of the boars escape. Seeing that they killed a lot, Qin Tian knows that the boars can't reproduce for a while now. He needs to be careful or they will lose their source of meat. With this amount of meat they will have food for 6 months. The group then starts focusing on strengthening their fence during rainy days. During the 2 weeks of rain, they no longer worried about the boar raids. The island continues to experience the rainy season. Qin Tian wonders if the wine they brewed is now fine. The girls are excited but get disgusted seeing the insides of the pot. Jessica wonders if she brewed it wrong. Qin Tian explains that this is a normal phenomenon during fermentation. Qin Tian filters the impurities and presents their home-brewed wine. However, it is too sour to taste. Qin Tian then realizes that they should wait a bit longer. He then tells the girls that they will make distilled spirits. He tells them how the distillation process will go. He claims it will take until the night before the process ends. Ellen arrives with brown sugar and baking soda. Qin Tian concocts something and after refrigeration he lets the girls taste it. Ellen can't believe she is tasting Jian Li Bao, a Chinese carbonated drink. Jessica is reminded of Coca-Cola. Well, Jian Li Bao is Chinese Coke. A month later the camp is completely perfect, with a grocery room, pottery room and washing block. Qin Tian is awarded system points. Summer ends without anyone knowing and Xiaobai can now fly on its own. Qin Tian thanks Ellen for the clothes she made for him. She is glad after spending too much time making it. However, Qin Tian is too focused on functionality instead. Qin Tian plans to investigate the surrounding areas, especially the plane's crash site, for 3 days. Right now Qin Tian can do it with enough food packed in his bag. Qin Tian and Shanbai continued running the whole day. He finds a place to camp and uses Jessica's camping tents and sleeping bags. The next day, Qin Tian arrives at the volcano he has seen before. It's a good thing he wore jeans because of the thick shrubs in the area. He notices Shanbai feeling unwell. It might be because of the smell of sulfur. Qin Tian tells Shanbai to wait for him and he climbs the volcano alone. There, he finds a sulfur mine. With this amount they can make more bombs. He also checks the surrounding rocks and minerals. He doesn't know what type of rock it is, so he purchased an appraisal skill to check it. He finds out it can be used to create colorless glass. After finding a ton of ore and minerals, Qin Tian camps for the night. He tries excavating the volcano's surface the next day, but it's really hard, causing him back pain in the process. The Sand Eagle arrives with a letter from Ellen. She tells her to be alert and careful with love. Qin Tian blushes as he plans for his next actions. He then asks Sand Eagle to scout for him and Qin Tian synchronizes with it. He needs to figure out the methane fog's duration. Sand Eagle reports that there are two-legged animals nearby. Qin Tian runs as he tells Shanbai to stay. He uses his superpower and asks Sand Eagle if he is getting near. He continues running until he finds people. A group of Viking-looking men is chasing a little girl. The cornered little girl tries to fight the men, but they have shields to block her attack. Still, she manages to target their vital points. She is alert enough to dodge the attacks of the other men. She didn't notice that she was surrounded. She shouts as she keeps fighting them. Qin Tian can see that they are really killing each other. He feels like he needs to save the little girl. He starts concocting a bomb right on the spot. He created a smoke bomb. He is nervous about using the bomb against people, but the island is lawless in the first place. To save the girl, he fires an arrow at the men. the little girl takes the chance to escape from the distracted Viking men. Qin Tian fires more arrows to distract the men. The escaping girl just noticed Qin Tian. Qin Tian throws the smoke bomb and it immediately explodes. The girl stopped and watched the smoke. Qin Tian tells her to run, and the girl follows him. The smoke clears out and the Viking men start chasing them. Qin Tian knows it is hard to win against them and running away is the only option. He can see that the girl is bleeding a lot and tells her to get on his back. However, the girl tells him to go alone instead. She plans to fight the men so Qin Tian can run away. Qin Tian sighs and grabs her. He uses his superpower to gain speed. Just then, Sand Eagle reports that the Titan Python is nearby. The Titan Python appears, scaring the Viking men. Despite the crowd in front of it, the Titan Python chases after Qin Tian. He wonders if it has a grudge against him. Qin Tian dodges its attack and the girl leaps on it. Qin Tian is impressed to see the girl maneuver on the python's slippery body. She stabs it and it makes the python hiss in pain. She falls from the python which starts attacking her. Qin Tian saves her using his superpower while throwing a bomb in its mouth. They get pushed aside by the python's body, and smoke starts coming out of the python's mouth. It tries to attack Qin Tian and the girl, but the bomb inside explodes. It falls to the ground and Qin Tian and the girl escape the area. Qin Tian and the girl continue to run away. The Titan boa gets back up and chases after them. Qin Tian promises to pray to God every day if he saves them. The girl exclaims that there is no use in fighting a snake while the two hide in a bush. The Titan boa's senses should be busted up after the bomb explodes in its mouth. Qin Tian sees the chance and orders Sand Eagle to attack the huge snake. Sand Eagle is now distracting the Titan boa. However, Qin Tian was actually holding the girl's chest all this time. Qin Tian claims it is time to move. Later, the two meet Shan Bai. The girl quickly stands on guard, seeing a beast. Qin Tian tells her that Shan Bai is a pet and they can ride him. The girl bows down to Qin Tian. Qin Tian puts her on Shan Bai and they travel until Qin Tian notices that he needs to tend to the girl's wounds. The girl is surprised to see a lighter that can easily light up a fire. Qin Tian then brings out medicine and uses sign language to tell the girl that it will be painful. The girl puts up with the pain and her arm gets bandaged. The wounds on her thighs are next and Qin Tian brainwashes himself first that she is wearing something colorless. The girl moans in pain and she finally gets treated. After setting up the tent, Qin Tian tries to move the girl inside but her wildlife alertness kicks in and she attacks Qin Tian. Qin Tian narrowly dodges the blade, causing the girl to bump into him and they both fall. The girl apologizes but Qin Tian understands her nature. Inside the tent, the girl's stomach growls. Embarrassed, she pats her stomach vigorously. Qin Tian gives her some dried meat and she humbly accepts it. Later, they sleep in a comfortable position. In the morning, Qin Tian wakes up to the sound of the girl screaming. He stops her from fighting with Sand Eagle. Qin Tian expresses gratitude to Sand Eagle for luring away the Titan boa. Unable to communicate well with the girl, Qin Tian decides to take her to the camp. Ellen and Jessica, who had received a letter in advance through Sand Eagle, meet the girl. Jessica now doubts Qin Tian's taste in girls. The girl asks a question and Jessica replies that they are not witches. They continue their conversation. Ellen wonders what they're talking about and Jessica explains that the girl is Nikhani, a member of the Lada tribe from Yemen. The Lada tribe was self-sufficient but they mysteriously disappeared in August 1939. Soldiers haven't seen any signs of their departure. Qin Tian wonders if their situation is similar to theirs traveling through time and space. Jessica asks Nick for more information and learns that they have been on the island for 3 years. However, a year ago, a group of men on ships started capturing them. Qin Tian recalls the pirates. Ellen suggests aligning with the Lada tribe and Qin Tian agrees. Nick shares that they have been surviving by hunting and foraging. They referred to the area covered in methane fog as the land of the dead since no one has returned after entering it. The fog stretches throughout the island and only disappears for 2 days a year during winter. Chin Tian states that they have 3 months remaining. Nick also expresses a desire for Wizard Chin Tian to help them. Chin Tian wonders why he was called a wizard. Jessica explains that Nick saw his actions yesterday as mysterious and now reveres him as a chosen wizard by the saint. Chin Tian asks Jessica to clarify to Nick that he is not a wizard. However, Jessica suggests using this as an opportunity to connect with the Lotta tribe. Chin Tian thinks it's a great idea and they start planning, scaring Ellen with their laughter. Later, Nick starts worshipping Chin Tian. Jessica suggests learning Arabic in 2 months, but Chin Tian refuses, fearing it will overwhelm him. However, the system suggests buying a book on world languages. They all divide their tasks. Ellen will cook, Chin Tian will bathe in the river, and Jessica will babysit Nick for now. Jessica helps Nick take a bath to prevent her from getting sick. Ellen finishes cooking later, presenting an extravagant dinner for the first time. They all praise Ellen's improvement in cooking. Nick remarks that it's the first time she has seen so much food on a table and finds it delicious. She cries, expressing her hope that her tribe can also enjoy such food. Later, Chin Tian sets up a tent to sleep outside after explaining Nick's situation to the 2 girls. Nick sleeps in the corner of the cave while holding her knives. The next day, Jessica teaches Ellen and Chin Tian the Arabic language. After their lesson, Ellen wonders if Chin Tian will search for the Lotta tribe. Due to the fog, Ellen suggests building a boat to go around it. Chin Tian agrees and goes to search for wood. Nick tries to help Chin Tian cut down trees, but he tells her not to because she is still injured. She shouts and demonstrates her strength by easily chopping down a tree, leaving Chin Tian shocked. They manage to gather enough wood in 3 days. The following day, the smoke from melted pyrite is sufficient to scare away nearby animals. Chin Tian does more processing and finally obtains iron. However, pyrite can only yield a small amount of iron. While melting the iron, Chin Tian notices that Nick fits the lolly standard. Nick gets confused and coughs. Later, they pour the melted iron into a mold. During dinner, Ellen reports that their area has limited resources, specifically fruits, and expresses concern about winter. Chin Tian suggests making mixed canned fruits. To store the canned fruits, they need glass, so they all go to the river the next day to collect silicon, a material used for making glass. Chin Tian comments on the clarity of something he found, and Jessica covers her white shirt. Just then, Ellen discovers something sparkly. Luckily, she finds gold. Nick appears with a handful of gold as well. Jessica wonders where she found it, and they all stumble upon a gold haven. Jessica also finds a piece of diamond. They celebrate the potential wealth they will have. However, they realize something and decide to focus on finding silicon instead. Afterward, they leave with baskets filled with silicon, gold, and diamonds. If they manage to escape the island one day, they will be rich. Later, Chin Tian prepares some shell powder and galena to reinforce the glass. He melts the materials together with Nick. Meanwhile, Ellen and Jessica make a blowing tube for shaping the glass. Afterward, Chin Tian demonstrates glass blowing, leaving Nick surprised and thinking it's magic. The girls continue to give instructions on forming the glass. However, they encounter some failures, and Chin Tian warns the girls to be careful, unlike him. Ellen attempts it in one go, and with Jessica's support she starts shaping the bottle. The glass cools down, but Ellen isn't satisfied with the result. Nevertheless, she appears cool in front of the others, earning their praise. She wonders what to do next, and Chin Tian instructs her to dip it in water and use a knife to cut it. Ellen suggests creating a rotating round table for making crystal wares. Chin Tian polishes the glass made by Ellen and shows it to Nick. Nick exclaims that Chin Tian is truly a wizard, and Chin Tian can now understand her thanks to the system. In the following days, the girls focus on making more glass bottles while Chin Tian and Nick gather materials for making bombs. During their meal, Chin Tian proposes the idea of making a telescope for searching and investigation. He plans to create a Keplerian telescope with convex lenses. The next day, Chin Tian makes the lens molds with Ellen. Starting to produce 5 of them, they pour liquid crystals onto the molds and wait for them to cool down. Chin Tian then assembles the lenses in a bamboo frame, and they finally have a telescope. They all try it out, and Nick is particularly amazed by it. Additionally, they also make magnifying glasses. With everything prepared, the next step is building the boat. However, they have limited sources of wood and iron. Based on the encyclopedia, Qin Tian decides to construct a two-hull boat with a sail. Jessica suggests making paddles as well in case the wind blows them in the wrong direction, so they won't rely solely on the sail. Ellen is impressed by Jessica's knowledge. They immediately start working on the boat, and Qin Tian also installs a cabin as a precaution. After a week, the boat is completed and floating. While enjoying the night sky, Nick promises to save her father and tribe. Ellen wonders what Qin Tian is contemplating deeply. Qin Tian expresses his concerns about their first voyage, but Ellen tells him that it is exciting and thrilling instead. She assures him not to worry because Jessica is now with them. As Ellen tells Qin Tian to be careful, the two blush. Jessica wonders if this is a lover's conversation and asks if she can join in. The two are surprised, and Ellen tells Jessica to wear more clothing. The following morning, it's time for them to depart. Qin Tian gives Ellen some precautions and asks Shanbai to protect her. Qin Tian and Jessica assure Ellen that they will return soon. Ellen swears to protect the camp. Meanwhile, Qin Tian is relieved that he doesn't get seasick. Nick is now ready to save her people with Qin Tian and Jessica. Jessica is the one who will navigate the boat, but her arrogance irritates Qin Tian. Noon arrives and the wind calms down, which continues into the afternoon. Paddling becomes the only solution, but they need to take occasional rests. Night falls and they are almost reaching the other side of the island. However, they still need another day to reach their destination. Jessica starts her night watch, but after 2 hours Qin Tian wakes up. Jessica tells him to go back to sleep, but Qin Tian decides to stay awake and listen to Jessica's field of study. Jessica clings to him and tells the story of the Megalodon, the ancient king of the seas. Qin Tian gets scared and requests a different topic. Jessica suggests the Mosasaurus, but being at sea makes Qin Tian afraid of hearing about sea creatures. Jessica then suggests turtles and Qin Tian agrees to that. Like a child, Jessica shares her knowledge about ancient creatures until morning comes. Nick shouts as she sees a coastline. They land and set up a camp for the night. Nick reveals that the pirates are also in the coastal area. The next day they travel through the forest and vegetation until they reach the village. However, Nick suggests hiding first because she finds it strange that there are no guards at this time. Sand Eagle reports that there are many humans around. Qin Tian plans to scout the area first, but Nick starts running toward the village. Everyone was actually in a meeting to convince the elder to save Nick, who had gone missing. Suddenly Nick appears and surprises everyone. She learns that the men, including her father, are also missing. The elder, Hamel, explains that they had been searching for Nick, who had been missing for days. Some men offer to search for the others who are missing, but Nick stops them. She then tells them that she crossed the deadly area and reached the other side of the island. She claims to have met the Mighty One. However, everyone considers her delusional and suggests that she rests from exhaustion. A man named Kata dismisses the idea of relying on a non-existent entity. Nick insists that the Mighty One exists, and Sand Eagle suddenly flies by. Panic ensues as Sand Eagle tries to scare them. Qin Tian makes his entrance with the help of Sand Eagle. Nick refers to him as the Mighty One, and everyone gathers around Qin Tian. Aware that they find him suspicious, Qin Tian decides to take action. He ignites the lighter and everyone is astonished to witness what they perceive as magic. The lot of people immediately kneel before him. Kata rudely demands to test Qin Tian. Nick exclaims how strong Qin Tian is, igniting Kata's fighting spirit. Qin Tian showcases his superpower and surprises Kata with his speed, leaving everyone in awe of his inhuman swiftness. A stunned Kata breaks into a cold sweat. Qin Tian declares that he will use only 2 fingers and instructs Kata to stand. Despite Kata's efforts, he is unable to move. Qin Tian smirks at him and everyone is amazed to see their strongest warrior rendered weak before Qin Tian. Realizing that Kata cannot fight, Qin Tian removes his fingers from Kata's forehead. Kata springs up and glares at Qin Tian before ultimately leaving. Qin Tian is relieved that his plan worked. Elder Hamel requests Qin Tian to save their tribe and Jessica suddenly appears. The elder refers to her as the Mighty Woman. Seeing Qin Tian's superpower, Jessica comments on the reality of the Chinese term hidden dragon and claims that men keeping secrets are more attractive. The crowd cheers as the mighty Qin Tian offers his assistance. Elder Hamel then leads them to their tent, which functions as a church. Qin Tian wonders about Nick's whereabouts, and Jessica informs him that she is outside, sharing stories about the mighty Qin Tian. She also mentions how the telescope gives her remarkable vision. Kata states that he admires genuine strength, not magic. Qin Tian expresses concern for the tribe, which consists of the elderly, women, children, and injured soldiers. A girl named Abby Lu approaches them and offers some fruits. She tearfully implores Qin Tian to save their tribe. Qin Tian reassures her and gives her some dried meat. Hungry, Lu eagerly devours the meat, revealing that the tribe is experiencing a food shortage. The presence of another group on the island has made it difficult for their tribe to acquire sufficient food. Qin Tian realizes the severity of their situation. Elder Hamel arrives and scolds Lu, but Qin Tian intervenes, assuring him that it's fine. He observes the amount of food Elder Hamel has brought and politely declines, acknowledging the food shortage. He emphasizes that he was merely fortunate to be chosen as the Mighty One and requests to be treated as a fellow human. Qin Tian retrieves his bag containing smoked meat and offers to share it with the Lada people. Elder Hamel becomes emotional and expresses his gratitude to Qin Tian. The Lada people rejoice, believing that the gods have answered their prayers by sending the Mighty One to rescue them. Elder Hamel is relieved that the Mighty One is a kind-hearted person. Qin Tian feels the weight of his title, but Jessica assures him that everyone is supporting him. She reminds him of the Chinese saying that changing the world is possible with everyone's help. The next day Qin Tian and Jessica search for the others. Nick explains that they went to find food. Elder Hamel offers fruits to Qin Tian once again. Qin Tian inquires about the other fighters, but Elder Hamel insists that the Mighty One alone is more than capable of dealing with the brutes. Jessica clarifies that the Mighty One has exhausted much of his powers to descend. Qin Tian feigns weakness and states that he can only investigate now. Elder Hamel becomes emotional, believing that Qin Tian has made significant sacrifices. Fortunately, Nick knows the enemy's location and leads Qin Tian to a coastal encampment. Upon realizing that they are Vikings posing as pirates, Qin Tian deems it impossible to establish peace with them. Nick notices the Lada people being held as slaves. Seeing the guards around the perimeter, Qin Tian assumes the presence of an enemy. Sand Eagle reports that someone is approaching, prompting Qin Tian and Nick to hide. A group of armed pirates appears and they discuss a near-death encounter with a Titan boa. One survivor shares their experience, causing some of them to feel fear. However, another pirate claims they can defeat the Titan boa once they obtain the Fountain of Youth. Following the Titan boa, they believe the Lada people have hidden it. Continuing their patrol, Qin Tian can hardly believe he heard something fantastical. Realizing that these pirates intentionally arrived on the island, Qin Tian suspects they possess a map showing the way home. Nick expresses surprise that Qin Tian understands the pirates, and he explains that he can easily learn any language. Determined, the two set off as Qin Tian plans to discuss a strategy with Jessica. Meanwhile, a group of tribesmen is being pursued by the pirates led by Kata. He instructs Ragna to leave behind the injured Aruba so they can escape. Aruba pleads not to be abandoned, but Kata reminds him that he is a courageous soldier and leaves him behind. Ragna feels guilty, but it is for the sake of the tribe's survival. Suddenly, Nick appears, and an arrow strikes one of the pirates. Kata warns against sounding the horn. Nick struggles in her fight against the pirates. Kata charges forward with a spear, taking down one of the pirates. However, they are outnumbered and Kata calls for Ragna's assistance. Surrounded, Nick whispers to Kata advising him to conserve his energy. Qin Tian arrives and saves Aruba, while Kata and Nick keep the pirates occupied. Aruba weeps as Qin Tian conceals him in a nearby tree. Qin Tian then communicates with Nick through Sand Eagle, signaling her. Nick becomes focused and starts eliminating some of the pirates. Kata follows suit. One of the pirates panics as the tide turns against them. Nick and Kata move to finish off the remaining pirates. Kata throws his spear to kill the pirate with the blowhorn. They start running away knowing that the other pirates are now alerted to the horn. They ask Qin Tian what to do next. He suggests waiting for the night. Pirates start coming to the area and finding their dead comrades on the ground. They laugh at the dead while calling them weak. They see some blood traces and plan to follow their target. Meanwhile, Qin Tian just finished applying first aid in Aruba. Aruba apologizes for being a burden. They travel through the forest until they settle in a cave for the night. Nick wonders if the pirates know their tribe's location, but Kata says they don't. Ragnar explains that they only ventured further to look for food. Just then their stomachs growled in unison. Qin Tian gives them some dried meat, but Kata is still hesitating to trust Qin Tian. Aruba claims Kata's share, but Kata swipes it away while blaming Aruba for the recent issue. However, Qin Tian can see that they don't really hate each other. The next morning they continue traveling through the forest and arrive at their tribe camp. Qin Tian asks them to take care of the injured Aruba. Qin Tian meets Jessica and reports about the Vikings. Jessica sighs as she finds it better to see their bones instead of the ones in the flesh. Qin Tian shares what he heard from the Vikings about the Titan boa and Leviathan. Jessica claims that a Leviathan is just a huge whale and tells Qin Tian not to worry about it. Qin Tian then asks about the Fountain of Youth. Jessica claims that it is a famous myth among the Vikings. A fountain contains water that can help a pirate live forever. However, another pirate uses a chalice to hide the fountain and disappears. Qin Tian then asks her about the tribe's situation, and Jessica claims that the Lada tribe's situation is very bad, especially in food matters. Qin Tian needs to come up with a solution for it and wonders if they can borrow some food. Jessica gets confused, and Qin Tian explains that the pirates should have a storehouse that has food in it. They can distract the pirates on one side and sneak in to steal their food. Jessica worries about the plan, but Qin Tian swears to make it successful. However, Jessica remembers that there are a lot of people chained up in the pirates' camp. Qin Tian claims he also has a plan for that. The next day, Qin Tian asks Elder Hamel if there are any craftsmen in the tribe. Elder Hamel remembers Alex and immediately introduces her to them. However, she is too focused on creating a spear. Qin Tian is amazed at how intricate Alex is. Alex finishes her spear and just notices the others beside her. Qin Tian asks Alex if she can make a container and small pipes, basically a catheter and reagent bottle. Alex proudly swears that she can make anything. Qin Tian then asks Elder Hamel if there are any leftover bones. Elder Hyam gets excited assuming that Qin Tian will do voodoo magic, but Qin Tian refutes what he said. Jessica steps in and tells the elder that they will only make a useful tool. Hamel then claims that they have collected the bones in one spot as a form of respect toward the Earth's spirit. Qin Tian then asks Elder Hamel to leave them for now. Jessica wonders what Qin Tian will do. Qin Tian explains that he will produce phosphorus. He then writes a request to Ellen for silica and sends Sand Eagle away. Qin Tian then asks Jessica to help him look for food. As they look around the forest, they discover Aruba while looking for food despite being injured. Qin Tian wonders where Aruba found the huge leaf on his arm. Aruba shows it and claims that they are using it as a hat. Jessica and Qin Tian shout as they recognize the taro leaf. Qin Tian asks Aruba to lead them to where he found the leaf. They later arrive in a taro field. Jessica exclaims that they found food, but Aruba tells them that the leaves are inedible. Qin Tian claims that taro is edible once cooked. However, Aruba can remember how his mouth burned for a day after eating a leaf. Aruba trusts Qin Tian for now and starts plucking leaves. Qin Tian stops him and claims that they won't eat the leaves. Jessica shows that the flesh growing underground is edible. The three of them started harvesting and brought a lot of taro back to the tribe. Qin Tian and Jessica start boiling the taro in a huge pot of water. After some time, Qin Tian uncovers the lid and the delicious smell fills the air. After checking that they are cooked, the boiled taros are shared with the tribe. They start munching on the taro, but Chin Tian tells them to peel the taro first. Elder Hamel cries as he realizes that they won't starve anymore. Chin Tian and Jessica can only smile. They all thank Chin Tian. Elder Hamel is even kneeling. The other lot of people arrive as the smell leads them into the area. Chin Tian tells them that he is cooking food for them. They get excited as they see huge pots of it. Nick and Kata wonder what is happening and some of them explain the situation. Elder Hamel gets their attention to thank the almighty Chin Tian. Chin Tian then makes a speech just to open the lid so the food can be served. While everyone enjoys the taro, Nick and Elu approach Chin Tian and Jessica. Elu gives Chin Tian a handmade necklace as thanks for saving their tribe. Ragna comments on how down-to-earth Chin Tian is, but Kata still can't accept him. After their community meal, Chin Tian announces that the food supply might run out soon. He suggests building a boat as soon as possible to leave the area and rescue the captivated Lada people. They soon go to the coast where Chin Tian and the others landed. Chin Tian then asks Alex for his request. Jessica is impressed by Alex's craftsmanship, but there is still not enough for Chin Tian's needs. Later, Chin Tian starts collecting seashells to ground them later and gain calcium hydroxide. Jessica boils seawater to acquire salt brine. They mix the two together and go through different processes until they acquire magnesium powder. Seeing that it is ready, Jessica suggests testing immediately. Chin Tian lights up a bit of the powder and the flashy spark is enough to be called witchcraft by the Lada people. The tribe later stops working and takes their dinner. Alex reports to Chin Tian, who asks her to create a tenant and gives her a blueprint. Alex is impressed by how things get connected without ropes. She claims it will take a long time if it will be done on the boat. Jessica explains to Alex that it will not the boat as a whole and marks the parts to focus on the blueprint. Alex claims that it will just take 3 days and Chin Tian leaves the job to her. The next morning, Sand Eagle is back with a package. Chin Tian is glad to see new tools and commends Ellen's craftsmanship. She even has a note to warn Chin Tian of his safety. With the animal bones, Chin Tian grounds and mixes them with some of phosphorus. They can obtain a safety match soon. What Chin Tian wants is the red phosphorus match because it is safer. He continues working on the processes. While at it, he and Jessica prepare tree bark for the matchsticks. They soon finished all the components for the safety match. Chin Tian starts mixing things until Jessica asks him if he is ready. Chin Tian strikes the match and it successfully lights up. Jessica gets excited and hugs Chin Tian. Chin Tian then moves over to work on Aqua Regia. The two later return to the coastal camp. Nick proudly shows how her wounds are now healed. Alex shows how they have already made 6 boats. Chin Tian is impressed by how sturdy they are. Alex wonders when they are going to save the captivated ones and Chin Tian tells her that it will be in 4 days. 4 days later, Chin Tian and Jessica give out 1 safety matchbox per person. Chin Tian then demonstrates how to use it and Elu immediately tries it out. Everyone is amazed by the magic, but it is only chemistry for modern people. Everyone is amazed that they can light up a fire easily by themselves. Everyone finds them convenient, especially our Tsundere Kata. Chin Tian then it is almost time to rescue the captive tribe members and everyone cheers for their success. Chin Tian then announces the members of the rescue team. He chooses the twins Bakuma and Bahama, who are both good with bows and knives, and Vera, who is the oldest dual-axe wielding warrior. Nick, Kata, Aruba and Ragna will also join them. Chin Tian tells them the plan and dismisses them. Jessica worries that Chin Tian doesn't have the determination to kill a person yet. She reminds him that even animals kill each other for survival and points out that the pirate's hands are already bloodied from killing people. Chin Tian calms down as Jessica hugs him. The next night in the pirates' camp, guards complain about how cold the weather is outside. Just then one of them notices a light in the forest and thinks that it must be the Fountain of Youth. Everyone panics as they see the divine light. Everyone then moves out. Meanwhile, a man is fishing in the nearby area. He notices a shark taking the bait and pulling it up. He then throws a harpoon to capture it. Just then someone calls him. The guard reports to Captain Suwamang, but the captain reminds him not to disturb his fishing time. The guard then points at the diving light from the forest. Suwamang commends him and claims that a bright light will surely attract a lot of fish. Everyone runs toward the light to get the treasure and gain a reward from their captain. Suwamang wonders who will be the fish or catcher tonight. The pirates are surprised to see the light move. They continue chasing it. Meanwhile, Chin Tian can see that the pirates are following the flashlight. Seeing that they are leaving the camp, Chin Tian orders Bakuma and Bahama to stay behind and give them support when necessary. Nick and Kata move toward the camp wall. Kata nimbly crosses over the tall wall. Nick follows Kata's move. Chin Tian didn't have a choice but to use his superpower. The three successfully infiltrated the camp and entered a room. They find Nick's father and other captured Lada people. Chin Tian tells Kata to stand guard as he makes the Aqua Regia. He uses it to easily melt the iron chains that lock the cages. Just when they almost finish releasing everyone, they hear the pirates' horn blow. The pirates start moving in their direction and Bahama panics about what to do next. Bakuma reminds her about the magic powder left for them. The twins then start firing flame arrows at the pirates. The food warehouse gets caught on fire. Suwamang orders the others to put out the fire while he goes somewhere with other men. Just as he expected, he sees the Lada people escaping. Chin Tian can't believe there is someone smart among these brutes. Seeing their slow progress in escaping, Chin Tian lights up a bomb. He throws it toward the pirates and causes a huge explosion. Chin Tian tells everyone to hurry up. He hopes they can hold out before the pirates can catch them. A pirate suddenly flies toward them and Kata immediately defends themselves. Suwamang appears and breaks Kata's spear. He fights as he wonders how he will torture them. Seeing that the pirates are gaining their senses, Chin Tian worries that he and Nick are not enough to stop them. Suwamang then offers 200 gold per tribal head for his men. It was enough to revive the pirates' senses. Chin Tian throws another bomb, but a pirate with claws deflects it to the side. The clawed pirate tries to attack Chin Tian, but Nick blocks him in time. Nick asks Chin Tian to leave the pirates to her. More arrows from the twins rain down on the pirates. Their shields and clothes easily caught fire because of the substances Chin Tian added to the arrowheads. He also pulls his bow and shoots at the pirates to incapacitate them. They all became wary of him. A pirate tries to attack Chin Tian from behind, but Chief Rassong defends him. Chin Tian gets help to get over the wall. Chief Rassong shows how much of a fighter he is and easily fights the armed pirates with his bare hands. Chin Tian realizes that Chief Rassong doesn't need any help at all. Everyone tries to mob him, but Chief Rassong scatters sand around. Chin Tian worries that only Kata is having a hard time because he is injured. Kata continues fighting Suwamang, but his spear is not holding out. The remaining bomb pirates are also getting back up now. Chin Tian can see that it is time to go and light up another type of bomb. He throws it and orders his allies to close their eyes. It was a simple flash bomb enough to blind the pirates. He tells Nick, Kata, and Chief Rassong to hurry and escape. After they got over the wall, Chin Tian threw a smoke bomb to buy some time for their escape to the forest. Suwamang orders his men to hurry and follow the Lada people. However, the forest is too dark for them to travel. Suwamang gets mad at his men for letting the fish escape. Everyone panics as they head toward the forest with torches. Chin Tian's team can hear the pirates' horns blowing. Chin Tian realizes that they need to hurry up. However, it will take them a day to reach the coast. They stop as they see pirates searching the area. Chin Tian tells everyone to hide in the meantime and wait for the pirates to leave the area. After half an hour, they encounter another search party. Just when the Lada people were assured that they could escape, some pirates sniffed them out. Everyone from the tribe immediately moved out and easily suppressed half of the search party. The remaining pirates panic as they plan to blow the horn. They try to blow the horn, but Bakuma and Bahama arrive on time to shoot them with arrows. Chin Tian still can't believe how fragile life is after seeing the dead pirates. He then tells the Lada people to move since the confrontation might have alerted the other pirates. However, the pirates immediately arrived in the area. Chin Tina thinks of a way to distract the pirates. He tells the Lotta people to go while he distracts the pirates. He tells them not to worry and to keep moving. He lights up another bomb and distracts the pirates with a smoke bomb. Nick tries to join Chin Tian, but her father stops her. The pirates notice Chin Tian running away and they all chase him. Seeing that almost all of the pirates are chasing him, Chin Tian uses his superpower to speed up. The pirates assume that Chin Tian has the Fountain of Youth and blow their special horn. Chin Tian hears how ominous this horn sound is. He continues to run away, but he notices how the pirates are doing a blanket search. He goes in another direction, but there are more pirates. He then decides to gamble on something. He sneaks behind a search team and throws a bomb toward them. Almost everyone gets blinded, but a few pirates discover Chin Tian. He runs toward a cliff and pulls something from his backpack while trusting Alex's craftsmanship. He jumps off the cliff, opens up a parachute made of donkey skin. Chin Tian starts chanting Buddhist scripts. The pirates get flustered after they see Chin Tian jump off the cliff and disappear into nothingness. Everyone starts blaming each other's incompetence until Suo Meng arrives. He then asks Stein what happened and explains the fantastical things Chin Tian did. Suo Meng orders them to search below to find the Fountain of Youth. Stein gets scared to go and Suo Meng doesn't have a choice but to force him down the cliff. Suo Meng wants to see Chin Tian's corpse. Meanwhile, Chin Tian sighs and folds his parachute while watching the disfigured Stein on the edge. He wonders how Jessica is doing. The morning comes and the Lotta people arrive at the coast. Jessica looks for Chin Tian and Nick explains that Chin Tian took on the pirates alone. Everyone gets worried but Jessica assures them that she will not put him in danger. Later Chin Tian is frozen on the shore. He can hear other pirates trying to find a way to go down. Chin Tian feels that he needs to find a solution to escape. He sees some tree branches washed up on the shore and starts collecting them. Just then, Sand Eagle arrives after Jessica asks it to look for Chin Tian. Chin Tian writes down on paper his location with the best possible description. He gives the letter to Sand Eagle and the bird leaves. Chin Tian wonders how Jessica will save him. At dusk, while expecting that the rescue will arrive tomorrow, Chin Tian sees something coming. Nick and Kata look like they are rowing for an Olympic competition. Chin Tian is impressed by their speed. However, Ragna suffered being with those Inhuman. They set up a tent and the group brought in food to eat. The next morning they all rowed the boat. They arrived at the coastal camp in the afternoon. The Lotta people cheer as they see that Chin Tian and the others are safe. Jessica checks on Chin Tian and claims that everything and everyone is ready. They start sailing to migrate to the other side of the island. Jessica calls off for a break and orders the rest to put down the anchors. A tired Chin Tian slept throughout the night since they departed. He wakes up to the delicious smell of Jessica's cooking. Jessica asks what happened with the rescue and Chin Tian narrates everything while eating. Jessica is glad that her hero is back safely. The next morning, Suo Meng finds the tribal village and orders his men to capture the Lotta people. However, the huts are all empty and the village is technically deserted. Suo Meng orders his men to look for them nearby. Meanwhile, Chin Tian, Jessica, and the Lotta people arrive on the other side of the island. Chin Tian leads everyone to his campsite. The Lotta people are scared after hearing a loud roar. Chin Tian assures them that it was his pet. Ellen comes out of the fence and greets them in Arabic. Everyone greets Ellen as the great mistress of the Mighty One, surprising her in the process. Chin Tian tells the Lotta people to get inside, and he plans to explain everything to the confused Ellen later. Jessica offers to handle the tribe and suggests not making Ellen wait for him for too long. Chin Tian approaches Ellen and immediately receives a loving hug. Ellen cries as she mentions her worries for Chin Tian. Chin Tian apologizes and Ellen immediately turns around after getting embarrassed. That night, everyone feasts on the food prepared at the camp. Chin Tian and Ellen arrive after some time. Chin Tian realizes that they need to expand the base camp. Jessica wonders if the Lovebirds' time is over and claims that it is her turn now. Shin Tian hugs Jessica and thanks her for everything. After their dinner, Ellen worries about where the Lotta people will sleep. Shin Tian suggests letting the kids, women, and elderly sleep in the cave while the men camp outside in the meantime. After settling down, Shin Tian takes a bath to wash his tiredness away. Everyone gets to sleep well after knowing that some conflicts are over. Noon comes and Shin Tian just woke up. He discovers the girls embracing him in their sleep. He immediately wakes them up and receives different reactions. Shin Tian later leads a team to collect bamboo. Meanwhile, Jessica and her team go fishing. Other Lotta people stayed with Ellen to help with various chores. The camp's development is still in progress. Ellen recalls the first time they set up a camp without other people. Jessica and her team return after harvesting a lot of food. That night, the Lotta people danced around the campfire. Jessica pulls Ellen into the dance. Just then, Chief Frosong appears and asks if he can sit beside Shin Tian. Shin Tian notices how Chief Frosong speaks in English. Hamel wonders what they were talking about. Chief Frosong explains that they are using a special language blessed by the gods. Chief Frosong claims his English was learned from the British Army. He kneels and thanks Shin Tian, who makes it clear to him that he is not a mighty one. However, Shin Tian's actions in saving the tribe are enough for him to be called one. Shin Tian acts humble, and Chief Frosong asks for his future plans. The next day comes and Shin Tian discusses with everyone their housing problems. They were all divided into 3 teams. The first team is responsible for making bricks. The second team collects seashells. And the third team is responsible for clearing the trees around the camp. Jessica's team returns with the seashells. Chief Frosong wonders if seashells can help in building a house. Shin Tian explains that they need it to make lime mortar. In the meantime, he asks them to crush the shells into powder. Afternoon comes and Shin Tian mixes sand and the powdered shells with water to make lime mortar. He then demonstrates how to use it with the bricks and makes a simple wall for the others to follow. One member claims that the wall is soft, and Shin Tian exclaims that it will take time for it to harden. The next day, everyone was impressed to see the wall harden overnight. Kata attacks the wall and concludes that this kind of wall is enough to protect them. Elder Hamel moves forward and cries that they always experience cold weather in the desert. He can remember how harsh the winter was when they arrived on the island, and everyone can deeply remember it. Shin Tian assures him that their winter this time is warm. Meanwhile, the pirates are still looking for the Lotta tribe. Sua Meng did recall the report about them going into the fog. Knowing that they haven't experienced winter on the island yet, Sua Meng plans to give up for now. He orders his men to prepare for the winter. On another day, the Lotta people are fascinated with glassmaking. As a craftsman, Alex is obviously fascinated by it. With Shin Tian's suggestion, Alex immediately tries out the process. She feels embarrassed by her first product, but it is actually better than Ellen and Shin Tian's first trial. Shin Tian hopes they can make a lot of glass jars before winter and leave the task to Ellen and her team. Shin Tian later focuses on making an outline of their camp. Jessica comes to fetch him for lunch. However, at the dining table, Shin Tian, Ellen, and Jessica are already sick of eating fish. Elder Hamel wonders what is wrong, but the 3 claim that they are not just hungry. Shin Tian tries to think of something to increase diversity in food to improve their diet. Shin Tian asks Chief Frosong if the warriors can hunt a boar, and the chief confirms that they can as long as it is not a group. Chief Frosong wonders if they will hunt some, but Shin Tian claims that they will raise some in captivity. Shin Tian explains the idea to them. Frosong is happy to know that they won't hunt for food in the future if that is the case. Them, and Shin Tian reminds the others about their plan. The wild boars were just chilling until Shan Bai appeared to scare them. The boars scatter, but the Lotta people have already surrounded the perimeter. However, there is a huge boar among them. Kata is present to knock it out with his brute strength. They continue herding the remaining wild boars until the animals fall into a hole they have dug in advance. Everyone celebrates as they capture a lot of wild boars. The others feel disappointed that one wild boar managed to escape, but Shin Tian tells them that there is no place for it to escape. cages on wheels arrive and everyone starts pulling out the boars from the hole. The wriggling boars are giving them a hard time, and Kata offers to lend a hand. Shin Tian stops him and shows them a trick. The boar calms down as Shin Tian covers its eyes with a piece of cloth. They have caged all the wild boars and surprised everyone back at the camp with their accomplished mission. Jessica asks Shin Tian to check something on the wall intended as a pig pen. The Lada people continue to capture more wild boars until they have captured 21 boars. After a few days, Sand Eagle reports that there are no wild boars anymore in the bamboo area. The camp is upgraded to some extent and the system rewards Shin Tian with some points. He wonders what talent he should buy next and gets confused about what to do. Ellen suddenly calls his attention and he is surprised to see a lot of glass bottles. Ellen and Alex are proud of the craftsmanship. Shin Tian then announces the start of making bottled fruits for the winter. It was a simple process of boiling peeled grapes and pineapples. They later sealed them into disinfected bottles and sterilized animal skin. The others wonder if they can really keep the fruits for several months. Shin Tian actually wants rock sugar added to them to make them taste better and be better preserved. He assures them about it and starts explaining about microbes. However, Aruba and Ragnar don't know the scientific term. The next day, Shin Tian reminds the others that the pirates can invade them after the winter season. They should improve their weapons to prepare to fight the pirates. Elder Hamel assigns Nick, Kata, and Ragnar to protect their mighty ones at their next destination. The girls get worried for Shin Tian, who assures them that he will be well. Shin Tian's team sets out and later sets up a camp to spend the night after some distance. Nick wonders what iron can do, and Shin Tian explains that it can improve their weapons. Shin Tian then shows them a pair of daggers and tells them that they are made of iron. Alex, who was trying her best before to make stronger weapons, can now see a way to improve things. She wonders if they can make the same weapon as the pirates with iron. Shin Tian tells her that they can make it better. The group soon arrives at the volcano, and Shin Tian reminds them not to swim on it. They start mining for pyrite, but they haven't found anything for 2 hours. After some breaks, they are still unsuccessful. During the night, they would fix and maintain the pickaxes. Because they have limited drinking water, Shin Tian teaches the others to collect water with dew. Soon after, Nick hits a hard surface and calls Shin Tian's attention. What Nick struck was a volcanic rock, and they have collected a lot already. Shin Tian knows they will find pyrite soon. The 4th day comes and one complains about how he found another volcanic rock. However, Shin Tian notices something. He asks everyone to continue digging. Everyone gets hyped up and soon manages to find pyrite. Shin Tian is glad that there are still pyrite reserves. That night, Alex calls what they found as ordinary stones, but Shin Tian explains that the iron is inside those stones. Kata breaks one open and claims there is nothing inside. Shin Tian explains that it needs to be processed first, but Kata just ignores him. Early morning comes and they install blast furnaces. Shin Tian hopes they can smelt a lot of iron. He plans to make pickaxes and shovels first using the smelted iron. He pours melted iron into Alex's molds and cools them down with lime water. The next day, mining was easier with the new iron tools. However, they can feel the cold weather already and expect snow after a few days. Shin Tian expects winter after a month, but Ragnar explains that this is what usually happens on this island. Shin Tian can see that they have mined enough and tells everyone to clean for today. The next day, they all leave for the journey back to their camp. During their camp at night, Nick wonders how strong the iron weapons will be after seeing the iron pickaxes. Just then, Kata senses something in the bushes. A wild beast appears and Kata hits it with a shovel. Shin Tian sends out Shanbai to fight the beast. Shin Tian is surprised to see a saber-toothed tiger. He tells everyone to be careful. Ragnar gets attacked by another saber-toothed tiger and he falls. Nick comes to the rescue and drives the beast away. A third saber-toothed tiger appears and Kata swings his shovel but he misses. A torch gets thrown at the beast's face and it hides back in the bushes. Everyone groups together as they take arms. Meanwhile, Shanbai gets injured as he fights one of the saber-toothed tigers. Shin Tian is anxious to see ferocious beasts fighting each other. He opens the system and waits for the right time. Kata accidentally drops his shovel, and a saber-toothed tiger suddenly jumps into them. However, it was a feint and Kata dodged. The others block the saber-toothed tiger's escape route and Kata strikes it with all his might. While they focus on the other beasts, a fourth saber-toothed tiger appears from behind. Just then, Shin Tian's system confirms receiving a gift. Shin Tian quickly slices the fourth saber-toothed tiger's belly. Kata strikes one of them. Nick confronts one but Shin Tian swiftly kills it instead. Everyone is impressed by Shin Tian's speed and power. However, Shin Tian gets dizzy after using a superpower for a few seconds. Nick suggests helping Shan Bai, but Shin Tian tells her to wait until Shan Bai asks for help. He knows Shan Bai has his own pride as a beast. Shan Bai roars as he kills the saber-toothed tiger. The group continues traveling the next day and they arrive at the camp at night. Shin Tian wakes up and just notices how a lot of things have changed in the camp while he has been away. He goes to the kitchen and Ellen is happy to see him up. Ellen is glad that they are okay after the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Shin Tian asks about the camp's development. Ellen reports that there are now a lot of different functional areas in their camp. They have preserved a lot of fruits too. Viru was leading the fishing every day. Frosong also found pheasants and kept them captive. Shin Tian then asks Ellen to tell the others except those in charge of food that food will be available in the afternoon. They will now start making weapons. The next day, everyone starts making improved furnaces and even frying iron pools for making steel. Alex wonders why they need to cook the iron. Shin Tian starts explaining that there are different irons and processes to be done to get the best iron out there. Shin Tian plans to get the best steel out there. They later manage to start smelting. Shin Tian tells everyone to be careful. Shin Tian plans to copy the process used during the Han Dynasty. While he works on steel making, the women are making scabbards and handles for the weapons and knives. They also process the fish maw to get isinglass, a sticky material that can be used as glue. They later manage to process pig iron. Ragnar starts hammering on the ingot to remove the impurities. He wonders how many strikes he should make. He gets depressed after hearing that he has to do it 100 more times. After some time, Shin Tian can see that the first product is okay. Alex gets excited that it is now time to make weapons. With the help of Kata, Alex starts processing the iron until they form it into a blade. Shin Tian puts some soil on the blade and returns it to the furnace. Aruba wonders if soil can help, and Shin Tian explains how it will turn out hard and sharp. The finished product is done, and Alex presents it to Shin Tian. Shin Tian exclaims that they can take on the pirates now. Shin Tian then starts a duel to test the iron blade against the pirate's blade that they picked up before. Kata and Nick face each other. Nick moves first, and the duel starts. Ellen gets worried, but Shin Tian and Jessica tell her not to worry. Everyone wonders who will win between the two. The two clash again and everyone hears a loud clang. Kata's sword, which is from the pirates, gets broken. Shin Tian applauds the two's performance. He then checks the two blades and thinks of making other weapons, like an axe. The others praise Nick's skills and wonder if she can do well against Shin Tian. Shin Tian agrees and everyone gets excited. Elder Hamel gets worried, but Shin Tian also wants to try fighting Nick. After some rest, Nick faces off against Shin Tian. She menacingly attacks Shin Tian. Shin Tian activates his superpower and quickly reacts to Nick's attack. The two continue clashing swords, and Shin Tian is genuinely surprised. Ragnar is surprised by the fight and Kata claims that Shin Tian is just training Nick. Everyone tells Nick to defeat Shin Tian, and he gets disappointed. However, he got his women to cheer for him. Shin Tian then realizes why swordsmen need to practice swinging 1,000 times. He then uses his superpower to attack Nick and blinks behind her. Nick instinctively reacts and throws his sword. Shin Tian dodges it and everyone is impressed. Everyone can't keep up with their speed. Shin Tian and Nick clash one more time. Their blades clash and everyone falls silent. Nick lost her blade and everyone praises Chin Tian's strength. Hamel asks when he will marry Nick. Everyone is surprised to hear about their wedding. Frosong gets excited to prepare for the grand wedding. Chin Tian asks what is happening. Frosong then explains that in their tribe, when a man challenges a woman in a duel and wins, that is considered a marriage proposal. Chin Tian then exclaims that she will consider Nick's feelings. Frosong claims that women in their tribe hope to serve their stronger husbands. Chin Tian asks to let it slide. The lot of people can't understand them since the two are speaking English. However, Jessica and a dejected Ellen can. Frosong wonders if Chin Tian doesn't find Nick cute enough. Nick understands that Chin Tian doesn't want her and offers to leave the tribe. Frosong tries to console her, but Nick has already decided to leave. Everyone panics as Nick gets abandoned and rejected by the Almighty. Jessica steps in and claims that Chin Tian is not unwilling but rather will marry one woman every 3 years. She further claims that they need to wait 2 more years for another marriage because Ellen was the first one. Jessica will be up next and then Nick. She assures Nick that she is too cute to be rejected. Chin Tian doesn't have a choice but to go along with Jessica's script. The crowd disperses and Jessica asks for a reward. Chin Tian refuses because he wants to live a few more years. Look at that cute pouty Ellen. Chin Tian quickly retreats. Jessica tells him to live with them in the future but Chin Tian refuses. After that, Alex has been making weapons for everyone. Others prepare for the incoming winter. And a few days later snow starts falling and Chin Tian recalls some memories from when he was still a student. Nick gets up early and greets Chin Tian. They both watch the snow fall. The other girls got up and Jessica wondered if they were talking about love. The two get flustered and Jessica can't help but hug the cute Nick. The children wake up and play in the snow. Everyone works in their houses but Chin Tian is not finding the motivation to do so. The cold water brings back his senses and Chin Tian continues working on the matchlock gun's blueprint. It is an ancient weapon but it will be effective compared to bows. However, they lack some materials based on the system encyclopedia. Chin Tian plans to make some changes. He then gets out to check on the others and it is freezing outside. He goes to the townhouse and is greeted by thick smoke. His 2 girls come running to Chin Tian for a hug. Thinking it might be worse in December, Chin Tian plans to make charcoal. Aruba wonders what charcoal is. And Chin Tian explains it as something that they use to avoid smoke inside the house. He then checks on his pets and discovers them in hibernation. Seeing the pets accustomed to the weather, Chin Tian suggests focusing on themselves instead. The next morning, Chin Tian divides himself into 2 groups. One group is responsible for making charcoal kilns and another group is responsible for chopping the wood into pieces. Soon after, they put the chopped wood into the charcoal kiln. Chin Tian expects them to be dry tomorrow. He then asks Alex to follow him. Ellen is surprised that the next project is a gun. Alex is surprised to know that it is far stronger than a bow and arrow. However, seeing the blueprints, Alex can't see the lethality in them. Chin Tian claims it is missing bullets and gunpowder. But first, Chin Tian wants Alex to make the musket. Jessica can't believe that they just leapt in age. Ellen then comments on how they need someone meticulous to help Alex. Everyone knows she's talking about herself. After checking most of the blueprint, Alex calls Chin Tian the god of craftsmen. Chin Tian tells her to study the rest later. The next day they check on the charcoal kilns. They bake it for more and 10 minutes later they get the charcoal that they want. Chin Tian then tells them to test it out. They are glad to be warm without the smoke covering the room. Chin Tian advises them to still leave some openings on the doors or windows so they won't be poisoned by carbon monoxide. Everyone then stores the charcoal in the storehouse. Chin Tian can see that Ellen and Alex are serious about the new project. He plans to take it easy now. He goes out and calls Kata, Ragna, and Aruba. He cheerfully asks them to make beads together. The men start melting iron and form it into a cylindrical shape. The others wonder what the new objects are for. Chin Tian then pours melted iron into molds with small holes. After cooling down, the pellets are put into the cylindrical apparatus. And they all spin. Shin Tian explains that these are bullets for the muskets that are more powerful than a bow and arrow. Aruba and Ragna are happy to have a powerful weapon. Kata comments about easily killing the pirates next time and avenging their dead tribesmen. The atmosphere becomes dark. They collect the pellets. However, Shin Tian can see that they are not yet perfect. He then asks the others to continue making pellets. After some time, the laboratory was finished. Now that the camp is complete, the others wonder what to do next. Shin Tian then tells them to enjoy their free time and do anything they want. Everyone gets confused and asks for confirmation if they can do anything. Shin Tian affirms. And everyone celebrates. Shin Tian wants them to have time off for themselves while Ellen and Alex are still working on the musket. Also, to prepare their bodies for the upcoming battle. That night, howls were heard throughout the area. Shin Tian claims that they are wolves. Nick and Kata come out along with the rest of the warriors, claiming that this is the winter beast's wave. Nick claims that it happens every winter. Jessica thinks they are searching for food outside the forest because it is winter. They only have a few soldiers and can face consequences. However, they can't just sit and wait for death. Shin Tian, Nick, and Kata plan to go out. Shin Tian tells the rest to keep the wolves away from the camp. The warriors then move out, nearing the source of the howlings. Just then, a louder howl was heard by the team. Previously, as a loud howl was heard by the team, Shin Tian and the rest discover the wolves fighting the saber-toothed tigers. Everyone stops to watch the fight. The beasts then attack each other ferociously. A black wolf appears and starts ripping the flesh of the saber-toothed tigers. Everyone is impressed by the black wolf. They notice that some wolves are protecting something at the back. Seeing that the wolves are losing, Shin Tian orders the others to support them. While distracted by the arrows, the saber-toothed tigers are attacked by the wolves. They can see that the battle is almost over. The saber-toothed tigers continue to struggle until they notice a few wolf cubs at the back. Nick also notices them and Shin Tian jumps into the fight. A saber-toothed tiger targets the wolf cubs. However, the black wolf blocks it. The two beasts furiously fight each other. The black wolf gets gravely injured. More saber-toothed tigers try to help, but one of them gets killed by a spear. Shin Tian and the others start attacking the saber-toothed tigers. Kata is happy with his new iron spear. Shin Tian is glad that the spear he asked to be made suits Kata's battle style. The others are also satisfied with their new weapons. Seeing that the wolves won, Fukuma wonders what Shin Tian will do next. Shin Tian orders everyone to go back to their camp. Everyone picks up the dead saber-toothed tigers as the wolves still feel wary of them. Everyone praises how kind Shin Tian is. Shin Tian claims it is not to ruin the ecological balance. Kata tells them not to ask anymore, where the earth spirit will get angry. Truth be told, Shin Tian was just worried about the wolf cubs. On top of a cliff, the black wolf watches Shin Tian's group go home. They finally get home and everyone greets them. Jessica is surprised to see saber-toothed tigers, but they are already dead. Shin Tian explains to everyone that there was a territorial war between beasts. Jessica can see why, because of the scarcity of food during winter. Chief Farson comments on how they don't need to go outside anymore because they have a lot of food already. In the next few days, everyone gets the sleep that they always need, but it is getting boring already. Alex finishes her project with Ellen. Shin Tian calls Kata, Ragna, and Aruba. He claims they will play a game. They all work on smelting and Shin Tian leads everyone. Shin Tian starts connecting some parts and Alex can't believe that her work turns out to be like this. Jessica claims that this is the birth of the steam machine on this island. Ragna ignites the fire pit of the machine. Shin Tian starts up the machine and everyone is amazed at how the machine moves by itself. It might not be perfect for now, but it is still usable. Alex inserts a log in place of the machine and reduces it to a perfect stick. Seeing that there is no problem, Shin Tian plans to start making gun barrels. A bamboo with clay will have its center pushed out by the fine wood and it will make a mud stick. Melted iron is poured into an empty bamboo with the mud stick. In this way, a smooth iron pipe can be created. Next is to use precious diamonds as a turning tool to polish the gun barrel. Qin Tian assembles all the parts and their secret weapon against the pirates is done. Qin Tian demonstrates how to load the bullet and tries it out on a target. He fires and the loud noise surprises the Lada people. Qin Tian is rewarded with points for making a matchlock gun. Everyone is impressed by the gun's penetrating power and loud noise. Kata and Bakuma can't see the bullet and know that its shield is useless against the gun. Farsong recalls that these are weapons similar to the British Army. Qin Tian announces to produce more matchlock guns. With his newly added points, Qin Tian then checks the store. It is basically empty, so Qin Tian redeems a book about traps for now. He receives what he has ordered and checks the information. He sees all kinds of outdoor traps and starts drawing them on prints. He is also hurrying the production of the matchlock guns to the point that no one leaves the camp. Jessica checks on Qin Tian. She wonders if she can help him, especially with his personal needs after seeing crumpled papers around. Jessica notices that Qin Tian is designing a trap. Qin Tian wants to be fully prepared against the pirates. Jessica loves this ruthless side of Qin Tian. Qin Tian recalls that Ellen W. was making snowboards. Outside, everyone watches Alu using the snowboard prototype. It will be beneficial for a winter battle. Aruba tries it out, but his weight is not suitable for the prototype. Seeing that Kata sinks deeper, Qin Tian asks Ellen to make 4 sizes for everyone. The next day the others also start working on snowboards. Mid-November arrives, and they have finally created enough guns and snowboards for people to fight on the battlefield, for almost 30 people. Currently they are limiting the firing of rounds during training because of low reserves of gunpowder. The end of the month comes, and Qin Tian is going to set out for the time that they are waiting for. Ellen and Jessica worry for Qin Tian. Qin Tian hugs his worried wives and tells them not to worry. Qin Tian's team leaves the camp. This is the estimated time for the methane fog to disappear. It will be a fight to the death. After some time, Qin Tian's team finally arrives in front of the methane fog. Qin Tian orders everyone to rest and build the camp. After some rest, they start cutting down trees. They found a dry place to set up tents made of wooden frames and animal skin. They finally arranged the tents when the sky turned dark and they conducted a meeting. Qin Tian asks Kata's team to lay some sinking traps somewhere. Ragna's team will continue chopping trees but need to follow some special instructions. The others will follow Qin Tian to set up the dark bow trap. Morning comes and Qin Tian reminds them to prioritize safety first and whistles to notify others. Qin Tian's team finds a nice place to set up their trap. Qin Tian gathers his members and demonstrates how to set up the trap. Aruba wonders how it works. Qin Tian throws a rock on the rope and the fixed bow launches arrows. Everyone is impressed by it and Qin Tian asks them to do the same. The Lada people quickly understood how the trap works and successfully set them up in places that Qin Tian designated. Kata's group is struggling to dig holes. Ragna's team is sharpening trees to make thorns. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fog, the pirates complain about the number of mosquitoes in the area. They joke around until their team leader, Larav, tells them to disperse. He takes a pee break somewhere and notices that the fog is disappearing. Larav orders someone to report to Captain Samundsen. Back at the pirate camp, Samundsen receives the report from Larav that the mist is disappearing. Samundsen rewards them and orders them to assemble the whole crew for tomorrow. He is really obsessed with getting the Fountain of Youth. Morning comes and the Lada people come out of an underground shelter. Ragna is amazed by their shelter and Qin Tian explains how it works. However, the tribesmen can't understand him. Qin Tian tells them to start a fire to eat and rest. Expecting that the pirates will come in 2 days, Qin Tian knows they can't fight them head-on. He asks Sand Eagle to observe from the skies. In the wetlands, the pirates start marching. One wonders if the Titan Boa will appear out of nowhere. They reach the border and discover that the deadly fog is now gone. Samundsen steps forward and Sand Eagle observes them as they make a camp. Chin Tian and the Lada people receive Sand Eagle's report. Bahama asks about the huge snake, but Chin Tian claims that it is hibernating. It is quite unfortunate that the Titan boa is inactive. Chin Tian claims it is better for them to avenge the dead themselves. He points to the map where the pirates are. They will conduct a night attack to weaken the pirates' forces. Farsong wonders when to do it, and Chin Tian assumes that the pirates are still vigilant. He asks them to rest first and they will attack early in the morning. Later at the pirate camp, the pirates on night watch dare each other to take on the Titan boa. Little did they know that Chin Tian's forces are watching them. Ragnar sees a lot of guards and Chin Tian tells him not to worry. However, Ragnar also notices that Chin Tian is tense. Ragnar cheers him up by placing full trust in Chin Tian. Chin Tian smiles and tells them to get ready. The pirates standing guard notice flames in the woods. Just as someone realizes something is wrong, a bomb rolls toward them and explodes. The pirates panic, assuming that the god of thunder is angry. Chin Tian locks onto a pirate who acts as the captain. After some hesitation, he fires his gun and kills the pirate. The pirate wonders what just happened, seeing his comrades falling down one by one. Another pirate runs, claiming it is the curse of the devils. Grim menacingly looks at the shot pirate and slashes him. He discovers the iron pellet and declares that it is not a curse. Samundsen notices how the men in the east fell and realizes that the enemies are in the west. Just as Chin Tian is giving out orders to the Lada people, Kata notices something from the pirates' camp. Samundsen is running towards them, asking for the Fountain of Youth. The other pirates now realize that it was the Lada people attacking them. Chin Tian knows how strong Samundsen is and orders his team to retreat according to the plan. Samundsen arrives and clashes blades with Chin Tian. The Lada people attack the pirates with arrows. Bakuma ordered the archers to aim for the pirates' legs. Frosong instructed the others to prepare for an ambush near the traps, while he and Kata supported Chin Tian. Kata joined the fight, but they were still no match for Samundsen. Chin Tian asked Kata to cover for him and he ran off somewhere. Samundsen thought that Chin Tian had run away, but Chin Tian had only circled around the woods to attack him from the side. Kata also attacked from the front. Samundsen smirked as he used his axe to redirect Kata's spear toward Chin Tian. But instead Kata blew Chin Tian away. Chin Tian could see how inhuman Samundsen was. Just then a flash bomb exploded nearby. Rigard ordered everyone to cover their eyes, but some were still affected by the bombs. Frasong's team continued to run as the pirates chased them. Samundsen sensed that something was wrong, and Chin Tian and Kata used this opportunity to retreat. Samundsen chased after Chin Tian while demanding a greeting. Chin Tian apologized and greeted Samundsen with a bomb. However, Samundsen already knew how the bomb worked and leaped to dodge it. At the same time, he noticed some incoming arrows and managed to dodge them as well. Samundsen got distracted and Chin Tian retreated with his team. Samundsen's face grimaced. The pirates continue to chase Chin Tian and the Lada people. Seeing that the pirates are following them as expected, Chin Tian orders the Lada people not to fall behind. Samundsen orders his men to continue the chase. Meanwhile, Nick and her team hide in the bushes as they watch the approaching mob. Chin Tian tells the others to be ready and alert. To maximize the use of traps, Chin Tian and the others spread out. Samundsen orders his men to chase everyone without fail. Chin Tian feels glad that Samundsen chased him. He can just use his superpower to outmaneuver the superhuman pirate. Chin Tian gets past the trap and checks back to see if it will work. Samundsen wonders why the mouse has stopped running and he trips on the trap. Multiple arrows are fired off towards Samundsen. Some of the pirates also trigger the same traps. Another group of pirates chases Kata, but they fall into the pitfall trap. They immediately die due to the spikes. One survives and asks for mercy, but Bahama kills him. On the other hand, the trap was useless against Samundsen, who realizes that they are being lured into traps. Chin Tian can't believe Samundsen has deflected a dozen arrows. Just then, a horn sounds through the forest. Knowing that the lot of people have prepared traps in this dark forest, Sammonsen agrees to conduct a retreat. As Sammonsen leaves, Jean Tian realizes that the pirates are communicating using horns. Originally, Jean Tian and his people were going to ambush them after the pirates went through all the traps. It is unexpected that they have retreated this early. The ambush team flinches as they see someone emerging from the woods. However, it is Fa Song who informs them that the pirates didn't pursue them after the horn was blown. Jean Tian and the others have also returned. In a small camp, many pirates are injured. Sammonsen learns that most of his men have a slim chance of survival. Sammonsen orders Sigurd to ensure that everyone is saved without fail. He also asks Lerov to guard Rigurd. Just then, Rigurd kills his patient. Lerov tells the others not to mention anything they saw. Rigurd knows how scarce their supplies are after their warehouse was burned. These injured men will only be a burden to them. Meanwhile, Jean Tian receives a report on the rough estimation of the number of pirates killed. Jean Tian is glad that their forces have weakened significantly. Bairu worries that the pirates may already be aware that the forest is full of traps. Jean Tian tells them not to worry, and to continue with their guerrilla plans. Everyone notices something, and Nick asks Jean Tian if he is okay. Jean Tian bids them good night and covers himself. Nick worries, but Frasong shakes his head. Back at the pirate camp, they dispose of the deceased. Just then, it is announced that those who survived will be rewarded. Sammonsen claims that this is necessary to boost morale. He then orders Grim to be prepared to set out early in the morning to the snowfield. He begins talking about the gun. He knows that the tribesmen are nearby and their eyesight will be impaired in the snowy field. He knows they are being lured out. On the other hand, Jean Tian experiences a nightmare about the dead pirates. A corpse tries to attack him and a loud slap echoes through the shelter. Jean Tian wakes up to see that he slapped Aruba. The others then start making fun of Aruba. Jean Tian goes out and orders the others to follow him. Their team then discovers that the pirates have left their camp. Nick notices that they went to the plains. Frasong worries because they didn't set any traps on the plains. Jean Tian can see that the footprints are not in disarray and were left deliberately. He asks the twins to follow him while the others stand by. Jean Tian has the Sand Eagle scout the area. They see a group of pirates and Jean Tian asks the twins to lure some of the pirates into a nearby trap. He knows how skillful and flexible the twins are and they will not get caught. Jean Tian continues watching them but Sammonsen already notices them. He informs Grim that he can strongly sense them. Just then, pirates in the front complain that it is the lot of people again. Bakuma and Bahama start firing arrows at the pirates. Sammonsen tells his men to stop chasing. He orders them to keep a defensive formation and threatens to kill those who disobey. They continue their travel while in a defensive formation. Jean Tian notices how useless it is to lure them out and plans to make new arrangements. The pirates later arrive at the snowy field. Bakuma notices how slow they were. Jean Tian claims they brought everything like supplies. Bairu worries that they are making a fire nearby on purpose. Jean Tian tells him not to worry. The pirates know that the forest is trapped and won't move carelessly. Jean Tian knows that the pirates will run out of food soon. Jean Tian and his team will be waiting and watching nearby. That night, Sammonsen receives a report that their supplies won't last long. He orders Grim to tell the others to rest for now. He knows that the lot of people are waiting in the trapped forest, and he also points out that they can't go back once the fog is back. Grim asks if killing the tribesmen is the only way. Sammonsen knows the tribesmen are just out there, but he won't take the bait. Back at the campsite, Jessica and Ellen enjoy the morning sun. Ellen worries for Jean Tian and the others. Just then, she gets hit by a snowball and discovers Jessica playing with the kids. She tries to decline the invitation, but Jessica tells her not to think too much. She tells Ellen not to worry about their husbands. Ellen brightens up and plays with them. Meanwhile, Aruba is also playing with the snow, and Ka ruins the fun. Kata tells Aruba to always be vigilant, but Aruba points out that the chief is also fooling around. Frosong invites the others to play with him. Ragna is worried about the carefree atmosphere, and Shin Tian claims it has been a week since the pirates turned quiet. Just then, Bakuma notices that the pirates are moving. The pirates are organizing a hunting team. Everyone gets interested as they hear that there are rewards. Grim worries that the hunting teams will get attacked. Shin Tian can see that they are forming small groups and tells his people to get ready. The pirates' hunting teams then set out to find at least a snow rabbit. As they complain about how the older members are just relaxing, an arrow strikes one of the complainers. The lot of people surround the small team of pirates. One of them tries to blow a horn, but Nick swiftly kills him. Shin Tian reminds the others not to let the pirates sound their horns. Kata and the others easily subjugate the pirates, and the twins are also killing the rest with their arrows. After the fight, Aruba claims it would be better if there were a lot of pirates. Kata, who is busy burying bodies, tells Atuba that it would have been disadvantageous for them. Ragna comments on how the other pirates will notice that one of their teams hasn't returned yet. Shin Tian tells them not to worry since he notices that the pirates are already losing their supplies. He wants to reduce their numbers until they can take on the main force head-on. Just then, they are surprised to hear a loud horn. They try to think where it came from, and Vera thinks it came from the two hills next to them. Shin Tian asks Sand Eagle to scout the area, and notices that the hunting teams are just baiting them to pinpoint their location. Summonson hears only 3 out of 4 horns and now knows where Shin Tian and his people are. Grim orders a group of pirates with huge horns to start. The horn sound is so loud that it echoes through the snowy mountains. Shin Tian tells the others to retreat, and they hear the echoes of the loud horns. It is even useless to cover their ears. Just then, Shin Tian notices something and orders everyone to fall back. The mountain rumbles as an avalanche occurs. Shin Tian knows that they can't escape. He realizes something and orders the others to cut down a huge tree. Shin Tian tells them to grab the trunk, as the tree gets swept up by the avalanche. Shin Tian tells the others not to let go, as the tree manages to ride the surface of the avalanche. However, there are trees in the direction they are going, so Shin Tian orders them to watch their heads. The avalanche crashes and Summonson admires the sight of the power of nature. The other hunting teams return, and Summonson rewards them. He wants to gather the ingredients for their next banquet. Meanwhile, Shin Tian and the others have survived, but some Lada people are either injured or unconscious. They notice that Viru is missing. Bahama also reports that the pirates are coming their way. Shin Tian orders Frasong to retreat with the others while he looks for Viru. However, Shin Tian forgot that the Viking pirates are accustomed to snow. Nick tries to defend Shin Tian after seeing the pack of wolves appear. Seeing the wild wolves, the Lada people prepare to fight. Shin Tian feels unlucky to be cornered by 2 enemies. However, the wolves show mercy. Nick and Kata try to fight the wolves, but Shin Tian stops them. Shin Tian stares at the black wolf acting as the leader. Later, the pirates are searching for the Lada people's dead bodies. Someone discovers blood nearby and Summonson rewards the pirate. Summonson notices wolf footprints among the blood trails. Grim thinks the wolves dragged the dead bodies, but Summonson still orders his men to give chase. Shin Tian and the others are aided by the wolves. Viru's life is also not in danger. Everyone is glad to hear the news and impressed that the wolves are following Shin Tian. Shin Tian claims that they are just returning the favor. The Lada people know that it was because of Shin Tian's kindness toward them. They soon arrive at their camp and lay down the injured. 5 of them have lost the ability to fight and they blame the sudden avalanche. Shin Tian explains that the pirates caused the avalanche. Kata wonders if the earth spirit helped them, but Shin Tian corrects him, saying it was the sound their loud horns made. Aruba wonders how the pirates found out about their location. Ragnar realizes that it was the horns the hunting teams made. However, the others find it ruthless to use companions as bait. Frosong worries about the next plan, but Shin Tian tells him not to worry. The sky darkens and Summonson and the pirates notice separate traces. Summonson orders his men to spread out and look for the Lada people's bodies in teams. A group of pirates scours the area and discovers the wolves dragging a Lotta person. They hurry so they can gain rewards, but a pitfall trap surprises them. The rest are surprised that the Lotta person is alive. Just when they try to blow their horn, some of the Lotta people push them into the pitfall. Froson looks down at the dead pirates. In a flashback, Shin Tian tells the others that the pirates have assumed that they are already dead. Using footprints and traces, they need to divide the pirates into smaller forces. They will ambush them one by one, and Shin Tian will use Sand Eagle to send information. Currently, Ragna's team has just eliminated a group of pirates and is worried about the others. Meanwhile, Nick and her team have also cleared some pirates. The Twins Archer group has also killed a group. Shin Tian receives a report from Sand Eagle that things are going smoothly. Everyone is rushing toward the middle path. Shin Tian asks the Black Wolf for a favor. A monster is already coming their way. Kata and Shin Tian are waiting for their old enemy. Kata knows traps don't work on that monster. The two are preparing as they see incoming pirates led by Samuelson. Samuelson wonders why they are still alive. Shin Tian gives him a signal and the pirates fall into a pitfall. Samuelson uses one of his men as a foothold and escapes sudden death. He realizes how tricky these tribesmen are and tries to blow his horn. However, Kata and Shin Tian distract him. Samuelson doesn't have a choice but to fight back. He wants to talk with Shin Tian, but Shin Tian refuses to talk with the dead. The two then clash. Meanwhile, Grim is fighting Nick while being confused about why they are still alive. Seeing that his team members are dying, Grim runs on his own. Nick tries to stop him. On the other hand, Samuelson's heavy blow cuts through Shin Tian's defense. Kata saves him. Samuelson knew about Shin Tian's speed, but his power was not enough. He smirks as he attacks Shin Tian while ignoring Kata. Samuelson attacks Shin Tian with a huge blow. Shin Tian is slammed to the ground. Kata attacks Samuelson's vital point, but Samuelson quickly moves and lets his arm hit instead. Samuelson smirks at Kata. Furious, Kata pushes forward, but Samuelson grabs him. Samuelson swung his axe and heavily injured Kata. Samuelson breaks free from the spear and runs toward Shin Tian. As Samuelson attacks, Shin Tian asks for someone's help. The Black Wolf suddenly appears and attacks Samuelson. Shin Tian and Kata hold Samuelson in place. Shin Tian asks the Black Wolf to bite Samuelson's neck. Samuelson can only scream. Grim arrives to help, but Nick is hot on his tail. Unfortunately, the Black Wolf also gets injured. Samuelson is enraged seeing his brother die. He runs to Grim, who didn't take long to die in his arms. Samuelson swears to use their skeletons as Grim's coffin. Shin Tian can see that the situation has turned bad. They continue the fight, but Samuelson easily beats down Nick, Shin Tian, and Kata. Samuelson menacingly walks forward with an axe in his hand. Nick and Kata tell Shin to run away. Just then, Shin Tian notices Sand Eagle. Shin Tian engages in a conversation with Samuelson to distract him. Sand Eagle dives to attack, but Samuelson dodges its attack. He wants to drain Shin Tian's blood to relieve his heartache. Shin Tian claims that would be impossible. Just then, the lot of people start coming into the area. Samuelson is now forced to fight dozens of warriors and wolves. Shin Tian suggests calling his men for a fair fight, but Samuelson breaks his horn. Shin Tian starts talking about how villains lose their cool on the verge of defeat. A pissed-off Samuelson attacks him, but Ragna shields Shin Tian. Samuelson claims that he is always in the right mind on the battlefield. He calls Shin Tian a coward for using numbers, but Shin Tian claims that this is the battlefield. After some time and casualties, Samuelson comments on how different Shin Tian is compared to the Lotta people. Shin Tian corrects Samuelson, stating that he doesn't have the Fountain of Youth. Samuelson attacks one more time, but he gets shot by more arrows in the chest. He wishes Shin Tian to go to the underworld. Soon after, Aruba freaks out after Shin Tian wakes up. He was out for a day and a night. It felt like hours for him though. He can feel the backlash of using his excessive talents. Bahama advises him not to move yet, but he tells them not to worry. He asks to be left alone. Frasong then tells the others not to disturb their mighty one. The lot of people begin building a bonfire. Chin Tian leans against a tree reflecting on the recent killings and acts of violence. His heart feels heavy as he observes the others collecting the dead bodies of Lada people and wolves. Chin Tian falls into deep silence and he asks Bakuma about the identities of the deceased. Bakuma feels embarrassed about being discovered and Chin Tian inquires about Bokuma's injuries. Bakuma proceeds to recount the actions of the deceased Lada people. Boer hugged two pirates, jumped into the pit and perished alongside them. Wutu smiles as he sacrifices himself to protect the others. Charlie used his life to make a trap work. It took them a day to search for their bodies, but the wolves aided in locating them beneath the snow. The wild wolves departed afterward. Chin Tian recognizes that they were all courageous warriors. Aruba calls out to Chin Tian and Bakuma assists him in standing up. Chin Tian walks toward the already set up bonfire. Frasong passes him the torch and Chin Tian ignites the bonfire. The wolves howl as the fire continues to burn. The Lada people then commence their celebration of victory. Chin Tian falls silent once more. Frasong then taps his shoulder and asserts that companion sacrifice is necessary. It might be a loss or sacrifice for Chin Tian, but for the Lada people, the deceased become stars in the night sky. Frasong tells Chin Tian to grab the stars tightly in his hands, put them within his soul, and they will always exist within him always. They will always be stars in the sky, watching over the living. In the camp, Jessica, Ellen, and Alex talk about cars. Ellen then hears something from the outside. Jessica tells her to meet Chin Tian and the others. She knows how Ellen feels. They all go out to the gate and greet Chin Tian and his team. They are finally home. The warriors get treated. Of course, Chin Tian is tended to by Jessica and Ellen. Chin Tian worries that his odor might bother the girls. Jessica warns Chin Tian that she will pull the glued bandages off his skin. Chin Tian puts up with the pain, and Ellen brings in a hot towel to soften the blood clot. Chin Tian tells Jessica to do a countdown before she peels the last layer. However, Jessica rips it out without properly counting down. She claims that experiencing short-term pain is better. Poor Chin Tian. Ellen wipes off Chin Tian's sweat and blood. She worries that Chin Tian is badly hurt, but Chin Tian tells her not to worry. Chin Tian gets to sleep and rest in the cave, and the two girls go outside. Jessica checks on Ellen, who immediately cries into her arms. She is emotionally glad that Chin Tian is back. 2 days later, Chin Tian and the others visited the sacrificial corner of their camp. Chin Tian throws a vase that contains the ashes of their fallen friends. The Lada people in Chin Tian pray for their souls. They probably return to the spirits of earth. It felt like a long time for Chin Tian. It was indeed unreal, like everything was just a long dream. Chin Tian is glad to have peace of mind in building the ship. However, it was reported that wolves are lurking around. Chin Tian wonders if the wolves followed them. The girls get confused. Chin Tian then explains it to them. A minute later, Jessica gets excited hearing about the black wolf, while Ellen wonders if they will ignore them. Chin Tian wants to check on them first. After handling the pirates, there are no more outside threats for them. However, their main labor force is currently injured and everyone is forced to stay in their houses because of the weather. Chin Tian is also recuperating, and this is the most relaxing time he has had since he came to this island. One night, while Ellen and Jessica are talking about the wolves howling, Chin Tian comes out of the cave. Ellen wonders if Chin Tian feels better now. Chin Tian wants to go out and check on the wolves. The girls get worried and plan to ask the others to follow him. Chin Tian wants to go alone on his own. Jessica tells Ellen to let Chin Tian be alone this time. Chin Tian rides on Shanbai while dragging a butchered boar. Chin Tian and Shanbai travel through the harsh weather. Chin Tian notices that Ellen still sent some men to follow him. Well, Chin Tian understands her first wife's sentiment though. They finally arrive at their destination and Chin Tian tells Shanbai to relax. Chin Tian opens the quest of becoming the island owner and gets his reward points. He buys another slave beast seal, which is seriously expensive. If he subdues the black wolf, then he will have the entire wolf pack. He has already formed a camaraderie with them, so taming should be easy. Just then the forest turns into something like a thriller movie with shining eyes showing from the darkness. The wolves start coming out of the bushes, putting Shanbai on high alert. Chin Tian tells him to calm down and offers the meat they brought to the wolves as a thank you gift. Chin Tian does feel that the black wolf is intelligent and wants to understand it more. He uses the slave beast seal, but the black wolf is not yet tamed. It seems like Chin Tian needs some time to connect with the wolf first. Chin Tian sits down and confesses that he needs some help from the wolves again. The lot of people wonder what Chin Tian is talking about with the black wolf. Ragna suggests asking Chin Tian later for more details. Chin Tian then explains that he plans to retrieve the supplies left by the pirates and that he needs the wolves' help. Aruba agrees because it would be hard to transport the supplies in the snow. Just look at Nick, being silent, knowing Chin Tian is behind the other two. They then realize that Chin Tian has been with them the whole time. The three then blame each other, but Chin Tian tells them to go home together. That night Chin Tian tells everyone about the plan and organizes some work. For the next 2 days everyone is busy making ropes and sleds. They make enough sleds to be pulled by 30 wolves. On the third day the children wonder what sound Chin Tian just made. He tells them about the whistle and how it works. Alex is also present during their discussion. Ellen calls Chin Tian's attention because the wolves have just arrived. Ellen is amazed to see a black wolf and Jessica explains that it is a result of crossbreeding, like domestic dogs in their timeline. Ellen wonders if there are domestic dogs on the island, but Jessica claims that it might be a natural mutation. Knowing how strange the island is, Ellen laughs and jokes that a golden and red wolf won't surprise her anymore. Chin Tian tries to convince the black wolf to be leashed, but it just slaps Chin Tian's hand. The black wolf is really acting tough like a Giga Chad. Just then the children come to play with him and Shanbai can only laugh at him. Ellen wonders how long Chin Tian will be away again. With the wolves' help he confirms that it will take 2 days at most. Chin Tian then sets out later on. The travel is smooth with Aruba getting excited with their speed. Nick can notice that Chin Tian is still walking on eggshells while passing by the corpses of the pirates. He recalls Suoming's words that Chin Tian would also go to the underworld. He raises his middle finger, making thoughts of Suoming disappear from his head. Nick wonders if Chin Tian is alright because he looks tired. They then arrive at the lakeside to rest. The group then talks about the methane fog absence, which is unusually long this time. The lot of people start making speculations here and there. Chin Tian can also think of some possibilities, but their goal for now is to get to the pirates' camp before it gets dark. With the help of the wolves the trip is quick and they are able to travel smoothly on the snowfield. The lot of people didn't use the existing tents on the field and set up new ones. Their hatred for the pirates is really ingrained in their minds. Chin Tian orders them to look for things that might be useful. He goes to look for Suoming's tent. He then finds a suspicious tent and discovers a huge box. Chin Tian opens the box and expensive gold and treasure are inside. However, Chin Tian had enough of them from the river nearby. He then finds some papers and reads them with surprise. The writings show how a son holds a deep hatred for his father. Chin Tian finds it interesting that a pirate loves writing diaries. The diary narrates how Suoming encounters Westerners for the first time and gets greedy for their women and huge ships. Chin Tian concludes that the pirates are from the 8th century. Suoming also narrates how he found the map that leads to the Fountain of Youth, which makes one immortal. His crew immediately sets out and later loses hundreds of crew members along the way. They also encounter Leviathan, the monstrous creature in the seas, along with a vicious storm. However, this made Suoming excited because it meant that they were nearing his goal. After some time they reached the mysterious island. They encounter indigenous people and start enslaving them. Chin Tian can see that Suoming came to the island through a storm just like them. Just then something catches Chin Tian's attention. Suoming describes a ring that shows God's symbols and draws 2 characters that he can remember. Qin Tian then turns his attention to the treasure box after seeing Chinese characters in the diary. Qin Tian's group later harvested everything useful and left the pirates' camp burned. The trip back to the camp took much longer because of the spoils of war. They returned 2 days later to the camp. After the mission, Qin Tian keeps inviting the wolves to stay, but they leave after getting their reward. The girls are excited to see lamb meat and ale. Bakuma and the rest wonder where to put what they just unloaded. Qin Tian checks the contents and finds wheat, a greater treasure than gold on the island. Jessica is excited to smell the scent of wheat bread. The desert people wonder what it is. And Qin Tian claims that it is food. Aruba hurriedly eats the grains and spits them out afterward. Qin Tian explains that they need to cook the wheat first. As long as they plant it correctly, they don't worry about food anymore. Later, Qin Tian, Jessica, and Ellen analyze the ring that Suoming has described in his diary. Ellen comments on how unfamiliar the sense of technology was. Qin Tian then asks them not to be surprised and shows them the futuristic technology the ring has. Both girls are amazed by the hologram. Qin Tian explains that this technology is way ahead of their era. Ellen notices the jumbled-up characters while Jessica is fascinated by how technology has progressed. Qin Tian shows that there are different pages in the hologram and a map of the island where they are staying. Ellen feels like it looks familiar though, and Qin Tian confirms her feeling and claims that this is similar to Taiwan. The map also has zooming and positioning functions. Qin Tian realizes that the island is hiding something, especially the buildings on the other side of the island. The two girls are shocked by the new discovery. It should be near where the Lada people lived before. They then call the others to confirm if they saw it, but everyone claims that they haven't. However, the location is familiar to Vera, who claims that a huge hole is in the area instead of buildings. They don't have a choice but to wait for the winter to pass and go see it for themselves. Half a month has passed and everyone is living peacefully. Qin Tian's injuries are also almost healed now. He then decides to start producing nitrate again. Qin Tian also plays with the wolves to form a connection outside the camp, but his naming sense is still garbage. I'm not sure if Qin Tian's gags are effective, but more wolves are visiting near the camp. The black wolf gradually gets near the camp secretly, but the children discover him. 2 months later, the black wolf settles into the camp. Meanwhile, Alex, Jessica and Elon are using a stone mill they made to process the wheat grains. Qin Tian also returns from outside and checks on the flour the girls were processing. Qin Tian is excited to eat some dumplings. Alex comments on how Qin Tian keeps smiling lately, but Ellen feels something different. Night comes and the whole camp starts their banquet. Qin Tian brings in some bundled bamboo and the modern girls immediately recognize it as fireworks. Ellen didn't know that it was already New Year's Eve. Qin Tian has been counting the days since they came to the island. Ellen wonders how her parents are, and Qin Tian assures her that they are definitely in better condition. The fireworks are then lit in the night sky. A lot of people are amazed and compare them to flowers. They know the people who became stars can see the fireworks. Ellen now knows why Qin Tian has been being secretive lately. The part about making the fireworks was easy with the prepared gunpowder. Qin Tian used various metals to add color to the flame reaction. As Qin Tian continues explaining, Ellen notices his rugged hand. She hugs Qin Tian and commends his hard work. Qin Tian claims it was worth it as they all watched the fireworks together. After the fireworks show, everyone celebrates with food and drinks. They all enjoy the new menu, dumplings, and malt beer. The middle-aged men are happy to see their tribemates smiling widely. Qin Tian teases Kata to smile to snag some girls. Frosong teases Kata not to look sullen because the pirates are now dead. Nick notices how different Qin Tian is acting. Jessica claims that he is just venting his emotions. The night passes and Nick starts pulling a drunk Frosong back to their house. Qin Tian is also dead drunk, and the girls regret ignoring Qin Tian during the celebration. Jessica asks Ellen to take care of Qin Tian first while she cooks ginger tea. Ellen tends to Qin Tian, who then notices her. She can't believe the prettiest girl on campus is taking care of him. His head suddenly aches, and he claims that it was just the alcohol. Ellen hurries off to get the ginger tea. However, Chin Tian grabs her arm and pulls Ellen into his arms. With a trembling voice, Chin Tian tells Ellen that he killed a person. Ellen's heart aches. She knows this is what Chin Tian has been keeping for the past month. Chin Tian cries like a child in front of Ellen. She then gets Chin Tian's attention and tells him that he was not the bad guy but the pirates. She calls Chin Tian everyone's hero. She keeps on repeating those words to calm Chin Tian down. Ellen kisses Chin Tian. Chin Tian is surprised. Ellen wonders if he feels fine already, and Chin Tian gets flustered. Jessica suddenly appears and notices the atmosphere. She knows something just happened. A flustered Ellen then pushes Jessica outside. Chin Tian lets out a deep sigh. Suwoming talks about how the kissing part of any epic legend is so disgusting. Chin Tian refutes Suwoming and calls him an illusion. He tells Suwoming to get out of his head. The next day Jessica wonders how Chin Tian became energetic overnight. Chin Tian starts designing the ships. 2 months have passed and the methane gas has disappeared for real. Still, they prepare weapons against other dangers like the Titan Python. The wolves were still arrogant and left the camp after the winter ended. The rainy season comes and everyone is getting bored with a week of rain. Ellen worries that the Titan Python's hibernation will end sooner than expected. Our archaeologist, however, wants to see it up close. Just then, Sand Eagle reports that something just appeared. Near the wetlands, a huge shadow looms over the crocodiles and attacks them. The Titan Python is back in town, but there are people sneaking on the sides. Just then, the Titan Python notices Chin Tian, who greets him. Chin Tian wonders if his old friend forgot about him, but the python immediately attacks him. The others appear to be throwing Molotov cocktails at the monster. The python wriggles in pain as it gets burned and hit by arrows. It then tries to escape, but the twins are there to blind it with their accurate shooting. Everyone then gangs up on the python until it dies, earning points for Chin Tian in the process. Everyone cheers as they hail Chin Tian's presence in the fight. Chin Tian notices how low the points are compared to when he escaped from it. It seems like getting help from others lessens the points earned. Jessica cries out to see the python dead. Aruba tries to take a bite, but Kata stops him out of curiosity. Chin Tian and the others then wish that it would rest in peace. Well, getting snacked on by the crocodiles is not peaceful. Chin Tian's group continues deep into the swamp to retrieve Jessica's plane. If there is a treasure on the island, it would be Jessica's plane. Even if it can't fly, the parts can be used as materials for other things. The Lotta people are impressed to see the flying machine that they heard about before. Jessica confirms that it can't fly anymore, but the engine is not damaged. Chin Tian still decides to bring everything back home and do what they can later on. Bahama worries that they can't lift the plane, and Chin Tian confirms that the plane is indeed heavy. Just then, Kata and the gang manage to lift it up and move it to the trolley. Jessica comments on how strong the physique of the Lotta people is compared to that of normal humans. Chin Tian just hopes they didn't drink anything weird. However, Kata accidentally snaps off the plane's wing. Noon comes and Chin Tian manages to create a simple hoist with a pulley with the others. The others are impressed by how simple wheels can help pull up a huge heavy object. He tells everyone to pull it off with such complicated calculations. Question marks appear in their heads, but they still get fired up to do it. Everyone then counts to 3 and they are able to lift the heavy plane. Everyone is surprised that it didn't take much effort. Chin Tian then tells his girls to go back to the camp with the plane while he goes to check on the sinkhole the others had described. Chin Tian, Nick, Kata and Ragna then travel back in the direction of the sinkhole. They encounter a lot of snakes and they know there are still crocodiles around. They can't stay overnight in the marshlands. The group later arrives at the old village of the Lotta people where they stay for the night. The next day they immediately set out and traveled until Chin Tian could hear the sounds of waves. Nick warns her that the sinkhole is just in front of them. They got out of the forest and Chin Tian finally saw the sinkhole. Ragna comments on how the hole makes the people who visit it feel insignificant. Just then, the ring shows a hologram of an arrow pointing in a certain direction. Shin Tian then asks the others if they know what is under the sinkhole. Nick wonders if Shin Tian wants to go down. Shin Tian can see though that it will be hard to go down or up in this sinkhole. Kata warns Shin Tian that the underwater currents are vicious. Shin Tian is surprised that he knows. Ragna explains that all their warriors have gone down as a test of the spirit of the earth. Kata then starts explaining their spiritual beliefs. They had to retrieve the stone marked and thrown by the patriarch under the water to pass the test. Shin Tian wonders how deep the water was, but the meatheads don't care about it as long as they get the stone. Ragna suggests asking Viru or the twins about it instead. The group then travels back to the camp but uses a different route with the help of the ring's map. They actually got back to the camp earlier than expected. Shin Tian didn't mind other matters for now and asked others to meet up with him instead. Bahama claims that the environment under the sinkhole was a bit special. It was clean and free of plants, and there is also a deeper hole inside. It was a black hole that Viru accidentally discovered. Shin Tian really needs to check the bottom of the sinkhole by himself. Shin Tian then asks Aruba about his findings, but the other explains that Aruba only lasted 3 minutes and was the first to the surface.